So I looked into it.
You can name it Yay He Sheep.
Yeah, no, it's right in around here.
From a performer that was on earlier, guys. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but Yay He Sheep, that's it. That's comedy. Okay. I'm Stevie Tickles.
Have you noticed that the other sheep don't really take a liking to the trans sheep that you have?
Yeah, nobody likes her. Right, nobody liked her.
Did she dye her sheep hair purple or anything? Does she make coffees for the other sheep really well? Does she make a hell of a latte?
She was one of our favorites, so she got a lot of attention from us.
I bet. That's why they call you Tommy Tickles.
So you own an AR-15 by chance? You look like every mass serial killer I've ever...
The old school. And that's what they used to look like. Now they look like it's trans sheep. That's what they look like now. And I'm coming in there just...
No, sir, I don't own an AR-15. But I was a scout sniper in the Marine Corps. I have a 308 Winchester. So,
hey, goddamn right.
Oh, you were great tonight.
You were fantastic.
My favorite. So much. Thank you for
How can I follow you online? Tommy, have you been going up a lot? Because that was way better than your last.
Yeah, I did about 100 open mics. Trying to go down to San Antonio, I hit up a couple of spots down there. I didn't know it, a year ago, but this is a passion. This is, you get into it, you get a couple of laughs, and then all of a sudden you're like, holy smokes, this is great.
You're adorable, Tommy.
Yeah.
You're adorable.
You should tell everybody you have two passions, comedy and sheep.
No, I don't even like sheep.
Why do you like the sheep? Tell us why you don't like the sheep. Explain to us. We don't own ranch.
Oh, they're great. From when they're babies all the way up in 3 months, they're cute and everything. They're like 200 pounds, and I've had them knock me about 10 feet sideways. They come up from behind you, and they think they're still your friend, and that's what they do to their friend. They come up and pull you, and then all of a sudden, they'll twist that 600 pounds of... Can I ask you a question? You have their life sources so far. I live on a farm and ranch, and
Answer the fucking question.
What's the question?
45 in the fucking skull. Tommy Tickles, he really throws off the set with his name, but do you fucking kill sheep? Look at us.
No.
Do you kill them? You have their lives.
How do they die?
You do. Look at me. They're
Let's shoot. All right. Jesus Christ almighty.
I use a knife.
Sheep, look.
kills fucking baby sheep.
No, not the babies. No. We bring their babies to us, so we take care of them and make sure they live. So we try to give them the sheep that we do have.
You're spoiling right now. You murder sheep for them.
No.
You said you're really driving on this sheep killing thing. Really making a point. He's a ranch hand. Hey, ranch hand is also what Red Man has. Okay, Tommy, all right. You got this. Tommy just disengaged from the show right now. I love it. We're going to keep moving along. Tommy Tickles, great stuff. Tommy Pope just focus. Ranch hand is also what Red Man has on Friday nights when he tips his pizza in ranch dressing. He's got a ranch hand and a blue cheese hand. Look out. He's a big boy. Hello, my dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry is covered by most insurers, and most insured members pay a copay of $0. Find a licensed provider that's a right fit for your needs. We all know therapy can be costly, but part of the mission of Talkspace is to provide quality care that is accessible and affordable, whether or not you are insured. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable, even if you have a massive overeating problem.
What? Tony, I love Talkspace. I think they're providing the best mental health treatment out there. I personally think therapy is as amazing as food and can help with moments of real transformation.
And there's a lot of transforming happening behind the scenes, always here on Kill Tony. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony. Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a good for the show. One of the top young rising comedians in the world has a brand new special on YouTube, and he's here just to do a minute for us, just to swing by. Make some noise for the great Hassan Ahmad, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is.
I think the darkest thing going on with Kanye West is his diamond-encrusted swastika chain. That's dark. So if you know anything about the diamond business in this country, you know the person who made that chain is Jewish. So there's a guy out there that knows exactly how much his soul is worth. Oy vey, what do you want me to make? It's gonna Holocaust you.
He's gonna get in trouble for this bad boy. Maybe.
There's a Rothschild doing Yeezy or something. Yo, these shoes are comfortable as fuck. I don't care. That's all I care about. You can say the worst things in the world about Muslim people. If you made the most comfortable shoes, I'd wear that shit. With pride, too. You'd be like, what are those? You'd be like, oh, these? Oh, these? You mean the new Chinese Muslim concentration camp 7s? Remember this shit? Flames, the Uyghur Force 1s, dog? I got them at Beam. That's where I got them.
That wasn't very funny.
Special suit is out now.
Well, this comes out the 19th, right? I think, yeah, so my special comes out the 20th.
Okay. All right. Jeez. Wow. Little time jumper there. Look at this guy back from to the future. Yes, okay. That doesn't really matter. They would have watched it anyway, but the way to be strategically correct, mathematically right, like a true Indian.
Yes.
Unbelievable. One of the hardest working guys I know. He's working fucking 24/7, 11. Absolutely incredible, as always, Hassan.
Doing comedy full time and running a daycare in Minnesota at the same time. It's been rough.
Amazing. They love it. The crowd goes wild. Millionaire Hassan Ahmad. Hassan, how's life been going? Good?
Yeah, things going pretty good. You know, I'm excited to have a new special out, my first one. And yeah, I'm just happy about it.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Former Comedy Store door guy, took the whole path, one of the first people to move out here with the whole regime, working here at the mothership. Been taking you out, you've been drinking with us.
Yes, it's a new thing. I'm getting drunk for the first time.
Yeah, it's really fun to take like the view. Aren't you dirty?
You know, you gotta try some stuff sometimes.
Okay.
No, no cocaine. I'm not there yet.
Welcome to my panel of junkies tonight. Free to fucking blow them all an hour. I started drinking there.
Watching Eric hot pizza rolls coming through. Hi. There was a line. We're in the living room. We're doing a big party. And I go over to the stereo and I say, I'm just feeling like little Tom Jones now. And then I laughed. And this laugh came out. Well, they cut the line and they kept the laugh. And then I was sort of stuck with the laugh. I sort of went, oh, well, here you go.
What are Bengalis known for exactly?
You know, our hairlines.
I would think spelling bees. Yeah. Are you a good speller?
Yeah, I'm pretty good speller. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Give me a word I got.
Champagne.
CHAMPAGNE. Champagne.
Hold on, let's find a black person's name. Is there a black person in here?
Yeah, there is. Wait, her name is Champagne. She's right over there. Champagne Jenkins is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Apostrophe P.
Yeah, close that shit. I know that right.
There we go.
Sorry.
Tommy Coke.
Like a PTSD flashback right there. That was great.
Flash black. Okay. Hassan, so much fun. Your new special Too Soon is out. Go watch it. There you go. Where do they find it? Hassan Ahmad on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. Look up Too Soon. It's on their Solid Show podcast channel. Check it out.
There you go. Solid Show podcast. Watch his special. We love Hassan. Back to the book that we go. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Tony Scar, everybody. Tony Scar.
I remember the first time I caught my parents fucking. My mom had to sit me down and give me the talk. She says, son, when a man and a woman love each other very much, if I have ball gag. And I said, Mom, put a shirt on. And while my mom went to put a shirt on, my dad came to give me the same talk. He said, Sean, I'm autistic. And I found out the other day that I look autistic because I went to the Olive Garden and the waitress handed me crayons and paper. And I was trying to explain that to her that that's dehumanizing. And dehumanizing is really hard to pronounce when you're chewing on a fistful of crayons. And have a ball gag in your mouth. Thank you guys very much.
The star has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, amazing. Welcome to the show, Tony. How long have you been on stand-up?
9 months, sir.
9 months. You're fantastic. Where'd you start at? Here in Austin?
I started in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Okay, that's where you live?
Yeah, that is not where I live. I moved out. I went to the Olive Garden. McKinney. If I have ball.
Fine. Back to the bucket we go. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Tony Scar, everybody. Tony Scar.
I remember the first time I caught my parents fucking. My mom had to sit me down and give me the talk. She says, son, when a man and a woman love each other very much, if I have ball gag. And I said, Mom, put a shirt on. And while my mom went to put a shirt on, my dad came to give me the same talk. He said, Sean, I'm autistic. And I found out the other day that I look autistic because I went to the Olive Garden and the waitress handed me crayons and paper. And I was trying to explain that to her that that's dehumanizing. Dehumanizing is really hard to pronounce when you're chewing on a fistful of crayons. And have a ball gag in your mouth. Thank you guys very much.
The star has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, amazing. Welcome to the show, Tony.
Thank you very much.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
9 months, sir.
9 months. You're fantastic. Where'd you start at? Here in Austin?
I started in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Okay, that's where you live?
Yeah, that is not where I live. I moved out here about 4 months ago, and I don't do stand-up comedy. I do musical comedy.
Really?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that? You have a guitar or something?
I do. I have a guitar. I try to do it better than it's ever been done.
Amazing, really? Well, you must be fucking. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for the 9 months since I started as well.
You started doing musical comedy, and you just have funnier bits than most stand-ups that don't do that.
Yes, sir.
So your real specialty is with a guitar.
Yes, sir.
Do we have an extra guitar? We do? Is that thing tuned? It is? Wow, great. Amazing. Look at this. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi, everybody? I mean, really. she even knows where to put the plug and everything. I know she looks like she's not that smart, but she's absolutely brilliant, everybody. There you go. You brought a guitar pick. Amazing. Perfect. Do your fucking thing.
We hold the guitar up to the mic up to the guitar. Does that help? Oh, my bad. It's plugged in, so I think we'll be just fine.
Tony, as long as it's not like copywritten.
It is not. It's all professional stuff.
Fantastic. Do me a favor, turn that KT logo that's underneath the mic. Just there you go. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not a control freak at all. All right, here we go, baby. Tony. A 1, 2, 3. You got it. Oh shit. Okay. Double check it. Okay. Here we go. Wow. That is a crazy trick. One more time for Tony Star, ladies and gentlemen.
I saw the most beautiful thing today. I saw a homeless man playing guitar to a homeless woman. It was homeless love, or as we call it in Austin, love. And I imagine what that homeless love song would sound like, and I think that folks, it would sound a little something like this. Girl, you have the 3 prettiest teeth this world has ever seen. You make me want to bend this used needle right to the wedding ring. And I like other girls, cause other girls would never try to street fight a pigeon. Promise through the trash by chewing through the bag. She's a little bit different. She said her name was. Is it French? Cause I love it. She's the only woman I have ever met whose love language is masturbating in public. But they say cute shit in that song, they spell it out, you know what I mean? Like, the L in love is for heroin. The O in love is for heroin. The V in love is for violence. And they don't know that there's any love. Say cute shit like, for our anniversary, I'll get you a loud metal rack that you can bang on if it gets too quiet and the voices come back. I love that every inch of your skin's a different color. And I love how every one of your messors feels like rubber. And you have the prettiest, laziest eyes. And when you defecate, pick it up just to throw it at other guy. The world is ours. I know that it is. We can write our initials on the sidewalk with piss. Or maybe we can start a family and give birth to a miscarriage.
standing ovation for Tony Starr, ladies and
Thank you very much, folks. I love you all.
amazing. I gotta tell you, for 9 months, my mind is completely blown. I think you have an unbelievable gift. How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
21 years old. Amazing.
And this show means a whole lot to me.
I love that.
I gotta tell you, go fuck yourself, you asshole. Go fuck yourself. 9 months, 21 years. That's like literally,
It's unbelievable.
it's one of the best sets I've seen from a young comic in a long time. Thank you very much, Chapman. I appreciate it.
Can you catch?
Yes,
You
sir.
sure?
Yes, sir.
Are you positive?
I am positive.
Great. Here you go. It's a golden ticket.
There you go. Tony Starr is born.
Live in the flesh, 21. Anytime you have another song that you want to come play on the show, you just let us know and you're going to get to do it in front of millions of people anytime you want.
He is good.
It's still Tony Dick, you know, sure he'll be in the next secret show. Secret show, yeah.
I'll see you there.
Congratulations. Welcome to the family. Tony Starr has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. The American dream here on Tony. There he goes. Tony Starr. How fun is that?
I'm not lying when that's literally hands down with the movie.
He's got it.
Shit,
He's got it.
oh dear God, thank you.
Being like the greatest musical kill time one day. Only nights in has us all.
Great jokes in there.
Great jokes.
Great.
Incredible.
Big dick. Sorry.
Well, we have another golden ticket winner back there, ready to go. This was his spot on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the return of Colin Sledge, everybody. Here he is.
Okay, thanks. Once I was talking to a girl at a bar, and I thought it was going okay, but she threw a drink in my face. I was like, I can't watch it. There's $3 of rookies in there. So the problem with that joke is I don't know if that's the right amount of money to say. I'm afraid to look it up. I'm nice. I would never catcall a lady because that would give away my position. No, I would never saw him either because I feel like it'd be boring after like an hour. You know, like oh, she's going to the grocery store. Oh, she's going to yoga. Oh, she's going to the police station. Oh, she's coming back out. She's pointing at me. Okay, thank you.
Colin Sledge. Pure Colin Sledge comedy. That's you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the roofies giving away your position with the cat doll. On brand. Life's been going, Paul.
It's been good. I had a thing that I was going to say. I just wanted to shout out Yahi. She messaged me on Hinge like a year ago.
Oh, shit.
It's completely cool. And she was just like, where can I get on stage in Houston? And I didn't see her for months after all my places. And then she just started showing up one day. And I never... No one knows, but they will now, I guess. So, shout out to her.
I say one thing. Yeah. After the last gentleman that crushed it, I see like you're obviously you're nervous. I can see
That's always.
but I gotta tell you, to come up after somebody crushes like that, that's the fucking worst feeling in the world as a comic. And I gotta tell you, your first joke out of the gates, you fucking killed me. It was fucking great. I swear to God, I made that. It's not an easy thing to do when you did it. That's one of the toughest things in comedy. I'm following this asshole. So yeah, unbelievable work, obviously.
Colin is a great joke writer. Everything kind of is on theme with him. He's like a creepy guy that like lurks and like stares through like your blinds and stuff. He's like on the other side.
Dog, if you dive in, then you get shredded cheese. Dog, I have a pimple on my face and it hurts. And if I could, I would go to the dermatologist and have them inject some kind of cortisone in that bitch, and it would be gone by like tomorrow. But instead, I just have to let it be and not pick it. What happens when you pick it, Rabbi? Your life gets destroyed. Alright, so dog, all you gotta do is fucking dive in, man. Get your shit together.
So everyone is incredible simcha Yomashini, and Shemra will say this privilege that her husband, son, grandson, brother-in-law, and brother all occupy positions of incredible leadership in Israel. Unfortunately, the Aviva Ashliba Madi, she also believed of the two sons. Not that you killed during the intimidation. Also, again, by recording, this is what you see from here. Katani Mihas, Nirvama, Nella. What you know is that one of her sources of simcha is that the brother-in-law Moshe was the king. Melech in Kohen Gadol.
Tech heavy NASDAQ.
Moshe was the king, and he was not the king. I wish the words to read it. He did to us what? He was also the king. Others who both the Kohen Gadol as well as the king. So keep it up. So Moshe is fully Moshe in the Kohen Gadol. He's not Moshe's Gadol.
Break it down, and I'm not going to shake it down, but much stuff it's going to. Yeah. Moshe Rabbi uses. So Moshe tries to say, let's parody. When Pharaoh gets angry at Moshe, watch this. Then Yeshua ben Karfon, Yeshua ben Karfon says, Kol Choron Av Shema Torah, Ne'emar Kol Moshe, Zeh From Ne'emar Kol Moshe. Was like the general, when others this is Moshe. Choron was like nostril flaring anger. Whenever God is nostril flaring anger, there's always some residual. Like there's always something. Hold back that remains even after the intrusive signs. Zeh Lo Ne'emar Kol Moshe. Yet interesting Break it down, and I'm not going to shake it down, but much stuff it's going to. Yeah, it's going.
Rashbi says it's not true. Was like even if more is well, because even Moshe there is a last name. What's the last name? Ne'emar, Hello, Alon Achicha Halei. This was the pasuk says. Remember, Moshe says to
Break it down, and I'm not going to shake it down, but much stuff it's going.
God gets upset at Moshe, and what does he say? I have a position for Aaron also. Hello, Alon Achicha Halei. Yadati Ki Daber Yedaber. Aaron's also Aaron, your brother Levi. He's also going to be a spokesman for the people. Levi, why did you call Aaron Levi? Aaron's a Kohen. Oh, says Rashbi.
Shema
Like
Israel
Achikamar.
Adonai
Ani Amarti Kohen
Eloheinu
Levi.
Adonai
Moshe, you were supposed to be the Kohen, and Aaron was the Levi.
Berkshire
Achshon, who Kohen? The Atom. But because of your opportunity and unwillingness to go ahead and fulfill your mission, therefore what? He will be the Kohen, and you will be the Levi. There also that he says that even in this case, the Cholon Av HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like the anger of the divine shall in fact those who eat what's the seriousness? We'll say, humility is a very fine one. So humility so far what is humility? We'll say the idea of humility is that I recognize that as much as I have accomplished, there is still so much more that I can do. For everything that I can do is other things that can also be accomplished. The person has to be so careful that when opportunity knocks, and there's a portrayed with very shlichus. It's happening. Emotion, I got it. I got it. I understand ultimately you're humble. I understand you think you do something. I'm God. I'm God. And if I'm God and I'm telling you I need you to do something, there's only one answer, and that is like that's it. There's only a yes, and of course. And so the third apple is
Look at this folks' athleticism. Yes.
I asked him to do something. And when I asked him to do shlichus, you have to rise to the occasion. Therefore, again, Rabbi suggests Moshe wasn't going. He lost the Chum Sino. And it's kind Moshe I was Shivas and woman. The Chum Sino Moshe, I mean, he was never a Kohen. And was never supposed to be a Kohen. The only time he acted in the capacity of Israel in the 7 days of inauguration, which was like the logic because Aaron himself was not yet during the 70s inauguration. That Aaron is inducted. During that time, Moshe Rabbeinu was serving as the Kohen. Others say no, Pascha Kahuna and Moshe. Others say no, Moshe was a Kohen. So what happened to the kingdom? It was only a one generation group. It was ultimately again did not extend to his children. Shana and Moshe Isha Bana Hashem. There's no saying Pascha. It says Moshe, the man of God, his sons will be counted amongst the tribes. Omer, Moshe, the Aaron of Ladav, Shua, the Koresh. Once it says Moshe, Aaron of the Buddha, Shua.
Look at this athleticism.
Bible levels.
Side of the window or behind a tree peeking at you or something.
I met his girlfriend though. Very delightful. What a nice woman.
Yeah, she's my favorite.
Thumbs up.
Really? Has she ever told before?
Never been told. She's been signing up since before I started doing comedy again. She's been signing up for a long
Really?
time.
Did she sign up tonight?
Yes, she did sign up.
What's her name?
Timely Rain.
What is it?
Timely Rain.
What is it?
That's her real name.
Enunciate, motherfucker.
Timely Rain.
Timely Rain.
That sounds like a Prince album.
How do you wrangle Timely Rain real quick? How long ago did you start stand-up? She's been signing up since when?
She's been signing up, I think, like 2 or 3 years. She used to take the bus from Houston to Austin and do stand-up and like crash at her friend. Because, you know, you fuck Yankee. We did not fuck. Y'all didn't bring that up. See, I did not tell her that I was going to say that. You fuck Yankee. I had to fuck the Yankees, motherfucker. It was really flashing eyes. I know you. It was a terrible conversation. Yeah, a massage if you could.
How long have you been with Timely Rain?
It was like 2 weeks after I got on this show, actually. We started
Again, when is
February. It was February. Remember, I had to come back for your show on Wednesday and his show on Thursday, and I didn't know anything about Austin, so she accompanied me. All of that, and we just started hanging out all the time. Very timely, yeah.
Wow, look at that. Random whores in the audience just yelling stuff out. That's very incredible. Oh, there's a lot of fans of the whores out there. Are we ready? Right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the Kill Tony debut. No, you sit on D-Madness' stool. He goes,
Go to Palo.
come on, sit down, Colin. Jesus fucking Christ, just sit down. There he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, makes voice for Kill Tony debut. Years in the making of Timely Rain, everybody.
The first time me and my boyfriend ever slept together. When he got in bed, he accidentally beat me right in the pussy. I was like, that's a weird way to check if I have a dick. My new boyfriend, he's really nice. He likes the Muppets. And he sings Wicked with me in the car. So my mom likes him. But he's a little racist, so my dad likes too. He does comedy as well. And he's been doing it for way less than I have. And he gets booked more than I do. Which means not only is he funnier than me. Means he sucks better dick than I do too. I love Austin, I really do, but man, half the men here look like they'll root for you, while the other half of them look like they're like, actually, it's called Rothschild. Thank you, my name's Heather.
Oh, that was really good.
We just heard all about you. It's an anomaly how many times you've signed up and not gotten home.
I've wanted this for so long.
Wow, congratulations. You're in it.
Thank you.
So timely. How long have you been doing stand-up exactly?
4 years. Like actually, like this week is my 4-year anniversary.
Nice. And all of it in Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas.
How do you make money?
Stand-up comedy.
Oh, nice.
I produce shows, but I do a bunch of gig work at the Renaissance Festival, and I'm like a bartender at different theaters and stuff like that.
What do you do at the Renaissance Festival?
I do sometimes comedy. Mostly, I just talk in a British accent and serve people alcohol.
Can you give us an example of what that sounds like?
Good day, my lord and lady. What would you like to eat?
Wow.
Okay, good.
I usually wear a little hat.
I've been waiting for years to play Renaissance fair music. Wow, it was on that. That is incredible. You've had it loaded up forever.
Timely, that's fucking awesome. Colin, why don't you go start the car? Go start the car.
Thank you.
Killer. Fucking killer.
Go start the car.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Amazing timely rain. That is incredible. Is it true that you guys really sing Wicked in the car together?
Yeah, that's how he got me.
Really?
One time.
Colin, let's hear you hit that crazy note up here. No, come on, Colin.
No, you have to try, Colin. What song is it? What is it? What do you mean?
You know which fucking one.
Yeah.
You gotta try Colin.
Stand up.
Stand up, Colin. Listen here, lady, Colin. Something, Colin. Very good. Frog on the wicked. No, it's all right. It's okay. Timely, what's the craziest thing about your life? You ever see anything traumatizing or been through anything wild?
What? No.
Why do you let her decide what the fucking funniest option is right now, Colin?
I don't know. The most traumatic thing. My trans sister said she witnessed a stabbing yesterday.
Hold on. You can't speak through that. You have to say my trans sister. You can't say my trans sister.
My trans sister.
Everybody.
It is.
Trans sister. Off the hit album 311 from the band 311. You know that song? Okay.
My trans sister told me that last night she witnessed a stabbing at a venue, and I told her she needs to stop hanging out with those kinds of people.
Yeah.
Those kinds of big kind of stab.
Was it a trans person? Another person?
Yes.
Yeah. Almost seems like there's some type of correlation between mental illness and the trans community.
Both run in my family.
It almost seems like there's a slight thing going on where those are the people doing things.
I don't like them. I don't like them.
My brother, he's not gay, but he does wear like crops, and he hasn't told us what that means yet. My real name is actually Timely Ray.
Wow.
Yeah.
He says, what's going on with your fucking family?
So your parents,
You're real timely.
are they very strict, religious, or quite
No,
opposite?
quite the opposite. My mom was a like raver in the 90s, and my dad was a straight edge punk, and they met while working in a record store together.
Hell yeah.
It all makes sense.
You know, yeah, I'm like, you know what that makes me?
Portland was born.
Well, Timely, congratulations. You got a big joke book. Very fun stuff.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Timely Ray. This is the perfect music for this name. Make some noise for P.D. O'Loughlin, everyone. P.D. O'Loughlin.
You want me to read the this one. Because you know what?
I'm from Australia.
If I'm the king,
I'm trying to move here.
authority,
Get away from gun violence.
then I can leave. But amazingly enough, why did they start to tell us? This is what they say.
That's a good joke. Yeah, that's a good joke.
I'm a single mother. People say that's bad for kids. But I reckon abortions do more damage. I've been going to the gym a bit recently for my mental health. I've already got a six-pack. I just want to stop wishing I was dead. Membership is cheap and the gym's on top of the tall building. I don't do long at the gym. I go for like 20 minutes. Turns out pissing off fat chicks is a real mood booster.
That's good.
They're just jokes. I think fat lifestyle. I've got a lot of sympathy for fat people because I was anorexic. I know exactly what it's like to feel obese.
P.D. O'Loughlin with a great set. Thank you for being on this show before, Biddy.
I have.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Very, very fun stuff. Very fun stuff all the way around. Topical joke with the guns.
Yeah, I got that the day after I was signing up, and I was kind of glad I didn't get on because it might be a little too soon.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's when it's the most fun, I think. But I get in trouble all the time, so what do I know? I love it. Biddy, remind us, how long have you been on stand-up?
I started 15 years ago. I took a really long break, like I did 9 years off, and then I started again in 2020, just before the pandemic. And then it's been on and off. Kind of got cancelled in Australia, like blacklisted for some jokes.
What jokes?
Trans jokes and drinking with Aboriginal jokes.
Please do that. Yeah. Like, I would love to hear. What joke?
Trans jokes and then drinking with Aboriginal jokes.
Please do that. Yeah, like, I would love to hear. What were the jokes exactly? Australia's a little sensitive.
Far enough. The trans jokes, I don't know. It was just a bar. I used to get a gig every 3 months, and then one day I was just given a phone call saying, you're never going to get this gig again. I was like, okay. And then I posted about it, and then I took it down, and then it got picked up by the newspaper. Probably just because my mom was a comedian, so they're like, famous comedian's daughter is a trans person.
I'll do it. Did your mom get any backlash from having trans?
She probably did in some folder or something. You know.
D-Man is famous homophobe is here. He arrives with the anti-trans material. Even though that sweater does kind of look like the trans flag. I warned you, D-Madness. The colors on it, what it looks like, it's blue and pastel. Fun fact for you, I have it hanging over my bed, so I know. Biddy, when did you have the kid? How was this?
4.5 years old.
Okay, where's she at?
Visited 3 times. She's at a hotel, and I got a babysitter, and it was so perfect. Everything just worked out. I was able to sign up.
Amazing. Amazing. Anything weird going on with the 4.5-year normal kid?
She's very normal, quite funny, very funny, I think, but
Something funny that the kid's done.
okay, well, recently, I reverted to Catholicism a couple of years ago. I was raised Catholic, and now I'm back, and I've been teaching my daughter to do the sign of the cross when we go past a Catholic church, and we ride the bus, and I was telling her to do the sign of the cross, I'm sorry. Then the other day, we went past her ballet school, and I said, oh, we're coming past your ballet school, and she said, do I have to spin?
Get her on stage now. Get this bitch on stage. I want to see her in diapers right now.
Kids are funny. I was FaceTiming with my buddy Nick on Christmas, and he goes, hey, this is my niece over here. It's basically around that age. And I go, hi, kid. I'm rich and famous. And she went afterwards to her mom and goes, I met Nick's friend Richard, famous. You know how adorable that is? say the darndest things.
They do.
Mitty, where's the baby daddy at?
He is in town, Battle Springs. Yeah.
But he's not.
He
That song's funnier in Renaissance Fair.
Mountain Dew favorite thing, which is great. But for some reason, people started really like associating me with kind of three things, and one was Mountain Dew. I love Mountain Dew. It is what it is. And then thanks. And like Taco Bell because I just love fast food.
But I'm celibate now.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Is that by choice?
Next until I'm married, which probably means I'll never get married.
Yeah, well, you have a single kid, so it's not easy out there. Are you really?
Yeah.
Is that by choice?
Next until I am married, which probably means I'll never get married.
Yeah, well, you have a single kid, so it's not easy out there.
Yeah, it's your fault.
I gotta tell you, you killed the Bible.
Mitty, you're fantastic. Thank you so much. Fun stuff. You already have a big joke book ready for your last time on. Perfect. Finish this video off one. On to the next one. You guys still have time out there? Anything could happen, ladies and gentlemen. And this looks like a new name, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Make some noise for your next comedian. It's Jimmy Prescott, everybody. Here he is. Jimmy Prescott.
I made a mistake and shaved my beard after 2 years. I used to look like a man, a homeless man, but still a man. Now I look like I never got over Weezer. I look like the cup chair the hotel was created for me. Politically, I am a leftist, right-wing liberal, far right, left right. Woke racist. I'm only joking, guys. I am not woke. And I don't like politics. But I do like starting political arguments on social. I like it so much that if I had also mention that I am not racist. Because I have a friend who is black. Everyone knows if you have one or more black friends, you're racist. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't hung out with my black friend in a couple of years, but I still write to him in prison. Thank you.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Thank you.
I like your style. You're great. How long have you been on stand-up?
1 year.
1 year?
Yes, sir.
Wow. All of it here in Austin. This is where you were.
Do it. Coming to ya on a dusty road. Good loving, I got a truckload. And when you get it, you got something. But don't worry, 'cause I'm coming. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. That's what I got. The hard way. Oh, dude, this isn't the version I want. Oh, I gotta take a shit.
Only a Balmum Kavua. But a Balmum holder, someone who has a pressing womb, temporary womb, maybe he shouldn't get anything. Remember Kozaka, therefore the Pasuk says Kozaka, so much else than Kabbalah, it's just the opposite. In other words, I would have thought that ultimately again, so that was like, it's a much easier self to help that a Balmum holder gets a portion. And if anyone's going to touch it, it's the Balmum Kavua. Why would I thought that a Balmum holder is?
Love this song. I gotta take a shit though. Maybe it is. And I was just mishearing it. Who knows? But this is
tummy.
This is a
Just like the
5-alarm fire, whatever the fuck you might consider.
not was it just like a person's tummy. As long as he is coming and not tall, he may not partake of us. After they none command I would have also say that a bowel more over. A person has a temporary blemish, it's like what? Someone who is coming. We'll say what happened, you have to wait until the date changes and then you partake of the kavanos. I would like to have a minute is that a bowel is the same exact, a bowel over is the same exact way. When you have the womb, you cannot eat kavanos. Like you don't get a healing. You have to wait until what? Until the womb healed, you restore it, and then you mashmala, no. Mashmala say that whether you are a bowel permanently blemished or bowel womb over or even temporarily blemished, that look is that what? Such a coin is able to eat. From the kavanos in such a coin that receives the healing. Kol she'eros. What's the definition of spouses? What's the principle? What is it? It says, Kol she'eros any coin who is not fit for the avodah, not receiving a portion in the kosher in the bus pot. That's the principle. If you can't work in these arrangements, you can't do the avodah, you do not get a portion. That's the question. Whereas really below the harik ba'amum. We'll say, but 1 second, you just contradicted yourself. What about a ba'amum? Below, like Rabbi, we'll say the ba'amum is someone who wants. Fit for avodah. We can just say, what did we just say about say? Whether you're a ba'amum kavua or a ba'amum over, ultimately, again, you are getting the word says. The soup. Sorry, harik ba'amum, the glory level. The cholik, the soup. Haroy level, the cholik. Furthermore, are you telling me that every single person who is fit for avodah gets a portion of kavanos? That's not true. I'll tell you why. What's the next one? Harik tamei the kavanos sibor. Listen to this. Let's say you have a coin was coming. This is the following situation. A coin was coming. Ultimately, again, a coin was coming. And let's say it was in the case where the majority of the zebra is coming. So what's the halacha if you have the majority of the zebra is coming and the coin is there? So what's the halacha? The coin does mean that all the kavanos is the zebra. Now, in that case, we're saying you can offer up the coin, but what? Ain't no folding. You see, if you do the avodah in a state of kavod, what can you do? You can't eat kavanos in a state of kavod. So let's say you see here that there is a case of someone who can do the avodah and can't do it. So you are saying your cloud is flawed, to which the Gemara says, no, Rabbi not the kavod. But it means we'll say, again, is anyone who is fit for action. So it says, ultimately, again, anyone who trusts that that's the cloud. Right, katan. What about the katan? Right, who is fit for Kabbalic consumption to get what? Does not receive portions. Katan who is a coin is able to eat carbonos, but he is not allocated his Kabbalic portion, to which the Gemara says, Hashkot the Asas Lahat, another tradition. The only kid is coming, we'll go back to our original tradition, coming up and say, if you want to do that, we should just not do it. The usual Balmum, the first one is going to Balmum, that's one of Rabbi. Balmum mostly why the most because it's a positive that comes to but so what the Gemara says is the principle is true except when it's not. I was saying like we principle there are exclusions. So the general gets healing in the kavanos. Have you accepted to that rule? Yes, there are exceptions to that rule. People who eat even though they don't have a healing, and there are exceptions to that rule about people who are not fit for avodah. You get a portion like the Balmum, but that's the exception. Why is that the exception? That's the exception because of an explicit person that is American. Beautiful. After the time Bishas Vikas Damu, the time Bishas Ahekar Chalon, you're going to put. So we'll say, the Mishnah says something very interesting. The Mishnah said, that the halacha is as follows. The halacha is that if the is coming at the time of right sprinkling of the blood, even if he's covered by the time that they're burning the fat in the limbs. In other words, he's come to the beginning of the process, but it's covered by the end. So technically, you can partake of the cover. Once the halacha side, you may not eat the cover. In a holy blossom, the idea being that in order to partake of the meat, you
you have to be fit for avoda at the time, not fit for avoda to come in Zrika, even if you become subsequently fit, the halacha is you may not partake of the carbon. So the Gemara says, Hatar b'shas Zrika, Hatar b'shas that if halacha l'maisa, he was tar at the time of Zrika, but what? Then become a let's give a portion. I was going to say this at the time of Rika. So let's look at the show. Are we not perfect to read about the show? Was it an instant, by the way? This is so important. The third point of this, remember again, how long did the Prophet gush? So pretty much more than he did. But again, in 2 days. So this idea is that when you so to speak, number one, we're going to see you're getting meat at the hooks. So, what was saying is you're sign up shop. The only thing actually remember again, and you should sound like that the determining factor for a as determined by what at what time? Shas Srika. So it doesn't for the Mishnah that as long as he's tall, he will do about the kind of subsequent decay, he still gets a chilik in Kabbalah. The Shul says no. It says you only get a portion in us of what? If you are tar for the entire carbonic process. Mishas Rika, Ad Shas Hekta Chalav and Be'ikon. Only if you are tar at the beginning and at the end do you get a chilik in Kabbalah. Rama correct the Pasuk says, Hamachives Damashon Vesachid. It was like books of Shul and the Tanakh. Is it enough to tar at the Shas Zrika to give you a Kabbanic portion, or must you be tar from Zrika until after Chalam Be'ikon? Machlokes. Rashi will say, here we go. Rashi, one thing, Sayimahu. So what happens is, listen to this. Other Shul's model, you have to be tar. These are right at the bookends. What happens if you at the Shas Zrika and at the Shas but what? Somewhere in the middle. No, so let's take Tumas Sheretz, which again technically speaking is Word of Mikvah and Herav Sheretz. So remember, someone almost says that's all happening in one day. When do they burn the lintel site? At night. So you could have a case where a coin becomes tummy, obviously it's wouldn't work with the first. One of these lower forms of Salah where technically speaking you become tummy and you're in and out. Mikvah and Shemesh you need to go. So I could be, if I'm a coin, I could be tar to Shas Zrika and tar at the Shas Hekta Chalav and Neivarim, but tummy somewhere in the middle. So once I remember, according to the Mishnah, this Shiloh doesn't get off the ground. Why not? Because all you need is Tara and the Shas Zrika. This Shiloh only comes up when he says you need to be tar at the beginning. So what does beginning and end mean? Does beginning and end mean through the entire process? Or beginning and literally means beginning and end, even if you become tummy. So the Gemara says, so it's mouth. B'shas Zrika, Shas Hekta, we say tar in the time of the Zrika and Nakara, and therefore if you became tummy in the middle, we don't care. But Odilma actually tar b'shas Zrika, bad Shas Hekta Chalav Neivarim. So the Shiloh is, does Abishol mean you have to be tar at beginning and end? Even if you become tummy in the middle, it's still okay. Or does he mean no, you must be tar what? The entire time. Which the Gemara said, take Rabbi. Rabbi Elazar and your best Rabbi says, we learned this halacha from Rabbi Elazar and Shimon. The Amar Bebeis he said this halacha in the bathroom. It was like, that means we're going to see at the end of this. So when he's like, I'm not going to that. I'm not going to join that. So what he's done so. He said, what's the first part about it? So you can understand the following halachos. So what he does is he illustrates all of these halachos through a conversation between the Kohen, two Kohanim. One who was coming, one who was touched. He's clear. But Tzvul Yom. Of course, they say, who's a Tzvul Yom? Tzvul Yom is a Kohen who contracted to us. And ultimately, again, went to the mitzvah, but still requires Harashan of setting up the sun. So watch this. Let's say it's two Kohanim, both part of the same base out, meaning they're both on shift, right? They're on shift, they're on call, right? They're working with his English. So what happens? The Tzvul Yom comes to his fellow friends, give me some of the mincha and then we eat it. Amarlo, so say the Torah claim is this. Uma in the Mokum Shiyat HaKol Chav Yechisicha Mechatas Yisrael. So it's like the Torah claim to say to the Tzvul Yom, listen, I'm not going to give you from the mincha, I'm going to tell you why. In a case where let's say you do have friends, for example, in your chatos, right? The point means the chatos, he has rights to his own chatos. Yechisicha Mechatas Yisrael, you are not permitted to the chatos of Yisrael. Makom Shora Kochacha V'Mascha, you know, Bin Shadicha Kam Mechatas Yisrael. All the more so what? All the more so was like, see, the point means is what's the halacha? You can't eat it. So you must say regular mincha, this rubber is in the fuck. So the soul that's offered up. So not the soul, that's the home that's offered up, and the point gets the rest of it. He brings his own mincha, he doesn't get any of it. So the Torah coin says, listen, when it comes to your own chatos, right, you get to partake of it. The idea because we're Tzvul Yom, you don't get to partake of a chatos Yisrael, then all the more so in a case of a mincha, where you wouldn't partake of your own mincha before, certainly you don't get a piece or a portion of the minchas Yisrael. So the Tzvul Yom says, when I'm saying the chatos Yisrael, or it's like when I'm excluded from the chatos Yisrael, Shekeshem Shiyat HaKol Kach Kochacha. So in chatos Yisrael, the Tzvul Yom says, you have a point, listen, a regular chatos, you get a portion, maybe just like again, just like I have a portion, so to you, Torah comes also have a portion. To the Chani, that you push me away from. Mincha, when it comes to mincha, Shekeshim Shehore Kohi, Kach Hore Kochacha, the same way by a mincha, everything will be the Torah. You made an iron cut, maybe in this case, or in Tuma, and Yom Kippur, it's not compromising competition, but the mincha, how are you over? Therefore, the Torah
It's exceptional gratitude.
I lived here since 1996.
Wow, where were you for that?
Houston.
Okay. And what made you pick Austin?
I got a job up here.
Okay, what do you do for work?
I worked in video game companies. So I was working on Ultima Online. Ray-Ban probably knows about it.
Very well, so
He hung out with Richard Garriott. You know, he was like my own boss. Yeah, and then I got into just normal tech stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I love it. You married, kids, anything? Okay. 4.5 in Australia?
No. He said it.
Yeah, I got a kid. I love it. And so you're working in tech now?
Yeah.
Just some weird part.
Yeah, so I'm not supposed to talk about it.
What made you want to start stand-up a year ago?
It's like, you know, just hanging around. I've always kind of wanted to do it. And I was making short films stuff a long time ago, so like comedy short films. I made a show called Love Whole Streets. It's a guy that's come for a recent breakup in the arms with his favorite chair. 14 minutes, 30 seconds, and you're watching it with no headphones, it's empty, you're watching porn. Yeah.
So,
What's the time mark again?
it's called Love Whole Street, and that's on YouTube.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, great. What else, Jimmy? Tell us more about your life.
Let's see. My high school girlfriend went on to become a house sitter of the year in 2002.
Wow.
Started there. Megan Mason.
Yeah.
Megan Mason. What's that?
I see her.
Oh, yeah. You can Google her. You can just Google her. My phone. Megan Mason. And house sitter of the year in 2002.
I did 2020, so.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Megan Mason.
All right, you horny fucks. Jesus Christ. Let's stick with the interview here while you go fucking try to get a boner.
That's her stage name. I know her real name. There you go. He does too. Fuck.
Jimmy, what else?
Tell her I was on here.
What's with it that you have that you do every day.
Weird habit. I don't know. I just.
Damn, bitch.
Weird habit. I'm trying something.
What's the first thing you do when you get out of bed? You get out of bed, you do what?
I ease in.
You eat and stuff.
Yeah, I gotta wake up.
Oh, okay. I think you're supposed to.
Oh, yeah. I eat it. And syrup.
And then when you have a cup of coffee, does your kid live with you?
No.
Okay.
They're gonna love this. I didn't know he was my kid until he was 16.
Wow. Okay, so find out.
So he did a 3ME test, and it started popping up in the family tree. I was like, oh shit. So she messaged me, like, hey, let's do a fraternity test. 99.9999%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. So tell us about the 16-year-old. Like,
Well, he's almost 18 now.
right.
Yeah. So we're hanging out. We've been hanging out and paying child support. What was the time? I worked on that short film. Was it 14:30? Oh, it'd be 14:30. Yeah, 14:30. Sorry, I just got about 14:30. Yeah. So, anyway, he's got a kid. He met 6 times. I'm being a good father. He's on insurance, like paying child support.
You guys have anything in common? You guys very big. Like, I mean, it's
he's awesome.
Notice that you guys have in common.
We have the same pinky toe.
What's weird? What's weird about your pinky toe?
They look exactly the same. Wait, hold on. Time out. So you have a child. I told you missed a lot. You can't just take a piss and jump in on this guy's fucking diary.
Let me just stick with this for a second.
Yeah.
You're saying that your pinky toe looks the same.
Exactly the same.
But what's odd or
it's like tiny little twisted, very small nail. How the fuck do you know? Your fat tits.
okay? Jesus Christ.
On your fat tits.
Oh my God. You guys are out of control.
Honestly, let me see your face.
Oh, no. Oh, you don't have to do that.
No, he's doing shit like that. Coward.
Start saying this shit. The random ass fucking.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
He's got the cum kiss.
Let me see. Lift it up over here. I can't see it.
He's got the cum dome. Dude, that's fucking disgusting.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That thing is under his, it's under his ringtone.
Yeah. No, I've used it. Pinky's in college football.
Hershey
That
Lee
fucking
Driver.
second toe rating
And
that is.
Sugar
Look
Push
at this
Random
cum kiss.
Thrower Eliyahu Raphael and Miriam
Next one's big toe.
Maki Kala and Mother in memory of Maki Father Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel
All the buttons get to
and
Netflix.
Yukio Yehuda. The website is Tough Valley State.
Netflix on this dude's left
The
foot.
only sponsor today,
This
Florence
episode brought to you by
Davidson in memory
Straight
of
Tequila, everybody.
Absolutely
Unreal what's going on over
big
here.
breaking sponsorship. Mark and Elsa Westman, who are sponsoring
Anything else crazy about your life we should know before getting you out of here?
101
Let's see.
in honor of Elsa's mother, Goldie
What do you
Cantor's
do with it? You ever use it?
101st birthday, which was also yesterday, December
One day I
24th.
woke up and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a fucking pilot's license.
We'll give it extra dollars. We'll sponsor
friends
we'll
flying
give
and now I
it
don't
all
do
$102.
it. So,
Well,
was it
for
9, 10?
next in advance for next year, the special.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Probably.
Today's
Yes, so we had an
days,
event called 9/11
we are
in this
picking
country.
up
Okay.
I was there.
on the
I
news.
saw it.
You were in New York?
I wasn't there, but I was watching on TV. Yeah, we all
Oh, yeah.
Second wide line. Second wide line. So, quick
Great
reorientation.
stuff. Great set, especially for you.
Rob brought down
Congratulations.
Amy Rob told us that Notre Dame was the spring of it.
How fun.
And we're now going to go
This
through a
episode
series
brought
of
to you by
questions on
Mezcal
whether
and
that
Double
is
Talk.
solid. So, basically,
Nothing better than YouTube.
last
Just
one. Nothing on our problem because
fucking kill the animals up here.
sponsor
I'm like, this will be fun. I'm with two of my favorite drinking buddies at the same time.
allowed to eat.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're fucking full. Honestly, it's gonna go fuck this sheep with the best stuff. Alright, you're not fucking well, you guys still haven't put out there, huh? Thanks so much, sir. They're fun. It's Matt Reeves, everybody. Here we go. It's Matt Reeves.
Let's say the fuckers did not reference the only had told us about Clutch and Custom 2 years ago that a bottle of
Yeah, man, you guys realize OnlyFans is like the new form of scrap
Why? Are permitted for consumption and the that's where the touching thing. I'm granted that by touching, they can be eaten or sometimes be eaten by a czar as well as the Kohen. Where do you guys that? That's the question about that. But however, they wouldn't know about it, or wouldn't know from the public otherwise. Let's say the opposite. Let's say the public did not specifically reference and only said touching color, and sir, the touching color I would thought that Kohen Gadol can eat from touching color. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more powerful. But touching touching, very also. And not know that a Kohen Gadol can eat from touching as well. But that's not mean touching.
You're extremely tired right now?
Touching color. Both touching and touching color. Okay, here comes the question.
Okay. Are you high too?
However, we still will bring here up to why we need both sets of touching to be mentioned in the process. We said that the touching can be eaten both by a czar non-Kohen and the Kohen. So, isn't that a lot of Moshe? Isn't now that we talk about Moshe? We'll see with Rashi, it's actually so literally Rizal, it's not the right that we would have thought, putting Rizal did Moshe Kama, it must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and we're going to know that off the part of the church, recognizing that specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu is from the part of the church in the El Hamilim, which is touching questions, so we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen leading from touching questions, and therefore we would not have been able to make this statement. Almost this is an example now. No, from a when we're talking about Hitler Rizal, it's not about Moshe. Because right where that would become Ra, the most dating was a Kohen. We're not talking about the Kohen. We're talking about Bama, it's Rizal eating Bama, because they almost use Mincha, and we put the opinion that is used Mincha. And it's looking like he looked at Bama Omar, it's about 5 lines up in Rashi. Looking at Rizal, they almost got out of use Mincha the Bama Sama, but Mincha Kashi, Broken Shiara, or you're not eating Shiara. Anyone we would know that you go to the Kohen, you have Rosa, Obama, so you're there going to do that, and therefore eating Shirayim of the Mincha. And so we have an instance where Zar is eating Kashikashi, and we stick out to your Rashi, if I would have Mincha to give it only a Mincha Obama, why only according to the opinion he says there's a Mincha Obama, which we had a few weeks ago, months ago.
What's your love life like?
If you don't hold it, there's a Mincha.
I got rejected at HEB the other day, man.
We don't have any other instances where Kashikashi by Obama. Why? He offers to us to the Obama It's not the deal. It's hard. It's hard to find groceries. Something that you can bring a voluntary offering from at Obama. And there's no nothing in Obama because there's no only Ola and Mincha to get Ola. We have to hold the opinion that it is a Mincha. Okay, so we need to question against that. So let's bring another one. The bottom line on
that shit feels like cum. I don't like it.
Miriam, I know that episode when talking with Miriam, so we know that in all family to be
we're going to keep on moving along. Here's a medium joke. There goes Matt Reeves.
There has to be a Kohen that
y'all want to see some athleticism?
Where
you going?
Locally say you have Taras, and it has to
Tommy John.
The question is,
Just wait.
That performed this. Did Tomer Moshe is here. If you want to say it was Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Zar, obviously that'll be our question. We'll get to it in a minute. He goes through. They Zar was and going, and the Zar can't be running going. Oh, Aaron is here. So okay, well that Aaron going, he could have done it. Aaron Karafu. Aaron is her relative. They Karo, no, and the Karo, the relative cannot be in the garden. So actually, it's interesting. So obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship to Miriam. They're both cloven. So the question is, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why don't we say Moshe can't visit Zakara? So down, the simple answer is yes, that would have also been a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? He's not even a Kohen, so you don't even need to get to Psul of Karo. He's not even he's a Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar answer because it's just an easier one. Another answer is that actually focus whether a Karo on a Goyim, I believe it's continuing to remain there,
So based on, I think, some of the Midrashim in the Sifri, it's clear that our held that a Karov is not able to be Zimar Negan. But it's possible that Moshe Rabbeinu, maybe Moshe Rabbeinu did not hold the Shita, and maybe Moshe Rabbeinu holds that a Karov got him, and therefore we have to go to the Psul Azar. And the final answer that I saw, which was very interesting, I thought it was interesting, is that what exactly happened? Let's take a step back. What's the after that happened here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam were out of the Midbar. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara, Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Karov, why you think you could not be married to a relative? Like, I think that you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might, maybe not intentionally lie, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. So, I mean, again, we're going to end up making all of them, but still, even just the Havamina is that Moshe Rabbeinu, at this instance, he's in the situation because Moshe Lashon Hara about it. And so there's some type of diminished Ava that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment, and maybe so you might say again, I don't think that you bring down that we actually thought that, but there could be anything to say that maybe the Psul of Karov does in this moment because it's literally Moshe is the person that she just spoke Lashon Hara about. You say even if you want to say that, you still have Psul Azar. It was interesting. I said to even think that would be Havamina and Moshe Rabbeinu, but we have the Psul Azar. Might as well go with that one. Okay, sorry. Tangent. It's a holiday schedule, so little tangent. All right, back to the Gemara. Third line in. So rather, okay, so we said who was one who looked at the Negoim of Moshe of Miriam? Could have been Moshe, Izar, could have been Aaron, he is a Karov. Rather, rather it was a great honor that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave to Miriam at that point. Miriam, Otisha, and Ani Kohen, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'm a Kohen. Ani Maskira, Ani Falta, Ani Potra. So Hashem is the one that's going to be Marnagan for Miriam. Fine. But even I can tell you the question which we knew right from the beginning, which is ours. We said specifically Moshe is ours, so obviously that is refuting the opinion of Rav that Moshe was a Kohen Gadol. Rav Nachman by Yitzchak says no. Shiny Mars Nagan. Mars Nagan is different. It doesn't just need a Kohen. What does it mean? Aaron Uvanav to the Parsha. It says that Mars Nagan are specifically by Aaron Uvanav, not just the Kohen. And obviously Moshe is not part of Aaron Uvanav. Okay, we deflect that question. Another question on the sheet of Rav. Makes it. Five great simplest, 5 great accolades that Elisheva, who's Aaron's wife, was Zocha to. Yivama Melech, her brother-in-law Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. Isha, her husband, Kohen Gadol. Aaron, her Kohen Gadol. Bina, her son Eliezer, Skan. He was the Skan Kohen Gadol. The Skan Kohen Gadol. Then, what about her grandson Pinchas? Mishop Chama. He was the Kohen Mishop Chama. And her brother Nachshon, Nasi Sheva. He was the Nasi of Sheva. So those were 5 things. The Avela, on the flip side, obviously, she was dealing with Ashnei, but now she was also been in Avela, however, at the end of the rule on her two sons. Another view. Like Katani Mias, we see here, Yivama Melech. It says it calls Moshe Rabbeinu a king. So Melech is Kohen Gadol. Obviously, he's a king and a Kohen Gadol. He has a low. He's just an extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove. Rav, instead, tonight we're going to actually, it is a machloket hanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Pasuk says, when Moshe is at the snet, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem he doesn't want to go, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset. Moshe, Hashem Moshe. Yeshua ben Karfa Omer, anytime we see the Lashon Av, there has to be a Roshim. There's some, it's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is verse or a physical act, there's something, a Torah is simply a state of being, there's some active component to it. However, never Roshim, but in this case, we don't see any Roshim, we just see that Hashem got angry at Moshe, but no ramifications or repercussions. Omer, after our brother is a Moshe here. Shenamar, hitting on in that law. Hashem says, "Hello, Aaron Achicha Halevi." That he says, Aaron, your brother, the Levi, he's on his way. Hello, Kohen. I don't know, Levi. Aaron's a Kohen. Rabbi, this is what it's saying. Ani Amarti Hashem says, initially I was going to say, Ata Kohen Levi. You, Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to have the Levium. Akshav, now because of you, because of this Haranah, now who Kohen Ata Levi? I'm switching it around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohanim, and his sons are going to be Kohanim, and you're going to only be a Levi. The Kohanim say, no, that Moshe Rabbeinu was actually only a Kohen, meaning he only served in Beis Hamikdash only during the Shivas Me'anurim, but was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. Finally, you see, Moshe, that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, so this is what we see in the focus tonight. However, his children are not Kohen. That's where it stops. Shenamar, Moshe Isha Lokim, one of you could Hashem and the Levi. The Moshe, right, his sons will only be Hashem and Levi, not Kohen. The Omer, and we also say Moshe and Aaron, the Kohen, the Shmuel, very short. We see Moshe and Aaron meet together both as Kohanim. We see according to Shomrim that Moshe was a Kohen, but his children were not Kohanim. And then we ask, why do we both one just to say that Moshe's kids were Levians and he was Kohen? If you tame other Zoras, you might have thought the Zoras should exist. I would have thought that it's only talking about Moshe not being a Kohen for Zoras, but Moshe himself also not a Kohen. So it's the owner we have to say Moshe not a Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must have been a Kohen because you see Moshe grouped together as okay. Now we are going to go on a little digression on is it true that really when we asked this question on the episode with Moshe and Hashem, so now we're going to ask it another episode. Is it true that all Haranah does not have a Roshan, doesn't have type of active component? Moshe left Paro's palace. We don't do Roshan, right? Moshe was angry. He walked out. Now, Sitro the Yatsa. She says Moshe Rabbeinu not only was he actually slapped Paro across the face. We are really saying that Moshe would do this to Paro Baksis. So he sat to the cross on Scott Sayar. And because it says that Moshe went to meet Paro on the outside of the Nile. Israel upon him. As long as says, what does it mean to meet out to the cross? So that he should give him favor. That Paro's a melech, and even if he's a melech Russia, he should give him some sort of favor. So we see that we then say that Moshe slapped Paro across the face. So we often Russia was sorry in the same passage. We often actually said Russia. They often is the opinion in this second passage that no, he's doesn't mean that he's going to that he should be finding favor, but rather say he's a that Paro is a Russia, and actually Moshe being commanded to be brazen to Paro. So the answer is Eichel Chagan. So switch with will say Rish Lakish, and the second name is the one who says that his Panacha, and therefore can also be the one who says that Moshe slapped Paro across the face. Okay. Now we continue to talk about Amos Samar of Yana. Over to Amos Malchus Alacha. You should have reverence for Malchus. Ksiv. Moshe, he says to Paro, he says, all servants are going to come and bow before me. He didn't have the gall to say, and you, Paro, yourself are also going to bow for me. So we see that there's this cover that is pulling through the Yochanan says with different things. The Adashem Isa El Eliyahu, you say, so you see that Eliyahu, even though Achab was a melech Russia, that Eliyahu went in front of him again to show cover. You see cover for the mouth. Okay. Ula says Moshe actually wanted to be the king, but it was not granted to him. Because when Moshe was at the sneh, Hashem said, don't come from the word uses the Lashon Halom. A Halom Elam Malchus, and Halom is a Lashon Malchus. Shenamar, the David Melech said, the Anochi Hashem Elokim, Kebisani ad Halom, again, Halom is that he brought me to Halom, which is to monarchy, to Malchus. So Muslim Rabbi. So the Rabbi asked a question we just had earlier. Rabbi Shmuel Omer Yuvama Melech, we're talking about Elisheva, we said her brother was a Melech, Moshe Rabbeinu, Amarova, no, Zarek Amar, Halom is not just Malchus, it's Malchus that is lasting, that goes not only from this person, but also through his entire progeny. Halom, is it true that Halom is Malchus Lozaro from Doros? By Gabe Shov, it's Ave ad Halom, Ave ad Halom, Ave ad Halom. Yeah, Halom Ish. So again, we see the Lashon Halom by Shaul HaMelech, and obviously we know that Shaul monarchy was not lasting. Hold on a second, I lost the plate. We're going back in. 1 second. Sorry. Who in Zaro received by Shaul, but not his progeny. I say, I can't say yes. He didn't have a lasting monarchy, but he did have Yishposhet. His son reigned shortly, and so he does some devoted of Zaro. He by Sema, Shani Shaul that he moved the Gavai Lokaim. And maybe the difference is Shaul's monarchy was supposed to last. It didn't last because of his own gaiva. It was stripped from him. It wasn't that it wasn't supposed to be lasting. He did something that was undeserving, and therefore monarchy was cut off. That's why when someone is giving dula, it is lo zaro. Keeps going for generations. Shenamar the Rabbi Tzadik Einav the Melachim Lekisei. However, if they become hardy, they become hardy. We see that is the reason why Shaul's monarchy didn't last. It's not that it wasn't meant to last. It was that Shaul had Amos Ladonis, but because of his Iva, it was cut down. Okay, that was our slight direction of Agatha for our 100 block. So back to our quoting our Mishnahs. We are about 8 or 10 lines down. Let's go back to the Mishnah. The Mishnah is the beginning of the paragraph. The Mishnah said, Bali movement gets called under Bali movement, Dane Bali movement, Open, Dane Bali movement, Smoothing, whether it's temporary or permanent blemishes. Open, they are holy, they are holy as they can eat. They can eat and they can be sold. Gemara, you know what I mean? Where's the source? How do we know? Son Rabbanon, Kol Zachar. The pasuk is talking about Harbat Mincha. It says Kol Zachar. The Rabba's Bali movement that comes to include Bali movement. So Lamai, what's the inclusion? Elib is just telling us that a Bali movement can eat. Right, for our number we had right at the beginning of today. We already learned that from another pasuk. We already know that Bali movement can eat shit. And not only can they eat the kachim, but they go and take shit in the kachim. Okay, tiny Kol Zachar, another Kol Zachar. Yes, this one is it so talking about hatas. The Rabbos Bali movement again to include Bali movement. So am I. Last same question. If it's for eating Harek Var Amar, we already have pasuk for that. Ila Chaluka, if it's so that they can take their portion Harek Var Amar, we just said in the previous brisa. So only Ella Tam Vinasa Bamam. I might have thought that perhaps it only applies if you have a Kohen that was whole, that did not have a mum, and then became a Bamam later in life. Bamam Meikaro, how do we know if you're a Bamam from birth, even that kind of Kohen can eat kachim, and call it kachim, Tamamam or Kozafar. That's we have in Kozafar, Tanida. And now we have third brisa, and this brisa is talking about Shlomin. This is Chazal Shov. It's from Tanida. No, sorry. The next piece we'll get to that. We'll get to that on my bit. This is Ashav, correct. Tanida, Kol Zachar, the Rabbis Baal Mum. Again, we're coming to include a Baal Mum. Lamai, for eating. We already have Harek Var Amar. We have pasuk. Ila Chaluka. If this be Cholek, Harek Var Amar. We have pasuk for that as well. Ila Baal Mum and Karo, right? For someone that was a Baal Mum from Harek Var Amar. We already have that pasuk. So Shiachol Eini Ella Baal Mum Kavu. I might have thought maybe only a permanent in kachim, but Baal Mum over. How do we know that he's a temporary Baal Mum? Top of Omar, Kol Zachar. So Slape Lai, the Gemara asks, why would that seems to be the opposite logic. Why would we think that a Baal Mum is more likely? I would think of Mum over. It's only temporary. That would be more likely to be able to eat in kachim. Amar of Sheshes, April says, yeah, switch it. Really, it's coming to include a Balmum over. Rashi Amar Rabbi says, no, here's the logic. It's that we're comparing a Balmum over like a Tame, okay? Both temporary statuses. Not Tame, Kamador, Tame, even though they're going to be Tar soon, they cannot eat in the state of Tame. While you're still in the state of Balmum, until it goes away, you cannot eat Kamashkalan. Therefore, that's why that is. Okay, we see from all these three shows to the multiple different types of moment. Okay. Next piece in Mishnah, the Mishnah told us, so a Kohen is not right to do avodah, does not get to take their portion in the. Okay, you want to ask, hello, is that true? Is that true that somebody's not right to do the avodah? Does not eat already babu? We just said babu. Cannot do the avodah, and we just said they can eat and they can be told from the kabbalah. And another thing, the inference here is the inference is that if somebody is right avodah, they are cholek. Okay, well now on that, the karbanos tzibor. What about the answer was tame? We said I think 2 days ago that you can is allowed to do avodah for tzibor. So you're right over the cholek. But we asked the question whether they are cholek, and we can't. And the answer, they are not cholek in the karbanos. We see that even if somebody is right to do avodah, like a Kohen who is coming, he's doing the avodah, but they are not Kohen. So we say, okay, now we're Roy Lachila, not Roy Avodah, but Roy Lachila. Okay, so and therefore it works for both of these, right? Because the Balmum is Roy Lachila, and therefore it's Kohen, and the tummy is not Roy Lachila, and therefore it's not Kohen. Now we ask the Hari Katan, what about a Katan? Katan, the Roy Lachila, he can eat from the country, they ain't a Kohen. But a Katan is not able to get his own portion. You only teach what's actually written in the Mishnah, inferences from the Lashon of the Mishnah. Okay, so now we ask the Hub, okay, well now we're saying we can only learn what's explicitly stated in the Mishnah to make any inferences. Well, let's go back to our let's get a Kala and a Kala. I can say we did before. Right? If it's a tell me about the Tani, right? We know what we're saying, it doesn't say Tani because we don't have a problem with Tani because it doesn't state inference that we tried to make. In school, if you can't make that inference for, it's not a problem. Tame is no longer Yushin Balmum. And the question we had about Balmum, which you actually could have answered from the beginning, even without the Katan, is Balmum Nachman Rabbi. You would say, yes, this is a principle. The general principle is Kol She'ein Roy and Holy. However, Balmum has a special dispensation because we have a Xer Takas. We have a drasha from the and therefore our Marba, the Balmum. Okay, next part of the Mishnah. The Mishnah says, Afilu B'shas is Rika's Daman. Even if you have a Kohen that is Tame just by the time of the Zrika early on, however, comes Torah by the time of the Kohen, still he's not Kohen. I'm going to talk that by the time they're Kohen, that the Kohen is now Tame. Sorry, he's not Kohen.
Come on, Emmanuel, shit together, dog. Be the best comedian I've ever seen.
So if you have a Kohen that is Tahara at the time of Zrika, and then later becomes Tame by the Shas Hekach Halavim, they still can be holy. Okay, it's not sneezing to look on the shell, and therefore our Mishnah cannot be able to do the shell. The Tanya, the shell, what's on the shell's opinion? That in order to Kohen has to be Tahara both at the Shas, both at the time of the Zrika and at the time of Hekach Halavim, not only the time of Zrika, the inference is from our Mishnah. How do you learn that? Makir as Dam, as the connection of the Dam and the Chila, and therefore we say you will see that you like the Halavim Yamizai. According to our Shal, even the Kohen cannot be Tama even at the time of Hekach Halavim, not at the time of Zrika. Now we ask that within the opinion of our Shal, we say,
I see him.
To be a Kohen has to be Tahara, both at the time of Zrika and at the time of Hekach Halavim.
He helps me out homework.
So that's
this is a time. I can't be a father figure to someone and then share the same bully and match that.
Right? So this last week we shot that going on like that, right? That's the official time of just calling it Tahara, and he's good to go.
even on stand-up.
Because we have to. You actually have to
2
continue.
years
It's
in
not
March.
just
Why are
okay
you
to
even
be
doing it?
at point A and point B. You have to
Why
be
did that's
all the way
relive?
from point A to point B. You have to be in a state of thought.
Okay.
And
What do you do for work?
we don't know the answer. We don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each
Do you do that?
at each point.
I'm in school. We're still in school. How much longer do you
How
have
much?
left? For 4 years. 4 years. How old are you?
28.
28. What made you want to get into physical therapy now?
So we say that he said he didn't teach you about this, he thought about it, and so after we're going to ask him exactly how that's
What part you
but
failed
the
at?
other thing is giving a little sense that this is back into this position. So we're actually, we're going to have a progression here. We're going to be talking about a Kohen who is a Kuyol. He said is not allowed to be totally again, Kuyol is going to be taught at night. And we're going to go on a Kohen and trying to get him to give him the Kabbalah so he can argue his way. Even though the Kuyol can't be Kohen in the Kabbalah, he wants perhaps to give him a portion later on in the evening. So let's see what his argument.
Nursing
You
at
have
community
two
college,
songs about it.
that's pretty awful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you studying? Were you trying?
I was trying to another Kohen.
Do you think that maybe
No, so give me some. I know I can't get a portion of it for myself.
that might not be your thing? I thought about working in a factory or something perhaps. Maybe helping a human health if you can't pass the stuff like this for you.
I have a question. How long have you been
Even in a place where you
How long
have
have you Look at me. Look at me, eyes. How long have you been here?
when it comes to what?
28
Your
years.
tatas. And Rashi says, what does it mean that if a strong kid for your tatas? So Rashi, it was a few years down the road, we remind the mother of the tatas.
If they do anything crazy about your life, they'll find that interesting.
Let's see.
Even if it's not in the term of you, not in the
Why would you?
right? So Conan, he brings the tatas, always has the right to do the rosa and to keep the parts for himself. So we see extra strength. He has the upper clock
Somebody's
when it comes
moving
to
your
Conan bringing
surgery
the
over
tatas. So
here.
the tatas is sort of a higher level clock.
What are you gonna do?
So he's not going to go back in the that's the beginning of
Physical
the
therapy on them?
response. Continuing going
The
to
manual, here's a little joke book. We're gonna keep it moving along. There you go. A couple very sleepy magnets back to back here. Tony really bringing the momentum to a screeching halt.
because you can bring the tata and do it over yourself.
Anybody notice that?
If you see call, how does it feel? However, I can switch you off. I mean, if I just don't see that's going
To have the energy, you're ready to work. Hey, what's up,
so
everybody?
now, in a case where you have less of a power. Why? Because Cohen is too Cohen is all consuming fire. So obviously a Cohen not having very much power in his own mentor, it all gets burned on his back.
Saul Wilson,
So in
everybody.
case
Here
of
we
a
go.
mentor,
Saul
so you
Wilson.
have less of a power, they don't really say he's not going to make as a result. The saving that cannot be required to share from this mentor that's up on this. So that I have a favor, I'm not going to share with you.
Been talking to her friend
Even
about how she's going to
lesser
spice
cost.
up her relationship.
Okay,
She said we're getting a flashlight for
Ryan,
Denver.
this is something you have to just up.
So, third party.
You are going to pick me off from
I was in
why?
traffic and
You're saying you have a co-op, but
I saw
pick a
this
shade, you have a co-op.
lesbian again.
Copy of
Driving in the car, except
you're saying
she wasn't on the road. She was like on the sidewalk, and it wasn't a real car. It was like a
we come from the co-op,
like
the
a
co-op,
much
so just
smaller
like I
car
have
that
a
kind of
house,
like a
higher co-op,
and on the back of her window it said
since you
toys are
have
just
a
like real
higher
boys.
co-op when it comes to a casa. Therefore, therefore,
I was kind of drunk the other night, and I thought he walked into a Whataburger, but it was a Demontis' house, and he was like, "What? A burger?"
I mean, Minnesota. Sorry, they think you have to go
Let's say when I draw lights, I get rid of all the ingredients for a burger, so that's real. Everything's so much.
All right. Saul Wilson.
How can you get a what the fuck happened there? Don't tell me you're going to push me off to the list because I
I
was
saw Wilson your first time on the show, so I would remember that. Fucking head.
you have whatever I have in this you have according to the
I wonder what Tony would talk with the
argument that Yeah, the Cohen says back. He says, all right, I can't get you alcohol. I can't get you from logic. Instead, I'll give you a
like you
pasta.
could use a little
It's
surgery.
a macro post-seria. But the
How long have you
little
been
that
doing
is macrovit. So you
Not too long,
want
like
to come
2
in?
years.
The
It's
fall
like 2
is
years.
over.
I love it.
You can come in macrovit. Come in since you
Okay,
can.
this is
Which is
frowned
the
upon,
connection.
but in
So
my
it's not
car.
the Christmas. Okay.
Okay,
That
tell us
was
what you
a
mean by that.
mental.
You're
The
dealing with
Cohen
this
says,
to people.
okay, fine.
Really, you're
I
one of
lost
those
on the mental
guys.
argument.
Holy shit,
A
has
little
it
bit of
ever
your process.
backfired?
I
Has
like
anyone
you
ever
doing
been
that.
like, yo, dude,
On the
please,
right,
can you just shut the fuck up?
Cohen Charles
Because
says
that's what they're thinking, so.
Yeah, this one time, I guess there was like, 2 wives and, maybe had sex and stuff like, talk about the stuff, but I made like
a
a
very
big
strong
joke.
talk because I cannot write
What was
it. It's
the
all
joke?
eaten on the back. I can't
I
eat
forget,
on my
but
own
you know,
talk.
like I said, she
As
said,
I
as I said already, I said too much. Anyways, but
I'm
it was
going to
just
touch the straw, even though I
they
had
didn't have to know that.
so nothing she ever cookies
Did I
about
hear
the
the
soup,
joke?
but now crackers, but I
Doesn't
have this
remember,
extra
it's
strong
not
talk.
It was like,
then I
tell
certainly
jokes
can
in
push
your
you
car.
away from
The two
crackers as well, because I have this extra strength. Again,
How are you
so
always
that's on
around
my
all
leg.
these
I'm not into
lesbians?
this sound and
It's
make
everything you do, there's lesbians involved.
We're the same. We have the same car. So again, if you have extra car, I have extra car.
yeah, it was like a conversation, like just like,
That's not going to water.
Chat
So
and
it says back on his own. I don't know how Cohen, I'm the tactic.
so that's what you do for work here?
The concept says it's the Cohen that I'm a tactic. It doesn't go that Cohen that gets to eat it. It says come do the service, and you're going to eat, of course, and still on cannot be service. And therefore, you can eat. Okay? Now, not getting up yet. On the way.
Drink.
On the way. Alright, now
Tell us
it's
something
something
interesting about your life. How old are you?
So now he says, alright, give me more fun.
36.
36. You have 6 years of experience.
I'm
From
sorry,
a slum
the
fun back to
Cohen
a
said yes
salt
on the
pulse
show.
and the might
And Lord said,
surprise us.
give me some of your portion and I'll be able to eat it from top.
Oh,
On the way. The Cohen says, remember, Malcolm, you have a cook that's all the factors.
here we go,
And
ladies
I'll
and
just call
gentlemen.
my tata,
I've never done it for anybody.
Okay.
Because you'll make a deal for all the
Tell a
comments, and
big
now
dick
in
joke
the
in front of
case
lesbians
of
when you know
a
beatbox, let's do
woman
shit.
where
Pretend like you're
a
in your
Cohen
car.
has
Make
eaten
yourself at home.
greater strength,
I
why do
mean,
you
really,
drink
I
for
mean,
the contest?
certain
They
way.
look up ahead.
Just try it, salt. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, the whitest white guy of all time beatboxing live. He's black. Here,
He says no. He asked me you can just wear that contest. Why she gave me a cookie? I have less of a cost by a contest. Why?
I'm sorry.
No, I want you
Because
to
I
keep
can't eat it. It's on the show. I can't give it to my
I want you to keep trying.
to my servants.
You got a life.
I have a pizza. That's all. Because of the show. I actually have no
Oh, so
cost.
You literally
Because of the show, I
can't
can
beatbox
share it.
at all.
Right? I'm
My
not
husband, I had extra cost by
We're gonna do this until you fucking beat.
concept.
Keep
Tony
us
is
here
very
all
aggressive.
night.
That's not my son. If the Tony does this, he gets to go eat this running to bar Georgia off of that. If you can do the road, you can eat and you can't do your road, cannot come eat. What happens? Finally, the Toyom gives up. Does the Toyom. Kula, the Kamu. So he has all of his capabilities he tried to, off or not. And he has King, he has the owner, and also has no argument because of the part of the end, and so he uses that. And let's get that, I know the rest promise, the Ramadan, so I have it up. Oh, it's good. Right, okay. So we saw all the arguments were part of the power, okay, he could have asked, there could have been a fourth argument. That this why didn't you say, hey, can we do before? Why didn't you say, all right, give me a little bit of this before? Well, why? This is on the way. You could have said that to the mother must do a cookie with tacos. You could have said that about like tacos where you can give it to your wife and your about I picked you up, right? And you can make tacos yourself. I picked you up from the tacos yourself. Not the other cookies before. But the before, the two of you before is fully the possession of the color. Obviously, extra cost there.
Is there anything you can't do?
There because I have these extra strength. And let's do this about the man. This is something about
SNL guy's voice, though. I can talk to hard
Don't you don't have to say I've never done it before. Like we know.
just him. Live from Austin, it's good old Tony.
You can't do that
Well,
either.
that part it says,
What else
as
do
the
you
money
think
to
you
your
can
power
do?
is
This
there,
is
that's the lump
absolutely
back here.
incredible.
It's the only you have a
You might be the most untalented man in the history of the show.
And that the 11, that is the one who gets the buffer.
For
But
being
that's
here.
offer.
You are
So
the
good, you can do
opposite
it.
of
Then
a
you can
talented
see
human.
about that. You can have a logo. You can have the buffer.
Okay, what else do you think
So
you can do?
again, why
This is entertaining. Come on, give us something else. Show me your fat tits.
bring down this person as well.
Can you do an impression of something?
Sorry, when you
Is there something else?
yeah,
Show
we are going to show why you do this as well. What you
I
said,
swear to
you
God,
got
it's
fucking
gonna be
YouTube
you
so well,
talking.
I'm not calling
It's
myself.
gonna be you.
It was
Your tent tells
the
it.
other fucking also had
It's
the
gonna
one
be
who
your
did the
fat
other. Or
tits
the
on the
phone,
show
it has
tonight.
to say the same, yeah, we're fine. She was going out there,
How many you want to be
so it doesn't have to go to cost of viewer, and therefore we cannot make this function. Okay, now, something like before, the API, like we said, that you learned that there was a Shimon was thinking about this a lot earlier in the history. I would like to do that.
You want to see those pepperoni pizza
That
and
was kind
stand?
of unreal.
I don't think anybody
About
believes it.
the back half language. You say, so the old folks on this is on so it means that a regular machine is slowly delayed in his learning all the time. For him to nothing that learning was impossible. Impossibility. So for him, he's allowed to he's allowed to think inside the back, inside the research. He's saying by learning and then we'll keep it out. So the very thing is cumulative way to the ground on.
Let's see. What do you oh my God,
So
look
that's
how
from a couple
hairy
of
those are.
down and go up here. The round up is down at the question of what exactly.
The
What
chest
does that
of
mean?
the mighty
It's
Chewbacca. Guy knows how to co-pilot the Millennium
the round
Falcon.
up says, and that goes, you have to make a current days, a lot of
Just saw 50
tests
Shades of
and
Grey.
good. Now, but that's it. Easily,
It's
what
almost, and
is
you've had some time to think over there. Is
just
there
an
anything
information
else you're
source
good at?
and
Yeah.
it is beyond a new set of God, only an actual day of his death.
Saul.
He hit the only nothing from the only didn't call it. You go right to the night, the night of Anissa. You are only from your abundant and still cannot touch the day.
Okay.
And now what the other
All right,
person
Saul.
in
Well,
Hollywood.
fun times.
You're
You're doing a
Africa
cool
Smith
job.
bar. Let's say
Congratulations.
the
Sign up
food is
again.
not on
Give
the
us
same
another
day as
minute
Anissa.
sometime.
So it's called
We'll
Old
see
After
if it can go
Anissa,
better.
we only use the dragon. So
Anything
from the
can
point
happen.
of Nisa and Sakura, you are the person between an only and Yuga Banan, the same, and
All
then
right,
similarly
let's
on
do
the
it.
Yom
Final
Kula
bucket ball
itself.
tonight goes by the name of
Any
Daniel
of those
Shepard,
is
everybody.
in
Here we go.
both
Daniel
the Lila,
Shepard.
the Lila is not repeated. So on Yom Kula, you are only in a Yuga Banan, but it does not drag in that name of Yuma. So when we talk about war about custom, an old name on the day of on the Yom Kula, can be touched on that day, but it can't be touched on that night. Well, the
There's no other way.
yeah, the total well better. You have to get the Kula and each touching at night.
I actually saw a black technician
Ava
driving
Yom
it and joke
Nisa.
himself.
However, on the day of Nisa itself, he shows to us the lack of the touching in the Toda, just like the right to touching during the day of Yom Nisa. Also, lack of the later Mitzvah.
I found out bananas are technically berries. Did you guys know that?
On night because you just
I was
maybe a
thinking
bun.
berries
However,
like
like
grass,
pass up the you saw it
but I
all.
never would have
Nothing
pegged them as
other than the
berries.
Kalan Pesach, she also the Eretz, which is called the of the Kalan Pesach, because it has to be eaten only
You
one
ever
day.
notice that
So
trans
Pesach
women are always
is
really
only
cool dudes?
is already because it's only a unit of the bun,
They're
so you
great
can't eat it
guys every
at night.
time. I love trans women. I'm 1950s gay. That means I like black women. According to my grandpa, that's gay.
Okay, Daniel Shepard, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is. Absolutely adorable.
Thank you.
Obviously, what ethnicity are you? French Bulldog?
Oh,
He's got an adorable round head, this boy. You just want to squeeze those cheeks.
Good morning, everyone. Good
I
morning.
got called that today. I got called that in a testicle today.
I bet. I can see
Not happy about it.
I can see the templates.
So you right there, French Bulldog.
I love it.
On
Daniel,
the
how long
correspondence
you been on stand-up?
Going on 5 years
Where at?
here in Austin.
Let's see,
I love it. This is where you're
December.
born and raised.
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I just got a job.
Miriam,
I'm a stripper.
Monkey kind of marketing the memory of
I
Monkey's
work at a
father.
wire
Yes, and
factory.
slow-mo, no such New York State is
wires and
South
fabricating cables and stuff.
Now, the only sponsor for today,
Yes.
Florence Davidson, in memory of
Was into welding. I parked cars for a long time with PMC company
late-breaking
out there.
sponsorship.
Was a
Mark and
valet. I was
Alpha
then they made me a bellhop.
who are
And
sponsoring
the tips are really shitty, but I
yesterday's
loved
doc,
working
Cook
there.
Hour,
I got free food,
101,
but
in honor of Elsa's
the
mother,
black guy
Colby
got to
Campbell's
and I
first
got
birthday,
to
which
nothing.
was
We
also
both did a
yesterday,
great
December
job.
24th. So,
And he could
we'll
do
give
what I
it
wanted
extra
to
time. We'll
do.
sponsor
I like that
102
guy.
as well. So, for next, in advance for next year, we'll start. Okay. Today's doc, Cook Base,
I was jealous
102.
of my
We are
black
picking up
coworker, but now I know
Cook
he
Hour
blacks.
on the base. It is
How many black friends do you think you have exactly, Daniel?
second wide line. Second wide line.
Some of
So,
your black friends for me.
orientation.
Mr. Mars.
Rob brought down a name, and Rob told us
friend
that
Brennan.
most of them was $20.
You stay in touch
And
with
we're
Brandon.
now going to go through a series of questions on whether that is agree with that.
I touched base with him a few
That's
years
what
we
it
met
was.
in middle school.
Left and right, probably cut chin up for the shin, your
Okay.
top.
So the
Sponsor is teaching that a salmon, so that he's allowed to
you haven't seen him in a long time. Okay, what black friends other than Tolov and Mike comedians? What other black friends do you have? Name one. See,
Yes, the boss is going to tell me Kutchin. Why does it also need to say Kutchin Column? In reverse. It's a number of Kutchin Column. Why does it have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one? And we'll know that if I'm going to have to either
Jamar and a mutual friend of Brennan and
Jamar answers, you will Namar Kutchin Column. Let's say the person did not reference Kutchin Column. They only had told us about Kutchin. And you see on that, Kutchin is also that a body of almond can only read from Kutchin. Why? Sorry, literally was not because Kutchin ordered for consumption for a czar and for Kohan. We're going to get into that stuff with questions and answers. We'll take it for granted.
Your black friend?
Kutchin, they can be eaten by a czar as well as the Kohan.
Asian friend died on a motorcycle. And you're saying that he didn't accident?
But Kutchin, however, they wouldn't Obama and Obama opposed to eat Kutchin. You remember Kutchin, or let's say the opposite. Let's say because it did not specifically reference Kutchin, and only said Kutchin, hey, Silver, I would thought that Obama can eat from Kutchin. They're at a lower level. They're more Kutchin. I would not know that.
Came over for him. You've known him since you were 5.
However, we still will be bringing out through a wide sets of questions to be mentioned in Pasuk. We said because the Kutchin can be eaten both by Azar and non-Kohen as well as the Kohanim. So, isn't that Lot Moshe? Isn't the Zar that you talked about Moshe? We'll see with Rashi, it's actually, Rashi, so he was Zar for that one, because I was really thought, if it was Zar, good Moshe on that. He must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and where we know that from, off the front of the shop, and the most specific was that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the front of the shop. So we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen from Kutchin, and we would not have been able to make this an instance. I'm not sure if it's good. Well, when we're talking about this is Azar, it's not going to be motivated because right where we're trying to defend Rock and make sure that he was.
You're welcome, buddy.
Yeah, we're talking about
Put that mic stand back where you found it, Daniel, real quick. Daniel, there you go with upset instead of networking with the kids.
And only according to the opinion that is
Okay, buddy. There
and
goes
again, we're
Daniel
looking at
Shepard, buddy.
online. It's
Guys
about
trying to
5
shake
lines up in
hands.
Rashi.
If you ever need an opener or something, All right, ladies and gentlemen, viewers are all out this week. We do have one prolific exhibit winner left to close tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen. Great hair and Kawhi are
Fuck.
here he is.
If we have any instance that is eating Kutchin, I think if we stick on you, I think last week I did a link up to video only you make of them. Why only told you to the thing you said was a minute of them? I'm going to have a few weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago. You eat a minute of them. If you don't hold the minute, Fallon, Tony Fame,
We don't have any other
this
instances
is
where a country
Aaron
by why.
Lyle, Lisa
Practice
Jones,
often the woman will tell you you bring a practice in that show. It's not you do it. It's you get a need a part of the rubber. You can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary
I don't
offering
have a
from at a
single
bar.
black friend.
And there's no never done with that you have to there's no over on the mitzvah, which again always is not the number eating. And so we have to hold the opinion that it is a mitzvah. Okay, so either way we
People
deflect
assume I'm mentally retarded and they were playing charades with me. It happened 6 times at the airport on the way here. Like I ordered Starbucks and my order was ready, and she starts doing this.
When in Miriam, they were cooking with Saras, but we know that in order for somebody to be cooking with Saras, so to cook in camp, there has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras and says, this is for us. They have to, by words, they have to say,
I just started doing
Saras,
it back to them.
from the Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performed this? Didn't tell our Moshe is you want to say is Moshe they know Moshe Zion. Well, Moshe is a doc, so it can't be a question. We'll get to it in a minute. So it's true. Things are Russian and done. And Zion got him only told you that and done. I don't dispute that. So okay, well that's
Piece of
all.
fucking shit.
He could have done it. I would tell it to you. I learned it's a relative. They tell it. Russian and done. The Torah, but cannot look at.
She says, "Oh no,
So actually,
Vicky needs to use the body."
Obviously, Aaron and Moshe got the same relationship to Miriam. So the question is,
Tommy Singh fuck is just sitting here about smelling my retard foot.
So, yes, that would have also been gotten to Moshe, but Moshe really wanted to get to the Pharaoh. He is not he's a Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar. The Zar answer because it's just the easier one. Another answer is that actually, okay. Whether a color can be loaded on, I think it's really there. So based on, I think some of the midrashim in the Sifri, it's clear that our tells that a color is not able to
I don't understand what's happening.
be marinated. But it's possible that later they not maybe later they will not hold the Mishita. Maybe later they hold that a color can be hold on, and therefore you have to go through suicide. And the final answer to that is very interesting. I thought it was interesting. What exactly? Take a step back. What's the episode of here? What's the Aaron and Miriam out of the house? Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Rothschild about what's in there. So what's the reason why you should not be married about the best friend?
Yes, I'm
Let's say you have because of your religion, because of your love for the other person, you might not maybe not intentionally lie, but you see things in a different light, something like that. I mean, again, even just the hobby is that maybe most of them at this instance, in the situation because many still left the mother. And so maybe with some type of diminishment in most to have for the woman, and you're I don't think that bring down that. We actually thought that, but there could be opposite. Maybe the consumer color doesn't find this moment because it's literally most of the person that you just hold up. Even if you want to say that, you still have full out. It's like, even think that would be happening. We have the full out, so might as well go out. Anyway, sorry. It's a holiday schedule.
I have a fryer.
Back to the left. Third line in. All right, come on, go. Okay, is that really what we looked at in the Zion project of Miriam? We took an hour of the Torah. Whenever we go to Boba, but it's called the Zion, it's a great honor that I start with teaching Miriam at that point. Miriam hosts a show. Said, I'm going to I'm a color. I need my called I need for truck. I assume it's only going to be done for me. I can tell you that the other question you knew that from the beginning. Motion is out. Is that what we're going? We said specifically motion is out. So obviously that is accusing between the rock and that motion was the phone over.
Something is special.
Not like so it's not going to my different different.
He doesn't. Yeah, there you go. He looks when he has to type, he can't smile until he gets serious.
And obviously,
When he looks up, he
part of our okay. Another question on
Just on the road.
makes it.
Going back on the road with Steve and the new year.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Aaron, you're fantastic. We love you. Golden ticket winner as always. And your employer, ladies and gentlemen. Seaburn is on tour. Go to Coordinates. Tommy Lopez. Podcast stuff on the looking dish.
What about her
Cooking
grandson,
show.
Pinchas?
Is awesome. How about one more time for
Yeah,
Aaron?
not shown. Not too shady, not too shady. He was just 3 days and not too shady.
Sometimes. He paid for
And on the flip side, obviously,
for that one. Let's
she's
see
all
what
viewed
Chris
up here, but
Rogers
she's
drew
also
over
been
there. That's the
Vegas,
great one.
however, at the end of the video on her, on her two sites. Another review. The very
Flies
you
to
see here,
people make
he's
sheep
on another. They
good
said
in
it calls
Netflix.
most of them.
Watch Kill Tony once upon a time in Texas. It's out now. Push it to the new red man.
Check out my new video cat Red 7. It's called Cherry Bear.
Okay, there you go. Liam, we love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody. One more time for Seaburn and the people.
Whether or not
Los Angeles, the United States of America. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
when Moshe is on his snack and very good, and he keeps telling Hashem, that's what I that's what I know, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, but you put out Hashem and Moshe. So you should have been taught that, right? But for an act of the Torah, never go with. Anytime you see the Lashon, for an act, it means it has to be a roshim. There's some, it's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical act, it's something. A for an act is not simply a state of being, there's some active component. However, there's never a roshim, but in this case, we don't see any roshim. We just use that but no ramification of the process. We take a file, no? I'm going to know there is a roshim here. Shenamar, sitting on in that dialogue, Hashem says, hello, Aaron Akifa, Halevi. Okay, that's it. Aaron, your brother, the Levi, he's on his way. Okay, Aaron's not a Levi, Aaron's a Kohen. That was what I'm going to say. Hashem says, initially I'm going to say, Ata Kohen, the Levi. You know Kohen, and Aaron is going to be, going to have a Levi. Actually, now, because of this Kohen, now, who's going to Ata Levi? I'm kicking around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohanim, and his sons are going to be Kohanim, and going to only be a Levi. The Kohanim said, Notice Kohen, no, the Moshe Rabbeinu was actually only a Kohen, and he only served in Beis Hamikdash only during the Shivas Me'amulim, but was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. He showed him finally, you see, Moshe, that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, so this is when we see this in the Chofetz Chaim. However, his children were not Kohen. That's where it stops. Shenamar, Moshe Isha Elokim, Bonav Yikra Shevet HaLevi. The Moshe, right, his sons will only be a Shevet HaLevi, they're not Kohen. And we also say, Moshe and Aaron, the Kohen, we see Moshe and Aaron meet together as Kohanim. We see, according to the Yeshomrim, that Moshe and Aaron, that Moshe was a Kohen, his children were not Kohanim. My home, and then we ask, why not just one, just to say that Moshe's kids were and he was a Kohen? As he came over the Doros, you might have thought the Doros would exist. I would have thought that's only talking about not being a Kohen for Doros. But Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. So it says, oh no, we have to say Moshe are a Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must have been a Kohen because we see Moshe grouped together as Kohen. Okay. Now we are going to go on a little digression on Torah. Now, Moshe, is it true that really we asked this question on the episode with Moshe and Hashem? Now we're going to ask it in other episodes. Is it true that all Torah does not have a Roshim, doesn't have some type of active component? They say Moshe min Paras, Paras, Palace, the Chariah, the law, we don't see any Roshim.
Not really.
He was angry. He walked out.
I gotta do my fucking thing though.
She said, no, Moshe Rabbeinu not only angry, he actually slapped her across the face when he left. The younger and Shlach Justin, that Moshe had, that Moshe would do sin.
Dog.
And because it said that Moshe.
This is criticism. We're just gonna watch it on red again. Shit. Look at this athleticism, folks. Let's comment on it.
the other of them are.
Never known it. Just have to type. Wait a minute. Stop. Paul, I'd work to see. Get the best of my love.
John D's on the keys and that's on the bass guitar. What an episode we have for you. This is brought to you by Netflix, where we are currently right now in the top 10 with our hit new episode. Once Upon a Time in Texas, live on Netflix. It was taped here on New Year's Eve. Go watch it on Netflix. We have it all for the entire family to watch. Just keep it rolling over and over again. And that's all. Yeah, you guys excited to hear? Exciting stuff. Before we get started, here's a little bit more amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you right here, right now. Right there. The wrong episode to YouTube. This week, we literally recorded last week's episode to YouTube. So right now, there's just about 3/4 of a million people angry on the internet right now. So, right, man. Is going to leave and go upload the episode live for the first time ever in the show's history. Will be on sound effects, and going to be an exciting start to the show. Right, man, this is what we've always wanted, ladies and gentlemen. Go up the fucking episode, right, man. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are taking a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the Actual Tony Show to Houston. February 28th in Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyAngela.com for tickets right now. Come see the Actual Tony Show in the state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th. One in Granbury, March 28th. TonyAngela.com. Get tickets now. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, every week I book two of the funniest people on the show. This week's Zoom makes some fucking noise for Steve Bird and Tommy Poe, everybody. Here we It's been a while since Steve Bird's been on the show. Comedy store legend, one of the people that when I started, one of the few people that was to look up to back in the day. Fun fucking guy who spent each night drinking here in Austin, having a blast. You're welcome. Yeah. Steve's man, Tommy, you and I get drunk all the time together. I love you guys. We're gonna have so much fun. You guys have done this show before. Obviously, you know how it works. Over 300 people have signed up. I mean, this thing is, it might be more than usual. So we're gonna drink upwards of 300, about 300. Yeah, what are you drinking tonight, Steve? I'll let the corpse of John Benet Ramsey talk. Very good. Thank you so much. Right off the top. You guys know how it works. They get 60 seconds. You know, their time is up here. The sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up. Or else they bring up the ambulance. It's so fucking easy to do Red Band's job. Who would have possibly guessed? It's unbelievable. Oh my god, I mean, yeah, it's literally the easiest thing in the fucking world. Guess who's not here? That's what he would have said if he was here. Well, we go right. That first fucking poll. Yeah, the golden ticket winner here is going to cash in to get the show started. Ladies and gentlemen, make some fucking noise. This is your first minute of the night by JJ Alexander. Everybody, here he is.
Reading a lot of history books recently, and I came across this book. It's called Bear My Heart.
Yes, this one is.
It's a totally complete history of Native America. And I was reading this book, and I was thinking about modern law. You could say whatever you want about Donald Trump as he would have made an excellent American war chief. Do you want to know the people who could have used Donald Trump's immigrant plan the most? The original Native Americans, that's what he used. It was like, the white people are coming here, bringing tea, bringing crime.
And then became a bomb later in life.
Some of them could be good people, not these people. They're horrible, very bad. There's angry Andrew Jackson. Nobody likes this guy. He put me on a train ride to the entire continent. And where do we end up? I'll blow up with a shithole. This place, I don't even like to do it. And then we made a deal with the whites. We gave them all of the land and they gave us beans. Negotiating out and got us way more beans. We're going to make Native America great again. They get some Thank you. JJ Alexander. Let's start. Decent jump. I'm so happy, man. Back in the Denver Improv, I had line for 5. It was like, well, I can't come over for the show, man. Then all of a sudden went to Super Bowl. Yeah. So, me and Enrique was supposed to do the feature, and Enrique was supposed to headline. And I get a text at 5 a.m. That's what the flight was then. It was like, hey, bro, I'm not going to make it, man. No. It was like, I got to get on this. So his flight was going to be in at 10. But the show was supposed to start at 7. So the guy that ran the show was like, hey, an hour late. The show was supposed to do 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and we were going to go when Enrique gets there. And I did. By the way, I have 45 minutes here. I did an hour and 30 minutes. Wow. Just a lot of Trump with a Native American impression. It was long. It was like a long and there's a lot of ended. Wow. The guy was like, hey, you're going to do an hour material, and then you're going to do 30 minutes of crowd work. So how'd it go? Reenacted, enjoyed the relaxing. I kind of loosened up after a little bit, but it was weird. Also, like the place that we did, there's a water side of it. There's a water park in the comedy club. He wasn't, you should be around a water park. 100%. Yeah, I'll tell you that. You should have seen how fast me and Enrique went down those water slides. It was nuts. We're within reason. Oh, yeah. I've never seen a bad fat guy on a water slide. It's like the best. I was like a Top Gun just going down those water slides. Just like, faster than normal. Faster. Oh, dude, it was Chris the Will going down the slide. It was nuts. I got a shirt on. Shirt on guy.
Enrique shirt on too.
Yeah, his shirt too. It was very cool.
Quicker than usual. Tommy's trying to do those tips. I want to see his tits right now. Show your fucking tits. Let's see this. Racist fuck. Show your white tit. Tommy with the throat. Please be fake. Please be fake. You big area. Let's look for Red Man. What are you afraid of? What exactly is it that you're shy about right now? Can you describe your tits to us?
They're very voluptuous. I need to work on it. For sure. I don't know. I just feel like my shirtless body on the internet is not good.
Taking it back, he's back, Charlie.
fully. However, Bama has a special disposition because we have a direct and therefore
your life changed since
okay. Next part of this.
It's been incredible, man. Just like the conversations that are going great. Me and Mason Bird work at the same Dutch Brothers, right? This other guy.
Just by the time of
So I got him a job at the Dutch Brothers, so yeah.
By the time of that, he's not close. I might have thought that by the time they're full, that's the color. Now, sorry, it's not color.
Tell us more about this shop.
So I tracked it. I started doing bad. So you get as many drinks as you want. That's what you get drinks once in a while. They don't stop. I'm drinking as much chocolate as I want, man.
Okay.
The largest 5-year-old ever. So you get the chocolate milk you want, and I tracked it. So apparently I've been drinking about 32 ounces of chocolate milk a day. Like, that's a full cup full, no ice. That's not every day. I got some big areolas chocolate. I can breastfeed you right now.
What if he has a period of time in between those two? So the shots you put the shots up to now right? That after the time of the and at the time of technical this calling his power, and so he's sure
I'll do the Cowboys when you pull out those heads.
You have to have
We're going to do it now. You have a force field around those tents.
all the way from point A.
Let's see your fucking tits right now.
And so you don't know if it's for just
Titties right now. Let's do it, Junior Andy Reid. Pull out your fucking tits. Thank God you put the AR-15 down and did some stand-up. And pull out the titties. Had a lot of peanut butter.
I learned this kid
It's a little thirsty puppy.
I would race up pizza. It's all the way back.
Can we at least hear belly button? So, ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Everything is getting a little backwards. This is background to this game. So we're going to have progression. We're going to see if talking about a Cohen who is a 2-year-old.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, I did
not
not
like
look
the
at it.
forward
Get a coffee. We're getting a coffee shop. Yeah, I probably like chocolate milk. I can't stop thinking about it. Sorry. So, yeah, I did. I was doing impressions with the belly button. That's what I did. I did like,
trying to see
I
if he
could do
can
Bill
get
Cosby
him to give him
impression.
some of the carbon. See if he can argue his way. Even though he's
Yeah, like, okay, so
can't be slower
this
than
one I did. I was like,
himself.
okay.
He wants
Everybody ready? I got you guys like impressions? Okay, make some noise for you like impressions, okay?
You
Okay, here it is.
could have just done it, but okay. They didn't need to do that.
Did that and killed. I
gotta see this hour and a half.
I know I can't get a full image of myself.
Killing time with JJ Alexander. One time, congratulations. You did it. Started the show tonight. There you go. Alright, there he goes. To the fucking we go now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the heartbeat of the show.
When it comes to what? Your tacos. And Rocky says, what do you mean with the tacos?
How are you, ladies and gentlemen? Catch the podcast at HeidiRegina.com. So fun. Alright, our first fucking poll tonight, we're gonna meet them all together. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted for it. Everybody, here comes Here we go. One more time, make some noise for
When it comes to a point doing a taco, the taco is sort of a high level or higher carbon for the color.
Also get preyed on, P-R-E-Y. I get preyed on, P-R-A-Y.
Whereas you don't have a higher cost because you can bring saying you have to, at any point, remunerate yourself. If you see
As soon as I see wheels, I'm swimming with a tiger. We can't both be physically cool, you know what I'm saying? We gotta like make IKEA furniture, you know, like we gotta go to the UPS store or some Amazon package.
Obviously, a Kohen does
When
not
it comes
have
to actually it's mostly military men.
So in the case of the
The thing
mental,
about them
you
is
have less of a cost.
they're not military. They would tell me about how strong I am, or just
from this mental that I have a favor in
the guys
you at night because
friends
you
with.
less hair
I
cost.
got both of mine.
Okay, so that's really all important. You might just be
I'm
something
attached
that
to
you
them.
well. You are going to put
Thank
off
you.
from a competition wide. You say you have to
Oh,
but for the game, you have to
man, we were really struggling without you.
You're saying you basically the code is saying you can't say you understand to the
Why
other
are
side.
so many
You have the
stairs?
same cost, but you come from the cost on the phone. So just like I have a
Why are there so many stairs?
cost when it comes to contest,
I feel like you say that all the time.
have a higher
You know,
cost when it
Houston
comes to
comedy
contest.
scenes
And
has a much
therefore,
full stair
by
corridor,
putting
so
you
You're
again,
in Houston,
therefore,
that's where you live?
yeah, I'm a north of that. So every day, so I'm like a
extra cost I have
Kool-Aid
to
man through a wall of like oriental wall.
Okay.
Yeah, Royce paper wall.
That's still very Korean. We hear more like that.
was what you thought. Just like you said, I have lower cost by men cost.
I know. Why are you saying that to me right now?
Push me off to the
Yeah,
middle because I
because it's
have a greater
over.
cost.
Oh, you said you.
Whatever cost I have, you have whatever cost I have. Yeah, but that's important. That's going to be the continuing argument back and forth. Rather, however, the Cohen chart says that because I can't say the comic book. I can't say the logic. Instead, I made this concept. It says Cohen and Macrid Osop. You look at those, we're going that is Macrid. So you know what? You want to come eat? You call crazy.
in a very
You can come and
disabled way.
come eat. But since you can't,
No, recently I got the award for being the most forgiving. Isn't that incredible?
Now he's like, getting this with the says,
I got on a dating show just to be funny. I knew it was going to be like a weird Tinder situation where they see, they're like, nah, she can't bang. So, you know, and then they all call on me, and they get exactly what I thought would happen. And then they give you the most resilient award for that. So let's talk about it. What do you do for work? I'm an online math teacher.
Online math
I know everything. I had it's still a thought. So that was the other question that I can see, but I'm not going to say, oh, but I'm teaching math because I'm Asian. It's incredible.
Then extremely can push you away from
Logging all crunches must be so difficult.
I used to be in a wheelchair, so I'm great.
Look at you with the world's largest chopsticks.
Listen,
So, what exactly is the condition that you have?
your favorite or my band's favorite.
Cerebral palsy.
The Kohen that is That is the Kohen that gets to eat it. She says, you come do the service and you go to eat. And of course, if Cleon cannot do service in the airport, you can't eat. Okay? So he tries again, nothing up.
Back there like he's back there.
Cleon says, I'm going to let Cleon come. Now we're just talking about a promise here. This is the funny. So now we're funny. You're showing them that you eat the show.
So, you used to be in a wheelchair. How did you physical therapy your way up to this?
I'm just
You're what?
yeah, physical
Very good.
Way to go.
Extra co-op.
What exactly is, what do you fun? What do you, when you're not on teaching and doing stand-up, what else is there about it?
So now, in the case of a woman
You're
where
funny.
a Cohen has even
You really are funny.
straight from the
What
concept.
else though?
Ele
Yeah,
acaba
you tell us more.
fazer show, nessa caixa só me pediu de show, ele acaba no show, ele acaba no fazer show, ele says no,
What do they think about
that? Mine,
comedy?
because I mean, you can play that contest because you're supposed to have less other by contest wise, because I can't feed it, it's on the show that to my wife, and to my children. So because of the show, you have a piece of rest of everybody because of the show. I can share it with my wife and with my mom. I
Tell us more about your life though. What is it? Just you're really out there on dating sites?
That's
When was the
really
last date you went on?
Actually, what the military go?
You really are. He's fully functional. Okay.
Got like a bunch of ribbons and it's phenomenal. It like operates tanks. It's literally the opposite of what I am.
Are all, off and up. And it's totally looks like a part of the smaller, hand, and essentially he uses that. And let's get back. I did set that up. I know the Roth promised the ground on any so I have it if you have. Come on,
Hey, where'd you meet this guy at?
Okay. So we saw all the arguments were for nothing.
Okay.
But if I go ask, okay, he could have asked, well, no, there's been a fair argument. That's what we don't put forward. What do you like? They Malay.
Yeah, and
Is he here tonight?
he's in Georgia. He has
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, he works at all. He's not the military.
Yeah, no.
He lives a block away.
Right by where you cannot give your wife and your wife.
Yeah, like he's in a monastery in China. He's done that actually.
Monastery in China, is that what he called your pussy? In Houston, how often do you come down here to sign up for Kiltony?
It's my 9th time. First time was my birthday, and I actually was so excited. I got 2 balloons, one that says happy birthday, and the other one said get well soon. And I really love that.
That's how it works. Well, you never know. Kind of feel sad taking this balloons back in the car and he's packing them up and driving back to Houston after that.
It's actually the first time today. Today is the first time I drove here alone, and I should say that in public. Wow.
So look, you can do it, then you do that, then you can receive the vibration. You cannot do the other
There he is. Driving in, turning to Boston.
There he is.
Deceased at 12:05. Oh my God! Don't say that out loud.
What kind of car do you drive? You found that Asians are extremely loyal to Asian car brands.
Those are ears. Nissan also.
There it is. Nissan is going to Japanese.
So please be nice to me.
Red man, you want to invite her to this show?
Going with your show for a couple weeks, but in a couple weeks, yes. So I'd love to have you on the same.
I need trust on a couple of ways.
I'm gonna land it. No, I'm not. I'm gonna look at me. Stand up straight. Put your arm near your chest. Maybe not straight, but like as you can. And your hand on the fucking microphone. Put it close to your chest. Look right there. Don't move it. Don't panic. Don't move. Don't you fucking move. If you move, you're gonna ruin this for both of us.
Day of the death. The father night, the night of the Yom HaMisa, the only legalization. You are only from Nidra Bone and still cannot be rejected, okay? And now what about the other person? And Rothschild. We may keep this young Rapid of Mitzvah. Let's say you see it not on the same day as the Mitzvah. Let's say, okay, I'm in Ta'aka Yom HaMisa, we only need a day. So from the period of Mitzvah and Tefillah, you are the person who is only in Nidra Bone.
How about another hand for you, everybody?
the lighter, like the light, we not looking. So, I'm in Makula, you are owning Mura Banan, but it is not grabbing in that night. So, when we talk about Rabbi Kachim, the owning on the day of the Yom HaKula, you can't even touch him on that day, you can't even touch him on that night. Right, it's only open. Right here. It's only open Kula, and he's touching at night.
Insane ability.
Yom HaMisa. However, on the day of Misa itself, the king should also laugh about touching the Minnesota, just like Midarai came touching during the day of Yom HaMisa, and also laugh over the later
scattered messages, missed calls, and
rather than Yirabanan, you can touch him on next to Yavaninus, Yirabanan. However, not
giving your team a
in a
GPS instead of a treasure map. Everyone stays aligned, no opportunities disappear into the void. You'll catch yourself saying, all right, let's fucking glow. And that's why today's episode is brought to you by Glow. Glow, the smart way to run your business. Speaking of running, here's Redman.
Tony, Quo is the best business phone system, hands down. Quo works wherever you are, right from your app, on your phone, or a computer, and lets you keep your existing phone number.
Wow, your entire team can handle calls and texts from one shared number. No more missed messages or disconnected conversations. Everyone sees the full thread, making replies faster, and customers feel genuinely cared for. It's easy. With full context at your fingertips, the team communicates faster, stays aligned, and delivers a more personal experience. Make this year where no opportunity and no customer slips away. Try Quote for free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to quote.com/Giltony. That's QUO.com/Giltony. Quote. No missed calls. No missed customers. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. 2026 is the year powerful move puts it firmly in your hands. Starting a business with Shopify. Maybe you've got an idea you can't shake or craft. Everyone tells you to sell a story already in your head with Shopify. 2026 is when you finally make happen. Shopify gives everything you need to sell online and in person. Millions of entrepreneurs have already made this leap from dumb to dark to first-time business just getting started.
Tony, I love Shopify. Obviously, it's the best business tool out. Shopify gives you all the tools that build your dream store. Plus, as fast as crazy possible with Shopify. AI tools and great product descriptions and headlines help you get product funded.
Marketing is built in. Create email and social campaigns wherever they scroll. Grow. Shopify grows and can handle more orders, expand into markets, and do it all in the mix. Stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/Giltony. Here, you're first Shopify by your side. We having fun here tonight?
Teaching us about a Balmon, that he allows to be touching. That's a good topic. So we got Kochadashim, Lama Noma, touching column. If the Pasuk is going to tell me touching, why is it also going to say touching column? In reverse, Nomer Kochim, column, Lama Noma, touching. Why does the Pasuk have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one and we'll know that
I don't want to get hard with my relatives, except my cousin.
Good morning. Clutching column. Let's say not reference clutching column. It only had told us about clutching. How you see Omer, clutching though, that a ball of Kone Balmum can only use from clutching. Why? Because clutching are permitted for consumption for a czar and the Kohanim. We're going to get into that with we'll take it for granted that touching, it can be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by a czar as well as the Koran. We're going to get that. That's the question. The touching, however, touching, we also, they wouldn't open the pasuk, otherwise, that will be let's say the pasuk did not specifically reference touching, and only said touching column. How you see on there? The touching column. I thought that a coin almost can eat. Why is there at a low more cost? But I did not know that touching as well. The copy of Kutchin was faster.
Okay.
Kutchin power. The Kutchin said both Kutchin and Kutchin power. Okay, here comes the question.
Here on Dirty
Very
Six.
quickly,
A lot of crazy shit.
however, so when we were bringing out our
Give us an
proof of
example
why
of
we
the
need both
nuttiest thing you've seen on these
sets of
wild
Kutchins to be
streets
mentioned in
of Austin,
Boston. He
Texas.
said it's because the Kutchin can
so I
be
will
eaten
say,
both by a Zara non-Cohen as
immigration.
well
People are
as
talking a
the
lot about
Cohen.
immigration. Everyone's fucking pissed
So,
about immigration.
that
All right?
isn't
I
a
was
lot
dating this
of
Brazilian
Moshe.
woman
The Zara
next
that we
door, the
talked about
coffee shop
Moshe.
next
This
door.
is Rashi. It's
I
actually
just,
um,
we got into it one night.
oh yeah,
She was a fake marriage to a gay American citizen. Which is just kind of something fascinating. That's some level of respect. I feel like if you like convince an American to marry you, you are
it must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and where we know that from.
I feel we also stop and approach the fake marriages.
That Moshe Rabbeinu is
It's just
from the heart of the
interesting. I was like,
which is Kutchin Kutchin.
we could
So we
test
have
for
an
that.
instance where we
There's
have
an
a
immigration
non-Cohen
interview, and I
movement,
feel like we
and
could have
therefore we
like
would not have been able to make the same conversation.
some sort of
now.
yes.
Well, the drama
If it's a real couple, because a gay guy married a woman's person.
right where
A gay guy touches a
the baby
turns to
was a
stone.
Cohen. Yeah, they were talking about the drama.
Crystal clear
Drama
of
was
fear.
and according to the opinions, that is Muslim. And again, it's looking like she looked at drama for Omar. It's about 5 months after Rashi. The Muslim is out. The drama was about Afro.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Absolutely 100%. I remember specifically, bro, you wanted double addressing. I don't give up on it. Sorry about that, bro. It's okay. Well, look, I really appreciate your interaction. I like the bit about fucking your cousin, because believe it or not, I was attracted to a cousin of mine, and I made this so she actually they're so hard.
This is where Zara is. I think if you skip on the other was only for the opinion yourself as a move.
What's your dating life like? He's like a real womanizer. You have voluminous hair that you protect strategically, taking care of like blatantly you're obsessed with it. I get this picture of in the mirror, fluffing it up. I know 1,000 guys like you. Trying to run off with your confidence. Go ahead, tell us a little bit about that. Okay, so no, dating's pretty fun. I'm like, I'm in really love with Divine Feminine right now. We're at 3 dates in 1 day the other day. What does that mean in Divine Feminine? Well,
it's the bottom line on
I fucking hate I saw you two on these sides. I love you guys.
Miriam,
If I had your hair,
Miriam,
if I had your hair when growing up, I
so we
traveled
know
on
that
the
in order for somebody to be
especially
with Sarasa, so to officially have to go
I like
outside
that.
the
Naked
king,
horseback.
there has to be a code
What do you mean?
that
So I went on 4 p.m.
looks at
coffee
the
date
draft
with
and
a
says, yes, there's a trust.
51-year-old.
They have
Okay, somebody's mom wants to back
by
in
law,
my
they have to vocally say that Sarasa has to come with the
How did that go? Why'd you do that?
that
Well, that's the thing is,
performance.
he's beautiful girls, and sometimes I get bored. I'm scrolling and I go like, usually whatever, like 20 to 30 is the age range. Sometimes I just blow it out. 1980 plus.
I'm only
You know?
okay.
Your grandma. Yeah, and then you do a thing with that lady. So we made out that day, hung out 2 nights ago. And you got a 30-minute hot oil massage for Century.
Is it obviously?
I really go on. That's when you hung her and you made it with her. Yeah, but she was sick. It was all thing. I went home for a week and I wanted to die.
So also the problems of motion, but maybe they can get the word right. He's not even calling. They already do it. Get the cool color. He's not even using that. So that's why
What happened to 7 years old? Like the series like help more shit to drop off, and it was going to the book, and I wasn't paying attention.
whether a color can be run in
like 30 minutes is amazing. I feel like
So
old
based
people
on that, if
start
someone is dropping
spending on
this
it.
food,
But yeah, that's the thing is I
here
feel
that
like
I
young
don't
people
tell
like kind
that
of
a
chaotic
color
and just
is
want to
not
fuck
able
quick.
to
Like I kept like she kept it slow,
be Marnagaya.
easy, and then yes,
But
experiences.
it's possible
Yeah,
that
stretching
Moshe,
it out.
maybe
She was like
Moshe
telling me
not
the
holding it
pacing
together.
is all right.
Moshe
That's
that color
enough.
can be
So
and therefore I can go
just
to
get back
the dark. And the
right.
violence of that which is
Okay. There's a medium joke about
very
that.
interesting.
There you
I
go.
thought it was interesting.
We got the towel,
What
ladies.
exactly? Let's take a step back. What's happening out here?
We're gonna keep it
Most
moving.
of Mary
Good job,
Allen
ladies.
is right.
Good
Why?
enough.
Because Mary
Long,
Allen was
drawn
speaking
out stories,
Russian
though,
Hara
Jesus.
about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason
We're gonna
why
keep it moving
a
here.
color,
Oh,
why
we know
you
this
think
guy
he's
is
not
a
being married
wild,
on
wild
the
Texan.
Let's
Ladies
just
and gentlemen, make some noise for Tommy
because of
Tickles,
your
everybody.
love for the other
Tommy
person,
Tickles.
you might, you know,
Why?
maybe not intentionally rival you, you might see things in a different way, something like that. So, I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu underneath all of them, but still, even just the Havamina is that instance, he's in the
Audience participation exercise.
Some type of diminishment in the Ava that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment. And maybe so you might say that I don't think that bring down that we actually thought that, but the opposite say that maybe doesn't find this moment because it's literally most of the person that you just left your heart about. Even if you want to say that, you still have to pull his eye. It was just like something that you think that happening in Moshe Rabbeinu, but again, we have the tools out, so might as well.
I'm getting older. I guess massage parlors to get a massage.
Back to the left. Third line is.
My skin is starting to. I've noticed they subconsciously like there's an ambiguous touch. I'm gonna look like fried chicken. You're actually getting better. Seeing growth here. My van moved the mic out of the way. Yeah, you're like a real pro. I'm loving your also super likable coming off of the last guy. I gotta tell you, it's just good to have a real human up here, not a fucking sociopath serial killer pretending to make sense patchy pants. So it's like been little tummy tickles. Life's been going good, but now it's baby season. I don't know if I'm in ranch. What does that mean? Explain to the people who don't have ranches. They go crazy. We have a bunch of sheep and goats, and now we're having a bunch of sheep having babies right now, so it's all hands on deck. 3 times a day, feeding baby sheep.
Her son, Eliezer, then the
sheep are banging or they're just having babies. So they dump bag and how does it go? They have to see them have sex.
and her brother, Nachshon,
It takes about 5 months.
He's alright, you fucking cunt. Look, jerking off in the corner.
through the 5 things. But on the flip side, obviously, she's all dealing with us, but she's also been however, at the
came out to the ranch. Now I've got 2 sheep and a goat. They'll never be the same.
You see here, you're going to know. It says it's all local baby. The Americans, obviously, the king and not a country. Just an extra accolade. You could also been fine as well. Okay, so we don't get through. Rob is sick, so now we're going to say that actually, if it is a Mahomet to learn whether or not
Explain to the people because we don't know. Explain.
Tommy says, Moshe is at the snack, a burning bush. And he keeps telling Hashem, he doesn't want to go, and finally says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, when he thought Hashem and Moshe. And he should have been called Omer, but first after the Torah, and then the Torah. And then time you see Moshe, it means it has to be a rotion. There's some, it's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical aspect, a Torah is not simply a state of being, there's some active component to it. Is there, however, there's no elaboration, but in this case, you don't see any reference that Hashem got angry at Moshe, but no ramifications, no effects. You should bring a fire on there. After the revelation, never see the Moshe yet. And Nehemiah,
Have you noticed that the other sheep don't really take a liking to the trans sheep that you have?
so that is it. Aaron is the lady, he's on his way.
Did she dye her sheep hair purple or anything? Does she make coffees? Is she really well realized? Does she make a hell of a latte?
She was one of our favorites, so she got a lot of attention from
because of this far enough. Now, who
That's why
calls
they call you Tommy
it?
Tickle.
Around Aaron is going to be the Aaron is and so the fun and the real one only be a
You look like every mass serial killer ever.
The old school.
then it's time
That's
to
what they used to look like now. It's trans sheep.
the only time we
They look like that.
only during Exodus man was never intended to be a long
I don't own an AR-15, but it was a scout sniper. There was 308 Winchester. So,
goddamn.
You get into it, you get a couple of laughs, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is great.
You're adorable, Tom.
Yeah.
You're adorable. You should tell everybody you have two passions, comedy and shit.
I would have thought that only talking about motion not being Cohen for those, but motion is not a Cohen.
Like
So the only way I can say motion is not real, in fact, motion must be a Cohen because you can make together now we go, now we are going for a little digression on
10 feet sideways.
the
They come up
whole
from
after
behind
the
you, they
Torah.
just steal your
Never
friend.
go,
And
that's
that's
going
what
to
they
be
do
true.
to their
And
friend.
we asked this question on the episode of Moshe and the Fence, and it's true that all Torah and half does not have a rosh and doesn't have some type of active of that too. And they say Moshe and the Torah, but Torah, so Moshe left Torah's palace to Torah. But all over the
Ranch dressing. It's got a ranch hand and a blue cheese hand.
About Amos Malcolm. Some of them.
Look out. He's a big boy. Hello, my dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry is covered by most insurers, and most insured members pay a copay of $0 when the licensed provider that's a great fit for your needs. We know therapy can be costly, but part of the mission of Talkspace is to provide that is accessible and affordable. Whether or not you are insured, Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy. And even if you have a massive overeating problem.
What? Tony, I love Talkspace. I think they're providing the best mental health treatment out there. I personally think therapy is as amazing as food and can help with moments of real transformation.
And there's a lot of transforming happening behind the scenes. Tony, as a listener, this podcast will get $80 off your first month at Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with the therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Ladies and gentlemen, what a phrase of the show. One of the top young rising comedians in the swing vibe. It's Larry Hassan.
The darkest thing on what Kanye West.
His entire project.
His diamond encrusted swastika chain.
Is Malcolm
That's dark.
is Zaro from
If you know anything about the diamond business in this country,
Have they at Halom? Have they at
you know the person who made that chain is Jewish. So there's a guy out there that knows exactly how much his soul is worth.
Yeah, have they at
What do you looking to make? It's gonna holocaust you.
And obviously, the show did not, the show monarchy was not last.
That's
As a Rothschild doing Yeezy, so that is. These shoes are comfortable as fuck. I don't care. That's all I care about. You can say the worst things in the world about Muslim people. If you made the most comfortable shoes, I'd wear that shit.
Yes, he didn't have a lasting
With pride, too. You'd be like, what are those? They'd be like, oh, these? Oh, these? You'd be the new Chinese Muslim concentration camp 7s. Remember that shit? Flames, the bigger Force 1s, dog. I got the LLB. That's what I got. After the sound of thank you very much. Come on. I've been dancing my special event on the 20th. Okay. Jesus. Wow. Night jumper there. Look at this guy back. From the future. Yes, okay. That doesn't really matter. They would watch it anyway, but to be strategically correct, not right, like a true Indian. Unbelievable. One of the hardest working guys I know. He's working fucking 24/7/11. Absolutely incredible. As always, a son. I'm doing college full time and running daycare in Minnesota at the same time. It's been rough.
I
Amazing.
got it for $400. We are about 8 to 10 lines down the
How's life been going? Good. Yeah, things go pretty good. And excited to have the new special off the first one.
very
exciting stuff. Former comedy store door guy to Old Pat. One of the first people to live here with the whole regime, working here at the mothership, and taking you out, you've been drinking with us.
Yes, that's the new thing. I'm getting drunk for the first time.
Where's the source? How do you know?
Really fun touching like the view.
Cold bar. The process is talking about public mental. It's cold bar. The Rabbi probably moving that comes to include probably moving.
Welcome to my panel of junk.
This is just telling us
Free to fucking
right now, we had right less than a republic that takes place in the time. We already learned that from another process. Another power movement.
I love it. The son of how are your parents? You have adorable, tiny little Indian parents. We all love.
Yes, they are very
The son is like the Shaquille O'Neal of his family, by the way. Towering over them at 5'6".
Yeah, I am double the size of both of them, really. It's kind of crazy.
Again,
I might be the totally golly person in my whole family.
we already have talked about that. They can take their portion of the
Wow.
the only place that we had a Cohen that did not have a mum, and then became a Balmum later in life. Balmum is already now. How do you know if you had a Balmum from the birth? Even that kind of Cohen can be touched.
Yeah, there is her name is Champagne.
And this guy's who is talking about
Champagne
London.
Jackson. That's your way to say So much fun. Your new special too soon is out. Go watch it. There you go. Find it. It's on mine on YouTube. There you go. Solid Show podcast. Special. Back to the book as we go. This is like a new name makes so much for 24 everybody. Somebody's
I'm going to take that. I mean, they keep coming. We're comparing a bomb over like a summit. They get both temporary statuses. So, the Magdalene or even though they're going to be soon. I probably know I'm going to talk to you after Water's going to stay down. They say, oh, you cannot eat. That's why we after that was the bigger. I think we see all these foods. Not the all the type of.
My dad came to give me the same talk. He said,
in Mishnah culture in writing, told us, culture in writing, they were talking about. So the Torah is not ready to do that portion in the box. The
I found out the other day that I look at crayons and paper. I was trying to explain that dehumanizing is really hard to pronounce when you're chewing on a fistful of crayons. You have the ball gag in your mouth. I started to see her at the time.
That's where you live.
Yeah, that is not where I live. I've been here about 4 months ago, and I don't understand musical comedy.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no,
How do you do that? You have a guitar or something?
I do. I try to do it, but it's
and therefore it works for both of
Amazing.
you.
Really?
You
Fucking, how long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for the 9 months since I started as well.
now we have to hurry cut.
You started doing musical comedy. You just have to fire bits that most stand-ups that don't do that.
Yes, sir.
So your real specialty is
Well,
with the guitar.
Yes, sir.
Do we have an extra guitar? Do we know?
You can't make inferences from the rest of the stuff. Okay, so now
Is that thing too?
so you can only learn a split with space, and now we're not going to make any differences. So now go back to our computer spaces. So we'll give a call on the car. Go back and say we did before. Right? Choose from Sunday. Right? If it's from Sunday, tell me what
She would know the plug and everything. I know she's like, she's not that smart, but she's absolutely brilliant.
the inference that tries to make of
You brought a guitar back. Amazing. Perfect.
and therefore
Do your fucking
The guitar to the
you should know
like
more
up
than
to
the
the
question
guitar.
you have to begin even without
How that is plugged in, so I think it's fine.
you say,
Tony,
yeah, this is
well,
a
Tony,
general
Tony,
principle
Tony, as long as it's not like cover original stuff, man, that's right.
where it's
If you ever turn that KT on, that's underneath the mic, just there you go, perfect.
next part of the page is that
How to
you can
control
dumb
free
them.
There we go, baby. Tony, go. 1, 2,
That is Sunday, just by the time of the Zika earlier on. However, he becomes taller by the time of the Hesed 11. Still, he's not taller. But I'm at 11 that the Kohen is now Tame. Sorry, he's not taller. He should be
wow,
able to
that is
but the
crazy
long
true.
Mishnah said, no. Okay, different
More
for
time for
Hakol or
Tony's scar, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, I think that's 11. But the inference for this Mishnah is 2 points of some
I saw the most beautiful thing. I saw a homeless man playing guitar.
and then later becomes Tame by the shot
Homeless
that
love.
him.
We call it Austin.
Okay, so my sleeves are a little other 12, and therefore our Mishnah cannot be able to give me the 12. The time you have to start I just started opinion.
And I imagine what that homeless love would sound like. I think, folks, it would sound a little something like this.
In order to keep the culture, I probably have both at the shop, both at the time of the Rika and at the time of the I'm not sure that I've done like running. Let's say it messed up there. You see the connection of the down and the thing up together, and therefore you say, you can see that he has a problem on you guys. According to our show, even the it's not just a problem at the time of Zika. Now, after you put the opinion about the show, you say, you need to be a point of power, both at the time of Zika and at the time of Zika. So that's yes. This would be what if he has a state of coma in between those two? Right? He said because we didn't have all the right? At the official time of and at the official time of the love of this song is power, sure, you took it out. Rumor, she told you that we could react to the phone. You actually have it continuous. It's not just like to be active on point B, but have to be all the way from point A to point B. You have to be in the state of power. And I think we don't know this. We don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each point.
I bet they say cute shit in that song. They spell it out. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but those are already similar. I learned this in from, but those are already similar. I would rate that piece of. It's hard to get into that. So we say, to hear about it, we thought about it in the way that we see. I thought after we're going to have to be on exactly how that's a rock. But the other thing is getting a little background. This is background to this thing. So we're actually, we're going to have it off the we're going to see if we're talking about a Kohen, we said it would be Torah being covered, but yeah, Kohen is going to be Tahor at night. So, a Kohen is go into a Kohen and trying to see, get him to give him some of the cover, see if he can argue his way, but even though this Torah can't be Torah in the cover, he wants someone else to give him some later on night to give it. So let's see about it. You have but I would have thought that come and say another color. And in the meantime, there's a really good idea. I know it's going to come myself, but give me a little deeper view. And I'll even get the color from the size too. You're not in the market and see like a couple of the type of stuff. Even in a place where you have a strong when it comes to what your tacos. And Rashi says, what is the meaning of the short of their tacos? So Rashi it is why the color on the food tacos, any time it's high of a tacos, even if it's not in the front of you, not your food, in the Torah, that was us, right? So a Kohen who brings the tacos always has the right to do their rosa and to keep the part for himself. So we see that a Kohen has extra things, and you have to pull out when it comes to a Kohen bringing a tacos, because the tacos is sort of a higher level or higher cost. Right? So that's what that was. That was like. That's what something you know the front. The thing is, the color is the clear and you can tell that about. No, the clear and set. You want to know if you ever put all the tacos. Even in the case of a taco, where you completely have a higher co-op because you can bring the taco at any point and do it over yourself. If you see cost, it's not your stuff. However, I can put you off. The reason I just told you is that that color is not allowed to go to the taco.
21 years old, that's literally if I was in the street, it's one of the best sets I've seen for a young comic in a long time.
Are you positive? Great. Here you go. It's a golden ticket.
You have a less of a cost. They were doing it because the certainly I cannot be required to share from this minute by the yourself that I have a bulletin. I'm not going to do it. You are nice because you have even a lesser cost. Okay, so that's the only thing you have to do. You're not able to send me your copies as well.
Anytime you have another song that you want to come play on the show, you just let us know and you're going to get to do it in front of millions of people anytime you want. That could end up being like the greatest musical comedian of all time one day. Only 9 months in, that's all laugh, great jokes in there, great jokes. Well, we have another golden ticket winner back there, ready to go. This was his spot on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Makes noise for the return of Colin Sledge, everybody. Here he is.
That's going to be the continuing argument that would work. They almost ready to go in. You're going card. It's back. He says, all right, I can't get you with the comic book. Logic instead. I'll get you a concept. It says, let's go in. I'm not going to post up. Let's see that is not for this. So you know what? You want to come? Fall card? Okay. You can come and you not for this. That's what you can't. You can't. All right, so he tries to out. So now he's like, okay, he's talking to the Cleo says, okay, fine. I lost on the myth argument. So give me a little bit of your tacos. I know you would read it. On the right, so like, Cohen, exact same as argument. We might have nothing to do with the in the case
never
my own
catcall lady
I do not have
because that
a
would get
very
away from my
strong
position.
cough because I cannot, like, it's all, even on the back, I can't eat any of my own makeup. This is running as well. I was able to push it up. I mean, that's just well, even though I have
I would never stop
inferior
moving either.
cough. So nothing. The
Because
other people have
I
this
feel
too,
you
but
need
now
more
this
now.
extra strong cough. They would use
Like,
the
oh,
car
she's
and
going
have
to the
this rough,
grocery
then I
store.
certainly can push you away.
Oh, she's going to yoga.
Not this rough, because I have
Oh,
this
she's
extra
going to the
Again,
police
so it's
station.
exactly the same argument on the way. I'm not interested in
Oh, she's going back out. She's like, man,
She's going to do a Coca-Cola. Do a
okay, thank you.
This is stuff because the other stuff is all the same. We're the same. We're the same call. Again, if you have extra cost, I have a history of cost. I have a history. So that logic is not, that's not going to hold water. So it says back on his own company. I own her, have code, that's it. Oh, sorry, why not? Talk on table also. It says, okay, the policy says it's code that is not laptop. You bought that is the code that says you come to the service and you're going to eat. Of course,
Here we
you
go.
cannot be service and therefore you can't eat. Okay? So try it again. It's not
She was just like,
Painting
where
the
can I get on
like
six?
painting the because of the show. Now we're just talking about a promise to a funny. So now she's already eating. There's something I got to eat because of the show.
I never brought it up with
So,
her.
I'm sorry, the poet, sorry, yes, on the show. It's what it says. Give me something and I'll be able to eat it tonight when I'm alive.
After the last gentleman
So,
that
the
crushed
poet
it, I
says,
see
you're not
like
enough to
you
share
were,
a Coca-Cola,
I was so nervous. I
in a
could tell it was always.
situation where you had
I gotta tell you, to come up after somebody crushes like that, that's the fucking worst feeling of this job. Man, I gotta tell you, your first case, you fucking killed me right now. I swear to God, that's not an easy thing to do when you get to this comedy.
Great joke writer. Everything is on theme with him. He's a creepy guy that like looks like stairs. Your blinds and stuff. He's beside the window or behind a tree or something. And his girlfriend though, very delightful. What a nice woman. Yeah, she's
I have
actually,
less
she signs up.
why? Because I can't eat it until you said I can't give it
She
to
ever
my
been before?
wife
Never
or
been
my
told
wife
before.
and my
She's
children.
been signing
And then
up.
that thing is just in the other food for us, right? I have to admit, cost because of the show. Share it.
She signed up tonight.
I have to qualify from it.
Is it
Owner,
Timely
the
rain.
only answer is that my
Fucker,
brother
timely
Lady,
rain.
he does his weekend, he gets to go. He gets to
That
go
sounds like a
again.
Prince
If you
album.
can come to the road, you can come in and change the copy. Yes, it's the
How long ago did you start stand up setting up at
yes, all of the cats that bring are all, also no name, Tony on his right, also no arguments, because of the score, because of the problem, and essentially, he loses that, and we'll actually get back, I did step up, I know the rest of it, the round on mountain, so so we saw all the arguments were part of the kind of ask, that's what asked, one more, the thing that
Maybe you've been timely rain.
why did we say,
It was like throwing out on this show, actually.
why? Give me a little bit of this before, why?
February,
You could have said
I had
that
to
before,
come
you're
back
not enough
for
to
your
the
show on
top.
Wednesday and his show on
You
Thursday.
can show that
And I didn't know anything
right by
about Austin,
tacos
so
where
she
you
accompanied
cannot
me.
get to your wife and your
We just started hanging out.
I put you up, and if you can attack it, you I put you up. The other coach you did the
Random horse in the audience. Yelling.
Obviously, extra cost there. I mean, certainly I can push you up there because I have strength.
Are we ready?
And what's going to look at that?
Here's
Remind
the
you, telling us how to do a right? You can say, again, the same color. I also have to talk about, I don't have a good color for me. I go there then
Ladies and
to
gentlemen, makes
the
noise of timely rain, everybody.
Escalon to your army, Escalon up here. Then we have a fuck. That only, like,
The first time me and my boyfriend ever slept together.
And that's the point. That is the one who gets the.
Accidentally like beefing right in the pussy. I was like, that could have a dick.
So like, really, that really.
My boyfriend, he's really nice. He likes the Muppets. And he sings fucking with me in the car. So my mom really likes him. But he's a little racist, so my dad likes him too. He does comedy as well. And he's been doing it for way less than I have. And he gets booked more than I do.
Okay, now, question we
Which
had before,
means
the
not Well, is he funnier than me?
that
Means he sucks better dick
learned
than I
that
do too.
that he realized that his Simmons was thinking about this a lot in the big people. I like it. Talking about like kind of on the road, but not the look of
I love Austin, I really do, but man, half the people, half the men
a bathhouse
here look like no room for you.
so shiny.
On
This
the
is
other
nice.
half, will look like they're like this. Come from his soul.
For him to not be able to learn anything, so they got possibility. Like I think inside the chat, inside the like you say, learning, and then we keep it out.
It's anomaly how many times you signed up and not gotten pulled.
I've wanted this for so long.
Congratulations.
The Rabbi brings down, we got a question about the when I mean,
So long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years. 3 years. Actually, like this week is my 4 years.
Nice. And all of it in Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas.
How do you make money?
Stand-up comedy.
Nice.
I produce shows, but I also I do a bunch of gig work. I work at the Renaissance Festival. I'm like a bartender at different theaters and stuff like that.
What do you do at the Renaissance Festival?
I do comedy, but mostly I just talk shacks and serve people alcohol.
Can you give us an example of what that sounds like?
Good day, my lord and lady. What would you like to eat? I usually wear a little beard.
I've been waiting for years to play Renaissance. Wow, it was
not on the same day as Musa. So
you put it up for an effort. It's fucking awesome. Go straight to the car. Go straight to the car.
the secretary and Amy and you get out of and then similarly on the Yom itself. The Lilac is not considered. So on Yom you are owning a user of
Yeah, that's how we got me.
not dragged in that night on the so we're talking more about custom. The owning
Let's hear you hit that
on the
crazy
day
note up
of
here. No, come on, Colin.
However, on days of the day of Musa, sex is also less of a culture in the midnight. Just like you know, like you touch David J. and Musa, also less of a little bit of
It's alright, it's okay. What's the craziest thing about your life? You ever see anything traumatizing or through anything wild? What? No. Why do you let her decide what the fucking funniest option is right now, Colin?
I don't know, the most traumatic thing.
Hold on. You can't speak through that.
You can't say my transistor. My
Transistor. It's a 311.
It is.
Transistor. People off the hit album 311. You know that song? Yeah. Okay.
My transistor told me that last night she witnessed a stabbing at a venue, and I told her she needs to stop hanging out with those kinds of people.
Yeah, I heard
Those kinds of people kind of stab.
Was it a trans person stabbing another person?
Yes.
Yeah, crazy. Almost seems like there's some type of correlation between mental illness and the trans community.
Both run in my family.
It almost seems like there's a slight thing going on where those are the people coming.
My brother, he's not gay, but he does wear like crop tops, and he has told us what that means. My real name is actually Timely Ray.
Wow.
What's going on with your fucking
Your parents, are they very strict, religious, or quite the
No,
opposite?
quite the opposite. My mom was a like raver in the 90s, and my dad was a straight edge punk, and they met while working looking at a record store together.
Hell yeah, it all makes sense.
You know, yeah, I'm like, you know what that makes sense? Portland was poor. You know,
Well, finally, congratulations. You got a big joke book. Very fun stuff. Congratulations. Finally, Ray. Call it. Alright, back to the book we go. This is the perfect music for this day. Make some noise for Fidi Olafin, everyone. Fidi Olafin.
I'm from Australia. I'm trying to move here. Get away from gun violence.
I remember this. And you know, on the day, sorry, on the day of burial, and the night following the burial is also in the state of Anina's right?
I'm a single mother. People say that's bad for kids.
On the day of death,
But I reckon abortion's too much damage.
but the night following the day of death was Anina's rice.
Been going to the gym a bit recently for my mental health.
Really actually holds
I've already
that
got a six pack. I just want to stop wishing I was dead. Membership was cheap and the gym's on top of a tall building.
Are we saying that the night? Now, by the way, how do you know that Anina's rice on the day of death?
I don't do long at the gym. I go for like 2 minutes.
But there's really
Just
actually
enough fat chicks. It's a real mood booster.
follows the day of death actually rice. But and they went,
They're just jokes. I think fat lives matter and sympathy for fat people because I was anorexic. I know exactly what it is to feel obese.
Where they feel the consequence of it.
Fidi Olafin. What a great stuff. You've been on this show before.
I have.
Welcome back. Very fun stuff. Very fun stuff all the way around. Topical with the guns.
I had that the day after, but I was kind of glad I didn't get off. A little too soon.
That's perfect. That's when it's the most fun, I think. But I get in trouble all the time, so what do I know? How long is Benny remind us how long you've been on stand-up?
I started 15 years ago, and I took a really long break. Like I did 9 years off, and then I started again in 2020, just before the pandemic. And it's been on and off. Kind of got cancelled in Australia, like blacklisted for some jokes.
What jokes?
Trans jokes and drinking with Aboriginal people jokes.
Please do that. Yeah, like I was What were the jokes exactly? Australia's a little sensitive.
The trans jokes, I don't know, it was just, yeah, like gig every 3 months. And then one day I was just phone call saying you're never going to get this gig again. And I was like, okay. And then I posted about it, and then I took it down, and then it got picked up by the newspaper. Probably just because my mom was a comedian, so they're like famous comedians doing a transfer.
Did your mom get any backlash for having a trans?
She probably did. In some request folder or something.
Yeah. D-Madness famous homophobe is here. He arrives with the anti-trans material. Even though that sweater does kind of look like the trans flag, I gotta warn you, D-Madness, the colors on it, that's what it looks like. It's blue and pastel. Fun for you. I have it hanging over my bed, so I know. I love it. Biddy, when did you have the kid? How old's this?
4.5 years old.
Okay. Where's she at?
3 times. She's at a hotel, and I got a babysitter, and it was so perfect. Everything just worked out. I was able to sign up.
Amazing. Amazing. Anything weird going on with the 4.5-year-old? Normal kid.
She's very normal. She's quite funny. Very funny, I'd say.
Something funny that the kid's done.
Okay, well, recently, I reverted to Catholicism 3 years ago. I was raised Catholic, and now I'm back. And I've been teaching my daughter to do the sign of the cross when we go past the Catholic church, and we ride the bus everywhere. So one day I was telling her to do the sign of the cross, and sorry. Then the other day, we went past a ballet school. And we're coming past a ballet school. Do I have to spit?
So the United States
Get her on stage now. Get the speech on stage. I want to see her diapers right now.
Kids are funny. I was FaceTiming with my buddy Nick on Christmas, and he goes, "Hey, this is my niece over here." So basically, they're around that age. And I go, "Hi, kid, I'm rich and famous." And she went afterwards to her mom and goes, "I met Nick's friend Richard, famous." How adorable that is. Kids say the darndest things. Maybe where's the baby daddy at?
He's in my hometown, Bell Springs.
But he's not in the kid's life.
He
like other people, right? Because a lot of
he would catch up with us if we went back down.
They'd like to know if you're single. If there's some
That song's funny, or Renaissance Fair.
Um,
What does the dad do for work?
we met at work actually. We were working on a TV show. He was a camera assistant, and I was that director.
And go for it.
I'm celibate now.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Is that by choice?
Thanks until I am married, which probably means I get married.
Yeah, you have a single kid, so see you out there.
Yeah.
you really killed the Bible.
You're fantastic. You are a true pro. Thank you so much. Fun stuff.
You already have a big joke book, right?
For your last time on, perfect. Pushing this video off. On to the next one. You guys still having fun out there? Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. And this looks like a new name, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Make some noise. Your next comedian. It's Jimmy Prescott, everybody. There he is. Jimmy Prescott.
We're going to see that some of them were burnt, totally burnt.
I made a
Some of them were
mistake.
which will be
I
stopped.
shaved my beard after 2 years.
Some of the
I used to look like a man, homeless man,
He says, why did
still
you
a
do
man.
this? I
Now
instructed
I look like I never got over Weezer.
all of the carbonos today. Okay, I'm gonna have
I look like I look like the coat chair. The hotel was created for me. Politically, I am a leftist to liberal, far right, left right, walk racist. I'm only joking, guys. I am not woke. I don't like politics, but I do like starting politics on social media. I like it so much that if I had pronouns, they would be blocked and report. Should also mention that I am not racist because I have a friend black. Everyone knows if you have one or more black friends, you can't be a racist. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't hung out with my black friends in years, but I still them in prison.
Fuck yeah, Jimmy. Like your style. You're great. How long have you been on stand-up? 1 year.
Yes, sir.
Wow. I've been here in Austin.
Yep.
This is where you live.
I lived here since 1996.
Wow. You before that? Okay. And what made you okay, what do you do for work?
I worked at video companies, so I was working on Ultimate Red Band, probably
Very well. Awesome.
so hung out with Richard Gere, he was like my own boss. Yeah, and then I got into just normal tech stuff.
Okay. I love it. You married, kids, anything? Okay. 4.5-year-old in Australia? I love it. And so you're working in tech now? Just some weird part.
I'm not supposed to talk about it.
I got it. What made you want to start stand-up a year ago?
I was like, just hanging around. I've always kind of wanted to do it. And I was making short films and stuff a long time ago, so like comedy short films. I made a short film called Love Wall Street. It's about a guy who finds comfort over a recent breakup in the arms of his favorite chair. Yeah. About like, I think it's 14 to 30, 14 minutes in, and you're watching it, you're watching you're watching before.
So, it's called
Was it Time Mark again? What? It's just called
Love Wall Street.
Love Wall Street.
And that's on YouTube.
When I had
Okay, great.
and
What else, Jimmy? Tell us more about your life.
Let's see.
if you say that Aaron
My high school girlfriend went on to become Outfit of the Year in 2002.
how you
Wow.
Started there. Megan Mason.
then what?
Yeah.
Megan Mason.
What's that? You're going to see the
See
offer
that?
the only one that practice of
Yeah,
the
my phone. Megan Mason.
you can see
And also Outfit of the Year in 2010 and 2020. So there you go. Yeah, they are you horny fucks. She Christ. Let's stick with the internet while you go fucking try to get her. There's stage name. I know her real name. He does too.
Jimmy, what else? What's a weird habit that you do every day?
That's why I love when I do when I have new birthday.
We have it.
Okay, you know, it says it's followed.
I don't know. I
Other
just.
possibility, how you run the alcohol area.
I'm trying to think of something.
What's the first thing you do when you get out of bed? You get out of bed, you do what?
I eat
As
it.
most amigos last
You eat it.
Yeah, I gotta wake up.
it could have gone ahead.
Okay. I think you're supposed to just leave it in your mouth, but
Oh yeah. Put it in my yeah. I eat it.
They were the
Cereal,
original
milk, and cereal.
then when you have a cup of coffee, does your kid live with you? Okay, of course.
You're gonna love this. I didn't know he was my kid until he was 16.
Wow. Okay, so how did you find out?
So he did a 23andMe test. And
before we go on,
people with my last name started popping up in the family tree. He asked his mom, and his mom was like, oh shit. So she messaged me. And I was like, hey, let's do a fraternity. 99.9999.
Wow. Amazing. So tell us about the 16-year-old thing.
Well, he's
Right.
yeah. So we've been hanging out and hanging out for what was the time? It was 14:30. About 14:30. So I just got email 14:30. Yeah. So anyway.
On the consecration
He's
of
got
the
a kid
Mishkan.
at 16.
Remember
I'm
again,
paying the salaries on my insurance, you know, and child support.
You guys have anything in common? You guys crazy. Like, I mean, is something else quirky that you notice that you guys have in common?
Oh, we have the same pinky toe.
What's weird about your pinky toe?
They look exactly the same.
Wait, hold on, time out. So you have a child. I told you you missed a lot. You can't just take a piss and jump in on this ice.
Hold on, let me just stick with this for a second. You're saying your pinky toe looks the same.
Exactly the same. It's like tiny little
Twisted, very small nail.
How the fuck do you know about your fat
Number
tits?
2 was Sierra Kodesh.
Okay.
And number 3 was Sierra Shabbat Shah.
Oh my
There's a
god.
special Sierra special offering
Honestly,
and
let me see
mark
your
the
face.
consecration
No,
of the
you
Mishkan.
don't have to do that.
No, he's doing it.
Once
Okay.
again,
You know what I mean?
Sierra
Like that
Nashim
other
and
hour.
another,
Start seeing the
Sierra
shit for random
Kodesh,
ass
and a special inaugural Sierra. Okay, these are all
He's got the
facts. I
cock
want to
in
do
his
Let me
this.
see, lift it up over
Where
here. I
was
can't
the
see.
fact?
He's got the cock
I
dog.
wrote going to the Sierra
Oh yeah, you're right.
On the table.
That thing is under his it's ring toe
You
from
can see
here.
the other two. So listen, now what
He's
are
in
we trying to
college
figure out?
football.
Aaron,
That
why
fucking
did
second
you
tolerating
burn
that
the
is
Sierra
look at this
Kodesh
Comcast
and
remote.
not
Look at
the Sierra?
right next to his big
Okay?
toe. Look at
This
Comcast
is
remote,
enough
dude.
focus. I
It
mean, the
goes
family
that's
says
wild.
he
Goes
didn't
back out.
consume the Sierra
Well,
Kodesh.
you get the
Why?
Netflix.
Because he was an owner. Why was he an owner?
You get the
Because his
Netflix
son
on the
was
Star's
never
left
that
one. Oh yeah, pink.
This episode brought to you by Straight
Well, we
Tequila,
no,
everybody.
it's not because of that.
Absolutely
Because it was because
real what's going on over here.
but he should have burned
Jimmy,
and not consumed any of that.
Jimmy,
Why did he
anything else great about your life we should know before getting you out of here?
Let's see. I got a pilot's license.
What do you do with it? Do you ever use it?
I did it for fun.
So that's how much.
One day I woke up and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a fucking pilot's license. Yeah, I did.
That's awesome.
I took a bunch of friends flying, and now I don't do it. So was it 9, 10? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know, probably.
And the cut shape shaw.
Guys, so we had an event on 9/11 in this country. I was there. I saw it.
You were in New York?
I wasn't there, but I was watching on TV. We all know
Jimmy, great stuff. Great set, especially for a year. Congratulations, Jimmy Prescott.
This episode brought to you by Mezcal and Double Talk. Nothing better than you. Up here. I'm like, it's two of my favorite drinking by big time. We're kicking rum. Shut up in your next fucking bowl. One of this lady's gonna go fucking shit their best done. Look at this. Look at that thing. Look at that. Unbelievable. Alright, your next fucking bowl. You guys still having fun out there, huh? Make some noise for your next one. It's Mad Revis. Every year we go. It's Mad Revis.
Yeah, man, you guys realize OnlyFans is like the new form of scratch offs?
Because that was
Yeah, it'd be on the homepage, just blurry picture, $5. Well, I can afford that. I bought 10 of them one time, like their pack of Pokemon cards. I started ripping them looking for a Charizard. No, just a bunch of EVs and like, damn it. Yeah, one time, I bought a 10-pack worth of toes. $10, but bitch, this is $4 worth of toes max. Yeah, I looked at it, I was like, I just sent another $1.99 just message. I was like, yeah, this is $4 worth of toes max. They paid his skin on that pinky toe. That's enough. Fucking crazy. OnlyFans is, I feel like OnlyFans is like a new form of fantasy football. Yeah, fantasy football, they get their fan groups together, start competing for the MVP. Yeah, the most valuable pussy is just crazy. I guess that's it.
Mad Revis. Are you extremely tired right now?
Yeah, I am. I'm a little Asian too, it doesn't count.
Okay. Are you high too?
No, it's a little Asian too. I found out that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Now you're Filipino?
No, I found out I was a little Japanese. You're a little bit.
Well, every Japanese is looking over here.
Shit, I thought I was Mexican until this time.
Just him in the lake going, oh shit.
So exactly how did you have your dad in your life?
No, I do have a father. Nice brown Mexican father.
Is your mom's a little bit Japanese?
No, my dad is. He's a guy that's like 3 generations ago from the 1800s. Came over making fireworks and
Does
shit.
your dad have those eyes?
Get your fucking crutches and come back in the sun again. Makes sense.
I knew those activities that would cost you $8 a slot. Did you really offer happiness in the
Trust me, I
business?
know.
And thereby disqualified
10%
and then
Hiroshima.
You were 150% Chinese tonight, bro.
you think my son offered this
It was
up?
a prophecy
I
I
knew
had
it
happened.
Mad Revis. How long have you been on stand up?
offered it up.
4 years.
What do you do
I
for work?
offered it up.
I was rodeo these last few weeks.
So I knew Johnny. So I offered it up. I was like, I'm going to go.
Plug in my
And I
Plug in microphone, tie the tour bus.
for anyone who even know.
He's a country singer, I don't singer. Yeah, I was supposed
You people out there. What's your love life like?
Dude, it's horrible. I got with the HEB the other day, man.
They wouldn't let you buy trees?
No, this nice lady Jack to me, man.
What do you mean?
It's hard. It's hard to buy groceries and hit on women whenever you can only afford fucking Vienna
This is a
sausages, you know?
tremendous soul because
Yeah,
a
I
lot
walk
of
around
things
with
in
5
life
flavors of Spam. This girl got
we
chia
take on
seeds and
certain
kale.
responsibilities. Luckily, it's
I can't afford that shit. Kale's like $10 a bushel nowadays, dude. It's fucking fucked.
and then whatever it is, you
And I don't like chia seeds, man. Yeah, I hate that shit. Feels like pie. Like
it's inconvenient.
Your blind guitar player said I wish it was F.
Yeah. It's amazing. It is incredible. All right, Matt. I'm going to keep it moving along. Here's a medium joke for you. There he goes, Mad Revis, everybody. Go take a nap, Matt. Go take a nap. You're exhausted right now. It's more than just Asian there. All right. Your next fucking book goes by the name of Emmanuel Martinez. Everybody make some noise for Emmanuel. These people have been waiting all day for this. For the opportunity. On the light side.
In the middle. Now, this is the choreographer represents almost like an exaggerated example of this. Because the choreographer is a standard that we are not held to. Aaron's children died. Aaron's children died.
I had jaw surgery
In the aftermath of the death of his children, what does he do?
fun fact that I like to bring up on dates. That was on one day, and this girl was like, "Oh my gosh, can we still kiss?" I was like, "Actually, I just prefer sex."
There is nothing that stands in my life.
She said, "I prefer we just kiss." I was like, "All right, well, I know you paid for dinner, but
this is a different standard. This is a
I
different
prefer
we are not out the standard of the Queen God.
the kid too, which is crazy." And we got along.
What are the
Me
things
and
in
her
our
got
life?
along
What are the things in our life
until one night that kid
have to get done? And if I have to get them done, and they're important enough that
I left.
in my
At the time, all right, I was only 18. I can't be responsible for a 18-year-old. Like, I see him.
One of the first things in
See him in school every day with the same classes. He helps me out more every night. I was like, Dad, I can't be a father to someone and then share. Will you imagine that?
Okay, Emmanuel Martinez. All right. Hello, gentlemen. First time. Your first time. Okay, good. How long have you been Santa?
About 2 years in March.
Okay, 2 years in March. Where have you been doing it?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, that's where you live.
Yes, I was born in Texas, but raised in North Carolina.
What do you do for work?
I'm a grad student.
Of what?
This is what they're.
Do you do that? I'm in school for still in school. How much longer do you have?
First year's about to be over. Got 2 more years.
2 more years. How old are you? 28. What made you want to get into physical therapy now?
I was a trainer for a very long time. I did nursing school, and then I failed. I was like, all right, well,
Failed at what? Nursing school. How did you fail? Explain to us exactly what part you failed.
it's I failed in the community college too. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm the Queen God.
I know.
Keep going.
You have 4 exams throughout the year. First one, I did good. I got 2 classes. And then I bombed like the 3rd exam. And then
After these events, ultimately again the death of my
you gotta
children.
talk about that, dude. You gotta talk about that. Like, you're the doctor, a shitty nurse. Like, do that. Like, that's. Yeah, and nursing it, that's pretty awful. Yeah.
Were you studying? Were you trying?
I was trying.
Do you think maybe I was like, that might not think, have you ever thought about working in a factory or something perhaps? Like maybe helping other humans' health if you can't pass the stuff like isn't for you?
Good question. How long have you been? How long have you been here? Look at me. Look at me.
Emmanuel, anything crazy I find interesting?
Let's see. I had the
Why'd you have jaw surgery?
I had an underbite. So like they like broke both my jaws. They did it like that.
In a state of animals, then certainly again you
Somebody's
can't
doing your surgery over here.
Is Moshe
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm gonna perform physical therapy on them? Alright, yeah. Emmanuel, here's a little joke, but we're gonna keep it moving along. Here we go. A couple very sleepy Mexicans back to back here on Kiltony, really bringing the momentum to a screeching halt. Just exhausted Mexicans. Anybody notice that? Just, I don't know. Another crippled Asian. Bringing that. Remember when they used to have the energy? They used to get ready to work. Hey, what's up, everybody? These people are exhausted Mexicans now. Alright, your next Pokeball goes by the name of Saul Willen. Everybody, here we go. Saul Willen.
I overheard a lesbian talking to her friend. She's gonna spice up her relationship. She's like, we're getting a flashlight for another.
That makes a lot of sense.
I was in traffic and I saw this lesbian again driving in a car, except she wasn't on the road. She was like on the sidewalk, and it wasn't a real car. It was like a much smaller car, like kind of odd looking. And on the back of her window it said, "Toys are just like real boys."
This is the recipe for how brothers get along.
Anyways, I was kind of drunk the other night, and I thought I walked into a Whataburger, but it was D. Madness's house, and he was like, "What? A burger?"
So often, like someone does something I don't like, and what do I do?
And let's say when I turned on the lights, he didn't have all the ingredients for a burger, so that's a good.
Nothing positive ever happens.
Thank you so much.
All right,
You don't
Wilson.
understand why someone did
What the
something.
fuck happened there?
That's good about that. Hey, say,
Hi, Saul. Welcome. This is your first time on the show. I would remember that fucking
lost person the wrong way, gonna go inside, outside, the city
like with full
There's a
leukemia.
conversation, and that enables Aaron to go ahead and explain why
Saul
he
Wilson.
did the things that
It's like you
and
can
then
use a little
ultimately
Jocelyn.
the explanation. And
All
also
right,
says,
Saul.
Aaron's
Let's
right,
stand up.
because ultimately
Not too long, like 2 years. It's like
2 years. I love it. Where?
this is a front on, but in my car.
Okay, tell us what you mean by that.
Like doing right here. Just doing my best to be for.
Oh, really? You're holy shit. Has it ever backfired? Has anyone ever been like, yo, dude, please, can you just shut the fuck? Because that's what they're thinking. So,
Yeah, this one time I guess it was like, 2 wives, and maybe in Texas, that's like, talk about this stuff, but I made like a big joke.
what was the gist?
We do this, we try to all the time.
I forget, but like I said, she said, as I said already, I said 2 my videos, but it was just like
The way
comfortable.
the brothers spoke to each other,
They didn't have to know that.
secret to Octopus and
Can I hear the joke? Can I?
We're not going
He
to
doesn't
hear
remember.
everything.
It's not
It
We
was,
see something
it was like,
ask,
Tell jokes in your
but ask
car.
for the sake of understanding,
The two
not for the
lesbians.
sake of stuffing.
How are you
Yes, that
always
was a word,
around all
stuffing.
these
Right?
lesbians?
And not for the sake
Seems
of
like everything you
stuffing.
do, there's
And
lesbians
suddenly
involved.
again, there's dialogue.
now I just love being for
There's
tonight.
room, there's a conversation. And how does Montana come out at the end?
You don't remember the joke, you sure?
Yeah, it was like in conversation, like just like,
I forgot.
yeah.
Because of his dialogue, again, it opens the door for so much understanding.
Saul, so that's what you do for work? You
I
drive?
will know if there's a car, there's also an
Okay,
opportunity
what kind
to
of car do
say,
you have?
I was wrong. Incredible. Incredible. Now, you know, we should make the types of them. So again, remember, this will come from the Kenya. Ultimately, again, Aaron does not eat the seals of soda because of
So
Anito.
Saul,
And
tell
again,
us something
so again,
interesting
and
about
then
your
the
wife.
Kenya's
How old are you?
So remember, it's the seal of
36.
36. You got 36 years of experience to draw from. Give us a little fun fact about Saul Wilson that might surprise us.
Cabanos are not consumed in a state of Anito. Mashain can touch a shell. At the side of Cabanos, like the seal of Naxo. And we know you will see it.
Is the whitest white guy ever beat boxing? Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Although
Did not go ahead
I've never done it from people.
You see that for
Okay.
this?
Hearing you tell a big dick joke in front of husbands when you know beatbox. Let's hear this shit.
just pretend like you're in your car. Make yourself feel.
I think they hold it certainly.
Just try it, Saul. Just try it.
Most of us are why did you burn the seal of this? Why did
Ladies
you
and
not
gentlemen, the whitest white guy of all time
Someone Nicholas,
beatboxing
someone
live.
with
hates
same
blacks.
conversation.
Here on the
Most says, maybe we put the blood into
Yeah, I've never done it though. So sorry.
No, I want you to keep. Hold on, guys. Keep trying it like you did it. How do you do it in real life?
No, I was, I'm
You literally can't beatbox at all.
let's try. I'm gonna let's try.
Have a sip of water. We're gonna do this until you fucking beatbox. I will keep us here all
My
night.
son told me that I need
All right,
to
who
go
wants to
cheaper.
do it?
I am the one who offered it up. The Dilma Aga Maraifu Hashaki will be coming.
Wow.
Once they watch this.
No, man, I'm so stupid.
Wow, that's incredible. You have the rhythm of Yehi's crutches. Unbelievable. No whatsoever. Just sounds like Yehi coming up the stairs. Why so many sales? So many sales. He's falling down the stairs, actually. Sneezing into the mic. Alex. Opening the bill and around.
My children,
Michael Jackson or two. She's I got kind of do the late SNL guys. No, you don't have to say I've never done it before. Like we know, just do it. Live from Austin, it's Tony. You can't do that either. What else do you think you can do? Absolutely incredible. You might be the untalented man in the history of the show. You should get me a gold bar for being here. You are the opposite of a talented human. You owe me a gold. Okay, what else do you think you can do? This is entertaining. Come on, give us something else. Show me your fat kids. Can you do an impression of something? Is there something else?
so many of us. I'm not the person I want to be.
It's simply going to be your 10 Miss Kelsey. It's going to be your fat kids on the show tonight.
I didn't work hard enough. I haven't been singularly committed
How
to
many of you want to see Tommy?
because the goal is to be honest with the nature. These things that I would keep my eye on because I said these losses, I got these losses and more losses.
You want to see those pepperoni pizza and
of what I am and what I need.
I don't think anybody believes it.
Is it not the most overwhelming thing you've heard? You can make a whole bunch of excuses for yourself. The end you get is most of them.
He's gonna open up that Shawshank Redemption fucking polo shirt he's got.
Nothing less in marriage and accomplishment. And they're all the ease. You don't know who that's from. I hope that's how
hairy those are.
Look at this.
Of the mighty Chewbacca, ladies and gentlemen.
Athleticism.
Guy knows how to co-pilot the Millennium Falcon. Wow, I just saw 50 Shades of Grey.
Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Is there anything else you're
Look
good
at this move.
Yeah. Is there anything else you think you can do?
Like when I was driving the other
comedies.
because if you think I'm getting
Okay.
the calling myself out. I think if I'm calling myself
You're doing a good job. Congratulations. Sign up again. Give us another minute sometime.
Again, here's the
We'll see
problem.
if it
You're
can
not
go
allowed to
better.
use my shitty
Can happen.
It's just simply my
Stick around. You might see it.
I said, in this
All right.
exchange,
Let's do it. Final book of Golden goes by the name of Daniel Shepard, everybody. Here we go. Daniel Shepard.
maybe only in the night following this. So what happened was I used
I saw a black guy in a wave.
emotionally hurt what I said, and he said, yeah, you're right.
It definitely stole that shit.
I was trying to check out.
There's no other way. I saw a black technician driving in. Joke on himself. But,
So he must be violent.
my gay friend was like to be gay. He said it sucks coffee.
What happened?
Amazing.
Aaron was going to this year,
I found out bananas are technically berries. Did you guys know that?
So what happened? So
Yeah, you
it says,
can bury
turn
them
on
up your
all this
ass.
stuff. And then what happened was,
Peg them as berries.
Aaron, so here's what I now, even in the street of us, I'm
They're
not
great
saying,
guys every time.
touching
I love trans
clothes,
women.
it
1950s gay? You mean that like black women? According to my grandpa, that's gay.
Okay, Daniel, ladies and gentlemen, here he is. Absolutely adorable.
Thank you.
Obviously, what ethnicity are you, French bulldog?
I got
A normal round head, this boy. You just want to squeeze those cheeks.
I got called that today. I got called that in a testicle today.
I can see
I'm happy about it.
it's the resemblance.
You gave me my third French bulldog.
I love it, Daniel. How long have you been on stand-up?
I'm about to be going on 5 years
Where at?
here in Austin.
I love it. This is where you're born and raised.
Yes, sir.
What do you do for work?
I just got a job. I'm a stripper. I work at a wire factory. Wires and fabricating cables.
Very nice.
Yes.
Very nice. What did you do before that?
I was into welding. I actually ended up parked cars for a long time with the MC company out here as a valet. Then they made me a bellhop, and the tips were really shitty. But I loved working there, and I got free food. But the black got tipped a lot, and mine got tipped nothing. We both did a great job, and he can understand why I wanted to quit. And how that got out. I don't know.
Every single roach hole. Here's what you know.
You hate blacks?
I was jealous of my black coworker, but no, I don't hate blacks. I'm very. I have a lot of black.
How many black friends do you think some of your black friends for their names?
Mr. Mars, and now I have my best friend Brennan from childhood. I have
You stay in touch with Brandon?
Brennan, yeah, Pelham, Ohio.
How often do you talk to him?
I touch base with him a few times a year. We met in middle school. He taught me how to be cool in middle school.
Okay. So do you live more?
You haven't
seen him in a long time. Okay, what black friends other than open-minded comedians? What other black friends do you have? Name one that you see that you don't have to do work with.
Let me see.
This is Jamar. Jamar, are you lying?
Jamar is a mutual friend of Brennan and I.
Last night. Last night.
I don't remember Jamar's last name. How many Asian friends? How many Asian friends? Okay, I have Koreans.
Okay, name the Korean. First name list.
My Korean friend just died. Oh, fuck. That's so weak. I'm so confused.
Yeah, how did your Korean friend die?
On a motorcycle, they got hit.
Wow, like your black friend?
I don't know who did it.
Your Asian friend died on a motorcycle and you're dying. Like he didn't cause the accident?
No, I don't think so. I think he got T-boned. I think, I don't know. North Austin, another black friend.
Team Jenkins, like a gentleman, it is true. Wow. So your Korean friend died on a motorcycle.
Yeah, I've known him since I was 5.
Game over for him. R.I.P. You've known him since you were 5.
I love this guy.
I can do that because I'm
Bye, see you. Bye, fix the dinner for you. Bye, I love you.
I love you in the Oscars. I loved him on the Oscars.
What do you mean?
Did he host the Oscars? No, I'm Team Joe Coy. Oh, fuck. Sorry, dude. What is your name, sir? seconds.
The contract is given
I
to you
love it.
to
All right,
avoid
Daniel.
regulation of the overall Seattle Sears sales program.
You've been on this show before, right? Sir, would you get that?
Yes, well done.
Okay,
So now
well,
remember
move it up to
again,
a slightly medium
remember,
book.
so this goes
Let's
back.
go. There he goes. Daniel Shepard.
Back actually to remember
You're
again
welcome, buddy.
to the beginning of the sex.
Put that mic stand back where you found it. Daniel, real quick. Daniel, there you go. Mic sound instead of networking with the comedians. Put it back where you There you go. There goes Daniel Shepard, everybody. This guy's trying to shake hands. If you ever need an opener, then sometime. Ladies and gentlemen, our regulars are all out this week. Yeah, crazy. But we do have one prolific Golden winner left to close the show, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the great Aaron Kyle, everybody. Here he is. Kill Tony Fame. This is Aaron Kyle, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a single black friend. People assume I'm mentally retarded and they start playing charades with me. It happened 6 times at the airport on the way here. Like I ordered Starbucks and my order was ready and she starts doing this.
But aminos of the night that follows the day of death is also the Raisa. Therefore, waiting for that night.
By the 6th time, I just started doing it back to them. I shared.
What about the fact that Pinchas was there?
Going.
And Pinchas was also a Kohen. So remember, Pinchas was not very still about Aminos. Remember, again, Pinchas, remember, Pinchas, the son of Allah.
Family.
Pinchas was Aaron's grandson. Pinchas' father is still up.
Piece of fucking shit.
So why not allow Pinchas people to have others? Someone like Rabbi, someone like incredible.
All that is, oh no. Think he needs to use the potty. Tommy poked his sick is just sitting here thinking about like my retard foot.
What's that? Is this like a running joke or something? Why would he smell your retard foot? I don't understand what's happening.
Tommy does.
Do you have a half-fitted idea you want to say to him?
Tommy does that. I think hugs you, like smells your marriage and like sniffles
Great
your
stuff right now. All right, let's go back to that. Describe Tommy's hugs in the middle of the fucking show. Great stuff right now. What do you got? Oh, Aaron's pissed. Look at him. He's furious. We tell that Nick gay boy. Look, I'm literally the one that brings you on the fucking show. I get nothing out of this, but yes, I'm not letting you cook enough. Jesus fucking Christ. You ever think being so ungrateful is like God made you? What does he smells like? Slide my fingers. What is happening right now? Maybe a reason why the baristas think you're retarded, Aaron. You're out of your fucking mind. He is so lit right now. Aaron, what's going on in life? Tell us about it.
He's actually quite fascinating. Remember again,
I want to let you cook. So I give you an opportunity to really cook it up in here. A guy that can literally only cook things in a microwave, but yes, I'm gonna let you microwave something up for everybody.
Lean cuisine over here. Fucking salts and bitter over here.
So what happened?
Go ahead.
I have an air fryer.
Oh, they're going to go in there again, bread and gravy. But they say, now what happened? Because those that have come faster than nothing, etc. What do you do? They say, oh God, it's not an altar for idolatry, it's an altar for idolatry. So it's like taking de-escalated the situation.
Oh my God.
So the Gemara says it was only after Pinchas made Shaul
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, no, I know. So either way, the point you guys making over here.
What else is going on in life?
Do you really cook? We got on cooking. You have a built-in spatula. Something just said, let me cook. I'm curious. Is there something you specialize in? Me and Aaron are friends, by the way. He doesn't. Yeah, there you go. He likes to see it. When he has to type, he can't sleep at the same time, so I get serious. But when he looks at it, there he goes.
Just going back on the road with Steve-O in the new year.
Oh, fuck.
Absolutely. Aaron, you're fantastic. We love you. You're a golden ticket winner as always. And you did it yet again. Having Aaron Belial, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie Rabbi, Steve Bird is on court. Jumped live, kind of shorty. Tommy Lopez podcast, Stuff Island, and Look at Dish, a cooking show, which is awesome. One more time for Aaron Belial. They can get a little feisty. Paid for let me cook. Hey boy. I'll put through the ringer for that one. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. That's the great Ron White.
Look at this.
Shit to the moon, Red Man.
Check out a new video on YouTube, Count at 7. It's called Cherry Beer.
Okay, there you go. And we love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody. One more time for CB.
So almost like just to kind of sort of so here's what happened, right? They have been revolution of Damascus. Aaron, Esau, Jacob, and Abihu died. That we know. What happened exactly? So now, here's what else we know. Three covenants offered up that day. We see one. The Silver Shoulders. That's what we call Kutchik Yoros. That was released that day. That is always going to be offered up. Covenant number 2, Sir Naxam and Aminata, Sir Travel Prince. Covenant number 3 is that Shem Lodge will see. Here's what we know. Two of them, the Sir Naxam and Sir ultimately again of the inauguration, were offered up normally. Sir Shoulders was only very not consumed. Moses Aaron, why did you not eat the Sir Shoulders? Two different versions as to what happened. Version number 1 is that Aaron said to Moses, I'm a Kohen, and I can offer that in the state that I was, but only culture strong, culture shoulders. Okay? Version number 2 is I can go ahead and eat. I can offer and eat, but also so therefore again, Rosh Chodesh is touching those he's going to safely eat that night. What happened in the time that he offered it? Different dramatic versions, ultimately again about what happened with Aaron. We'll say just a little bit back and then we'll stop. All right, let's say get ready for this. Moshe Rabbeinu, from Jacob. You know, Moshe Rabbeinu actually, before he was released of Aaron on the Moshe Rabbeinu actually operated as the Kohen Gadol. According to Kutchik Shemayim, and Moshe Rabbeinu actually again received a favor, ultimately again in Kabbalah's Kinamar, Me'er HaMe'erim LeMoshe HaYimana. So let's say it's incredible. So before, remember on big number 8, when Aaron was officially inaugurated as the Kohen Gadol, for the previous 7 days,
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Coffee Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for Frank Robert's on account County. Get out, fucking day of their lives, huh? You are. How you guys feeling tonight? Tony, brought to you by Netflix and gentlemen, where this upcoming Monday, January 12th, Kill Tony Once Upon a Time in Texas airs only streaming Netflix, so we won't be on YouTube next week. We'll be on Netflix. Cool as that, huh? Baltimore Taco, Fernando Castillo, Matt Mueling on guitar, a Matt Mueling signature artwork, John Page guitar, that's John Dina keys. And believe it or not, that is the real Team Madness Live Tony Band single Pandemonium out now on Spotify and everywhere where music is played. Here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are the actual Kill Tony show to Texas, February 28th, in Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHitchwood.com for tickets right now. The actual Kill Tony show in the state of Texas, one in Grand Prairie, March 28th, Tony Hitchwood. You guys ready to start the show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends every week. This is one of those episodes where truly two of my best friends in the world are on tonight's panel. Austin Zone, make some fucking noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillen. Ladies and gentlemen, Shane Gillen, financial field, aka motherfucking football stadium, just 17. And Joe Rogan of the RE, the #1 show around. These are Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, but tonight we are here on a fucking Monday, getting the week started right. How we feeling, gentlemen? Let's fucking go. Yes. Too good, I feel excited. Legitimately. Very excited to be here.
You guys are two of the best guests in the show's history, so you already know that this bucket is filled with over 2.
Very nice to starting. Yeah. Thank you. All right, good morning. A great production continuing seconds. You may thank all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our public sponsors in the month of Tevis. Abba Azim Utoba, Pushin Lindy Schreiber, and Sister Fushnima, the Elio, Rafael Ben Miriam, Martin Halloway Marguerite, Miriam Martin's father, Yossi Shlomo Moshe Shmuel Ben Itusuyu. And our patron sponsors for today, Milton Alan Gertner, in memory of remote mother from us, Yitzchak Milko, Fanny Gertner, the Open of America, Hamilton, and Shamus Avenalio. In the Kama, all those who live in Japan, the other Kol Cholis, and those who resort in Eretz Hashem, to continue to serve us for all of that. With that, let us begin. We have a lot to do, really exciting data ahead of us. Today's data is Kuf Aleph. 101. We are picking up the session on from days 100b, and we left off Amrullah Kameh, right? Was it Parmesan? 2, 4. Perfect. Yeah, I remember the words. I just don't remember where it was, right? Good. So 5 on Amrullah. Okay, so let's remember again, we're in the midst of the really fascinating discussion regarding Aninos, and specifically again of Aninos on Kabar Pesach, the impact of Aninos ultimately on the following night. And also remember again, the world of Aninos, really 4 different stages of Aninos. Aninos of the day of death, Aninos of the night following the day of death, Aninos of the day of burial, and Aninos following the day of burial. So we want to Amrullah Kameh, the Rabbi. So we said over the previous exchange in front of the Rabbi. So the Gemara said, let's focus on the Rabbanon. So the fact that we said before that the day of death, right? So remember, there's Aninos on the day of burial, and the night for burial is also in the Aninos Midrabanon. Nechlam Yomisa face David Midaraisa. We can infer from that statement on the day of death, where everyone agrees that there's Aninos, that the night following the day of death has Aninos Midaraisa. Some Rabbi Aninos like
What's up, you stupid sluts?
Actually holds.
All right, what day is it? I don't know. It's my feet, coffee.
Are we saying that the night? Now, by the way, how do we know that Aninos
Sticky. It's not even a phrase, but I'm some lady will be like, lady, I just spilled a bunch of coffee on the floor. I'm gonna use a bunch of paper towels to clean it up, and it's still there. And she'd be please by now. Alright. On what day are we? 25 days. Did you think you'd be doing this 5 days ago? Kids, I have a fucking pimple here. I wish I could go to the dermatologist and have him shoot cortisone in it. Pretty hot dermatologist, really. Oh, for sure. Well, she's kind of a bitch. No. I just remember one time I was like, she's like, don't, whatever you do, like, pimples. But what do you do? She's like, what do you do? Yeah, like, you get one. And she's like, then just call and we'll make an appointment for you. Come on, I'm like, bitch, you know how long it takes to get into it? She's like, well, we have open. I'm like, she's a bitch. No, she's a mistake. Is she? Yeah, she just thinks her shit doesn't stink. Why? Because you should just know it's hard to get dermatologists in this world. So they think they're better than everybody. Really? It's hard. Pimple popper, MD. Anyway, is it? Yeah, there should be more dermatologists in this world. It's like you should be able to go to any dermatologist anywhere in the world. Develop or whatever, and be able to get into a dermatologist that day with no insurance. Either that or they should just sell the cortisone and let people just use it. Anyway, you done? How the marbles, kid? Lady, shut the fuck up. She'd be like, I want to hear all about your toes and your fucking marbles. I'd be like, it's like boba. She'd be like, huh? I'd be like, hemorrhoids are like boba. They're like, you know, like the ball. She'd be like, vibing to the oldies. Stupid slut. Anyway. Are you done? My feet are all caught there. Just it's like cold caught my toes. Really? Yes. Anyway. This is a catalyst.
So this is actually quite interesting. It's actually quite that we never comes in halacha, but sometimes with chachamim legislate sometimes not only that they're biblical law, and in fact should even be stronger than biblical law.
Alright, so there's Catalonia. It's a cool flag. I like that flag. It's an autonomous designated as a national entity of autonomy situated on the northeast of the Iberian Peninsula. So it's like here.
based us all of these halachas. So the Gemara says,
A lot of
look at the Lashon
like
of
alien
Basam,
shit
the
happens there. I don't
there
know
are
why.
three different phrases.
All right, what
that are
else?
called siva or instruction.
There's Corona.
This
Where's
is
that?
what I was commanded.
It's like a city there.
Kasher tzivisi, as I was commanded, and kasher tziva Hashem, as Hashem commanded.
All right, so that's cool.
So
Let's learn about
the ultimate
Haziel of the Road. Well, there's Edmund Solomon, but no one knows anything about that. Okay. Dog, there's cold coffee. It's gonna fucking short out all my electronics. Are you worried about that? A little bit. What percentage of you is worried about it? Like at least 15%. It was just for football. What can I
So
say?
it works for Aaron, like I said, may or may not work for others. Then again, the Gemara says, he thinks they see, but I mean, it's just, number one, Moshe says to Aaron, you want to go ahead and you know, speak in the state of Aminos, as I commanded you.
What did he do?
The Shas Maisa Amalek. Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, Moshe Rabbeinu was giving us over literally again the Shas Maisa. Shas Maisa means in the midst of Aaron's Aminos. Look at that. The Shas Maisa, the last white line, the Shimur Lahem Aminusa. When Aaron literally again became holy, Amar Lahem Shloyim Umeachnas Kachir Hayom. He was telling them, do not abstain. Moshe Rabbeinu was telling Aaron, do not abstain from eating touches. The son of Yadgura said, oh, Shachavot Aminos Hayom Bekachim Sha'ar Yarim, Ukishach Nisrafa, Amar Lahem Achot Totru Osha. Hayom Lahem Ma'okwa Tachot, so you said from the Shas. So, what Nadav and Abihu done, and Aaron and his sons, the last two remains, the last and Tamar, were in a state of Aminos. Moshe Rabbeinu said to them, Hebron, you are to eat the Kabbalah. You have to offer up the Kabbalah and eat the Kabbalah. So Moshe, we're going to get into this a little bit. We're going to see if you need to get 3 Kabbalahs offered up on that day. We're going to see that some of them were burned, totally burned, some of them were consumed with the stuff. So Moshe Rabbeinu, when he sees that some of the Kabbalahs were burned, he confronts Aaron and he says, why did you do this? I instructed you to eat all of the Kabbalahs today. Okay, Abraham.
The act of creation did not consist in producing an absolutely new thing. It was merely a
So that was
transformation
the
of
only
existence into real existence. After creating creation, by an absolute, the infinite was effectuated in successive gradations
So
from the
first
intellectual
Aaron
world
says, Moshe says to Aaron, I'm instructing you to go ahead and consume your
World
Kabbalahs.
of Emanation is the highest of all worlds,
Number one, do the
in which Kabbalah
consume the
secure life.
Kabbalahs, even in
This
the
one is near
So the first thing that Moshe
the
says to
right,
Aaron is,
positive
this is not
emanations of
my
love,
opinion.
positive
What
life,
I'm
which
conveying
at the
to you
spirit
comes to me
and
from the Rebbe Shalom. I'm not saying this of my own volition, but God, I get
is the highest of four worlds in which exists the
I'm not
catalyst
going
of
to follow.
life. It is also known as the creator follows it. It is the lowest of world of emanations. One process in the Kabbalah, each of that is associated with the once in eternity.
That there were a couple of different Kabbalahs as we get into.
The surface, the realm of
The
imagination,
Kabbalah
the four worlds of Kabbalah relate to the outline of two primary beings.
that he did not
Each of the
consume
10 seven the tree
was
of
the
life.
practical
world.
because remember
In this
again,
manner, they
all
are
of his
described
so
one on top of another solid formed by a diagram called Jacob's ladder. Otherwise, can be subdivided into 4 horizontal sections, each representing one of the 4 worlds. Well, socks, my feet, I have coffee toes, and socks.
Because he felt that he would not felt because he was in a
In
state
the
of
Kabbalah, each of the 10
unease.
seven of the
He
tree of
felt
life
it
also
wasn't
contains
supposed
tree
to
inside
go ahead
itself.
and burn
The
the
realm of absolute is also related to the top tree seven of the tree of life. These 3 spheres of matter, love, and being, are considered to be wholly spiritual in nature and are separated from the rest of the tree of life region reality called the abyss.
these things happen to me.
The word is derived from
How
Metzl,
could I
Ezekiel 42:6.
consume the
It was taken into
Kabbalah?
Kabbalah via
The
Solomon
story
and
is going to come
pronounced the
together
creator
in
of
just a little bit.
which was much used by Kabbalists. The theory of emanation concedes the reality of the will of God, and therefore sits around the difficulties that attach to the idea of creation and its relation to God.
Whereas
These difficulties
ultimately,
are
again,
threefold. The simile used for the emanation is equal to
reflects the view of Rabbi Nefanya.
The act of creation involves a change in the unchangeable being of God. It is incomprehensible how an infinite and perfect being could have produced such imperfect and finite beings. A creatio ex nihilo is difficult to imagine.
The reason that Aaron did not keep the chatas of Rosh Hashanah was because he was in a state of animus. So that Rabbi Yehuda and Shimon say, it made Tumah Misrata. No, it's not because because of Aninos. Why did he Kodesh not eat it? Because the covenant became covenant. That's why he went ahead and said, Aninos first of all. Because if you say that Aaron brings the carcass of the because of Aninos, it's rushed on his Nefuah. Then what? And it also should have burned all of it. The Lord offered up the only one he burnt was the carcass of their children. He consumed the fat. What's the fat? It's between ultimately, we'll say, $10.101A about 10 on the top. So we'll say, if halacha l'maisa was the 15 Aninos, then at the end of the day, you should have gone ahead and burned all of it. Why would you burn the carcass of Rothschild? It must be that what happened, the carcass of Rothschild is between something. That's why halacha l'maisa went ahead and burnt it. Hopefully the Gemara says as follows. Other possibility, how you love the
That is a statement that the cosmos is an absolute being. In the beginning, God created everything. That's a statement describing the world when God began creating. When in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was untamed and shapeless. As background information, when in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was untamed and shapeless. God said, "Let there be light."
Historic document of view. It has been suggested later that the novel regular translation based on strictly linguistic exegetic grounds are deciding a savior to methods of generation accordance. This may not have been the case for ancient cultures. Some scholars assert that when they offered Genesis from the creation account, they were more concerned with operating the composition operation by assigning both functions.
So it's about down in the short term. That's the communist. Another one, the Catholic secular college, the covered by the Shukran, the Finland college, the who highest community the most. Let's go through the fact that we know. Right? So Rashi, he's a little bit further down here. Rashi says, Moses means here will go by us. There are three covenants that were brought that. So let me again, what's the day we're talking about? The day of the consecration of the Mishkan. Right? Remember again, by Yom HaShmini, on the 8th day, on the 8th day, having consecrates for the first 7 days. The number is the primary consecration and the sun's table. Day 1 looks Kodesh. Rashi points out that number 1, Siyah Nachshel, when during the consecration, the tribal priest who offered up his tabernacle, wasn't there Nachshon ben Han? Okay, so number 1 is Siyah Nachshel, Kodesh, and number 3 is Shabbat Shah, was a special Siyah offering to mark the consecration of the Mishkan. So these are the 3 offerings. Again, Siyah Nachshel ben another, Siyah of Kodesh, and a special inaugural Siyah. These are all facts. Everyone agrees on. Right off the bat, Aaron burned the Siyah of Kodesh and consumed the other 2. So okay, now what are we trying to figure out? Aaron, why did you burn the Siyah of Kodesh and not this is in my focus. I mean, the Hebrew says you couldn't consume the Siyah of Kodesh. Why? Because he was your owner. Why was he an owner? Because his son, Rabbi, died. That's what it is. Rabbi Hashem says, no, it's not because of that. Because it was because of anyone said what? Then what? Then it should have burned the Kabbalah and not consumed the Kabbalah. Why did he only burn one and consume the other 2? Then what did he call the Siyah of Kodesh came Come on, that's what happened over here. Looks like, so that's how my focus. That's how my focus. So we can understand this. Love Amra, this is the both of these sorts of effectively ready to have you must get past so there's no calculation. Trying to cut say shaw, trying to cut say all. Those are now watch this. Really focusing on the effectively ready to have you. The most of the enemy, they wake up in the same hole. And the honey hole was the reason why Aaron burned the Siyah of Kodesh was because of Aninos. As a remedy in the air, because of Aninos. Then what? Because of Aninos. Then Halacha l'maisa again. It's because of Aninos
rest follows the creation of humankind because God rested of human being, which love for our relationship will love to be established. In this context, God's rest is understood as the realization of love for his creatures, which is further connected to the concept of redemption in Christian theology. Ambrose distinguishes between the rest of God and the rest of Jesus on the cross. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
Now the hearts of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints do not believe, as Nicene Christians do, that God created the universe ex nihilo. Rather, to Latter-day Saints, God's act of creation is essentially an organization of pre-existing matter, or ratio ex material. Hinduism.
So watch
The
this.
Chandogya Upanishad 6:2 declares that before the world was manifested, there was only existence itself, unable parallel. Sagi Vekami Vidya, Swami Vishnu had commented on this passage, saying, something of nothing is an absurd idea. Islam. Most scholars of Islam, like Judaism and Christianity, hold that believe that God is the all-knowing creator. He did not create the world from pre-existing matter. However, some scholars adhere to this literal interpretation of the Quran, such as Ibn Taymiyyah, whose writing became the foundation of Wahhabism and related denominations, hold that God fashioned the world out of primordial matter. Judaism.
Therefore,
One of the
again,
earliest recorded articulations of the concept of creation ex nihilo is in a non-canonical Jewish text in Maccabees. In Maccabees 7:28, the author writes, I implore you, my child, observe heaven and earth, consider all that is in them, and acknowledge that God made them out of nothing and exist, and that mankind come to be in the same way. Some have argued against interpreting 2 Maccabees this week, and the books of Maccabees are included in the Torah. In the centuries AD, Philo of Alexandria Hellenized Jew, beyond the basic idea of ex nihilo creation, albeit inconsistently, Philo rejected the Greek notion of an eternal universe, maintaining that God created time itself. In other places, it has that he postulated pre-existent matter alongside God. Later scholars, such as Ariosto, interpreted Philo's cosmology differently, arguing that the so-called pre-existent matter was indeed
motion out.
theism and Nibbana.
The time is too hot.
Zodiac, the late 9th and 10th century Egyptian Palestinian rabbi, God, philosopher, and exegete, formally introduced ex nihilo creation into Jewish Tanakh interpretation of the Book of Books, the first systematic theology of rabbinic Judaism. Today, religious theism asserts creation ex nihilo, although some Jewish scholars made that Genesis 1 foreloads the pre-existence of born. Hasidism and Kabbalah. Jewish something for nothing, contradicting Greek the Aristotelian stance that God was created in primordial matter and was eternal. Stoicism. Stoicism, c. 300 BCE, held that nothing is impossible and is created from being. In modern science, the Big Bang theory, in contrast, is a scientific theory that offers no mention of God's pre-existence but only a description of the moments of the existence of the current universe. See also. Citation.
Iron burnt the spear of Rosh Chodesh instead of eating it. Moshe
Similarly used for the emanation is even so spontaneously water
why
as
did
a
you
form,
do
when
this?
the gushing spring
Why
that
did you do
overflows.
this?
The sunlight that sends forth its rays onto its own essence everywhere, without losing any pressure. However, infinitesimal of its being, since it was the last thing, similarly that changed the algebra and influenced the Kabbalistic writers, that cell must properly contain the between radiation, appears in the law, Exodus Yitro, 86b.
No, I didn't
That's
bring
what
the
assumed
blood
more specific
inside.
meaning. Influence no doubt by holding
Moshe
more
says,
passive and
Shema
passive
put the
ability. For the first time, the
Mitzvah,
four worlds are
did you
distinguished.
maybe
That's it.
take the
The right
blood
answer. The
outside
Jam.
of the
Appear to they are
confines of
transferred
the
to regional spirits and angels.
The Shekinah alone rules and provides the throne of God and the souls of the just under the dominion of angels of the presence in the Zerah are the creatures of Ezekiel 1 and the 10 classes of angels of Metatron. In the Asaya are the Ophanim and the angels that combat evil governed by Sandal.
And Aaron saying for me,
In the Zohar, Atsilut is taken to be simply God's divination, in contradistinction to the other emanating Zephyr. No fourfold form is mentioned. This commentary on Isaac were the first to introduce the fourfold form as an essential argument to Kabbalistic speculation, according to this doctrine.
Atzera represents the Etziba, represents the 10th Sephir of Eberah, the God emanating from the light of the Spirit, the Yezirah, the 10 classes of angels from the laws of for the Sephir of the Asaya, the different heavens and material world.
Contradistinction to the app, which constitutes the domain of the Zephyr, those are called by the general name here. Later, explain Atsilut as meaning excellence, so too the Atsilut world would be the most excellent or highest. Correspondences.
The letter U in the T-gram, the Sephir of Chachma, hence the parts of Abba, the element of fire, the soul of Chaya, the brain, Petach Eliyahu, the Shemana Esrei, and the Shacharit prayer service, and the allegory of the teacher and the student. The first stage, where the teacher has a flash of inspiration or an unexpanded concept that he wishes to give to the student. The fixed fire sign of Leo astrology. Within the Western mystery tradition, classical element of fire and the suit of wands over times in fellowship.
Are you committed enough?
Asriel's words are us. Asriel also wrote a number of short treatises.
Represents a model where a person is so dedicated to the actualization of a spiritual goal
Treatises.
that nothing gets
Works.
in the middle.
Asriel's
Now,
words.
this this is the Kohen represents almost like an exaggerated example. The Kohen is a standard that we are not held to. Children die, quickly die. What does our do in the aftermath of the death of his children? What does he do? It's false. There are no excuses. There are no roadblocks. There is nothing that stands in my way. Unfortunately, the things that we talk about again, this is a different standard. This is a different standard. We are not held to the standard of the Kohen Gadol. We have our own standard. But ultimately, at the end, and if I have to get them done, and they're important enough for goals in my life, then I have to commit it to
Words Sha'ar HaShol, Gate of the Inquirer, an explanation of the doctrine of the 10th Sphira, in question and answer form, with the addition of Angel's personal commentary, Perush Sefer Yetzirah, commentary on Sefer Yetzirah, Perush Agadot, the commentary on Talmud Agadot, Perush the commentary on the Jewish.
So now I understand. The blood was not actually taken inside of it. And it wasn't actually taken outside of it.
Alright, you done coffee toast? No.
I understand. So why did you eat the sear Rothschild fish? Why did you burn it? So Moshe Rabbeinu, it's actually quite beautiful also. Moshe Rabbeinu sees that his brother did something that is inappropriate. Or in his mind is inappropriate. You notice what does Moshe Rabbeinu do? Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't rush to judge. Instead, Moshe Rabbeinu has a conversation. Aaron, I understand what you did. Because I understand why you burned this year. You should be these events today, ultimately again reflect my children. I am in a state of unease. You think that you're open for me to this podcast and I can watch it. I don't know that. I just don't think. Shema Moshe Maka, perhaps the leader from Hashem, I'm supposed to eat carbonos even in Baninos. Maybe that only cuts the shot. Cut the shot of the mineral. Those carbonos that are unique for now. Not each carbonos. These are Kodesh because if you think that I should be eating carbonos in the state of aminos, even for each generation carbonos, but for each carbonos, for the whole life, you have all time, carbonos. The concept that when you that I am supposed to eat in the state of Aminos, that only applies to touch a shaw. You need episodic carbonos for now. But for touching those, for carbonos to be offered up to future generations, you don't eat in the state of Aminos. Rather, what do? You offer it? Which is why I'm going because the Sefer Kodesh is supposed to be understood to share not so many. And one of the Sefer Kodesh is conscious, and therefore they are not going to eat that. Versus the other one that's people, Yad, by Yishma, Moshe, by Yitara. Moshe heard this, Moshe says to Aaron, right. Hold on, folks, Moshe, Loma, Lo Shamati. Ela chamati Bishaka. That's also what happened. Most of it easily said. You know, Aaron, I don't know, I never heard that from God, but that makes a lot of sense. Like, I will say, no one would have ever known what was really occurring with him God. And he's been worshiping him, was humble and honest, and he said, you're right. You're right. Aaron, you're right. That is what I heard, and I forgot. That is what I heard, and I forgot. It was just like a tremendous exchange between the brothers. So it's just, first of all, you see something really amazing. This is the recipe for how brothers get along, right? Part number one, someone does something and you don't understand it, ask. Don't so I mean, like someone does something I don't like, or what do I do? I'm out of date, and I nothing positive ever happens when you attack someone. You don't understand something. I don't understand what you did to talk it out. Is it the blood? Is it maybe off in the wrong way? Did it go inside, out? Inside, just the conversation. It's a conversation. And that enables Aaron to go ahead and explain what he did, the things that he did. And then ultimately, again, we'll take the explanation. And then it's like, Aaron, you're right. Because ultimately, again, with the dialogue, there's also real humility. And when we put humility, it's opportunity for someone to say, I was right. I don't know. That's the only one thing right there happens. It's not someone. There's only like what happens in this. Everybody's big picture is when I do attack, I'm going to get defensive. Or if you're telling me again, kind of about let's go back to being right. Listen, you want to know the secret to all the problems? See, because you do this to each other all the time. I see something I don't like, I count, I attack. Okay, but because they gave up, because they put letters against each other, this is the secret to accessing problem solved. You're not going to agree on everything. You see something you don't agree with, ask. But ask for the sake of understanding, not for the sake of stopping. Yes, that is a word, stop. Right? Not for the sake of stopping. And suddenly, again, there's dialogue, there's room. There's a conversation. And how did one later come out at the end? Aaron, you was right. I was wrong. I forgot. Because it was dialogue. Again, it opens the door to so much understanding and also humility. I don't know if there's a pastor who's an opportunity to say, I was wrong. Incredible. So you know the thing is actually, so okay, so again, remember, this is no point of Defendia. Point of Defendia, ultimately, again, Aaron does not eat the seer of Kodesh because of Adinos. And again, about that, so again, in the Defendia's model, so remember, it's the seer of Kodesh that he doesn't eat because seer of Kodesh is Kachei Shach, besides Kachei Doros, is ongoing Kabbalah. But ongoing Kabbalah are not it's in the state of Ani. Masha'im can catch a shot at the start of Kabbalah, like the spirit of Nachshon and the inaugural year. All consumers, I remember you should make the cartoon about the you should make hope. The reason Aaron did not pursue the covenant was wise. The seal of Kodesh was the fact that they came covenant. So how do we really understand that it is the first emotion? That's what the life. Doesn't it actually really? So ultimately, again, it's the same conversation. Moshe says, why did you burn the seal of Kodesh? Why did you not Dama that's not a drink? Moshe says, Aaron, maybe you took the right inside of the Kodesh. On the left, and the left, my son, well, maybe that's wrong. I don't know if you offered it up in a state of Aninos, it would be valid. I need to grab people. I am the one who offered it up. I, the Gilma, I got my life will be coming. they'll say, watch this. Maybe as a result of your belief, you will not be careful with the kabbalah and will be again, and therefore we became common and then that's Moshe, because they so amazing. אני ואליך, שאני מבאז את חדשי שמיים, that I am not careful with touching the kabbalah that the Grand Sikayla, you think that
where the Mashiach had appeared, where the Mashiach announced, where the Mashiach announced by the prophets was considered as divine or as man born of human parents, whether the Jews or the Christians were in possession of the true faith. My feet feel like cold coffee.
I still would not take my eye off the ball. I would not allow, listen, just this to me, this all of Shas is worth it for a Gemara like this or yourself. We're honest with ourselves. 9.9 out of 10 times the reason we don't accomplish the things we want to accomplish in life is because we take our eyes off the ball. Because we are not committed enough. Because we're not dedicated enough. Because we allow ourselves to make so many different excuses for non-performance. That's it. There are some things we don't accomplish in life because of extenuating circumstances. That the real shani is we're honest with ourselves, right? If we're honest with this season for honesty, right? Don't say so again. If we are honest with, I think, right? If we're honest with ourselves, we'll say, this is so many of us are just with us. I know I'm not the person I want to be in life, and I know why it is. I can come up with a whole bunch of excuses. I can not really that. At the end of the day, I didn't work hard enough. I haven't been singularly committed to the actual position of my goal. Because the goal is to be as honest as to Moshe. You didn't take my eye off the ball because I suffered these losses. That these losses and more losses. And I would never lose sight of who I am, of what I am, and what I need to accomplish. Is it not the most overwhelming thing you can learn? A whole fight that you just for yourself. At the end of the day, most of them will be both hopeless. You have to be honest. Having a singular commitment, nothing gets in my accomplishment is what I'm alive. I'm alone. I am not with us on the phone. I'm sad. Look at the shot. I hope that I have a couple of things to see. I use that to walk. The ultimate approach is I don't care. That's his out. That's the thing. You didn't put the blood inside. You didn't put the blood outside. Like, ultimately, I know that way it is. Then why did you see about color? Why did you do it? You might have said, the Risholo, Shimon was the Matla, the ultimate, the Aaron of the Moshe. Are you sure that you heard that I'm supposed to eat touching dollars? Like preacher Kabanos, during the day of Aninos, maybe you heard that I'm supposed to eat it at home. Right, Brother John, the day of Aninos, from my following leaders. No, because this is I'm supposed to eat today, how the whole nice cow. I think it's a whole nice machine, or not nice cow, I'm going to talk about how the menu, how the again, here's the problem. You're not allowed to eat nice machine in the state of Aninos. If you can't eat nice machine in the state of Aninos, how can you eat Kabanos? So this is what I said in this exchange, where I was telling Moshe, yes, I am supposed you can say about it, maybe not 5 days, maybe only in the night calling it what happened. Moshe said, yeah, most of the days, I need to have most of it heard what Aaron said, and he says, yeah, you know what, you're right. Moshe says to Aaron, he takes it to Aaron, you know what, I never heard that. Instead, he was humble and he said, you know what, I did hear that.
Southern part of the Kingdom of France. In
1267, persecution was immense, leading the Jews to Jerusalem. Their religious and appeals to access to the present day. Aaron nationalized that slowly, bringing very active Islamic Jewish learning, which was at that time very much in vogue. He governed several peoples, and they became even So what happened? So the United States only Masa. What ended up happening was incredible. So what ended up happening was Aaron, here's what Aaron touching Shaw, unique episodic couples, Aaron restored the unity now, even in the state of Arinos on that day, but touching Doros, he was going to eat that night. So therefore, they offered an agency of Nachshon, they offered an agency of Novilos, they offered the seal of Kodesh, and they set aside the meat that night. Meanwhile, what happened in Israel? The covenant. That's happening, but the covenant, and they just weren't able to do it. So the Gemara, Bishtam de la Bana, and they said, Hayom. So according to Rabbi, it makes sense why the Pasuk says, Hayom, rather than the my Nehemiah, what's the meaning of told us the idea of this or Nehemiah had to say in Hayom, as I found on my sometimes Nehemiah makes sense why the Pasuk is in Hayom, like these other passages here, and I found on my in Hayom, how can somebody to say, hey, my son offered up, I knew this guy, he offered, I offered, I use trust them to use it. So this is really relevant that someone says, yeah, interesting enough, we have two different versions about what happened. Now, they actually think about what happened. What happened? They offered up, Zero Kodesh, the Seer of Nachshon and Abinadab, and the inaugural three. The Seer of Nachshon and the inaugural three was what we call culture.
Like Maimonides offered works after the model of Isaac Alfasi, Mishpatei Chacherem, laws concerning excommunication, reproduced in Kobol, Kachat Badika, and the explanation of the laws of slaughtered animals, cited by Shimshon ben Zema, Duran, Yavin. Shmuel, Torah Ha'adam, and was the warning of the ceremonies, 30 chapters, the last of which entitled G, Constantinople, and frequently printed. Macmillan's writings in defense of Shimon Kayera and Al-Fasi also belong in the category of his Talmudic and halakhic works. These are Milchama Hashem, defending Al-Fasi against criticism of Zechariah Halevi and Corona, published with the Al-Fasi Venice, with the Al-Fasi Venice 1552, frequently reprinted, separate edition by Land 17, Sefer HaZehu, in defense of Al-Fasi against the criticisms of Abraham ben David, Rabbi printed with him, Nadola's Shiva, Nayam, 1745, under the title Makase, Magen Venice equal 8. Asago, Constantinople, Tech frequently reprinted in defense of Simeon, Kayera, against the criticisms of Maimonides, Sefer HaMitzvot, ethical, mystical, intellect works, Isha, Rasha's sermon delivered in the presence of the king of Castile, Sefer HaGalula, Sefer Ketz HaGalula, on the time of the arrival of the Messiah, Azar, de Rossi, Mayor, in the chapter
so literally again, I won't say which inquired to inquire.
43.
Shows Lama. Why were there two
Briefly reprinted.
So because there are two
That doesn't even
Come
read.
along.
Igret Khan Musar ethical letter addressed to his son in the Sefer HaYira, or Igret HaTeshuva, Jonah Duran, Randi, Igret HaChema, letter addressed to the French rabbis in defense of Maimonides with the Talmud, Chachma of Joseph Zaldigo, Kuach, religious controversy with Pablo Christiani, and the Kama Kava Sharush Eo commentary.
Collection of responses are also commonly attributed to Nachshonites. They may in fact be written by a Jew with the term. Typically, the Hebrew manuscript describes Nachshonites. Is similarly likely by Eliezer.
The carbon was given to you to atone for the congregation of the Seer Shalosh Chodesh. Ultimately, again, you're not understanding that it was Shalosh Chodesh. Shaper coming like, so now remember again, remember, most of this goes back. This goes back actually, remember again, to the beginning of the Sefer Shavuos. You're supposed to remember again, Seer Shalosh Chodesh, which is the sacrificial offering. What is it? For Pumas the Hadassah, right? Actually, then what was it? Some type of hiding come up. So once we're trying to understand that Aaron, we bring this carbon that is giving your own point of congregation. Using the carbon that is giving your own point of wow, ultimately again that's the Seer Shalosh Chodesh. Okay, the Gemara says, let me tell you how much Kachei Shah, no possible boan, I will say, ultimately, let me tell you what he says, Kachei Shah, Masada Karbanos,
Are you done?
be consumed.
I'll learn.
Because again, remember what's happening is
Go
everyone is
to
Aaron properly offered up two Kabbalas. The Seer not offered. Even though our state of Anilos, it was only the Seer Bush ultimately again that was not offered up. So as I said before, why didn't they just eat the Seer Bush Chodesh at night? Granted, you can't eat it by day, but why can't you go and eat it by night? So you must shop it coming like Kasava Anilos Laila Yoraisa. This opinion must be held in Halacha Laisa. The Anilos of the nighttime Anilos is something so pleasurable that it can revive the dead or add years to one's life. Meke is a Hebrew word that means giver of life. Anilos of the night come in parlance. You can use this term to refer to something that's refreshingly easy, such as the commute to work on legal holidays, or the Mobiles test to renew your license. You can also refer to something pleasurable, such as a freezing cold, lovely seltzer, or watching your children playing nicely, as Abishai. We refer to all kinds of things as mekes, including trivialities. It's important to remember that we refer to GD as the true meke, for alone is responsible for giving and taking life. We eagerly await beautiful Mashiach, when GD will revive Meke the dead and bring our world to a place of perfection. Oh, what on Meke and LB?
Alright, I mean, that's cool, but what the fuck?
The Kuhuda was given over to Aaron and his sons. Right? Interestingly enough, Pinchas actually does not become the Kohen until when? He does not become a Kohen until after.
Pure joy to like the personality.
Remember, the most active was when his widespread immorality.
From the Hebrew tribe,
Jewish men and the brothers of the
pleasure provided
Pinchas goes ahead and
I can use
engages
it
in that religious zealotry
to convey
and
the
goes ahead and kills Syria Cosby.
vitalization as giving. Literally, it means a giver of life.
So amazingly enough, at the time of his death, his uncles, none of them
Is that how it says?
was not a Kohen.
It is now bitch.
Alright,
are you done?
But Aaron and his remaining sons. So the Gemara says,
let's do a debate.
as the Pasuk says again,
What's
when
the
does
debate?
Pinchas become a Kohen? After again he kills him, and then it says it will be to him and to his
Yo,
offspring.
dog, within Judaism, can you please give me like a clarification on all the different souls? How many souls you get? There's like a soul for Shabbat, and there's your animal soul, and there's your Jewish soul. So like, give me the souls for a non-Jew, give me a soul for a Jew who's halakhically Jewish, give me the soul that comes up when you awake, all that bullshit. Alright, let's clean this up and make it clear Jewish and not mystical words. I'll give you the mainstream Jewish master of souls, especially as explained in Chazal plus Kabbalah plus Kabbalah, without exaggeration. The short answer: a Jew normally has one soul with multiple layers. On Shabbat, an extra spiritual expansion is added. There is also an animal life force, but that's not a separate holy soul. Now, let's break it down correctly. The 5 levels of the Jewish soul: one soul, 5 layers. This is the classic Jewish model. Zohar, Ari, Tanya. Nefesh, action soul. It's the lowest soul. Drives behavior, habits, physical, actions connected to mitzvah image. Let's see if this works.
They're going to go to war against God
I
and
know
God
probably
and
people want me to read
let's
it.
say that what happened. Pinchas goes
See.
ahead and dispatches a message that says, Hebron, what are you doing? They say, hold
If
on.
it's possible.
It's
Well,
not
it
an
is
altar
possible.
for idolatry, it's an altar for Kodesh Baruch Hu. Pinchas quickly de-escalated the situation and averted war. So the Gemara says it was only after Pinchas made shalom between the Shvatim that he was made the color. See, either way, the point
This
was
should have
making over
taken
here
too
is
long.
at the time of Parsha Shmir, time of the death of another Rabbi, Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he was not a Kohen,
What's taking so long?
therefore, you know, the Gemara mentioned before that, hey, even if Aaron is an Anilos, let Pinchas keep the Kabbalas, that is not a valid approach. Incredible. Now you have to say by Salom is our
Okay, there's.
Gemara says, but what about the fact? So what is the so just an aside, an interesting approach is as to when
Why is it so
Pinchas actually
difficult?
received
Shit.
of the Kahuna.
Yeah.
One of the things is
Whoever-
other things is absolutely peace between the Shvatim. I suppose say, so what does that opinion say? What about the fact that it said that after Pinchas killed Zimri and Kandi, it says that it will be for him and his descendants an everlasting covenant with the Kahuna. That actually is talking about again that Kahuna, rather again that pasuk is ultimately telling you that he's going to have bracha. Right? That ultimately when Pinchas gets the Kahuna,
Stupid.
ultimately is
Right.
ultimately going to be Kohanim and Golim. Nami Haksib Ayishma Pinchas HaKohen. So the Gemara says, what about the other thing that says, right? What about the other thing? What is it with the pasuk that says Vayishma Pinchas HaKohen? Liyakis Saro Acharov. Ultimately, again, that's to say that Havach Lamaisa is going to have very bad company. It's ultimately going to be Kohanim and Golim. Ultimately, again, it's to give proper equals. So we'll say, so bottom line is that Havach Lamaisa, either way, Pinchas was not yet a Kohen at the time of the death of another. So there was no one else to go ahead and eat the Kabbalah except for Aaron and sons. So it was like, just kind of solidify. So here's happening, right? Day of the inauguration of the Mishkan, Aaron's two sons, that we know. What happened exactly? Here's what else we know. Three ones offered up that day. We see one, Sirvo Chodesh. That's what we call Donos. That wasn't a unique thing. That is always be offered up. Carbon number 2.
Damn, bitch.
Sir Nak Shaman Aminata, so Prince. Carbon number 3, special inaugural Sir. Here's what we know. Two of them, the Sir Nak and Sir ultimately again of the inauguration, offered up normally. Sirvo Chodesh was fully burnt, not consumed. Moshe confronts Aaron, why did you not eat the Sir Chodesh? Two different versions of what happened. Version number 1 is that Aaron said to Moshe, I'm Kohen, and I can offer and eat in the state of Anunos, but only Kach Sheshah, not Kach Dolos. Okay? Version number 2 is I can go ahead and I can eat, I can offer and eat, but don't look actually at night. So therefore, he was going to safely eat that night. What happened in between the time that he did coming? So two different versions, again about what happened with Aaron. We'll say just a little bit back and then we'll stop. All right, we'll say get ready for this. Moshe Rabbeinu from Godel. You notice that Moshe Rabbeinu.
This is so stupid.
Before the inauguration,
These people at these companies don't want to help anybody.
Moshe Rabbeinu actually operated as the Kohen Gadol. The Chovek Pekachin Shemayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu actually again received a chilek. Ultimately again in Kos Shneimar, Me'el HaNeluim LaMoshe Hayulamano. So let's say it's incredible. So before, on day number 8, when one was officially inaugurated as the Kohen Gadol, for the previous 7 days, Moshe Rabbeinu functioned as the Kohen Gadol. Mason says, so I said before, the Gemara asked, why did Aaron have to eat the Kabbalah? Like Pinchas was a point. He was there. But it's true that Moshe Rabbeinu was the Kohen Gadol. And Esau, name of the Halom, Moshe Rabbeinu had in mind. Let it come out and say that Moshe Rabbeinu was with them. Dilma, shiny Moshe B'Parna. The Moshe said, this is incredible. But even the Kohen Gadol, at the end of the day, she would not have eaten Kabbalah. Why not? Because he with the Shechina. He's busy with the Shechina. What does it say in the Gemara? It said, Moshe Bahashkama Olo Ubahashkama Yalat. This is actually referring ultimately to Har Sinai. That Moshe went up on the mountain very early in the morning, and he came down from the mountain very early in the morning. Which means that also Moshe was preoccupation with the Shechina. Was ultimately again from early in the morning until night. And so that Moshe Rabbeinu was functioning as the Kohen Gadol. At the end of the day, that was not primary. That was not his primary role. His primary role ultimately again was with the Shechina, which I will say is something so incredibly profound as well. What is
This app store is so just awful.
That even in the world of spirituality, there has to be a hierarchy to the things that you're performing. No person has time for everything. And even though in spirituality, there are many important things. Moshe Rabbeinu might have been functioning as the Kohen Gadol.
Just the worst. The app store is so bad. It makes so much money when it's so bad. It's so bad.
Was not something that he was going to
It is
spend his
terrible.
time with. Why? Because he was primarily occupied ultimately with speaking with the Shema. And I will say, actually, this was a hassle for us also. There's a limited amount of time, there's a limited amount of koach. There's many beautiful spiritual things to do. But a person needs a spiritual plan, and a person needs a direction. What am I going to spend my time on in order to get me where I need to get to? See the Moshe Rabbeinu, he's a Kohen Gadol. Eat the Kabbalos. That's important, that's beautiful, that's holy. But I have a different mission. My mission
I can't believe how absolute shit.
And therefore prioritizes speaking with the Shekhinah over operating with the Karbanos. Again, he eats that hierarchy, he eats that plan.
Technology is its bad.
So we'll say, one step over here today. Again, there's more about the model, so Yom is much more about Moshe Rabbeinu and his functioning as a Kohen Gadol. Again, what I still owe you, what I still owe you is how Aninos ultimately again works, how Aninos is going to work ultimately again with Karbanos.
The 5 layers of the Jewish soul, 1 soul, 5 layers. This is a classic Jewish model of Aritan and Nefesh, action soul. Lowest level drives behavior, habits, physical actions connected to mitzvot as actions. Everyone has a level active at all times. If you're awake and doing stuff, this is always a ruach, emotional, moral soul, emotions, traits, conscience, fear, anger, compassion, moral strength lives there. When you're feeling guilt, inspiration, the ruach. Neshama, intellectual, spiritual soul, thought, understanding, God consciousness, Torah, learning, prayer with depth, awareness of meaning when you're learning Torah and getting it, Neshama. Chaya, living well, transcendently, not consciously, it's both deep will, sacrifice, faith beyond logic, shows up in moments of Mezirat Nefesh. Example, Jews choosing Judaism over persecution. Yechida, absolute oneness, essence of the soul, totally united with God, revealed only in extreme moments or Mashiach era. This is your core Jewish spark. Important. These are not 5 separate souls. They are 5 dimensional ones. The animal soul, Nefesh HaBahami. Yes, Jews strives in their ego, sex, wealth, instincts, neutral, not evil. Same basic force, life, all humans have. Judaism's goal is not to kill it, but to elevate it. You are tired, horny, or hungry, competitive animal soul. You choose how to use that situation. The Shabbat soul, Neshama, yes, Teria, Yetiera. This is not getting new soul. You get an extra spiritual expansion, more joy, peace, spiritual stability. Chalasa and the Shama Yitir is given on Shabbat. What that means practically more capacity for pleasure or openness, cleanness, less inner resistance. It leaves at Motzei Shabbat. Why have Dalit exits? So when you're awake, sleeping, etc. Mainstream Judaism says when awake, Nefesh plus Ruach plus Neshama are active. When asleep, higher levels partially withdraw. That's why sleep is 1/60th death. Dreams come from mixed sources, not prophecy by default. Non-Jews are strictly no nonsense. Non-Jews have a divinely given soul. Jews have an additional covenantal Jewish soul. This is about mission and birth. Rabbi Sachs stressed this constantly. Save this. One Jewish soul. 5 levels. Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama, Chaya, Yechida. One animal soul, biological drive. Shabbat equals an expansion, not a new soul. Awake versus sleep, level shifting, not soul switching. Alright, is that the end of your fucking story? No. Are you done? Alright, we got it. My feet. Alright, what do you want to learn? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Everyone in Israel, every Jew, everyone who wants to be Jewish needs a kosher conversion. And difficult currently is. What do you want me to do about it? What is it currently? Generally 2 years. I would expand it to 7 years. Why? Because if you gotta want it, I'm fucking perfect. But it's really just living in an orthodox fashion. So sure, I mean everybody should have to go through it. So do you? If everybody else is doing it, I'll do it. Alright, is that the end of your story? There's so much coffee. I just take full glass of coffee out of the glass. I actually drink it out of a generic soda. Why? Well, no. Alright, so is that the end of your no? What else you want to talk about? Jewish souls? What did you talk about? Kabbalah? Yeah, we learned. What would you learn? About Ramban. He was born when Ramban was 56 years old. Is that the end of your story? No. No. Alright. You want to take on any long traditions of Judaism today? You sure? Alright, but how do we know that? There's nothing about this in the Bible. This is just like made up stuff. Great pushback. That's exactly the right Jewish question. Let's be precise and honest, not short answer, no BS. The Bible does not spell this out in a technical. The 5-level soul model explicit in the Torah, the way Kashrut or Shabbat is, but it is also not made up. It is a later conceptual framework built from biblical language, preserved through Masorah tradition, and developed by Chazal and Kabbalah. Now let's prove that carefully. The Bible actually says about this. So the Torah uses multiple terms, but never defines them philosophically. Creation of Adam, Bereshit 2:7. God formed man from dust of the earth and breathed into him Nishmat Chayim, breath of life, and man became a Nefesh Chayim. Already here you have Nefesh, Shema, Ruach. The Torah uses do not systematize them. It's not clearly that the soul has layers, even in a diagram. Example: versus intellectual versus life. Nefesh, desire, appetite. My soul thirsts. Ruach, mood, courage, spirit. A broken spirit, Neshama. God awareness, the soul God gave. These are used differently, consistently across the Tanakh. That alone shows the Bible does not treat the soul as a single flat. So where do the 5 levels come from? Answer: post-biblical, but pre-modern Judaism. Talmud, Baruch, Nida, etc. Midrash, Zohar, 2nd century tradition written later. Ari, 6th century Sfat. They are doing what Chazal always do: take biblical language and turn it into a working model. Just like the 39 Melchot of Shabbat are not listed in the Torah, Laws of Torah and details are not explained in the Torah. Oral law itself is not written in the Torah. Yes, Judaism says that's how revelation works. This is made up or interpreted. This is the key distinction. Not God told Moshe there are 5 souls. A verse that says nefesh equals Ruach equals emotions. Yes, a received interpretive tradition built over centuries treated as metaphysical language, not biology. Multiple models exist. Rambam versus Kabbalah. Rambam basically agrees with their skepticism. Important. Rambam did not accept the 5 soul mystical model. He talks about one rational soul, uses psychology, ethics, intellect, downplays metaphysical layering, yet is 100% Orthodox Jew, meaning Judaism allows multiple soul models. So what is the honest Jewish position? Here it is, cleanly. The Bible is minimalist about metaphysics. Causal belief structure existed. Kabbalah gives one symbolic map. It is authoritative in its tradition, not imperfect. You are not a heretic. This is a model, not literal anatomy. Rabbi Jonathan Sachs explicitly said this kind of thing. Bottom line, the sentence you're looking for. The Torah does not give a technical theory of the soul. Later Jewish tradition developed symbolic models based on biblical language to explain human experience and religious growth. That's mainstream honest Judaism, not apologetics. Alright, is that the end of your fucking story? No, I have a pimple here, and I have a pimple here. And they hurt like motherfuckers. And I'm doing everything I can not to fuck. Really? Yeah. Why? Because you're not supposed to. Why? Because it can cause infection and ruin your fucking life. How that? Does it ruin people's lives? Yeah. But some people make amazing fucking comebacks. Really? Yeah. Like, you might be fucking listening. What the bitch? You fired. Fuck yourself.
It says natural because the concept of nighttime animals, meaning the night following death, is only the Rabbi.
Come on, you.
They go. How do we know? They started only total authors this whole era about the country. Because again, and only when he's able to go to the front, he eats his current base afternoon, but he doesn't eat other kind. The rest of the seven machines like that, on that, that's true, naturally. Then it's coming this. So here goes the aminos that refers to aminos the night following the day of death. Is that true? Those are the Rabbi. Maybe says only in Mishalech's Kavanos, and only send his Kavanos to Sanatosh. My about Pesach doesn't that include even current Pesach? Pesach, no, it means everything except Pesach. I heard Shimon Shlomin, Shulim maybe very interesting. The mother of a play on words over here. Moses had covered Shlomin. You're showing what is when you're complete. What does that come to exclude? Yimar says, maybe only.
Alright, are you done?
Again, he does not bring it when he is an Oni. Which I must say, by the way, I point out, is such a fascinating window into the profundity of law.
I cannot fucking believe what happened yesterday. Really? It's like the biggest sports story in American history. No one gives a shit about it.
That's why loss is such a fascinating idea. That's why loss is not simply adversity, but
really?
Loss is literally again like a person
giant fucking story, folks. Quick chill and connect with verified followers. Web3 Connect Children Project. Here,
I'm not sure it's incredible.
and there's some kind of shows in here.
Also, I can't bring it over. That I only can bring it over. The Mardani is I told you, Shekin after the simple Kishon. You told me that again, it must be eaten simple in the state of Kishon. We know that I don't know if there's two old ones also. I mean, it's also the measure of the always like Shlomin, and in the same way that Shlomin comes ultimately in with a measure of the Shabbat, so he doesn't all of the measure that was before nice to Pesach. I don't know if we do before nice to Pesach, what do we see include the prohibition that only can't. Ma'amani, but nice to Pesach, should be blocking out hate. Because ultimately, again, these Kabbalos do not come sin offerings. Nine levels, Kabbos, Hashem. How do I know if we Kabbos That's an option. Alomar, Geva, but Minan Rabos, and Opos, Fahaminopos, Diamond Battles, Volleyball. I don't know to include all of these birds, Minovas, wine, even wood offerings. The vote of frankincense, Talomar, Shlamim, Karbanos, called Karbanos, maybe to show, maybe the Engel, maybe to show. The scripture says, all Karbanos, you could bring when you are Shlamim, you are complete, but you cannot bring them when you are imploding. That was amazing enough. What's included in this Karban? This Kakanimiha, Pesach. Pesach is included in this list. So you see here that you cannot go ahead and bring Karban Pesach in the state of Aninos. So it's worth Pesach Kidei Naske. What's the next meaning? The Gemara says, take out Pesach from that. The Gemara says, you know how it is when you start on us, you just go to the second, right? And you just start talking about all Karbanos. The ninth day, so Pesach was kind of just brought up what we call Kidei Naske. Kidei Naske just means acid, but it's not actually part of the list. So it could very well be that Pesach is actually the exception to this rule. And that's really the rule. The Pesach says, my Pesach, what does it mean when it says Pesach? Shame Pesach. Perhaps an owning can bring cover Pesach. Can bring cover Pesach. The Gemara says, ultimately again, but what does Pesach refer to? Shame Pesach. Ultimately again, it means shlomin that come along with cover Pesach. He is shlomin. Ultimately, again, you should call that shlomin. Which the Gemara says, Tana shlomin haba mat was Pesach, Tana shlomin haba mat was Atzmon. The Gemara says, you're right. It's rather than teaching two things. Teaching that only can't bring shlomin that comes together with Pesach, and also can't bring standalone shlomin. Why do you do both? You don't Tana shlomin haba mat was Pesach, because ultimately, again, if you would not have shlomin that comes as a result of Tana Pesach, I would have thought Overmat was Pesach, Osni, Shigufei de Pesach. I would have thought the same way that a only can bring shlomin, sorry, can bring Pesach, they also bring shlomin, which comes as a result of Pesach. Therefore, the Gemara teaches both shlomin that come with Pesach and standalone shlomin that it can't bring either. So I says, so again, Halacha L'Maisa, the way the Gemara is kind of standing at this moment right now, is that Halacha L'Maisa, an onion can't bring any carbon. Why can't the onion bring any carbon? It's actually interesting. It's a drasha. What's the drasha? Shlomin. You only bring a carbon when you are shalom, when you are complete. The exception to this rule is going to be carbon Pesach. Right? And the reason for that is why? Because remember, the sins, aninos, of the night following the day of death, the rabbis suspended their halacha in a situation ultimately again of integration of Ramari says, Ramari Amar, 100. Ramari Amar, we're getting by it, we're nearing the finish line here. Ramari says, Ramari Amar, look, Kasha, Kasha Milmes Yudalit, the cover of Yudalit, Kasha Islamis, you give over cover of Yudalit, so it's Ramari comes along, and also reiterate his previous thing. Perhaps the way that a owning to actually cover Pesach is fundamentally different when the death occurred. So we could actually just Kasha, and how this kind of thing will make Pesach to show who is the name of the Yudalit. You'll meet the listen to this. When do we say that? When do we say that? That's when that occurred on the 14th. That didn't occur on the 14th. Because we'll say because in that, then perhaps still in the day of primary happiness. So the Gemara says maybe, in other words, obviously, this opinion is going with the idea that aninos of the night that follows the day, that is the Olaisa. If aninos of the night that follows the day of death is the Olaisa, then you can't bring cover Pesach. Masha'inke, if that occurred on the 13th, burial occurred on the 14th, everyone will agree that there is no aninos on the night following the day of right? But it's not the same day of death. Let me see this a little bit more succinctly. The thing right now is Rabbi is suggesting is, right, that Aninos Midoraisa has two parts: the day of death itself and the night following the day of death. That is true whether burial occurred on the day of death or not. However, everyone is agreeing that on the day of death, no Aninos except for the night following burial. Therefore, the must just dies on the 13th, right on the 13th of Nisan, right? So the burial's on the 14th. Everyone agrees that comes the night of the 15th, which is the night of Pesach, you get your Pesach. He's good to go. Not to if burial occurs, excuse me, if death occurs on the 14th, Erev Pesach, even if burial occurs that day, that night, i.e. the 15th, is still Aninos D'Oraisa. And because that's Aninos D'Oraisa, therefore, Allah himself, he can't go ahead and cover Pesach. You might say this problem. Makes one is your dog will say, I'm on 100 cook, I'm without it, turn down. Makes one is your dog will come over your dog. Say, yeah, from the father. On the 14th anniversary, and the 14th, Yom Nisa Tofes de L'Oraisa. The day of death always goes ahead and brings it the following night as part of Aninos. That's the way that it works. If on the other hand, Yaakov died on the first day of Nisa, to cover up Yudalit, and then he was buried on Yudalit, Gula Midrabanon, it's Mizro Elam Midrabanon. Very interesting. So remember, the day of burial is also considered to be a day of Aninos. It does bring along with it the following night as well. It's only the Rabbanon. And therefore, again, that's what we will do Kavanos, but when I say they also do Kavanos. Incredible. I'm going to actually run my I'm 120, I'm going to shim in Keja. I'm the only Tova also like this called about local touches. What about the following idea? What about the Shimon said? Then we find that in only we go to the front and eat his Kavanos, but cannot eat other touches.
Opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate if you could follow me back. I follow everybody back, so if you want to free follow back, ensure that we are following each other. Additionally, I am proud to say that I have been streaming on X Spaces for more than 333 days, 24/7 on video. So entire year of my life, updated and uploaded on X Spaces, and I'm going to do that for 365 days. Moreover, you should know that I've been live streaming 24/7 on YouTube for more than 4 years, which is a really exciting accomplishment. So anyone who wants to check out what I'm doing, you certainly can do so. Everything's in my profile. And with that being said, here is my formal pitch. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birthday, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. And here's why. In 2018, Anonymous magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 source, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, and your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can view my life 24 hours a day, 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view these streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to you all extremely wealthy and promote world peace, I want to world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
That obligation prevents a lack of satisfied on U.S. funds evolving economy, and that is everything countries like that. How do you just make that distinction between the Rothschilds and Africatos? This sign they both say this is an incredible design. This is an incredible design. This sign really the best. Very great design. Lot in Hama. Okay, so we'll say we're going to have a different system here. This is talking about the bipolar. Stammer code. So once it gets to lack of size, you lack of life. And the Lord has some talking about who is obligated to become poor. So the people that are poor is obligated to become for his sister. For his sister is unmarried sister. So the word Loi Itama, mitzvah. The Torah says Loi Itama means now becoming poor. To which the Gemara understands it's obligatory. It's obligatory. So what is this? Low Racha, meaning what? It's a low Racha. Let's say one is, you know what, I love my sister, but I love Hashem more. I want to do the Avodah, I want to do the Avodah. I don't want to become coming. I want to become coming. So I want to, so therefore I get it. That's a good idea. So I want to become coming. So what do we do? The comment also about God. We force him to become coming. So these are obligations to have. We force him to become coming. So you know, it's nice to be Yosef HaKohen. Shemeshe Ishka Be'eref Yisrael. There was a story of Yosef HaKohen and his wife, unfortunately, passed away. So what was somebody coming? Did you not want to become coming?
Excellent question, Rick. The way that it started, I'm by trade a certified project management apps on the App Store and Google Play, and that has allowed me some financial independence, and I was doing so during the pandemic. And my position went remote, and I had comfortable on camera. And after work, I would go in golf balls, and I would record my golf swing. And it was taking me a long time to upload all of my videos of my golf swing to Google Drive. And I figured one day I'm just going to start a YouTube channel. And if I'm going to do this, I want to. And if I'm going to do it, I'm a person. I have the freedom to be able to do what I want and basically document my entire life. Like someone in the past would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. I'm going to do the same, but I'm going to do it for every aspect of life 24/7. And I don't just record my life and what I do, but I also record world news events in the background of my stream. I keep a radio going that archives all of the world events that have happened since the pandemic, so you can see my live reaction. Additionally, you can go back to any one of my streams over the course of the last 4 years, essentially, and see not only what I was doing on a given day, but what's going on in world news events. And to the side, motivated, really people with whom I interact on a basis keep me motivated. I know that this is an extremely big endeavor. It's a giant project, and in the future, I know the people of the world will certainly appreciate it. I know scientists of the past have done their best to be able to document a human life in written form, and I'm doing so in video form. I'd like to do this the rest of my life. I'd like people in the future to be able to not only learn about what's going on in my life and world news events, but to be able to study my life from a biological standpoint. We can learn about aging. We can learn about eating habits, drinking habits, bathing patterns, behavior patterns, sleeping habits, circadian rhythms, how we react to dreams, how we react to positive news, negative news, what makes us laugh, what makes us cry. Every aspect of human interaction has been archived over the course of the last 4 years, essentially, in my life, and I think it's a gift to the world. So the thing that really motivates me to continue are the excellent people that I meet, such as yourself, and certainly in spaces like the 2,800 people that we have who have joined our community on Discord, and people who tell me to keep going, that what I'm doing is that it's going to help the world in the future, and to just keep up the good work. Those are the things that motivate me. And with every single day that passes, I get more and more motivated to continue to stream. This is not something at any point of my stream do I feel like I want to stop. I would like to do this for the rest of my life. I hope that answered your question.
So the pasuk says, "Rabbi, so I know you the again does not become coming from anyone." So what is interesting is the pasuk goes to say by Nazir to enumerate all the different relatives. Why do you have to say all relatives? There's not coming from listen to this.
Oh, most certainly. I don't care about my engagement. So that's one thing. I don't focus on it. I've created a robot on my Twitter account that automatically streams my life on Twitter. So you literally can just go back and watch my life on Twitter videos. And I don't retweet those. I don't necessarily ask people to like those by any means. And I can tell you that this account that I've had, I've just been actively connecting with people since November. So that's about 80 days. And I have 3.5 thousand followers, which I feel is a really great amount of interaction that I've been able to have. And I know that when I post something, it doesn't get a lot of interaction. I'm not a verified account, nor do I want to be. I've had verified accounts in the past, and for whatever reason, sometimes you lose an account or whatever can happen. So I recognize that I am going against the trend by trying to develop particularly a following without that verified badge. But I have 3,500 followers is a significant accomplishment, and I go into basically any space, especially the shill spaces, and everybody knows me. They know my shill. They know my state, know basically that I'm live streaming my life, and that matters to me. If I lost my account today and I go back to space tomorrow, will people remember? That's what I care about, and they absolutely do. Of course, we'd all have one tweet that goes out, goes absolutely viral all over the internet. I'll love that. Don't push for that, and I also don't have my account up to do that. I know that if I wanted to do that, I would certainly get verified. I'd certainly bond or repost popular creators. That's not what I do. I'm about the archiving of the data. I'm about the connections that I make, and also I use it as a speak on Twitter Spaces and engage with people. I hope that answered your question as well.
Once again, by yourself. Also, says a lot of you come off with the Gemara says, your shorts very small. Also, again, this is very short. This is very short. These are very small. Or it's optional.
Absolutely, Rick.
No, it's obligatory. Saraj, Shimon says, Saraj, Federation, and he's going to be a Kiba Katani law. Someone says, I would have thought like this. I would have thought like this. The Gemara says, I would have thought that since the beginning of the Christ of Rabbi, this is being with Rabbi, but this is being Christ of Rabbi, Rabbi Shiva Omer, Nefesh, Elu HaKrov. So ultimately, again, when it says Nefesh, this is talking about the game. Holy name is Yirov Hashem. All the things that he is in Nazir, Nefesh is Moyavo. For any person who shall not expose, who shall not expose himself.
Yeah, so if I may, just give a little to the room. If you're looking to improve your network and what you're doing in Web3, one other thing I'd like to say is if you do look at my timeline, you can actually watch me tell you this right now. And no other, or very few, but really maybe less than 1% of all creators who are in Twitter Spaces can you actually watch them live on video on Twitter as they do it. In fact, it's really, really rare. So that's one really cool aspect that I have of what I've been able to do with my account. But for you all, if you're looking to grow your accounts in Web3, I really recommend to you ensure that you have Linktree. If you don't know what a Linktree is, it's a free website that allows you your social media to this. Now, many are already established, and maybe this is not relevant to you, but there are perhaps who are reply guys, who are cheaters, and want to be able to make more money. So if that's you, I help you. I'm not going to give you a job, but I'll give you the advice that you need, and you should know. I've given this to 50 people in the last, more than 50 people in the last 80 days, and they've been able to get jobs on their own. They've been able to start their own businesses, and they've been able to really become independent contractors, and that's really exciting. So what's the secret? You create a link tree. Then what I advise people do is to create social media accounts on the top 30 social platforms. And you're going to say, Rabbi, that's a lot of work. Not really. It's about a few hours of your day for a lifetime of results. So all of you already have an X account, and many of you already have a Facebook account. Many of you already have an Instagram account. Many of you have a TikTok account, but you don't have them all linked on one website. Like, that's what I recommend that you do. What this strategy is going to do for you is fivefold. Number one, it's going to give you 30 different places to be able to promote yourself. Secondly, it's going to give you 30 different places to promote your clients. Thirdly, it's going to give you 30 new communication channels to be able to get new clients. Fourthly, it's going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And finally, it's going to make it really difficult to impersonate you. You may be getting popular on X, and that's great. Somebody is going to take your name, they're going to take your profile picture, and they're going to go to one of these other social media platforms, and they're going to impersonate you, and they're going to steal your business, and they're going to ruin your reputation. If you don't have a presence on the major social media platforms that are out there, that is destined to happen to you so long as you continue to grow. So that's what I recommend that you do. I then help people to ensure that that gets done. Once that's done, we usually, I walk people through this, and this is all free. Everything I tell you is free, and I'm never going to ask any money for this. The people who say to you, hey, take my course, don't listen to them, everything that you need is free. So then what? Okay, I've created my social media, and it's all linked on my link tree. Then I look it over, I make sure it's good. Make sure there aren't any grammatical errors, spelling errors, that looks professional. Then what we do is we optimize your account. We ensure that you have excellent descriptions of who you are and what you do. We put up quality content of what you do. Usually we'll take a video on Grok, we'll make it maybe 10 or so videos, and we'll upload it to your YouTube so that your YouTube shorts are populated. We'll upload it to your Instagram Reels and the TikTok algorithm, so that when somebody searches you for what you do, you're going to show up with some content, and you're going to have future customers who are able to watch videos that are simple, that just say, hi, my name's XYZ. I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd love to help to promote your project. Send me a DM if you're interested. Something very simple, 10 seconds, but at least it's something. Then when I help join X communities, join Discords, join Telegrams, join Facebook communities, because as you've all heard, I'm sure, your network is your net worth. And we want to increase both of those for you. Then what I help people to do is to be able to shield themselves in spaces. As you may know, I've got a pretty good shill down. I help people, though, to get a 30-second shill, a 60-second shill, and a 3-minute shill down, so that you don't go into a space and say, hi, my name's XYZ. I'm a reply guy. I don't really know what to do. GM to the co-host, GM to the speaker, GM to the audience. And that's fine. At least you're trying. But I want you to be able to, if you don't already have this ability, to go into a space and say, GM, everyone, my name is XY, and I'm a Web3 marketer. I would love to help promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. What this is going to do for you is going to help you increase your visibility on social media, on search engines, in AI. That means you're going to get more people who are DMing you, more people who are interacting with your project, more people buying your cryptocurrency or your NFT or whatever it is that you are passionate. If it sounds like an interesting prospect to you, send me a DM. I with you. And people, a litany of messages in their DMs when they're able to do that. They have a nice, short, sweet, really pertinent shill, really pitch that they're able to give out. If any of this interests to any of you, I'll send you the I've set to already more than 50 people who have this strategy. If you aren't doing this, that's absolutely fine, but just know your competition is doing it. If you're a Web3 marketer, I want to help you in as best way as possible. One other thing I want
it's the first us. Second short line interaction with Hava. I mean, it's like I want to say, you shout never say, get ready for this. Never suggest. Those say, Kavanos 101. What's the equal card? Okay, expect two more. Yeah, expect. Rika is the icker. Therefore, you want never contradiction. Rika is the icker. That's like Kantesak as well. And therefore, the more just like this. Once Rika was done, like once Rika was done, essentially, who cares about even that night? That doesn't matter. In other words, why would they say like this? Once Zurito or Aminos, like let's say again, right? So it's Arapezak, Ruvain, it's fine. It's part of the Kabula, it is Zrika. After Zrika, now Yaakov Ruvain spotted dies. So let's just say, oh, now Ruvain is Karpezak that night. The Gemara says, why? Just say no, you can't be Karpezak. That's because of Aminos. But here's the news. You're good anyway. Why you good anyway? Because myself, you were part of a Kabula. And since you're part of a Kabula James, you're good. So it's fascinating because never did we get to apply this Rika metric to cover Pesach. Because we always focus on Pesach. For our purposes, what's the Iker of Pesach? So what's the Iker? Eating something was no. Pesach is just like any other Kabbalah. And as long as you are part of the Kabbalah at the time of Rika, you're golden. You can actually have salt. In other words, no, you can't eat it that night because of Aminos. Doesn't matter that you're part of a Kabula, ultimately again, die is the Rika. Here's the problem. He doesn't stop. And the Akbami did not about it. No, it wasn't. You're right. Even though that's Stam Kabanas, Rika is the Iker. I cover this up. You need stuff. You have to do it. Whereas Mudirata, basically, we'll say that on this. All right, science might become a lot, but listen to what the other is saying. My job, what does Zabara say? You sound young, you will face. You know what you want to be. We're going to get a little bit of the halacha. Yom Shmuel, the mitzvah Shiva U'Kosher, because he's looking Yom Shmuel, we gave him the year, this is what we call the Shmuel Krova. Shmuel Krova means the let's say a person is not charging at the death of a loved one, but they heard of that within 30 days of it, what they see, you can't grab our head along with the concept, but you're making it easy communication. But just know that you're very long time it's quite possible to work with a loved one and they would not hear about it. But something later on. So it was called halacha Shmuel Krova. Shmuel Krova literally means I heard about the death of a loved one. When I say loved one, someone conversation Shiva for. Within 30 days of the war. If that's the case, then you hear it in your Shmuel, the mitzvah Shiva for. If you hear within 30 days, you have to say Shiva and observe both just like it was the actual day. You only look at someone. But I was saying, in terms of eating cover Pesach, the day that you hear about the death, even if it's within 30 days, it feels like the day, ultimately again, that you gathered the bones. You're supposed to know what it is. So the halacha is like this. The halacha is like this. You could have told us the day that let's say, to give you an insight, we actually have this in more talking a little bit. How many burial practices like this? The people would do this. They would go ahead and they would essentially bury people like in caves. They had like holiday areas. They placed the body like in a shelf in a cave. The body fully decomposed. After the body decomposed, they then took the bones. The bones would also be put into family plots. So listen, the day that you gather bones, that's called liquid atzos. There's quasi-avelos on that day. But again, it's only limited to that day. That night, you can only eat kosher. So watch this. So let's say again, Reuben lost his father. Reuben was not there to hear that. Reuben hears that Yaakov's father died. He hears about it within 30 days. The day that he hears about it, that triggers an obligation of Shiva and Shlosh. However, for Karban Pesach purposes, you need to keep Karban Pesach that night. Because the day that you hear is collected bones of Avelos on that day. And in your case, you go to the mikveh, you can eat karbanos that night. Most of it is about 300 contributions. I'll go for kasha. You just can't do it for yourself. Others, on one end, you said, Yom Shmuach, Yom Kippur, you just said that when you hear about the death, within 30 days of the death, the day that you hear is like the day of the death, and you have to observe Shiva and Shlosh. And then you said, then you just said that for Karban Pesach purposes, the day that you hear about the death, even if it's within 30 days, is not like the day of death itself, but rather it's like the day that you collect the bones, which is a much more limited form of Avelos. Niklau, what's the first one, right? But listen, now what I can infer from that is that on the actual day of death and burial, you would not be able to eat Karban Pesach that night. But other time, and then you said, after that, then you said afterwards, in either case, you can go to the mikvah and eat kachim that night. So which one is it? Can you eat kachim on the night following death or not? I mean, this stuff, you know, it's my work is one case is talking about again where you heard about the death right before Shkia, or you collected the bone before Shkia. Or again, the death occurred and buried before Shkia. And also, again, what is talking about after Shkia. Now, what does this mean? Quick look in Rashi. In Rashi, it's the wide loss. 4 lines into the lines. Rabbi, Unara, Kajmashmo, Oshalatwa, Adams, Oshko, Mason, Yudal, some of the Shkia, Kala, Sheson, still the first line Rashi. He can't be Kulu, Oko, the Kachan, the Koshkin, Pistol, Kishak, Ba, Allah, Akan, El, with Nishkia, Sakamo, the Havile, Ered, Lel, Yom Kavura, the Lel, Yom Shmua, the Lel, Zakan, the Yom Nikotas, the Savi, Yom Kavura, Lo Tapis, Lela, Akida, Midrabana, the Koshkin, Yom Shmua, the liquid batzamos. All the congregation, Akida, Sakan, Yom Nikotas, still Yom Kavura. So it's just like this. Really, maybe the distinction is as follows. If all of these events occur before, so Aninos, right, this only applies that day. Cyprian holds that Aninos does not draw in the following night. Versus ultimately, again, if it occurred after Shkia, then obviously, again, the person will be precluded from Karban Pesach and all others. Whereas in the Achar Shkia, Sachama might the Havav understand. After Shkia, what is there to discuss? Achilas Sakin Naka. So again, the Gemara says, I don't understand. If after Shkia Sakama, then that means what? You already checked the Karban Pesach. If you already checked the Karban Pesach, Ma'avahava. Rather, what do you see from here? That Pesach is not like other Kabbalos. In what sense? And whereas by other Kabbalos, what the acre? Surika. By Karban Pesach, yes, Surika is definitely the. However, you also need consumption. That it is not enough just to be part of Kabura, ultimately again, of course, but you must also be able to actually eat and partake of the carbon. Incredible. Ravashi said, so again, that happens just to be an interesting fact by Karban Pesach. That does not necessarily give us clarity with the rest of our whole discussion. Ravashi says, my echazah, what does it mean to say? Echad Yom Shmuah, the Echad Yom Nikot, only on a day. What a Yom Shmuah means, you hear about that, the day that you hear about the death of your loved one. we're assuming over here that this is occurring within 30 days. So both the day of Shmuah, as well as the day that you collect the remains of your loved one, what's Talachah? Tova va'ocha b'kachin lahad. In both of those cases, you go to the mikvah, and ultimately again you can eat kachin at night. The Hod Rav Ashi, but the statement of Rav Ashi, Bedusihi, ultimately is a mistake. Mifti Allah koi zeh mivar. Why does it say Allah? It should say zeh. Famino Bedusi. Rather again, we'll say, what do you see from here? But Rav Ashi's statement ultimately again is a mistake. Umay Tanoi. And I will say, what is this machokas? So I'll say, here we're going to get into it. Now we're coming. We're approaching the finish line of this sugya. What is this machokas? Here we go. This I will say. So now we're getting. Remember, all of this revolved. This entire sugya really well. Now we went on about the Karban Pesach 12, but this entire sugya really is rooted in this concept of aninus. Daraisa, Darabanan. And how long does it extend for? So here we go. Admasai responding Allah. How long does Aninus extend for? The Rich Digger says, Kolayom, the whole day. I will say now what that means is like this. That they say, right? Yaakov, Ruvain's father, Yaakov dies on Tuesday. So how long does Aninus extend for? All of Tuesday. Tuesday is in Aninus. Rabbi says, no. Right. So he comes along and he says, no, the status of Aminos starts at the time of death and goes all the way until the time of burial. Okay, so what are we doing over here? Evening of the Yom Nisa as well. So again, so now here's the interesting case over here. When we say until he was buried, okay, the come up is when is burial taking place? So I'm asking, evening of the Yom Nisa. So ultimately, again, I will say, if halach l'maisa, we're talking about Yom Nisa, that me ikot the less than Yom Nisa the top this level of Rabbanon. Does anyone believe that Aminos, that on the day of death, that Aminos goes in the following night into Rabbanon? Well, we'll say, I thought everyone agrees with the concept. The Su, Omer, Kolban, Shalom, Nikva. Now, Bosa says, Aninus goes. So there's two questions over here. Right? So Rabbi said that Aninus extends up until the time of burial. So we'll say, what about the following case? Now watch this. Let's say Yaakov dies on Tuesday. So we'll say, so again, so remember, so the first step in the Tanakama step, Aninus extends the whole. Rabbi says until Kuro. Let's say Yaakov died at 8 a.m. Then what happens? The Levaya is 1 p.m. 1 p.m. and then they finish the Levaya at 2 p.m. For what? Is Aninus over? That means there's no more Aninus. Unless they one agrees that the Aninus status extended in. I will say that this is actually pretty because what the Gemara is suggesting over here is that perhaps, get ready for this, perhaps Aninus even extends past when burial. Because maybe Aninus is the status the entire day of death. And even if burial took place on that day, it would still be an onen burial. That's the Gemara is here. So Gemara puts the pasuk on Isa, Yom afterwards. In other words, Gemara is interpreting this pasuk metaphorically. But it's Akarisa, and that is sackcloth and bitter. It's clear to me the entire day of death is bitter, meaning the entire day of death is Aninus, Yom Kavurakai. That's actually referring to the day of burial itself. And there's Bozai. So Allah Maisa, the real focus is, does Aninus only extend up until the burial? Or ultimately, again, will Aninus? So I'll say the other thing, like the test case over here, the test case is, there's really two test cases. Number one, if burial does not occur on the same day of death, does Aninus extend past the day of death onto the day of burial? And number two, it is, if burial does occur on the same day of death, does Aninus extend past? That's the Shaila. So Maskevra is that which we learned. If one hears about The point here is about the death of his loved one. And again, within 3 days, he says, in the lucky Hatzalos, it's the same he went ahead and collected their earnings. Told all the collection, ultimately, again, he goes to the mikvah, and he goes ahead and he eats kachim in the evening. Well, which also makes it sound like that if it's there, right? It's there, the actual even that night, you will not eat kavaros. So the Gemara says, how much the pain does that look like? El Torah, the way this it is as follows. El Torah, had Mosai is only in Adam until when does Aninos, when does the Aninos, the Baal of Anino, called Osayom, Vilelo. Also, get ready for this. Does the period of Aninos extend the entire day and the following night? Rabbi says, most Shalom Nikbar, as long as the person has not been buried. About Nikbar, below the so we'll say, but again, about once burial has occurred, then the following night is not the end. So Miriam said, he says, Gavra Rabba, Yosef, Lema Hachi. Lord Rabbi Yosef actually said this, Lema, Reggie, Kula. If the representative, so that is going to be the more legal opinion, that's how you what you learn. At Masa is only in our law, but to what point in time does Anina develop on an individual, actually on Nikbar, as long as burial has not taken place. Avilu Nikan, Ba'ad Asara Yamim Divrei Rebbe. Wow, it's pretty dramatic. So Rabbi actually falls on saying, status of Aninos begins at the time of death, literally again goes all the way until the actual time of Tula. Obviously, it's a type of unfading. Even if it will happen for 10 years later, how long will it be in status of Aninos the entire time?
Yo, what up, Mike? Mike, can you hear me? Mike. Mike. Mike.
Unless I can only Allah, below. Ultimately, I can say, when does Aninos extend to through the day of burial? This is assuming that burial is happening in some proximity to death. But again, Aninos does not extend into the night following burial. Aninos will extend into the night following death, but not the night following burial. Rabbi says, Kozman Shalom Nikbar. Rabbi says, no. Aninos extends until burial occurs. The Nikbar, full face label. Not only that, but Aninos will extend into the night following burial. So tremendous machlokes. So here, according to Rabbi, according to the Chachamim, so Aninos will extend ultimately again through the day of death, and that's it. Takes the following night with it, but not the night after burial. According to Rabbi, Aninos extends ultimately again. Aninos will extend up until burial. Not only that, but it even extends into the night following burial. We'll stop here for today. Again, we do the cliffhanger. We're going to get to Rabbi Shep, a couple of more lines of the resolution. Also, by the way, excellent job. Incredible. So we left off 5 lines up in the bottom. We'll finish the Sugya Master tomorrow. So, tomorrow we'll get to Halakha L'Maisa. Really, for Aninos. Aninos Halakha L'Maisa. Contemporary practice. Aninos L'Gabi Karbonos. Tomorrow. He's giving me a heavy, but I don't know. He's giving me a heavy, but I don't know if it's just me. It could just be you. It's because it's right there everywhere.
Okay, yes. So the young people should check it out here. If you know, pre-mentally the mark, yeah, we used the space every night here due to the close work.
Alright, so let's say good morning. Let us begin with invitation. All of our responses for this morning should contain our total responses for the month of February have all been told up. Pushing and Mindy Schreiber in the footnotes in your file, then Miriam. Martin Henry, Martin Henry, my father, Yoshi, Tomo, Shua, then the Suzuka, Judges of Hotel Ladies, got home today. Sounds like we look at Elizabeth Green, and then we have a student whose grandmother for the half of 200 drop off. We hope they remember from all the things coming up now. The family from all the things we're coming together. We call it holding for about looking at the swing through the so public society stuff. That's all well and that. But that's the thing. He's got getting up and stood up from his father to the point of drop off. Just like getting it done and he was so much having money not to see have look journey. He made the difference in drop off and don't come to the right. Give you 500 spread in the summer. We'll tell you that to let us begin today. That is 100. You have to do the that. You have to jump on top of 99 with the commercial. Actually, I'm going to have to punch the next Sunday. So you pretty much punch in the middle of the page. It's that easy to find it. If you see post-its like empowered, and you move your fingers in your arm and your finger 4 lines up, you'll see it right there. Remember again, just reorient yourself. You might be sitting with the Mishnah said that Allah myself an owning cannot receive a portion in recovering to do with that. I want to remember again, the logic behind that was as follows. Yesterday, that was created a law with these rules. You must create a rule. And the rule was that essentially, if you can eat the following, give you 2 points. If you can serve, then you get a portion. And if you get a portion, you can eat. By essentially means that if you can't serve, if you can't serve, you don't get a portion. If you don't get a portion, you can't eat. And if you can't eat, means you can't even eat that night. For example, owning, you can't serve, but remember that the only owning you can serve is and the owning comes up, and the fact that here no one else is allowed. So therefore, only you can't get a portion. Because you can't get a portion, you can't eat. So you might need to keep it in place. So you might say, yeah, well, you can interpret this as true. You can't get a portion, but that night, the Lord gives you join them, and you again, you can join them. The Bible is not right, because Allah for right, so we call it right, so when the Bible said, at most, we can make it work for other people, and it will not work for other people. You know, you're actually on the bus, and we're asked, what's actually, can't makes or makes by our boss, recovered by our boss, can't makes both sides are recovered by our boss. So this is very interesting. I'm not saying, remember, we're going to speak more about this today, but you want to look at 2 key pieces. One is relative to the covenant, right? So you think Father Yaakov died. So what's the case? One is Father died on the 14th, and it's buried on the 14th. So what's the secret? Now, remember, Anios, and we'll talk about the next week. Anios is the day of death. Now, Mitra Baron, what we're going to see is that Chazal extended Anios into the night following the loss. That is Drabana. So that's the one thing following the thing. What we say is that the only can't be Drabana season at night. That's when death and burial occurred ultimately again on that day of 14th. Ultimately again, and therefore Anios still extends into the night. In that case, it can be called a Mesa, but it can't be other Kabbalah. Remember again, Mesa is going to be different because Mesa is carried to burying a child. Constantly going to both sides of the cover by our boss. As a person who is left to Yaakov, the father, died on the 13th. He died on the 13th, and what does that mean? The Anios day, he ran on the 13th, but and now burial was taking place on the 14th. This is what it suggests that everyone agrees, and most Anios of death extends into the night. Anios of the day of burial extended to the following. So therefore, again, Yaakov died on the 13th, right? And he wasn't buried to the 14th. In that case, Reuben would be free and clear for Karbanos and other Kar Pesach and Karbanos only on the night of Pesach itself. The verse says, will publish labor with Rabbi, because the day of burial does not go ahead and include the following spontaneous purposes. So let me try to like what is the sound on this? Then we give out ahead. We got it. And also, we use the word only very differently temporarily than we use the word. And what is that? I mean, not right. Yaakov dies on Tuesday, so Reuben is owning that day. And now also the halakha calculated the assumption generally just and Dakar on the same day. Then means right now we don't only say that the fight, such as we call wedding night, right? The night following Tuesday. Ultimately, there's also animus, but that animus is drabana. That means, if you want to suggest it like this, if Yaakov dies on Tuesday, right, and he's picked on Wednesday, you only put the Chazal extended animus into the night following the day of death. Ultimately, again, actually, the only time the animus is extended into the night is when it's the night on the day of the night following the day of death. But if burial was delayed until the next day, everyone would agree that animus does not extend until the following week. That's the model that the Gemara is espousing right now. Gemara says, okay, man kind of animus later with Rabbi. Who is that animus that extends into the night following the day of death? Which the Gemara says that we shouldn't be designing the director of the Radiyudah. This is Radiyudah, right? So, animus is a part of us. From where do you know that animus is all right? We haven't covered that. That means how do you put it? So the verse is as follows. We do know that animus, the nighttime animus, is all right.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate it if you follow me back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everybody back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the creation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, when the phrase content is king, and I'm making that true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you're not already, and I want you to be able to start chairing philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote wealth, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud science. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build water towers in developing regions for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Livestock program and, more importantly, desalination, where we pump earth seawater drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 183 mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. I'm a real deal human. Well, it's been worth at one time $300 million. It's worth at least tens of millions of dollars right now. And one of the things that we have done, it's the name of the coin. It's one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu. If you ever look at any of my streams, or you can even just look at my timeline right now and watch me speaking live on an embedded video on Twitter, you'll see one of the things that we do, wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. We've built wells in as far away places to us where the coin is located as Nigeria. We've built in rural communities in Nigeria. We have helped do food drives in Europe.
And you just start talking about all covenants. So reminder again, so Pesach was kind of just brought up.
Well, I think first and foremost, everybody wants to make money. That's certainly important.
It's not actually part of it. So could very well be
Sure. Absolutely. So it's a cryptocurrency. It's one of the OG meme coins. It was established in May of 2023, and I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram since then. So almost 3 years now. And if you're asking where we get the funds to be able to build wells and water towers in rural Nigeria, one of the places that we have been able to do that is through the coin itself. There are actually protocols established within the coin to be able to give back to the community, to the people who help us. And so it has a very name, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. It's on Ethereum. And just give me one moment. I will actually post in the Purple Pill video of the wells that we've created in rural Nigeria to the people there.
That comes as a result of current Pesach. So I would have thought all of my Pesach cost me I would have thought the thing that I own and Pesach.
Well, if I may say, just to clarify, we get the funds from to be able to do good in the world through the coin. So there are actually protocols built into our organization for the coin to give back to the community. So I think we, at least on one of these projects in rural Nigeria, $125,000 in that.
You can only bring a carbon when you are shoveling, when you are stepping into the field going to be, so people are going to be and the reason for that is why. Because remember, since
well, that's a really great question. Well, generally, we have a really large community. We have over 12,000 people just in our Telegram alone who are always purchasing the coin to give it a really large market cap, tens of millions of dollars. And really, how do we get people to invest in it? It's really been quite grassroots through our memes, through our Twitter spaces, and through growth in Web3 and on social media. We've gotten people to buy in because they want a piece of this. We call it the People's Bitcoin because we give back to people and just really the less fortunate in society. And that has raised a lot of interest in the coin, and a lot of people have wanted to fundraise to help people in their community. So not just building water towers and wells in developing nations, but also things like food drives, things like toy drives. And then we also do some fun things in the community. We have a fantasy football league. We do trivia nights. So it's really about community action, community engagement. The more people that you have participating, the more people are going to want to buy into it. And then that's how you get the market cap to grow.
Then perhaps he's still in Anino's following the day of Carnival. So obviously, this opinion is going to the idea that Aminos of the night, Aminos of the night that follows the day of death, is death or life. If Aminos of the night that follows the day of death is life, then you can't drink on the day. Master Ike, if death occurred on the 13th, burial occurred on the 14th. Everyone agrees that there is Aminos on the night following the day, right? When it's not the same day as death. But you might have a Rabbi suggestion is, right, that Aminos of the Oraisa has two things. The day of death itself and the night following the day of death. That is true whether burial occurred on the day of death or not. However, everyone is agreeing that on the day of burial, no Aminos and it's the night following the day of death. Therefore, the Ruben's father dies on the 13th, right on the 13th, right? So everyone's on the 14th. Ed comes the night and the 15th. He stays out to be careful. He's good to go. Now, shooting, if burial occurs on the 15th, even if burial occurs that day, that night, I.e. the 15th, is still Aminos Daraisa. And because that's Aminos Daraisa, therefore, Allah can't go ahead and eat Aminos. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is not going to go through it. Makes for me, I'm on 100 acres, I'm on the third line down, makes for me, I'm on top of the valley, Yaakov, remember, again, we've been son Yaakov the father. If Yaakov died on the 14th and to be buried on the 14th, Yom Kippur stayed with the Daraisa. The day of death, always go ahead and bring it the following night as part of this. That's the way that it is.
Absolutely. I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to the purple pill for a moment, and you can see video of the wells and water towers that we built in rural Nigeria. So you can see that we're not just saying this, that these are real people in the community who are benefiting from this, who have fresh drinking water. And moreover, from a personal standpoint, if you are a Web3 builder or you need a job in Web3 and you want a mentor, I will help you. All for free. So what am I willing to do for you? If you don't have I'm willing to help you to create a resume. It's very simple. We just need to get basically your employment experience, your education experience, what kind of job that you want. We'll put that into ChatGPT. You have an excellent resume, and then I'll give you a list of different employment websites and apps that you can use to get remote work for yourself, if that's of interest to you. And then finally, particularly if you are in West Africa, I have a list of recruiting organizations that are willing to work on your behalf to be able to find you a job, all for free. So if that's of interest to you, send me a DM. I want to see you be successful. Thank you.
Why not go ahead and mention that? It says Kasha. Okay, question. Rabbi says what Kasha? Also a contradiction. Or the term is not a contradiction. Can the news holding vessels? So Roshi, so it's all point out that the overarching issue that we should be on a clarity is the concept of Aminos. How long does it apply for? The one thing that everyone agrees with, every sense that I agree with, is that on the day of death, Aminos is Daraisa. That's what everybody agrees with. What's a little bit unclear? Does Aminos extend into the night following the day of death? If so, is it the Oraisa or the Rabbanon? And if burial takes place the next day, does Aminos status extend into that day of burial? And furthermore, does Aminos status extend into the following night after burial? Those are our open-ended questions. Okay, now both say Rabbi is going to come along. And this is fascinating. So Rabbi will catch the contradiction. Get ready for this. Kan she's called in Katzos, she means the Akar Katzos. Ooh, watch this. The Rabbi wants to suggest that the only ability to consume Korban Pesach on the night of Pesach, only on when death occurred. If Ruvain is his father, right? If Yaakov before Katzos versus Yaakov died after Katzos. What's the situation? Remember again, when does the obligation for Kabbalah begin? When does it begin? After Katzos. So watch this. If Yaakov died before Chatzos, that means before this month for Cover Pesach, Reuben was in Aninos. The din of Aninos precludes him from participating in Cover Pesach. Whereas if his death occurred after Chatzos, already again by Chatzos, the obligation for Cover Pesach devolves upon Reuben. If that's the case, then Aninos will not set aside that obligation. Incredible. That's so incredible. One second. That's called in Chatzos to the Pesach. Before Chatzos, where it was not yet this month of Cover Pesach, highly Ale Aninos. Then Aninos could devolve upon Reuben. After Chatzos, but after Chatzos already, where there is the obligation ultimately again of Cover Pesach, so Aninos will not devolve. So fascinating. So fascinating. So essentially what it's saying is like this, is in other words, before Chatzos, the status of Aninos is a primary status. And therefore again he becomes an Onen that precludes him from eating Cover Pesach that night. After Chatzos, the obligation of a Cover Pesach has already devolved upon. That obligation prevents the halachic status from devolving upon him, and therefore is able to eat Cover Pesach that night. Fascinating. So the says, hold on, well, we're not thinking wrong. Is Shanari being called in Chatzos being after Chatzos? How do you make that distinction between before Chatzos and after Chatzos? This sign that said this is an incredible deal. The sign, we're in the right side. Get ready for this full side. Lo Itama. I have a couple of different psukim over here. This is talking about by a Kohen. Stama Kohen. Right? Right? Like this. So the pasuk is Ula Hashem. Talking about to a point obligated to become a coming forth. So people that are obligated to become coming forth. For the sister, his unmarried sister. So we have Lo Itama mitzvah. So let's say the Torah says Lo Itama means he shall become coming forth. To which the Gemara understands it's obligatory. It's obligatory. Now what does this mean? Lo Ratzah, meaning what? This is incredible. Lo Ratzah. Let's say the Kohen says, you know what, I love my sister, but I love Hashem more. I want to do the Avodah. I want to do the Avodah in the base of I don't want to become Tamei. I don't want to become Tamei. So therefore again, besides an idea. So what do you do? The Tamei also about that. And it's forcing to become Tamei. These obligations to Tamei, it's forcing to become Tamei. Listen to this. There was a story of Yosef HaKohen and his wife unfortunately passed away at Pesach. The Lord wants them to come. You do not want to come before you rush to the conclusion about that. Like that. First of all, you don't know the story. Right? You know the backdrop. I'm sorry. That was what I was doing. Well, my point is that these kind of stories, this look. It sounds a little strange, but and ultimately, again, the stomach content, like, look at the meaning means like they get it here, like they put it to a cold. And you understand it, they understand it. That was the meaning. And then they force them to put it to a tango, and ultimately they can become a common. Also, just point out how incredible this is.
When you recreated obviously 70 songs which are not.
I'm good to now. You see my friend is also has skills. But at the end of the day, your obligation to your family. That even though you almost are over in self-sex, I love you, I appreciate you, and I can't believe you are me. You have your spot. Those are the people who you smoke to rely on you more than you. And those are the people who you want to be.
Here's a man whose career is
Lindsay Renee here.
he had the voice of an angel. Introduce yourself.
Now again, this is talking about the Nasir. Now remember, the Pasuk of the beginning, remember, Nasir also has such an interesting
He had the voice of an angel, for business and a fire for justice.
right? Because in Nasir, it doesn't become a for anyone. Even the also. So the point is, the Pasuk says,
The legendary.
So what now what's interesting is the concept goes on to say right now to playlist today's absolute jazzy listen to this.
So in terms of choosing,
So in to give a Christmas to his son. And he heard that one of his relatives passed away. Yaakov. Yitama. Ultimately, so let's assume that I recognize the same way that let's say the number does not become 20, so what do we do? I'm on my last one, so there's an important first sister. Most of the things we kind of work out in this stuff. It was not the first one I love it, but it does become a function of the other four things. But remember again, that is what it is. This stuff is saying that no one else could write. I will say, I do want to come back. Let's say the mother is his sister died, and there's no one else to write. Obviously, she will be something. Not just people who generate the relative, but not presupposes that if the mother doesn't do it, there's someone else to do it. Obviously, if there's no one else to do it, then that love is becoming this much better. That's what we know. Also, I don't must be that
cameraman and the producer on this national championship game. They're going to jail. For the number, they're going to die.
For the obligation for Pesach, inclusive of the covered Pesach. Masha'ik the death occurred after Chasos, the obligation of Pesach precedes Ani. Therefore, that evening of the covered Pesach, Bruce says, how do you know that? Film of the old man of the Chasos. Maybe both cases are talking about Arabia.
Coming to you on the dusty road, good loving, I got a truckload, and when you get it, you got something, so don't worry, 'cause I'm coming, I'm a soul man, I'm a soul man, I'm a soul man.
This is talking about again, Kol Yimei Zero Hashem. All the days that he is in Nazir, on Nefesh means one level. But this is the person who's not exposed, he's not exposed himself to Shabbat. So you want Nefesh, he's not covered. Therefore, it's against relatives. Nace,
Coming to you from a dust road.
On a dust road. To his father, he does not. On one end, the Pasuk says,
coming to you on a dust road, good loving, I got a truckload, and when you get it, you got something, so don't worry, 'cause I'm coming, I'm a soul man, a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Got what I got, the heart, and I'll make it better each and every day. So don't you fret, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Soul man. Soul man. That's brought up on the side street. And I looked along before I could. I was educated.
Let's say he's on his way to check the car base and he's on his way to circumcise his son. The shaman should anything that get around to die.
Excuse me, sir, would you so Jesus, Jehovah's Witness. Jerry's kids. Who won the national championship and of course lost to Michigan. Michigan, who didn't cheat this time. The fans were going to hold accountable. No cheat. No.
So you might want to just before the meeting, the whole relationship of the owner with Rabbi is fundamentally dependent on what? When did the death occur? If the death occurred before Chatzor, therefore what? Aminos came before the obligation of Rabbi Isaac, and therefore the owner is precluded from eating Rabbi Isaac. But if the death occurred after that, then the obligation ultimately preceded Aminos, and therefore eating Rabbi Isaac Rabbi says no, that's not the distinction.
I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. And it's brought up on the side street. I never down on the road before I could eat. Was educated on the top. And now I'm loving, I just can't stop. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Just grab a rope and I'm going. Dig it home and be the only boyfriend. Yeah. I'm a soul man. 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 Soul man, bitch.
You're vested, and if death occurs afterwards, you can go and eat that night. That's
something big to share. Honor to all the creators selected to join the Coca-Cola FIFA World Cup 26 Creators Squad. Every community is there to celebrate the game, the culture, and the moments that bring us all together. Special access to unforgettable fan experiences. So we're going to taking you along for the journey through wearing that shirt for me.
What kind of have ownership over Yellow Planet?
At this point, I do.
No, I wasn't. But I don't see why you would believe that I was.
No, I do believe that you were, because I have the accent.
If I had been, would you be like, that's so
You might
People do it all the time.
Do they?
Yeah. But anyway, sorry, I'm distracted.
What's the
No, I mean, I would be too if somebody.
Good. Okay. Expect to take more than one person. Okay, but okay. So nice again. Wait, Zrika. 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 Yeah, the conjuration, right? The rest of Zrika is sorry again. Both sides with more stress. That's true like Khan Pesach as well. And therefore, the moment is just like this. Once Zrika was done, right? Once Zrika was done, essentially, who cares about eating the carbon that night? That doesn't matter. In other words, why don't we just say like this? Once Zrika was done before Animos, right? So let's say again, right? So it's Erev Pesach, Ruvain, it's fine. It's part of a Chabura. They do Zrika. After Zrika, now Yaakov, Ruvain's father, dies. So once you say, oh, now Ruvain is allowed to eat Karban Pesach that night. The Gemara says, why? Just can't eat Karban Pesach. Can't eat Karban Pesach because of Animos. The good news, you could anyway. Halacha l'maisa, part of the kabut in Zrika. And since you're part of the kabut in Zrika, you're good to go. You're good to go. Which also is fascinating because never did we do to apply the Zrika metric to Karban Pesach. Because we always focus on Karban Pesach for our purposes. What's the just Karban Pesach? But it means also what's the address? What's the address? Eating. Don't you much? No. Karban Pesach is just like any other cutlet.
Don't you ever be sad. Lean on me, 'cause I'm the man. When you get away from and the background, when there's a trouble, never try to drown. Just hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. I'm being way, no going far. If you get on, I will be your trouble. Don't have to worry, 'cause I'm here. I'm here, yeah. Hold on, hold on. I'm coming. I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Reach out to me and show affection, yeah, yeah. Call my name and free action, hey, 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 hey.
And it's quite possible that a person would lose a loved one and they would not hear about it until something. So there's what's called in halacha shmua krova. Shmua krova literally means I hear, right? I heard about the death of a loved one. When I say loved one, someone I'm obligated to sit shiva for within 30 days of the loss. If that's the case, then you get it to the mitzvah shiva. Days, you have to observe just like was the actual day of the but I will say in terms of eating Karban Pesach.
Hold on, I'm coming. Reach out to me, find satisfaction, yeah, yes. Call my name, want reaction, yeah, 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 yeah. Be sad, lean on me, 'cause I'm the man. When everything's wrong, and you will found with a little trouble, when I'm all too around, just hold on, I'm coming, hold on, I'm coming, I'm coming, living in, hold on, something coming, I'm coming,
And in either case, if you go to the mikveh, you can eat karbanos that night. Also, here's about an inherent contradiction. You just contradicted yourself. Yom Shmuel, Yom Kippur, Mitzvah, Shalosh Rosh.
If you
just said
put your hand
that when you
in
hear
your
about
kid, I think you understand why this is my favorite way to clean your keyboard.
I don't know if that's
Choose
it.
down, you really want to try not to lift the glue back up again.
And then you said,
The trick is to keep it going. Constant motion. It doesn't matter if you go back over it twice. I just really want it in there nice and thick.
even if it's
Then
within
put the
30
seam
days,
down
is
into
not
the
like
keyboard,
the
down where the dirt and the hair of the cup lives.
which is a much more limited
Heat
form
it to
of
try to let go, because you need to get that stuff out. Sure, you can use a vacuum, maybe flip it upside down. On the backside, they always say that efficiency isn't always satisfying. Sometimes you need to solve problems the kid will solve a problem. Come back, what's the most fun way to clean all the dirt out of your keyboard? Is this going to be extremely awesome to pull this glue out? I certainly hope so. If you'd like this type of content, please go ahead and hit that like, follow, and share button. I typically like to do.
or not.
So, great upcoming comedian who we haven't discovered yet. Sometimes it's an insane person that just signed up this week. You never know what can happen. I'm gonna let this guy whose eyes are extremely close together. I'm gonna pick the first name tonight. You can wear a monocle. It's unbelievable. If I switch one of these people out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. They have to wrap it up then, or they bring out the angry Australian bear, which wraps their set and then conduct an interview. They get feedback from my dear friends here. It can happen. You guys start tonight's fucking show. We're gonna get it started tonight with the Golden Single winner. Will we go wrangle that innocent soul who's going to go up after him? This Golden Ticket winner is great at opening the show. Very neurotic, very wild boy. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted. A brand new set from Jack Shaw, everybody. Here we go.
This guy is the worst. Who's worse, Jack Shaw or Aaron Belial? Aaron, really? Yeah, that guy's not funny. His shtick is over.
Versus ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, if it occurred after Shkia, then obviously, again, the person will be precluded from carving second or other covenants. In other words, the Akar Shkia Sachama might have a understand. It happened after Shkia, what is there to discuss? Alashmamina, Achilas, Sakin, Ma'akba. Rather than both sides. So again, the Gemara says, I don't understand. If after Shkia Sachama, then that means what? You already checked the Karan Pesach. If you already checked the Karan Pesach, Maida Hababa. Rather than say, what do you see from here? Coming from what do you see from here? And Pesach is not like other cups. In one sense, and where's that about us? What's the acre? What acre? Srika. Like Karan Pesach, yes. Srika is definitely the acre. You also need consumption. You also need consumption. That it is not enough just to be part of a kabura, ultimately again for Srika, but you must also be able to actually eat and partake of the carbon. Incredible. Rabashi said. So we'll say so again. So that happens just to be an interesting fact, like carbon Pesach. That did not necessarily give us clarity with the rest of our whole Animus discussion. Rabashi says, my effort the Echazeh. Okay, what do I need to say? Effort Yom Shmuel, the word was a Yom Shmuel means you hear about that the day that you hear about the death of your loved one. We're assuming over here that this is occurring within 30 days. So both the day of Shmuel as well as the day that you collect the remains of your loved one. What's Talahah? Tova va'ocha b'kachim la'ed. In both of those cases, you go to the mikvah and ultimately kachim at night. The hard Rav Ashi, the statement of Rav Ashi, but do sihi. Ultimately is a mistake. Mikdi Allah koi zeh zeh. Why didn't it say Allah? It should say zeh zeh. Allah shmamina bidu sihi. Rather again, I say, what do you see from here? The Rav Ashi statement ultimately again is a mistake. my paranoia. And I will say, what is this my focus? So I say, here we're going to get it. Now we're approaching the finish line of this circle. What is this my focus on? Here we go. This now, remember, all of this revolves, this entire sugya, really well, now let's all about the cover piece as well. It's rooted in this concept of aninus. How long does it extend?
Someone DM'd me and they said, fuck you, fuck the Jews, I don't support bombing hospitals. I was like, no, that's not me doing that. I don't know part of it. If I did have a job with the homeless people, talk about making unwanted comments, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, then go great. All right, cool. I'm just a silly little guy, dude. That's what I am. Girl told me that I pee sitting down. I got upset with her. That if you don't like me peeing sitting down, you should see me pooping down. Also didn't go as great as Hollywood, okay? Very cool, awesome. Okay, got one more. Awesome. Hey, you guys hear this app Rocket Money? Okay, I got this app, and if you don't know what it is, it's an app that tells you the subscriptions that you have. And, well, I got the app, it turns out I have 2 Rocket Money subscriptions. Jack Shaw. Really?
Right?
Criticizing himself throughout his set. Not leaving much work for us to do. I don't know why you had to bring up the DM that I sent you. That was supposed to be between me and you. Jack, I mean, you know how that went. You thought it was going to go better. Really, you did. Yeah. I really like what you said right now. I knew it wasn't. Why do you think those was? What you think exactly happened? That's a great question. And I think that maybe it was me. You are correct. Yeah. How's life been, Jack? It's been great. It's the last night of Hanukkah tonight, everybody.
It's actually pretty wild. Because if you want to check,
I brought some presents for all you guys. That's I'm not saying anything. Ladies first. Tony. Actually, very special. I made you kill Tony. There you go. This is where all your preparation for this weekend went into. I got Charlie citizenship in the United States of America. Pretty much for everyone in the audience. Okay.
Coming to you on a dusty road. Good loving, I got a truckload. And when you get it, you got something. So don't worry, cause I'm coming. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Soul man. Got what I got the hard way. And I make it better each and every day. Don't worry, don't you fret. Cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Let's ride up on the side seat. And I'm looking it down before I could eat.
Imagine I heard you lost your eyes in that tragic accident. So, today marks the 24 years of what happened. I got you so sick that you just ran real high. They really grew. They really grew. Okay, I thought that was going to go better too. Okay, so that was this Kill Tony said.
What's going on?
I was educated from good stock. When I start loving, oh, I can't stop. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'll grab rope and I'll pull you in. Give you hope and be your only boyfriend. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man.
have a scheduled surgery. They're going to have a little bit of a recovery ahead of him. He's talking in mind. Mordechai Shmuel ben Sarah. Rabbi all those who were for Shabbat, they were told for Israel. All the Shabbat Shabbat, the families in the common how that is resolved. Hashem to the Torah fellows, they all about Israel. Because with that, let us become so we have this full say, can you back to the cash? 99. So we have to come up with that side on the side of the class on the page 98. And this one says it's about so it's really interesting how obviously you're going to see many convoys because the person is coming, launching in the club, but still requires head of shouts. Still requires ultimately a good summer. So the mission says, you see like the let's say he wasn't coming or had some other experience like Saras, like myself, these individuals, the passage of time, and the clock, and doing of Kabbalah. So the coming number of folks, the young and the physical is they're both missing an additional finalization of their purification process. Once the Kabbalah, simple case, even as ceremonies or shadows. What happens? He goes to the mikvah, right? It's Monday, goes to the mikvah, and on Saturday from Monday night, you want to go ahead and be totally calm. Let's say you didn't make cold. So now what happens? So now you don't have a question in a culture. The Monday, Thursday, afternoon, let's say it's even family that's going on with the Kabbalahs, and ultimately again, they want to give Ruben to portion. The Mishnah says Ruben does not get portion on Monday, even though he's not going to consume it until Monday night. Essentially, he cannot get portion on Monday if he is still at full go. So even though he's not eating it until then, he's not eating it until that night. He's eating until that. Owning. So again, what's the owning? And what's it's actually very interesting because again, we're going to define our terms a little bit over here. Owning means that someone lost one of the relatives whom they are obligated to mourn for. Now, in Aminos only refers to the day of death. For us, contemporarily, we use it a little bit differently. We use the status of owning to refer to anyone who is in a period of mourning prior to burial. So let's say somebody died on today, but the burial wasn't going to be until tomorrow. So the way we use owning is that a person is Aminos today through tomorrow.
What the fuck? What's up with my foot here?
The day of death. Now, what we're going to see is that the period of Aminos is halacha. You can see this Darsh Rabbanan begins the day of death and extends to the following night as well. Burial has not happened on that day. For example, again, Reuben loses his father on Monday, so Reuben is in Halaminos. If the burial happened on Monday was pushed off on today, the halachic Aminos ends through Monday night. So again, why did that extension? Right, what we're assuming right now that Aminos and the day of death is Doraisa. Whether the extension itself is Doraisa, do not want on that remains to be seen. So only the day of Ve'inonaku. So only to touch a carbon. Ve'inonaku. And go ahead and offer that. So that would be again, you can talk about this. They can't offer up a thing, can't offer up in the state of Aminos. Ve'inonaku, that for that, senior again. Only the only cannot receive a portion on the day of his Aminos, even though he's only going to eat that portion when? The following night. Okay? Again, I'm also going to go through all of this. Following moon, again, according to the Bible, following moon, following moon, following moon, so again, the person is a poet according to the following moon. And once in the wide world of Mumin, there are two different types of blemishes. There's what's called a mum omeid, right? A mum omeid or mum tabla, which means a blemish that is not going away. So again, that is a mum tabla that's not going away versus a mum over. Mum over is any blemish that is being healed. For example, a broken arm. Right, so broken arm, when the Kohen says it, that is a mum that would disqualify it from going and doing the avodah. Once it heals, however, he is restored back to his permitted state. The Bali movement, Bain Bali movement over, Bain Bali movement kruh. So whether we're talking about a Bal mum who has what we call a mum over, a blemish that's going to pass, or ultimately again a mum kavua, cholkin va'olkin avalom akri. This is actually they go ahead and split up, right? So they can go ahead and split up the respective portion. A Bal mum can receive a portion of carbon. But ultimately, again, they receive a portion, but they can't offer. So they can receive. This is very the Balmul can receive a carbonic portion, go ahead and go ahead and eat a carbonic portion, but cannot offer. They cannot offer the carbon. The Choshe Eno Lo La'avoda Eno Cholik Babasa. Ultimately, again, who is not fit for avodah. This is very interesting. Now the Mishnah is discussing a rule. Whoever is not full is not able to go ahead and get a portion of the sacrificial meat. Now obviously, that the Mishnah just contradicted itself, right? Because the Mishnah just said by can get a portion. Right? So the Balmum can do all these things. But yet, you can't. Okay, so we'll discuss that position about it. The Choshe Eno Babasar Eno Ba'olos. Whoever does not have a portion of the meat also doesn't get a part of the heights. After the two b'shas, you guys done with the car b'shas. I love him. In a polygon. Now that it's like he's coming at the trika, but is tar by the time that they burn all of the chalif. Remember again, when do we burn all of the chalif? At night, which is another way of saying if you have a coin, but at the time of the offering is unfit, but will be fit that evening. Ultimately, you don't get a portion of the meat. If you already begin to see that there's a rule that's developed, what's the rule that's developed? That offer the carbon to get a
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the. Again, you got some kind of issue site-wide where linkers are saying it's cutting in and out. It's not just my account. It's a site-wide issue. So just in case you need to know, if you're a speaker, you can hear what people are saying, but if you are a listener, it's getting cut out. So I could kind of hear what you guys were saying, but please, if you can enlighten me, I'd appreciate it.
Ultimately, does not receive a portion the carbon. As the pasuk says, "Kohen mechata osa yochlen." As the pasuk says, "Lashon mechata is lashon of zika." So Kohen who goes and does the zika, he will eat the carbon. The Gemara says, "Kohen mechata yochal." What do we see from here? The Kohen who does the zika, he's the one who gets to eat. The Kohen who doesn't, when he doesn't eat, you don't get to eat. You don't get to eat. So let's say, so again, the Gemara says, follow ahead and gets to eat. Is that true?
Please enlighten me.
The Gemara says, the morning, sorry, we have some technical difficulties. We are on Sabbath 99, 4 lines down from the top. The Gemara says as follows. So what about you make it sound like myself. Only the Kohen who does the zika that ultimately again is able to go ahead and what about the Salach of myself? The entire Mishma. Remember again, the Kohen are divided up into Mishmos, divided up into that's all the way with watches, right? But we really need shifts. So remember again, each shift is also comprised of multiple families. Each shift starts in the base and reflects to 1 week a year. Any Kohen, any Kohen family that this shift is on, is able to go ahead and because Kabbalah, obviously there's only one Kohen who's going ahead and sprinkles. So how can you say coin of that is only the coin that goes ahead and sprinkles? Who is the one able to eat? I do not think the higher Mishmar Kula did not come open. There's the entire Mishmar. The entire Mishmar that who are not doing this yet they are still eating. Which the Gemara answers, no, it's a meaning like this. In order for a coin, in order for a coin to eat the kabbanos, he has to have this capacity.
So, as I understand, this is something that failed in the House in summer of 2025. However, it's also the similar name Clarity Act in Canada for generally the same idea. Is this correct?
And yes, you know that a cotton is prohibited. Go ahead and of the kabbalah. Because is able to say the cotton is able to go ahead. What is your that in some ways to go ahead and ultimately again.
Oh, I certainly see that they're related, yeah.
Then ultimately again you don't get a sacrificial portion. Again, what that means also is not that you yourself have to actually fit in this moment. What it really means is categorically fit. Categorically fit. So therefore even a couple, let's say, again, it still categorically fit. Even though right now he's disqualified because of the Gemara says, I hurry pound one second. What about pound one? But if you look again, they know the people who follow. Remember, again, pound one. Remember, the Gemara says that in order to eat off the money, you have to be a type of one who is fit to do that. If you're not,
100% I appreciate it. I have done my best to follow everybody in the space. I'd appreciate it if you could do the same. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I am celebrating over 333 days of 24/7 X spaces. If you ever want to check out my X space, it's available in the Twitter search Rabbi, and it's a video space. So I have almost the entire of my life archived on X's, which I think is unique. But moreover, I've been live streaming my life for more than 4 years on YouTube. And with that being said, here is my formal pitch. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links available in my profile, additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more content archived on the internet than any person ever. Additionally, I have a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as natural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a company that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination to convert seawater onto land to drinkable. If you are a Apply Guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a reader or shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. That's all me. It's all organic. If you, I'm not reading it off of anything. I've got it down pretty well. Oh, 24 hours a day. So if I go to the bathroom, I use a GoPro to document my life on SD cards. I do shower on Instagram, either from the waist up or I just use like swim trunks. But if I've streamed north to Santa Barbara or south to San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains, I Beverly Hills and Los Angeles at Disneyland. So essentially, wherever I go, I either am streaming or certainly archiving it to the absolute best of my ability. As I said, I'm live on 20 YouTube streams right now. I'm also live on X, not just on an embedded video, but also in an space where you can view my life. I'm also live on Twitch, I'm on Rumble, I'm live on now quite a few different other platforms. I do my best to be the king of multi-streaming to essentially make myself as uncancelable as possible. Excellent question. Well, I have 20 different YouTube accounts that are live, so at any time it could be anywhere between 2 and 3. Nothing crazy on any one of them. Where I get most of my viewers is from Discord. So right now I've got 4 on one of my Discords, another 3 on another Discord, another 26 on another Discord, another 4 on another Discord. Looks like in my X space I've got another 2 people watching me. Looks like on my embedded video I've got another 3 people watching me. And that's just from what I can see. Additionally, on Twitch, I might have a few. And then on YouNow, believe it or not, I'll get like 50 people on there just somehow, some way. So I'm actually quite popular on some of the lesser known platforms. So altogether, several dozen people are watching me right now. It's an excellent question. I would say this is certainly not the normal people go. Usually they just have one account, and that's how I started. One account. I had 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. And you'll find that 24/7 spaces, just because of the amount that you are up, a very good chance you're going to get a cop strike every now and then. If you get 3 of those in 90 days, you can lose your account. Additionally, you can just lose your account for any kind of nudity that is shown. You may say, what kind of nudity are you showing? If I'm like asleep in my bed and my pants fall down, or, just you show some butt crack, it's really a subjective decision on behalf of to be able to take down your account. So I very quickly learned that if I give up the normal route of just pushing one YouTube account and my best to multi-stream, it's going to be much more difficult if I have one account down, unfortunately, it hasn't been really that recently, but in the past it happened, and I don't want to lose all of my content. I've been working so hard, so basically, having the 20 allows me to have redundant streams. So if anything ever happens with any one of my accounts, I have the backups of all the other accounts. But generally, I would not recommend this route for a an influencer. I would recommend the multi-streaming route. Certainly, having a YouTube, having a Twitch, having a Kick, having a Rumble, having some of the other platforms, and streaming from your account. But certainly not the multiple devices that I use. But one of the reasons why I do it as well is I want people to be able to see me in 360 degrees. I recognize what I'm doing. It has little importance right now, but in the future of really the human society and civilization, it may be very important, and here's why. Really, I have more data on a single individual from a biological standpoint than any person ever. We're going to perhaps be able to watch how age, how my biological, everything from everything, exact posture, 100% behavior, psychological things like my eating habits, my drinking habits, my bathing patterns, my certainly my sleeping habits are all archived. And I feel that this information, especially once combined with AI, is an amazing gift to humanity. And I know that there are other people who stream their life, but they don't archive their lives. And that's what makes my stream different. I don't just turn on a stream and let it go for 20 or 30 days or 100 days or something like that. No, every 12 hours I stop all my streams, which is quite a task, and then restart them so that you can literally go back to any moment of any day of my life for the last 4 years, essentially, and see not only what was going on in my life, but 24 hours a day. I also keep a radio going in the background so you can know what's going on in world news from a historical standpoint. So they're essentially watermarks or timestamps on my life. And I think it'll be very exciting, especially once combined with AI. When you see what AI can already do by giving essentially timestamps on a very long form video, it's going to be really exciting for the people of the world to be able to study. It's just a matter of time.
So it's super interesting. What if the coin is coming and you find you know I don't remember again. Like you know often one-on-one what's the lock of that anything with the seabird, some of us with the seabird. Which means that technically speaking the coin is coming to do a carbon seabird. Not only that, but also stuff like that. Even in the case where let's say the logo of the seabird is not coming. If a coin is coming to do the carbon seabird, Expo Basco is coming. Maybe like she has a yellow, he cut people left on the array, they were cut with the whole way by array. How do you make the high
in agreement with you. I'm certain that they are. They're the ones where data, their servers are the ones where my data is stored. But it's just going to take one person who hears my in one of these spaces. You know what? You've been doing this 4 years, going on 5 years. Yep. And it's all archived. Yep. And what do you need from me? Nothing. I don't want anything from you. If you want to do anything for me, just tell a friend. And they're going to say, all right, they'll look all of the massive amounts of content that I have. They'll repost, be a catalyst to go viral. And then that's when things get really interesting, because there's a very good chance that I could, in my own way, become one of the most famous people in the world overnight because of the data that I have. Any other influencer you're ever going to meet on the internet out of content. And I do. My content is literally years worth. It would take 100 years to go through all of the video that I've created over 4 years on some platforms. It's just an immense amount. And I talk about things that are really interesting aside from my project. If I may contribute just some of the things that I think will be really exciting for people to learn about. So in addition to being a live streamer and influencer and such, I like to talk about the future. I'm a futurist. So I like to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about interstellar travel, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, certainly cryptocurrency, quantum computing, invisibility cloaks, replicators, Santa Claus machines, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located located in northern Spain, southern France. According to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific, made it their goal that within the next 2 years, very soon, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is an immense goal. I think it's mind-blowing and why more people aren't talking about it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is an extremely exciting opportunity for the world to be able to witness. And it is not science fiction. It's absolutely science fact. And it's going to be happening sooner rather than later. With these types of well, and that's certainly an argument to be made as well. If we just basically moved away from our carnivorous past or our omnivore past and maybe move more towards vegetarianism or veganism in the future. And I perhaps not maybe within the next 10 years, but perhaps within the next century or so, especially with 3D printed meats and such, anticipating a world where we may be able to move away from the need for animals to be able to nourish ourselves and still be very healthy. And I think ideally everyone would want to get away from a world where they're killing an animal either unnecessarily or perhaps in a cruel manner and move more towards a more self-sustained system. Not saying that's going to happen anytime soon, but I think we all could dream of that day and perhaps allow animals to live in their natural habitat. Absolutely. If anybody's familiar with the ketogenic diet, essentially high fat, low carbohydrate. And if you strictly run on the ketogenic diet for long periods of time, you no longer defecate. You will urinate, but you no longer defecate. Your body's essentially able all of the fat to be able to power your body and no longer have to get rid of waste in the efficient way that we designed to be able to operate home. Because, many of the complicated aspects of the food industry. But I know I've done it. I've lived a ketogenic diet for years, and you don't poop. And it's really an interesting aspect of life.
Personal purity. The other case, that's the case ultimately again, being able to go ahead and cut. Versus the case here, Asakadas, he just wasn't really thinking about again the levels, like just maintaining his personal himself. In that case, he can't touch. So much as 1 second. Asakadas, if he has a lapse of awareness about his personal state of purity, which is really and he requires to look at that's the term place. It says the sort of place that's Paraduma. Paraduma requires sprinkling on days 3 and 7. None of you, the Amar of you study. None of you study, Rabbi Moss, Amar of you. Sorry, this is a general rule, right? Kohen must be ever mindful of his state of personal beauty. And the moment that they go about that, again, he's going to require duty after some of his space. He's going to require sprinkling the words of Fatima and BP and they say, so Kashla, Hada Asset with Sherets. No, the court is careful to go ahead and be mindful about coming in contact with the bus. What wasn't he mindful of? Come on, shut up.
Absolutely. Well, if you're interested, you can connect with me 24 hours a day in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. If you want the direct Discord link, it's in my name. It's also in my profile. And I'll be happy to chop it up with you on any of these subjects. I'm always excited to build with people and do my best to be as open and honest with people as I can be. Nobody's perfect, and I think that people recognize that from my streams. But overall, I do my best to be a really good person day in and day out. And I think there's a lot of really great topics that from which the world can learn. Just as this, just in this protein discussion, or perhaps in some of the other aspects of cryptocurrency that were brought up earlier, I'm always willing to learn. That's really, I think, one of the best aspects of living a life is the opportunity to be a lifelong learner. So anybody who's interested, so hop into my Discord if you're ever interested. We do a lot of games on a nightly basis. We also watch a lot of sports. There was just the national championship last night. We have the AFC and NFC championships this weekend. Will be, and then in 2 weeks from this weekend, we certainly have the Super Bowl February. So if you are a sport fan, make sure in with me as well. I have sports. Go ahead. Yeah, you mean people who live stream their lives? Yeah, so there are people who 24/7 but don't archive their streams. So I don't really consider them to be competition. There are people who it's not the same thing. Exactly, and that's really, really important to me. There are people. There's a guy in Russia who doesn't even talk on camera either. So that's another aspect too. It's one thing to just basically have live streams going of yourself, but you don't interact with the camera. That's fine. But if you're not archiving that data, no one can go back and see what you were like last week, month, last year. And people want that. They want to see growth. They want to see how you change. There's also a girl on Twitch who live streams her life 24/7. But again, Twitch only archives your streams for like up to 30 days or so. I think if you have a premium account, it might be as many as 90 days. That's not of interest to me, frankly. It's about long-term archival of data. And that's what's really important to me. So aside from that, I don't know of anybody. I've asked people, and I've done my own research. You find somebody who's been doing this that long. The reason why it's difficult is because server space. There's really only one game in town when it comes to allowing long-term servers for the last 4 years, and that is YouTube. Now, Rumble does allow it to some extent as well for some long-form content, but it's just so expensive to be able to run these data centers that you really have to be on either YouTube or Rumble to be able to have that information saved. When it comes to X Spaces, I have known of some people who have done, or who have at least said they've done 20 X Spaces for a year. But didn't do it on video. So mine is really unique. That mine are all on video. Now, if you know X Spaces, sometimes the video gets disconnected. That can be an issue. But really, the far majority of my life for the last year has been documented on Space. And then I recently created a robot that you can actually go in my timeline and see. It's just archive my video just directly from an embed in my timeline. So every hour, you will see my life uploaded from the previous hour on X, and that's just a little robot that I created. So in terms of the sheer amount of data that I've archived, I don't know of anybody on this. And also, I certainly don't know anybody who's done it from 20 different angles. That's a big thing, too. Maybe there's someone out there. I've heard of people like Chris Chan and some other people, but they don't archive their footage. It's not live on as many different servers. I know that there's a project known as Fish Tank, if you've heard of that project, that allows people to live stream from like a house, basically. But all of that footage is essentially behind a paywall. So from what I know, I'm the only person who will have no paywall to be able to view live 24/7. And I really recognize that there could be somebody out there, but I don't know of them. And I would welcome it. I want more people to do this. I think it's really healthy. And I even if there is somebody who does do this, they don't have the same conversations that I'm having with people. They're not really at the epicenter of many of these discussions within Web3 and within futurology. I know that they haven't watched the last three Super Bowls on their stream or the three different Olympic Games or the World Cup and the Women's World Cup. They're not into as many different subjects as I am. Absolutely. I do my best to be. And thing that I really love to do, and I love soul music. And I love all kinds of music, but I sing a lot of music on my streams as well and make a lot of content. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 1,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 1,000 Kick accounts. I have far more accounts than any person ever from a social media standpoint. And when people find out about me and they see all of the different interests that I have, that's going to pique a lot of interest. And I know that it's going to be really exciting because if you even go into my Discord, especially I have a lot on Kick. I would probably say maybe 25,000. Yeah, so a lot of them get banned. So that's how many I've created, and you can sometimes get them unbanned. But yeah, on like for instance, TikTok. The reason why I created this is like 4 years ago. I created 1,000 TikTok accounts is because I would get one of my accounts that was eligible to live stream. Basically, in order to live stream on X, you need 1,000 followers, and I would get one banned for the big one that I get is copyright infringement for music that's playing on the radio or something in the background, and so I wouldn't be able to stream. So what I did is I created 1,000 TikTok accounts, and then I just had them essentially follow each other. And then whenever I needed a TikTok account, I could go in and certainly self-promote my own account and get it to the point where it could live stream. So it's basically uncancelable in there. But yeah, on a lot of my different platforms, I certainly can self-promote in that way. It's certainly against the terms and conditions, but if I wanted to, I can. Oh, absolutely, especially within the communities I'm in. Like I've been live streaming my life in a cryptocurrency community, Telegram. It's one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. The ticker's Bitcoin. It is on Ethereum. We have over 12,000 people in that community, and essentially everybody knows me. I've been live streaming my life in there for almost 3 years straight. And if we ever need to promote anybody, we just take a link and put it in there and say, hey, everybody, upload this Twitter post or whatever it may be. And, I certainly limit how often I do that. But if I ever need any support behind anything, I easily can get that. And then also in all the discords that I'm in, really when you recognize in these spaces, you recognize this as well. The Web3 universe is not that big. Once you start to get connected with some of these founders and some of these devs, they have multiple platforms, multiple Discords, multiple Telegrams, and you get well known. So yeah, there have been people who have said to me, "Oh, so you can just follow my one Twitter account with 2,000 accounts." I wish I could do that. It depends on the platform. So I had to manually make all my accounts because of the dreaded Arcos challenge, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. That's the CAPTCHA, and that caused some issues. But so it does get complicated when you are on something like Twitter, but something like Blue Sky, I'm able to work my way into a simplified captcha system with them. And then something like Kick that does not have a captcha system, I created a robot that literally just spams the whole platform. So if you even type my name into Kick in instant stream, whether it's Aiden Ross, whether it's QC, and if you type in Rabbi Rothschild, the message gets banned. And it gets deleted. Your account doesn't get banned, but the message gets deleted now. So you not really actually. I've been interviewed by many other. In actually, the owner of Kick and his name is Eddie Billionaire, backer of Kick. And I are friends on Discord, and so I've got to say that perhaps they don't want other people to use the same type of strategy that I use, but Kick, if anything, if you needed promotion on Kick, I could help you in a lot of ways, especially if you just needed someone to follow your account.
Amigos follows amigos at night that follows the day of amigos, y gira abajo. On cada pizza, cansado de vivar, there are amigos que like to say, not interesting. You can get a pizza, you can also eat other performers as well. But on any other night,
Excellent question. So the far majority of my data is stored on the Alphabet server, so that's Google or YouTube, and on the Amazon servers, that's Twitch, and on the Rumble servers, and I would say as well on some like Google accounts, an unlimited Drive account that I have that I've had for like maybe almost 17 years or so. Now they haven't always allowed Google hasn't always allowed you to upload absolutely anything on there, and it does get bogged down with my upload speeds. But and then I should say I have a lot saved on the X servers as well. So the far majority of my data is stored somewhere on the cloud. However, I do have a lot of that data archived to multiple terabytes that I have and SD cards. So basically, some of the footage that I can't upload to YouTube, like frankly, like going to the bathroom, they don't like that kind of content. I'll just put on a GoPro, and then I just have an SD card, and I just hit play, and I go about my business, and then I save that, and I've got a large container full of very small SD cards, almost like little microchips, and I am able to archive those, and each one of them costs for like I can get like 500 gigabytes on just a small little each one of those cost anywhere between like 20 and 50, just depending, and then also expanded it to over the course of the last 4 years that you can get 2 terabytes on one SD card size micro SDs. And so as I've been doing this, the actual storage the storage capacity for these SD cards increased, and over if you add up all of the data that I've created over the course of this project, it's the terabyte realm into the petabyte realm. And so if you don't know what that is, that's over 1,000 terabytes. And exactly. And from what I have stored, it is certainly dozens of terabytes of data. And a lot of it is just me sleeping or me going to the bathroom or me, I have a lot of IRL footage, like sometimes just data when I'm doing IRL foot doesn't always upload really well for me. Like I have a Verizon family. I've had like Verizon family account for 4 different iPhones for going back to like 2020 or 2020, I want to say. And you at a certain point when you've uploaded enough data on a cellular plan, they just start to throttle you. And to get around some of those things, I'll just take out a GoPro or multiple GoPros. I'll put one on my hat or on my head so that you get a point of view of what I'm doing. And then additionally, I'll have one in my hand. and then I'll just archive that. I do my absolute best to archive as much of my life as possible. Can I say I have 100% of the last 4 years archived? No, but I can say I have 99.9% of it. And with that being said, I never feel a prisoner to the videos. So I always know if I want to go outside, I want to go to the mailbox, I want to go for a walk, I certainly can. I just leave my streams going. But I really get some really interesting people who could come in at any given moment into my Discord and change my life, or I could change their life. So I like to stay close to where my Wi-Fi is, where the internet is the strongest. But I never feel like I have to be on camera. If I ever want to, I can always leave, and that's a really freeing idea as well.
Nice, man. That's good to hear. So we take it when you go to grocery shopping. We're not going with you.
No, you are. No, absolutely. So I do live stream from like the like Rothschild, which is down the street, or Walmart down the, which isn't too far. But I have found it to be much more convenient to have my groceries delivered. So I don't know if you're familiar, but like the Walmart and like Instacart and Costco and stuff allow for grocery delivery, and so I'll get things delivered. But I have a lot of footage from inside Ralph's different grocers, California, and I like to make comments on things about pricing. Like um, it's really interesting to me just to see pricing in the last 4 years and how it's gone up on the same items. I have videos from 4 years ago, exact same item.
And it's not like they're giving you. That's what I was talking about earlier with the gasoline prices. The hype on these is because they say that they're being charged more on gas.
That's absolutely right. There's that's called shrinkflation. If you haven't heard it, you're certainly familiar with it. And this is the of making the thing smaller so that you're paying the same amount or more for than you were getting previously. And it's really fortunate. I've also seen people who have taken their Walmart receipts, or Walmart or something, and they had the same order from a year or two ago, and it's double the price, just whatever it may be, especially for fresh foods, and it's really unfortunate.
You go there, you get avocado oil, and you think that you're getting some great oil. The other is just regular corn oil or vegetable oil.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah. One of the things I gotta say about America for all the reasons is we grow this food. I live here in California, so most of the food we grow is in our own backyard, but we never get to eat it. Like, it gets shipped out to every other place in the world, and we never even get to good food ourselves.
100%.
That don't even allow that. I mean, Italy is probably one of the best spots for the healthiest food. I mean, you go around eating cheese all day there, and you're in shape. Where if you go around eating cheese in America all day, you're gonna gain a pound or two. Exactly.
That's absolutely true. I mean, just the Central Valley of California is some of the most fertile soil in the world, not just in the United States. More than 50% of all the fruits, vegetables, and nuts are grown within the Central Valley. Yet, at least many places in California have the highest prices, even though it's not grown that far away. And 50% of all of that food is shipped to other states. Uh, it's essentially the garden of the United States. Yet when you try to purchase the nutrients, or I should say the harvests of the Central Valley, is the most expensive where it was grown.
I think we switched it up for it's funny because we export everything out, but yet use South America in Chile, and then we bring everything back in. But it's grown in Chile and not here.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. There's some statistics that I've seen that for some foods we actually grow them in the United States, have them shipped to Asia to be harvested or essentially like deshelled or something like that, and then back to the United States to be.
Gotcha. Good to meet you, Rabbi. This is very interesting, man. I'm kind of in that same perspective of what you're doing right now. I'm live streaming on pretty much everywhere that I can right now as well. So, right now I'm at work, so I'm only hosting spaces right now. But when I get home, that's when I go live and let everybody tune into Pump Radio, man. So
Excellent. Let me ask you: do you stream on Pump Fun?
Yeah, I stream on Pump Fun. I stream on X Spaces, also YouTube, Twitch, and Kick as well.
Excellent. Okay, so why not Rumble?
But I've barely been doing it. Well, Pump Fun, I've been live streaming on Pump Fun for about 8 months. And from there, I was just like, I was under contract with Pump Fun, so certain things that I could do and not do. But now that that's gonna come to an end, that's why now I'm able to multi-stream now. So
Absolutely.
you can catch me out here on all platforms, pretty much trying to do the best I can. Like right now, I'm sitting at 1,000 followers now on Twitch, which is nice.
Definitely. If I may give any. Oh yeah, totally. Absolutely. If I may give any advice on the multi-streaming journey, so you will get some platforms like Streamlabs or Restream allow you to multi-stream to maybe like 2 different platforms, and then if you want more than that, to buy their premium features. Rumble, on the other hand, has something called Rumble Studio. It's absolutely free, and it allows you to stream on unlimited RTMP sources. So basically, you can it has very easy integration to YouTube. All you have to do is one button for X, one button for Twitch, live streaming on Rumble. All you have to do is TMP key on Kick, and everything will be streaming for free for you there. And then if you can also get the RTMP key from Pump Fun, you can do that as well. I find, and then it saves long form as well. So if you haven't checked out Rumble Studio, I highly recommend it. I did 24/7 live streaming on Pump Fun for since like something like August or something like that. But their system to me is very buggy. It's not very conducive to streaming. A lot of crashes, or like a lot of bugs. And so I would like to know: do you find that Pump Fun has a lot of bugs in their live streaming sector?
The entire mission who are not doing this, yes, there are still which the Gemara is slowly appreciate. No, what you mean is like this. In order for a Kohen to eat their kavanos, you have to I have in order to go ahead and eat a kavano, you don't have to actually be doing
Those are great too. That included that as well. Definitely, they are multi-streaming.
Katan is child, well, obviously, he's not able to use Riga because he is a Katan, and yet he knows that a Katan is permitted to go ahead and the Kabbalah. The Kohen is able to say the Katan is able to go ahead and eat the Kabbalah. Alamayo Krona, that is said, begin now, you're like, what is your Krona mean? Yahweh Krona. Yahweh Krona. Roy, what you do,
it's extremely lightweight. In fact, I did a test with someone in Poland last week who started their live streaming journey 24/7, and we found it to be less heavy, less resource intense than OBS. So, and then even when you're doing screen sharing and such, it's still lighter. Everything's run from a browser, so basically it's just another browser window. I've used OBS and I like OBS. OBS is wonderful, but it can be really resource intensive, and especially if you're doing anything else with the computer or you're screen sharing or something like that, it can be overwhelming unless you have like a really fast computer. And if you do, then that's great. But for those of us who just want to have like a normal computer and be able to share a screen and be able to multi-stream, I find Rumble Studios an excellent alternative. But still, OBS is the OG. You have the ability to be able to run OBS, and you don't find that it's heavy on your system. But by all means, use
Problem is different, right? Problem is different because the Torah itself is miraculous. This is about most of that history. Chazaka becoming the rabbis by the pasuk says when it says all male kohanim, that comes to include Salmon in Havana consumption. The Ima calls up for the rabbis. I didn't know that. Why didn't they focus on everyone? Include Salmon. Say that every male comes to include Bouillon. Right? So just do that. So the Gemara says, instead of Salmon coming in the Rabbi, chicken or no. It makes more sense to say that it includes Salmon. Why? Because you already have precedent that a Salmon consumes Kabbalah. So you're right. As much as you know that a Salmon can't do a Boga.
Do you mean like using a virtual computer within my one computer, or can you elaborate on that?
It makes sense that once you know that he has a license to Kabbalah, that he is being used in Kozahar, as opposed to Bouillon can't use Kabbalah. How did I write? So just the opposite. Bouillon Kabbalah is Rabbi. There are the mix up as it is the opposite. Bouillon comes the night, he will be fixed. Right? Bouillon comes the night, ultimately again, he will be.
I get what you're saying. I have run as many as 33 different platforms just in a browser using Rumble Studio. So, like basically, I've pushed it to the limit as much as I can, and it still does not crash the browser. I have the understanding that, yeah, definitely, that basically once it's able to stream whatever your screen is, then it's just output issue, and the output is actually relatively resource how would it be, and so it doesn't crash the browser, and I can even run this on Chromebooks. So if you know Chromebooks, they don't have a lot of RAM at all, and I've been able to run 33 different platforms just from Chromebooks.
My question is also in the pasuk says, really what that means, doesn't matter what does it mean, what kind of, right? You look at again the simple portion. If that's the case, you look at again, all of this is being there, you have to concentrate on calling and the fact that they say your friend.
Yeah, it can be anywhere between 720p and 1080p, just depending. So yeah, if you're looking, yeah, if you're, yeah. I'm in agreement with you, and for anybody out there who is all about HD, totally, that's phenomenal. But it's difficult to do a lot of HD when you're multi-streaming. It's just a lot of bandwidth. However, you should know, for anybody out there who's hearing this, and there's ever a video that you ever wanted in HD, just perhaps within the next couple of years, there is going to be software that I've seen, and also plugins and add-ons into YouTube and Twitch and such, that automatically enhances any video from, let's say it's 720p or 1080p to 8K automatically. So basically, if you can get the video out there, don't worry about it. In the future, it can be the resolution can be increased. And then some people say, well, what about 16K or 32K? The human eye cannot detect essentially higher resolution than 8K, so that's about all we need, and that's about maxing out for what we can perceive.
But if you're not able to use, then you don't receive a portion. Otherwise, even if I can't go ahead and do this now, let me receive my portion now. I'll do this tonight. Like it's well, no. If you can't do it, can't consume, you again, you are not fit to receive this portion. So it's interesting. Fire shot. So watch this. It happens according to Balmon, and it's also Kame, Mao Shiatliku Lo. Let's receive a portion. Those that are wise to interesting case. Remember again, a Balmon receives a portion. Like, even though, remember again, Balmon is to the Lord. Even though he can't do the Avodah, Allah might say again, he receives a portion.
Well, the thing that everybody always asks me, how much does all of this cost you? And really, I use all the free tools that are available to me. So aside from solar power that powers everything and the my ISP, everything is free. And so Rumble Studio is free. But OBS is free too. So, I mean, I love OBS, so I don't want it to sound like that's not a really great alternative. But Rumble Studio is how you do it. All you have to do is basically just verify your telephone number to be able to live stream on there, which most of us can do. That's the same that you have to do for YouTube. And you can, like I said, connect to 33 different platforms simultaneously. I'm sure you could do even more, but I just couldn't find any more that will allow you to live stream, at least that give you access to the RTMP, which stands for real time messaging protocol address and key. You need those. But with that being said, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share. Thank you, Pump Radio. Pump Radio, you're already multi-streaming. Shout out to you. Shout out to Project and everybody else who was here. Of course, 209. Shout out to you. Keep up the good vibes, everybody. If you ever need me, hop into my Discord. I'll always chop it up with you, so long as I'm awake on anything. And many blessings to you. And thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
If you move your finger to the right, about move to the right, 5 lines up, matrimony, listen to this. It's same day,
Excellent. If you can, come to the Discord, because that is where you can speak with me. If you come into one of my lives, you're just going to see me. I can't view 20 different computers simultaneously. But if you come into the Discord, I'll know what's up. Thank you again for everybody. Shout out to those guys.
So Rashi says over there, he does not live in Hamikdash on the day of the death of his father and mother. The Torah goes out of its way to say that he doesn't live in Hamikdash. What does it mean if he doesn't live in Hamikdash? It means what? He does the avodah. What does that show? That for a Kohen Gadol, if he does the avodah in a state of aninos, the avodah is not profaned. But we learn by Kishin that if another Kohen does the avodah in a state of aninos, the avodah is absolutely compromised. Now, let's go back to the Gemara. So Tashma, Kohen Gadol Magoni, ve'eno ochel, ve'eno cholik le'echol be'eret. Ooh, now this is very interesting. You're right. A Kohen Gadol could do the avodah even in a state of aninos. However, he is not permitted to eat of karbanos in his state of aninos. Not only that, he can't receive a portion on the day of his aninos to eat that night. So interestingly enough, what he's here, that the Kohen Gadol had permit to work, but ultimately gets to receive a sacrificial portion. So what do you see here? In order to go ahead and receive the sacrificial portion, you have to be able to consume it. If you're not able to consume it, you don't get it. Who's the raya for that? Right, that is Kohen Gadol is incredibly unique because he can do the avodah in a state of aninos, but he's not allowed to eat karbanos in a state of aninos. Because he's not allowed to eat karbanos, therefore he doesn't get a portion. Give him a portion, and he'll eat it tonight. Because tonight he's out of aninos. We'll talk about that in a storm. He's out of aninos. Kamashmon, that since he can't eat on the day of aninos, can't get a portion. So what do you see from? If you can't eat, you don't get a portion. This resolves our question. What was our question? A Kohen who's a Baal and Tomei, does he get a portion? The answer is no. Why? Because since he is Tomei, he is not allowed to eat Altzis Tumah. Altzis Tumah, even though it's a Baal only good. But Altzis Tumah he can't eat, and because he can't eat, he does not get a portion. Incredible. What says this is very important. In order to get a portion, you have to be able to consume it. And if you can't consume it, you don't get it. Next, so this is very interesting. What if a coin is coming and he's by communal offerings? I will say, remember again, right? Communal offerings 101, what about anything with the tzibor, which technically speaking, a coin who is coming could do a carbon tzibor. Not only that, I will say, in other words, out, even in the case where, let's say, the robe is not tamei, if a kohen tamei did a carbon tzibor, ex post facto, it's kosher. It's pretty true. You'll get actually slow. Mariach Makanalo, the carbon tzibor erev, or the carbon tzibor shake refu, e palgi mine lahai tamei horov roi lechitui, the carbon tzibor dochet tova. Listen, I watched this. So can a kohen was tamei, the seed a portion of a carbon tzibor in order to eat it back. Technically speaking, if to offer up the carbon tzibor, it technically would be kosher. Would be kosher. So the Gemara says, a coin receives a portion if he did this week, if he did the avodah. And this coin, technically speaking, because technically a coin was coming, could do the avodah. Oh, the only other possibility is where the other possibility is like this: only a coin who is fit to consume ultimately again receives a portion. If he's not able to eat, then he doesn't get a portion. And right now, this coin who is coming can't eat. You know, so we call it on the Ravina, what they say, idea, Hashma, coin gadol, not the one. It's the same thing. A coin gadol is able to offer up the carbon in a state of aninos, the ino ochel, but he's not allowed to eat. And then because he's not allowed to eat, the ino cholek, he does not receive a portion even to eat it that evening. That chol ba'erev. Shmanina, lo oila, ila shmanina. Well, so what do you see from there? It reinforces the same point. In order to receive the carbonic portion, you have to be fit to eat it now. If you can't eat it now, you don't get a portion even to consume it. You see is really two parts to the rule. What kind of coin gets a portion ultimately again in carbonos? Number one, the coin is fit to do avodah. And number two, a coin is of eating carbonos now. If you're capable of eating it now, you can get a portion. If you're not capable of eating it now, you don't get a portion. Once again, what's swinging in the back of our head is the exception to this rule, which is Balmol. Again, which we'll circle back to. Let's go back to it. Only, so we'll say now we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Only Nogea Ve'inomakos. Remember again, Onain is able to go ahead and touch a carbon, which is an interesting statement. Poking it, so we'll discuss that. Right? So only Nogea Ve'inomakos, right? So only could go ahead and touch a carbon, but ultimately he cannot offer it. Says the right. And again, obviously, we'll say once again, it's about a regular coin. The exception, as we've seen already, being forced place is the coin gadol. Only Nogea is allowed to touch the carbon, or many Merzikasha only in Mukhosiki Purim, right? Only and Mukhosiki Purim. Remember again, Mukhosiki Purim is anyone who's gone through the regular passage of time for Tara, has even gone to the mikvah, has even had hair of shesh, but still has to bring certain accompanying Kamaros, Swasalaha, Srichin Bilo Kodesh. These individuals can be again need to go to the mikvah before coming into the Kodesh, before touching Kodesh. Needs immersion, but then only needs to be able to say that he's able to touch Kabbalas and Levaninos. Or Rabbi Amr Lokashia, can be shatabal, can be shalotabal. Not a problem. Not a problem. Our Mishnah, when it says that a could touch Kabbalas, what does it talk about? He went to the mikvah. Okay, that's it. He went to the mikvah already. Then he can go and touch Kabbalas. But Allah Ta'ala said, I should have pointed out. And we like this idea that only in the mikvah. This is not because the owner was with the dead relative. Obviously, if he was with a dead relative, then that's paraduma, right? That's a separate halacha. This seems to be a separate din that has to go through the mikvah before coming back into the Kodesh. So there's no problem. Our Mishnah that said that on only to touch Kapanos is when it's the mikvah. The Bryce that says that he can't just talking about the where he didn't go to the mikvah. How about my hobby? I don't understand. Even if it's the mikvah, who cares? Hadra ale aninos. The status of aninos again reverts back. Again, on both sides. So when we speak about aninos, this would be more referring to over here the actual day of death. Ruben is a Kohen father on Monday, aninos, which means that even if he goes to the mikvah on Monday, the status of aninos reverts. So what exactly is here? Even when he went to the mikvah on the day of his Aninuso Allah, the Aninos, again develops upon him. This is very interesting. One case is talking again during the lap. He had a lack of awareness, and one he had focused awareness. What does this mean? Rashi says here, it's this Mishmiras Gufo Bayo. So what's the this? One case is talking about where the Onaim had ongoing concentration in my state of personal purity. So that's the case ultimately again, where he's able to go ahead and das. He wasn't really thinking about again the levels, like just maintaining his personal kedusha. In that case, he can't touch kachim. Someone says, 1 second. Hesech hadas, if he has a lapse of awareness about his personal state of purity, then he will say that is a concern of tumas mace. If there's a concern of tumas mace, that's paraduma. Paraduma requires sprinkling on days 3 and 7. The Amar Rav you study. Interesting name. Then Rav you study. Rabbi Masa, Rabbi Yochanan. Hesech hadas, sarech hazar shlishi ushri. And will say this is a general rule, right? A Kohen must be ever mindful of his personal purity. And the moment that there's a lapse about that, ultimately, again, he's going to require, really, after small such as tumas, he's going to require a spring of the waters of the paraduma on 3 and day 7. It's very interesting. Now, the Kohen was careful to go ahead and be mindful about coming in contact with the court. What wasn't he mindful of? Tumas sheretz. Tumas sheretz. Okay, just 1 second. I understand. Tami sheretz coming out of you. I understand. Tumas sheretz is still a bona fide form of tumah, head of shemesh body. Okay, granted, it doesn't require sprinkling days 3 and day 7, but it still is going to require a head of shemesh. Furthermore, afilu truma nami. If that's the case, that there's hesek hadas for tumas sheretz, then halachah rice and the coin should require mikvah even before eating truma. So what's the case? So remember, just trying to figure out here, we have a contradiction, right? Because our Mishnah says that the Onaim is able to touch kachim. The Brisa says that the Onaim is able to the mikvah before touching kachim. So we're just trying to reconcile these cases. So what's the case? It's very interesting. Va'omer nishmarti midabra hamitamani, nishmarti midabra haposlani. So this is very interesting. What's the case? The case where the Kohen says, I have been vigilant to go ahead and guard myself, keep myself from coming in contact with anything that would make me tamei, but not for anything that would make me possible. Like, so we've seen these analogy before. Tamei refers to Tumah Daraisa. Hustle means Tumah Dirabbanan. So it essentially says, I've been on biblical Tumah, but I'm not with anything that might be rabbinic tumah. Okay, it's very interesting. When we can introduce a palga, there's such a thing like that. Where it says, I've been careful for this kind of tumah, but not for this kind of tumah. Like, does that actually exist? Versus was. Well, kind of interesting, like metaphor about a person saying, like, I'm not good on these types of tumah, but not good on these types of tumah. So the Gemara says, does that really happen? You're like, yeah, we do that all the time, right? And it's like, most of my life is like that, right? I'm careful. I'll do this thing I'm not going to do, but this thing I'm definitely going to do. So the Gemara says, yeah, people do that all the time. Not kind of listen to this. Odeo hasal alo shos. What is an interesting case over here? Person is carrying a basket on their head. Now, the case over here is a basket of like figs. Zalosho, Homabase, Umagrifa Visoko, and the Magrifa. And I was like, Magrifa literally means like a shovel, but in this case, it's not really a shovel. What it is Rashi points out over here, it's a metal utensil that has like a sharp head. What you would do is you would use this kind of like almost like a cake knife. You would use it to cut apart the figs. When you take pressed figs, you will use it to cut the figs from one another. Okay, I'm gonna give them a soho. So listen to this. And what happened? Ruben carrying this basket of figs on his head. What was it? It's a 99b first line. Ruben says, I've been focusing on the basket. I haven't been focused on the magreta. Shovels the wrong word, but that's not it. Does it? Hey, shovel. It says shovel, right? It says, because that's how normally, okay, whatever. Right? So Ruben says, literally, I've been careful to guard the basket from tomorrow. I'm vigilant. I haven't been mindful regarding the utensil. So what happens in a case like that? So the Gemara says, Hasar, not great, but tomato. So what's the halacha? The halacha is ultimately again the basket is tahar, and the kli is tameh. What do you see from there, both sides? You see from there that halacha is a concept of being mindful of being vigilant about one thing, but something else. So therefore, if a kohen goes in and says, I am careful to guard myself biblical tumah, but I've actually been vigilant regarding rabbinic tumah. Right? Or what we call tumah versus pasal versus there's actually such a thing like that. Versus, by the way, just back to the fig kiss. You must be talking about great now. I don't understand why wouldn't Rayfar, why wouldn't the kli automatically too much to the basket? To which they must say, because being clean mechanically, because one utensil can't become another utensil. I get to tell me should be so cold, but why wouldn't the kli be mechanically the figs? Rava was the case for Omer, Shmartia Migdabra Metamo, Pro Shmartia Migdabra HaPosla. Because basically, I was guarded against something that would convey to a tumor, but not careful to go ahead and guard it from something that was possible. In other words, at most, the shovel became exposed to rabbinic tumor, and rabbinic tumor would not allow for conveyance. Okay, it was like, bottom line for us is what we begin to see is this concept, ultimately again, of being vigilant about certain forms of tumor and not other forms of tumor. To which the Gemara says, the Galgala no self, the Matin the Gemara says, this matter, right, this whole thing kind of was kicked up right. Because remember again, what's our discussion over here? Our whole discussion about Onen. Right? The Commissioner said that if Onen can touch Kavanos, the Rabbi says can't touch Kavanos. So we're just trying to reconcile this. The Gemara says, the matter kind of escalated. The other was Umati the Rabbi Alo Banamar, Kimber Rabbi Banamar, Amalai, Roshmir Lohu, Hadam Amarat. Did you hear what you're saying there? Hocho Shlishi Truma, Asraho, Umutar. This is very interesting. If somebody that is a Shlishi, right, a third tier of Tumah, remember again, Tumah can be conveyed, and it's conveyed every time it's transferred in a match. So it's Truma, which is a Shlishi. What's Asr Lacho? He's permitted to eat another form of Umutar Liga, but he touch it. I don't know what he's which is when it comes to Achila, the Rabbanan made certain sins and said that if you have any form of tumah, you can touch it. However, with physical contact, not make additional safeguards. And therefore, when our Mishnah says that our owner is permitted to go ahead and touch truma, or touch kachin, I should say, that's because again the Rabbanan said our owner can't eat it. But and again, he can't eat it. It's all circular. He can't eat it. Why? Because remember again, he can't serve. Right? He can't do it because he can't do a avoda. Therefore, he can't eat. Because he can't eat, he doesn't get a portion. When it comes to physical contact, that's what I don't know where that goes. Okay, incredible. The Cholik Lachol. The most is very interesting. Furthermore, so remember, an one does not get a portion. Doesn't get a portion. So the Gemara says very interesting. So it's kind of fascinating. What can I infer from here? I can infer that a Onain does not get a portion. But if his friends invited him to join them that night he would be permitted to do so, right? He doesn't get a portion, but again, if his friends are eating together that night, all to eat with them. So is that true or no? Or meaning, Onain Tova Ba'ochel as Pischol Erev Avalot Ukachin. Yet the most likely following halacha. An Onain, I must imagine for a moment, Ruvain, who calling, was an Onain on Erev Pesach. Erev Pesach. The Gemara says now, an Onain could go to the mikvah, because we've already said that Onain does have to immerse by taking out sacrificial items. Va'ochel as Pischol Erev. And Pesach that night. Now, what do we do? If he eat his Karan Pesach, Ukachin. But he can't go ahead eat kachin. He can't eat kachin. Now there's a lot unfolding over here. Let's take a quick look at Rashi. You see that Rashi? Almost right across the Rashi. About lo kachin. So again, I just want to point out how fascinating this is. So remember again, this is Ruvain. Ruvain is a Kohen. He's an owner. Right? Pesach, he's an owner. So now the Gemara says he can eat his carbon that night, but he can't eat other sacrifices that night. Rashi, he says, Aninos Laila Drabaron, the Oraisa Hat Yomohu, Baxarisa Kiyomar. The Gabe Pesach, Pesach, Lord, you do different colors, Gabe Kachin, and then Mokoma said that he was Kachin. Listen to this. You just say something, listen to this. Aninos Daraisa is the day of death. Okay? Now, Big Rabbanon, we're going to see. Let's make this train now. Big Rabbanon extended Aninos into the following night, assuming that burial not yet occurred. So again, let's say Monday is Erev Pesach. Ruben loses his father. Ruben is in biblical Aninos day off. But for some reason, the burial is not happening until sometime later on. The rabbis extended the status of Aninos into the night. So Aninos Laila is the Rabban. Therefore, that night, Ruben still can't go ahead and eat kavanos. But Chazal did not establish the halacha when it comes to Karban Pesach. Since failure to eat Karban Pesach is a heat of kares, therefore Chazal relaxed their aninos at night to allow to eat Karban Pesach, but not other kavanos. That's what it means when it says over here, Onein Tovo Va'ochel es Pischol Erev Aval Lo B'Kachin. So that night the Onein can go ahead and eat his Karban Pesach, but he can't eat those. Which the Gemara says, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick more life. So our Gemara says, no, I'm going to be 50, Lo Kasha, Kan the Pesach, Kan Shayimos Hashana. The Pesach, I eat the Achal Pesach, Achal Nami Kachin, the Shayimos Hashana, Lo Chazi, Lo Chazi. So just as follows. It could very well be that maybe the night of Pesach is a little bit different. Why? Because also maybe by the night of Pesach, once there's permission to eat Pesach, there's also what? Permission to eat other karbanos as well. Right? But halacha l'maisa on other nights where there's no formal, where there's no permit for karban Pesach, again, there's permission for other karbanos as well. So look, no one wants to suggest. So right now we're making a final assumption that Aninos Laila follows the right. Aninos at night follows the day of Aninos. On karban Pesach, Chazal relaxed their Aninos to like eat karban Pesach. You are suggesting once you can eat karban Pesach, you can also eat other karbanos as well. But on any night, there's no permit to consume any type of kachin. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with this concept here in session. Both sides. Shkoyach.
Good athleticism.
Atlantic City, no worries.
How did you, was it just you doing it online, staying relevant online?
That's it.
And how is your streaming? I was thinking about streaming.
I stream every Tuesday and everything. Although TikTok just fucking banned me.
It banned you.
All I said was, I had Dr. McCullough on.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, the clip was, which was true, you know, my daughter and I went to Costa Rica, which we did. And we both got sick. Like it was still the end of COVID. Fuck, a cough. And they sold, I didn't have that, so we picked it up. Did it in 24 hours. My cough is gone in less than that's all I said. Yeah. Strike. You're out.
Yeah. But don't they give you a few? Are we rolling?
Yeah, I didn't know I got.
Are we rolling with the great Jim Brewer? All right. By the way, we're rolling.
Hey, we're rolling.
You are on the road every day. What caused you to do that?
So,
cocaine habit. I want to find gold.
No, I'll say this. So, I've been off for almost a year and a half. No stand-up. I haven't done that my entire life.
Wow.
But for years and years and years and years, I wanted to work on certain projects which I never had the time to. I can't like half-ass over here and half-ass over there. So like for instance, I went to Africa. I wanted to film a documentary. I filmed it. I don't have time to put 100% in it.
What you do in Africa? You shot a documentary in Africa?
Yeah.
Well, where in Africa?
Tanzania.
It's kind of a big place. I've been in Tanzania twice.
Really?
Special place. Oh, it's
like on safari?
Yeah, all over. Yeah, my aunt lived there for years. Nairobi twice, in Kenya.
Yeah. I love it. I go there. I went for 6 weeks.
It's pronounced Africa, but Africa. So you went to Africa?
Yes, I went.
So you are doing safari?
Safari, and then I get to know two of the guides. Yes, the guides. Great guides. Yes, and they become friends. So I want to discover more of their life.
And you are losing your accent, your American accent, because you spend so much time.
Too much time.
Eating kudo, fufu. There's something greatly, when I was in South Africa, there was some, I can't remember where they were from. They were cooking this incredible meal in the bush, and it was kudu.
Kudu.
Yeah.
Yes, kudu is very good.
This is very good for your stamina and your spirit. And it builds a fire. I was like, this is great.
No, you're usually criticized.
I'm very talented. That's not important.
So when I was in Kenya, when they say spirit, it was right after when the boogeyman locked everyone down and everything was going on. And I'll never forget us in the bush. We had to wear masks when people in the bush, in the fucking bush, in the bush. There's a hippo over there.
There's a hippo might catch your cold.
There's giraffes over there. And so I go like this. I went to everyone. Kind of goes back and said, there was an older guy there. I said, what do you think of this whole situation, right? You know, he said, he just simply went like this. He's an older guy, and he goes, for spirits.
By the way, you think the Africans are afraid of COVID?
Yeah.
I mean, they've dealt with some other things.
Yeah.
They've taken on but East Africa is a very special place.
I love East Africa. I've been there multiple times. And, so the reason I'm doing is to buy time. Because I haven't
She has to have
toured or did much for like a year and a half, I was able to put this African project together. I was able to do a series on YouTube. Funny how God works. And two projects I've wanted to do forever. So this, while I'm pointing to the screen, you tour Chris condensed. I'm done. I'll use that to more project. Funny how God works in the other projects.
So you're a guy, and I've said this many times. I've been doing stand-up a long time. I'm not bad at it. Without sounding like a dick, there's one thing I'm confident in, that I can make anybody laugh anywhere. Okay, good, fine. I've been doing it for a long time. So I'm an old school. I'm 59. I've seen all the greats come and go, and I've seen all of the new. And I have always said, and I think you're the funniest. I think you are in my top 5 all-time comics in terms of somebody. You just make me laugh so hard, and you have so many bits, so many long-running bits, and chunks of your stand-up that are just undeniable across the board. And by the way, one of the great storytellers. So, and that's not an opinion. That's an objective fact. Do you ever, having said that, do you ever get sort of tired of stand-up? Do you? Are you now sort of like, because so much what drives us when we're younger is that, can I do this? Can I surprise myself? Can I keep being original? You've such a high level for so long in Saturday Night Live, everything else. Feel weary of the same old things. That's been my whole life. I get triggered. I'm doing the same old thing. So I'm not gonna lie to you. I've lost my desire for the wolf to go out and do dances, and I don't like doing what I know. Yeah, absolutely crush it. And I enjoy, it's like, my whole life, going through the industry, trying to improve yourself, so, I want to TV, and I learned through, people remember the highlights. So I consider myself like the PG leader of everything I want to do. I don't want to go just I'm not because they ain't I'm gonna get the shows and there's people years ago, I always do my own specials for people. Because I wanted to sing with my favorite musicians. I've sang AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, on stage. So I'm as far as going with myself. So I it's shocking, right? Because I found myself around COVID. I was I don't want to be afraid like
And there was something about the way he did it, because it was like he was watching the ocean. You know those movies that's funny. You know those movies where the entire army is closing in, and it's like, dude, he's on foot. And the army's coming on horseback, like, and you know what? You can see him close those eyes, and he just goes, and he just pulls his sword, and you just see him, and he's running on sandals, and the dust is like, and he just somehow runs, and just, and then he just cuts up, you know, it's like how he just gets it. I said everything I had to say, and then I got to do the things that led to. The funny how God looks at it was such a scary thing to put out there. You label, because no matter what you label, no matter what. So I was
I was like, I'm sorry, how does that solve the problem? Either I have a pink mustache or a gray mustache. And she's like, yeah, you just pick a color mustache. And you just have that mustache the rest of your life. And I told my mom, I was like, I have a mustache now. She's like, yeah, that happened to me in my 30s. But it went away when I had kids. It's a genetic change that will trick.
So there was a time maybe where I was searching, and I started getting looked into, hey, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. Partially because they were the only outlets allowing me to say what I wanted to say. And then also, I started seeing
Damn, bitch.
Hi. I'm Rabbi.
Integrates bite-sized lessons that fit easily into your daily routine. I think I'm gonna do like the 10-minute one, and you start seeing real results. Okay. So I can't recommend it enough.
Let's cut out with your misconceptions.
To me, it's the best.
There are two things.
It lets you practice real-life conversations, and it gives you the ability to work or even just chat about that's what you want. So, speaking, reading, or writing has all that's your skill. It gives you motivated with personalized marketing plans, real-time feedback, progress checking, to make lasting progress. 25 million subscriptions worldwide. That's how big. And some things that know, like, you know, they know what they're doing. 14 microbes, 14 And every course comes with a 20 money back guarantee. You're never going to use that because it's clear the end of the show. I'll take my contract for a bunch of money. And I've always marked about it. So here is a special limited ticket. You get up to 50 Babbel.com/FATK. So 55% off Babbel.com/FATK. And spell FATK.com like Tower of Babel. I was texting with Bradley Cooper today. I was like, worried about just so much of his time. Right? And I talked about how like he's so much money and all that. It's actually the strategy which is this solitary experience of this what you're trying to create. He's right. Something really cool. This time, let's talk about how satisfying, how nothing the solitary process of discovery when you gotta solve creative problems and then develop into sort of a deep concept. The thing of value is to you when you go down a creative where'd that come from? So the answer is it is complicated, and this is where I feel like I shed my skin as the direction I'm heading. Whether it's writing, creating, I never had time for it. I'm starting to see a couple of things I'm creating now, whether it's the African thing or the storytelling of 48 hours. I look back, I go water, I remember sitting on sea level. Wow, I forgot that story was so powerful. It just comes out, and then I look back and look around. You've seen this a couple times where I look back and yeah. But I look and go, wow, wow. Stage in life. Yeah, I never did really. I never admitted it. I'm not competitive person. I'm just not. Somebody's feelings violently so I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that, but I'm not. It doesn't drive me. It's just one of those that's all I need. Of course he would. Right, but sometimes I wonder, like, that sounds like a sensation, but I really want to start with two elephants, right? Yeah, this is I do a thing that this tour, like, you use the ticket cast, also, I already don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I find such a hard time saying it. Just not good at either. I had to do a whole day of, I am excited. This way too. You do the bus. You film everything. Film everything. I got a good opener. Yes, he likes to go to the gym. He likes to do one bit, maybe. Thank you. Brian, he's a shit young guy. They're young and much better looking than me. He's definitely in better shape. Only because he's so few guys are better working. He's like in the face. You know, striking face. I never get to striking ways. Your face is striking. There he is. He's still working out. There he is, Brian. There he is. Yeah, my guys are like young, handsome, and shape guys. It's like and go back up to there's a couple guys that try to get a couple of guys don't speak English, they're real muscular. And now, welcome. Six of the shoulders, all the hits and hits. I just sing it. It just forces you to maybe change your style. That's how it releases dubs. So I Austin, Texas now, which is where I get this. You're here at 20 years. There's a rough mouth. You would definitely see it happen when you go there. Especially when it's when I go, oh, that's your off. Imagine. But a serious look at myself a lot. I gotta say, last time I was in Austin, I forgot where I was playing, and some brought me a hat. I said, I'm not go with cowboy hats, and he put his on me to hold again. Yeah, and then later that night, guy was opening for me. He's like, dude, I don't believe he came around. He's like, with great confidence, wore that hat. That's the first time I felt like a bad. I felt good. I loved myself. I tell you what, I'd love to get you out there on a horse. I'd love to get you on a horse. It's just sexual. I'd like to get you on. Start doing this in my yard. I can do this shit. Yeah, I can do that. Can you ride a horse? You ever been on a horse? I have been on a horse. This is a true story. So we went to I took my family to a deer ranch. I had to be like 20 years old. I want to be able to ride a horse, but I'm a little scared. That's why you should. I'm okay with this little trail. And then my guy starts buying ass of his horse, or he starts eating the grass, and he's supposed to take control. But I wanted to get to the running. So I got to the gal, and now I'm afraid to do the running to pull off running. On my life, I have private lessons. So I go down private lesson. It's down like a slow valley. You know the comedian Josh Blue? Dude, it's a guy with something. So he comes walking. I'm not even, I swear to God. The guy goes, yes. The guy goes, well, you know what? He goes, look at me, Bob, I'm not afraid of a horn. Why would you be careful?
Go ahead and be mindful
but Probably grew up on horses. Within 45 minutes, I was going around the barrels, going around, and started running. Yeah. That's really cool. Do the cerebral palsy on a dude who had your bad cerebral palsy. Yeah. And somehow I was able to get on a horse. I said, well, he taught me how to he was able to get on a horse and control a horse. Horses have a sense when people are out of this. I've seen actually about cerebral palsy. So he used horses as things. So he probably grew up as a kid. From horses to film. It's when you're cerebral palsy. The person has is mentally slow. They're absolutely not. No, they're not complete with it. They just have trouble with their muscular. Aside from bugs. So I just don't talk boxing shit. I'm not sparring where they want to just be in bags like your cardio thing, right? But he teaches. So what I've had is that when you teach, you have a neurological issue, you're using both sides of your brain. You're using your left side and your right side. Okay? So if you're kicking, you're having to mirror your body. So when you jab, so you're switching stances when you're kicking. So a lot of that's really good for these synapses that have really ideas. Creating connections, But horses are magical. Like I went to, when my both my dad took us on a vacation to Mexico. I was in my 20s. I was probably like 19. My father decided we gotta get him to the southern. And he was as cowboy as I'm talking about. Man, makes his living wrangling cattle. And there's a little side hustle, which is tourists want to get on one of the slow called cow pushes. Right? You ride these horses, they're on a couch, and you get on some of the old slow diabetes. Just like my father was a macho guy, and to ride or get to he had shorts, and I don't know, shorts. Yeah, that's first. I remember calling my dad after our ride, he spent the rest of the vacation. They slid here, that's a good time, so that didn't go well. But horses here the shit out of me. They scared me. They spook me out a little bit. Just get your boxing. It's more and also like as I start taking cardio, I get on the elliptical and listen to my favorite concert so long. I've been doing cardio and weight. So I said, I did weights, 20 minutes. Yeah, what are you doing? I wish I had me. We're talking boxing. Fucking go to boxing. It's changed my life. It's a whole we need like that, and then we need some resistance strength. As you get older, you get crazy. I'm getting like the years. I'm 59, I'm calcified. I feel like I'm getting weaker too. I feel like I'm getting weaker.
$2,600.
Stuff had changed my life over. If you like solid. But you better get back to the picture. 12 to 15 is what you're not saying is diagnosis of something. You pull a hamstring. You pull a hamstring, you're out for like a month. No, you're looking at 6 months. Bro, I just pulled a hamstring. It's 3 months ago.
was the case for Oman, schmattieren mit Sache Hammer oder schmattieren mit Sache Hausbau. Because we said ultimately again, I was sick for a garden. It's something that can go through a tumor, but that's careful to go ahead and buy from something that is possible. In other words, at most, the trouble became exposed to the tumor, and the biggest tumor will not allow for control. Okay, listen, bottom line for us, people, we begin to see this concept ultimately again, of being vigilant about certain forms of tumor and not other forms of tumor.
whatever work
which the Gemara says, undoubtedly no salt. Much of the times that you have the other side. The Gemara says, this matter, right, this whole thing kind of was kicked us out. Remember again, what's our discussion over here? Our whole discussion over here is owning. Right, because the Mishnah said that was owning can touch Kabbalos. The Rabbi says that it's owning can't touch Kabbalos. So we're just trying to reconcile this. The matter kind of escalated. The other is the monthly to meet Rabbi Alabama matter. You know Rabbi Alabama matter. Come on, right?
Yeah, man, we're saying people that think talk garbage, they're talking all day, right? Oh, yeah, we're getting of course, seeing all y'all in the mornings at about 7 a.m. is Toss's space from 7 to 9, and then Doc's space from 9 to 11, and then from 11 to 1 Barbie's space. So I look forward to seeing all of y'all and hearing some of y'all feeling the project and seeing a lot more of the rabbits running around.
Another form of love. And what will we do? And we should touch it. I don't know what you should do.
Every single day, man, you come in here and come have fun with us, get to know the show for today, come to the communities, man. There's a bunch of communities, it's not just me, it's a bunch of us, man. We all network together and try to build together and feed off of each other, and you scratch my back, I scratch your back, and you know how it is, man. A lot of these communities try to stay individual and try to gatekeep, man. When you go out and try to help others, man, it makes it more, man.
That's because we don't have to owning
business people. Business people for every trying to help other people. You know why? Because they're fucking haters at their core. And they're never gonna support any of us out here. Anybody is not dude, every time you do something good, and you tell your homie, check it out, bro. I mean this this later on later, or I did this. You know, they just say, yes, motherfucker, yes. Instead of shaking their fucking head, they don't know about normal people, fucking people that don't know shit about crypto. I'm fucking pissed today. Rabbits, I love you. Thank you for having me at this first fucking space. I got to actually come in and talk about some shit today. I've been working all day. I fucking didn't take my phone bill in the morning and da-da-da-da-da. But I got some shit that's even worse. But number one, have you guys seen my fucking mock-ups of me fucking painting energy rabbits all over anything up in this motherfucker? Yeah. You guys, dude. See you on the link. On the Android, so I can post up in the comments. How about that? I know I'm severely disabled because I'm on a Samsung phone. What the fuck can I show you, bro? Anyways.
Shout out to you.
But you can't go ahead and touch it. You can't be touching. That was another important over here. Let's take a quick look at it. This is called La Era. You see that Rashi? Almost right across the Rashi. How about look at it? So again, what's it? So went down how fast it is. Remember again. This is Ruben. Ruben is a coin. He's a coin. That's why this is an owner. Now the Gemara says, he sucked that, right? But he can't be other side of it.
You know what's funny? Let me tell you guys something, dude. We must start for the chain. Everybody knows what it is. By now, I'm sure. I'm gonna find out about yesterday, bro. Like, I woke up to, there was 3 yeah, first spray the chain. There's a couple of
Yo, what up, dog? You look baller as fuck. Shout out to Uwe.
The rabbi suspended the status of Aminos and therefore, that night, Reuben still can't go ahead and cover us. But Chazal did not establish the halacha when it comes to
Not only that, there's been like 21 tokens overnight in the last 24 hours started for fucking coupons for the chain, dude. And like, they're all rugs. But the funny thing is they're hunching on the bags out, okay?
Ooey, my man. If you can hear me, make sure you join my Discord as well. Join my Discord as well. It's in my profile. Join my Discord as well. It's in my profile. I'll talk to you right now if you want. You can stream it in there. Shall we? Ooh, my profile, and you join my Discord as well. I want you in there. You seem like a cool dude.
So today I wake up and there's like 21 tokens in my name and Spray the Chain Project, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You know, because the other creator piece go to. So like, what I'm bringing to the space today is this, right? They stole my IP, my artwork they used for the goddamn token. Like, they used my own fucking personal artwork. They sold our IP. They sold everything. They stole it all, right? And they fucking launched this token for, like, let's say for Wabbits, okay? Like, hey Wabbits, I launched this token for you guys. Like, you're gonna get $20,000. You're gonna get $2,000 in creator fees. Like, just claim it and like, you know, interact with it. Tell everybody it's cool and shit. And I'm like, no, hold the fuck up. I'm not doing any of that because I know you fuckers are rugged. But at the same time, okay, so at the end of the day, we checked it out. We got most of to check it out. They're rugs. Put them on blast, right? Now, those things are like, we would think they're dead, but no, they fucking launched like 14 more since then. But like, at the end of the day, like, the way that the bags app works is this. If I launch a token and I say, oh, here's my token, I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna, all the creator fees go to monks, right? Or Wabbit or Recovery Coin or whatever. They assign the creator fees, and while people are trading on this token, like, that person gets the fees. And like, if you don't claim them, they're going nowhere. They go back to the founders who launched this token. Fuck them. They didn't even consult with our team before they launched it, right? But like, where do I fit in? Like, if I have $2,400 in creator fees for a bunch of scam tokens, do I claim that? What do I do with that? Because I can't claim it, and I did claim it. But I want to give it to my team. Like, they're working hard. Like, where do we fit in here? Like, what? How do I do the right thing? Like, I want you guys to like tell me, like, what do y'all think? Like, what should I do? Dude, I have no fucking goddamn guilty feelings about claiming $2,400 and giving it to my team because, dude, like, they're owed like way more than that already because we hit out everything we could for this project in the beginning. Because maybe we can make money in the back end, maybe we won't. We don't really care. It's all good. But I'm just saying, like, what do I do? Like, who out here has some advice for me? Because I went to Cluster Club. Like, as soon as it happened, I got their team on the phone with my whole team. And I'm like, what do we do? What do we do? Like, what do we do? What do we say? We have to address it. They're talking about the Coco, Spray the Chain. They're watching 20-something tokens in my name right now. Like, get the fuck out of here. I know I'm doing something right. I'm doing that, but like, how do we combat this shit? Like, the only way is talking about it. We can't bring them to my gym and beat the shit out of them, or I would fucking do it. Like, I would love to. And that's a challenge to you fuckers. So much you tokens in my name. You just show up in one of my gyms. I got like 7 of them here in Madison. And you can show up in any one of them and tell me about your token. And let me kick your fucking ass for rugged motherfuckers in my name. It's like, but that ain't gonna happen because they're bitches. So what do we do? Like, that's my question to Web3. That's my question. Like, somebody interact with me and tell me something. You are going to
check that.
I mean, honestly,
Still
Dad,
teaches you so. You must know that. Harry Cotton, getting a right
you know,
with
give me
results
some
of the
advice. I
right
mean, the best thing
that a Cotton child,
yeah,
Rabbi is unable to use the result because he is a Cotton, and yet you know that a Cotton is permitted to go ahead and eat of the Cotton.
to be transparent. I mean, I know I heard you earlier in this phase, and you've been moving around and they would know. So
the Cotton
that's
is
good that
able
you
to go ahead and eat of the Cotton.
outside of that, man,
Corner, that is said to be very like what is your clever
I
music?
will leave that up to someone here. I think so.
Bro,
Yeah,
here's the thing is, I don't want them to do it in tokens, right? Listen to me, homie. I'm gonna tell you something, bro. Like that's my boy Baker down there put his hand up. Because he actually knows. The thing is, dude, look, the way I see people getting rubbed most often here is tokens. And I don't want to launch a token, bro. Like I'm not rugging nobody. Like I'm a real project that's got real value. Like IRL, get us type shit. Like we have a lot going on here that's amazing. But it's like I'm not launching a token, and now there's like 27 fucking tokens to launch my project today. Like I don't know what to say. I'm out here in this space because I'm like, bro, I was just for 25 years, I barely saw the internet for the early 20s. Like, you guys, let's have this conversation. We do about these scammers. How do we combat these fucking bugs? You know? I agree.
And ultimately, again, you can't go ahead and get this proportion. What about the problem? A claim is a problem, ultimately, again, is not there. Yet, I love that again, we get to one of these songs. Which you might say, no. Problem is different. Right? Problem is different. Why is problem different? Because the Torah itself goes ahead and gives you the rabbi. You need to look at that one, what's the rabbi? And some of the community, the rabbi is Pasuk says when it says all male kohanim that comes to include Talmud in Hadanim Sakai. The aim of the rabbis to you know that. Why Kozach ultimately to ours? Because like Kozach just means every year. You tell me that every year comes to include Talmud. Say that every year comes to include Koyom. Right? Just do that. So the Gemara says, start the Talmud coming in the Rabbi should be okay. No. It makes more sense to say that it is Talmud. Why? Because we already have precedent that a Talmud consumes Kabbalah. So it's also like, as much as we know that a Talmud can't do a hold up, claiming the Talmud is already established, is committed to do Kabbalah. Therefore, it makes more sense that once we know that he has a license to do Kabbalah, and he was being treated in close off, as opposed to for Yom, we know Kabbalah. I'm not we don't know what it is. There are hard time mixed stuff. William comes the night. William comes the night. Ultimately, again, he will be fixed to the Avodah. So, Balmum will not, which the Imam says, Hashtamiyah. He will become fit tonight, but right now, he's not fit. Right, he's not fit. And therefore, again, he's excluded. So let's say so. Again, so just so you must teach us that halacha on himself, this is the rule. The rule is any coin that is fit to do the avodah, ultimately, again, it needs a sacrificial portion. You're not fit to do the avodah, you don't do sacrificial portion. There is an exception to that rule. Why is he the exception? Because there's a root way of calling Zahar. He's named after from an Mishnah in Pasuk called Zahar. But listen, let's analyze. My Yochana, now we're saying is also in the Pasuk, Yochana, really what he used, right? What is it? Yochana, right? He's only a secret portion. And let's remember again, all of this is written in Pasuk out. Achim Hanachata Osa Yadren. The coin that does this result, he will eat. Now, obviously, you already understand that's not literal. Because it makes it sound like any of the coin he eats does, the only the coin does is you can just eat another thing. Rather than meaning, any coin ultimately restricted to this regard, Yochana meaning receives a portion. night. So interesting enough, we see from here, the Kohen Gadol has a permit to work. Ultimately, they have to receive a support. Now you know, especially what you see from here. In order to go ahead and see the sacrificial portion, you have to be able to consume it. You're not able to consume it, you don't. Who's the liar for that? Right? That is Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol is incredibly unique because he could even do the avoda in a state of unus, but he's not allowed to karbanos in a state of unus. Because he's not allowed to eat karbanos, therefore what? He doesn't get a portion. Meaning, I would have said, give him a portion and today. Today he's out of unus. We'll talk about that in a second. He's out of unus. Kamash Malon, that since he can't eat it on the unus, he can't get a portion. So what do you see from here? If you can't eat, you don't get a portion. Therefore, this resolves our query. This resolves our question. According to the Balmud and the Tomei, does he get a portion? The answer is no. Why? Because since he's Tomei, he is not allowed to eat Alcis Tumah. Alcis Tumah is not the Balmud good, but Alcis Tumah he can't eat. Because he can't eat, he does not push. Incredible. Incredible. In order to get a portion, you have to be able to consume it. And if you can't consume it, you don't get it. Next, how many Bekabaros Sibor Maziyah? So this is very interesting. What if a Kohen is coming and he's by communal offerings? So remember again, right? Communal offerings, one-on-one, what's the halacha about anything in the Tzibor? Tumah for the Tzibor. Which means that technically the Kohen is coming to a carbon Tzibor. Now, yeah, we'll say, in other words, I just want to point out, even in the case where, let's say, the Rothschild Sibor not Tameh, if a Kohen Tameh did a carbon Sibor, ex post facto, it's kosher. It's pretty dramatic. You'll get actually this moment. Now she has a candle. The carbon Sibor left for the Erev, or the carbon Sibor shake review to Homer is coming by a lay. E Palki Mine La. Right? And I watch this, so can a Kohen this coming receive a portion of a carbon Sibor in order to eat it that night? Since, technically speaking, if he were to offer up the carbon Sibor, it technically would kosher. So the Mark says, you see on one hand, a Kohen receives a portion if he could do this week, if he could do the avodah, and this Kohen, technically speaking, could do the avodah. Because technically, a Kohen who is coming could do the avodah of a carbon. Oh, the possibility is Where the possibility is like this: only Kohen who is ultimately get a portion. If he's not able, then he doesn't get a portion. And right now, anyone who's coming can't eat. The Gemara says as follows: once I say an idea, Pashma, Kohen Gadol Makaronis. A Kohen Gadol is to offer up the carbon in the state of Aninos, the Ino Ocha. He's not allowed to eat, and because he's not allowed to eat the Ino Holy, he does not need even to eat it that evening. What do you see from there? To receive. What is this? To receive a carbon portion, you have to be fit to eat it now. If you can't eat it next week, the simple as I was receive it, what gets the portion that will be again in Kabbalah? Number one, the Kohen is fit to do avodah. Number two, the Kohen is capable of doing the Kabbalah now. If it's capable of doing it now, then Kabbalah can get a portion. If you do it now, you don't get a portion. In the back of our head is the exception to this rule, which is Balmud. Again, which we'll circle back to. Let's go back to it. Only the next one, we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Only don't be out there,
I can be wrong. My own beliefs are in my song. Butcher, the baker, the drummer, and then makes no difference what group I'm in. And everyday people, yeah. There is a man, there's a one, living in the mind, under having a skinny one, different folks, the different folks. so on and so on and Scooby Dooby Doo. We got to live together.
Before coming into the coldness, before touching coldness. So what this is here, you know, only needs immersion. If it only needs immersion,
Sometimes I'm right, but I can be wrong. My own beliefs are in my song. The butcher, the baker, the summer, and then makes no difference what group I'm in. I am everyday people. Yeah, yeah. There is a blue one that can't accept the green one. And that one right here will be the skinny one. Different strokes for different folks. Oh, on and so on, it's Scooby Dooby Doo. Cha cha. We got to live together. And thinking of you is all the same, whatever we do. They love me, or hate me, they love me, and then me can figure out what bag I'm in. I am everyday people. Yeah, yeah. There is a time when we kind of set the goal. Rain for the bank, one that they didn't have.
the status of aminos reverts. So what exactly is the purpose? Owning shetabo, even if it only regulates when you say possess a lot, Listen to this. One case is talking about where the owner had ongoing concentration. Namely that again, I have to be careful to maintain my state of personal purity. The other case, that's the case ultimately again, where he's able to go ahead and touch culture. This is the case where Hezekiah just wasn't really thinking about again, but that case, he can't touch culture.
We got to live together. We got to live together. I don't know better. Maybe on you. We are the same, whatever we do. You love me, you hate me, you got me, and then you can't figure out what bag I'm in. I am everyday people. Yeah, yeah. There is a song, one that's like a short one, that being such a rich one, that doesn't like a palm one. Different strokes for different folks. So on and so on and do-be-do-be-do. Cha-cha. We got to live together. That is all I am gonna do. Like the old one that wasn't a bit. Another second one. Different strokes, different folks. Oh, on and so on and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. And everyday people.
So remember, just trying to figure out here, we have a contradiction, right? Because our Mishnah says that the owning is able to touch culture. The Raisa says that the owning is supposed to be mikvah before touching culture. We're just trying to reconcile these cases. So
Take that with, son. Wiz Khalifa.
Says, I have been vigilant to go ahead and guard myself, keep myself from coming in contact with anything that would make me coming, but not for possible. And so you see this terminology before. Coming refers to Tuma Daraisa. Possible means Tuma. So the Kohen essentially says, I've not been on biblical law, but I've not been careful with anything that might be rabbinic. Okay, so it's very interesting. We'll meet in a Jerusalem like that, where a person says, I've been careful with this kind of tumult, but not with this kind of tumult. Like, does that actually exist? Which verse actually it does. Well, Tanya, it's also such an interesting like metaphor about a person saying like, I'm not good on these types of tumult, but not good on these types of tumult. So the Gemara says, does that really happen? You're like, yeah, we do that all the time, right? And it's like, most of my life is like that. I'm careful. I'll do this thing I'm not going to do, but this thing I'm definitely going to do. So you know, yeah, people do it all the time. Not trying to listen to this. Odeo Hasal al Rosho. Was an interesting case over here. The person is carrying a basket on their head. Now, the case over here is a basket of like figs. Zal Rosho, on the base. Magrifa and Soho. And Magrifa, and I will say, Magrifa literally means like a shovel, but in this case, it's not really a shovel. What is it? Is Rashi points out over here? It's a metal utensil that has a sharp head. What you would do is you would use this kind of like it's like almost like a pick knife. You use to cut apart the figs. The pressed figs, use it to cut the figs from one another. Okay, I'm gonna give them a Soho. So listen to this. And what happened? Ruben carrying this basket of things on head. Because the 99 the first line, but when Libi ala Sal and Libi ala Mecca. And then it says, I've been focusing on the basket. I've been focused on that, not the shovel to as it was. He says, that's how it says literally, I ignored the basket from tomorrow, but I have not been vigilant. I haven't been mindful regarding the utensil.
Baby.
So what happens in a case like that? So the Gemara says, Hassan hard, sound not great for today. So what's Halacha? Halacha is ultimately a basket is hard, and the key is tummy. What do you see from there, Jose? You see from there that Halacha, when I said it is a concept of ultimately being mindful and being vigilant about one thing, but not about something else. So therefore, the Kohen says, the Kohen goes there and says, I am careful to guard myself from biblical tumult, but I may not necessarily be vigilant regarding rabbinic tumult. That's what we call tumult versus puzzle. Yeah, there's actually such a thing like that. Versus, by the way, just back to the thing, I'm not here for the South. I was there. Why
End of the spring, and here she comes back. Hi, 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 there. Them summer days, those summer days. That's when I had most of my fun. And hi, 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 them summer days, those summer days. But now when I want to, I'm a fool, yeah. Got her in the countryside, and everything is true. Ooh. Oh yeah, have fun in the summertime. Have fun in the summertime. Have fun in the summertime.
It went from her cleat, and the ball hit it off of her cleat. At first, I thought it was off of the ball, and I was thinking she would have felt that, but that dirt came off of her cleat.
Another form of truma. Umuta relax. So you just put it in touch. Allah will see you. Ta'khila amr rabbanan. Benediya lo amr rabbanan. So what this is very important because when it comes to akila, Rabbanan needs safeguards and said that if you pretty much have any
in the countryside, and everything is true. Oh yeah, have fun in the summertime. 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 First of the fall, and here she goes back. Hi, 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 hi. No summer day, no summer day. Boom, 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 when I want to. I'm a fool. Funny bird in the countryside, and everything is true. Have fun in the summertime. Have fun in the summertime. Have fun in the summertime.
And only, I will say, for a moment, even with the coin, was it only Erev Pesach. So the Gemara says, no,
We didn't make a ton of money off of Mythbusters, so
What are you talking about? We're rich, Carrie.
I've done a lot of corporate gigs here and there. I didn't pay attention to this one particular campaign. I didn't go back and check the photos that they were using. I wanted to Google it to show the guy I'm dating. I
Never Google yourself, Carrie. That's the cardinal rule.
I didn't realize that this was going out on the internet like this.
It's so simple, even Carrie can do it. It's insulting.
It is so bad.
You kind of look like a young Hillary Clinton.
I don't care. We didn't make a ton of money off of Mythbusters, so here's some little home update. I can't believe it. Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin just ran by high-diving all of us here on the sideline.
Into the following night, that real has not yet occurred. So I'd say Ruben loses his father. Ruben is in Nicolas stayed off. Let's say for some reason the burial's not happening until sometime later on. The rabbis extended the status of Aninos into the night. So Aninos Laila is the rabbi. Therefore, that night, Ruben still can't go ahead and eat kavanos. But Chazal did not establish the halacha when it comes to Kavan Pesach. Since failure to eat Kavan Pesach is a heat of kares, therefore Chazal will flex their Aninos that night to allow to eat Kavan Pesach, but not other kavanos. That's a reason it says over here, only Togo Va'okol as Pisfol La'erev, Abba Lo B'Kosh. So that night, the owner can go ahead and eat his Kavan Pesach, but he can't eat other kavanos.
I was in Florida
Which the Gemara says,
by myself in
the
field. This is so sad. With a ball bat, with a ball, by myself, with a whole bag of wiffle balls. The last wiffle ball, I didn't want to hit over the pushes. It hit my hand so hard, some of my ass cheek wiggled, and I'm still ain't right. I gotta bring a hard baseball on the plane here to shove under my right cheek, which is why I'm not adjusting because I want to face you. I'm adjusting because I'm pain. That's down my leg from this hamstring. We gotta get you some peptides. So, you know what? I just heard about that. I've never taken some, but I just keep hearing. As far as healing is concerned, that's what I heard. You know, it's funny because I was at Mark Type and I was doing toast to bar. You hang from a bar, you bring your toast to the bar. And I did that without warming up. You do what? You're hanging here to bring your toast to the bar. Something. I did that when I wasn't warmed up. Just pulled something I wrist, some little tiny bit, and it burns, and it's been 7 months. Yeah, it's just shit. Like you'll have that for 7 months, sir. Right. So, if you're completely healthy, you're gonna be 16 in a year. Yeah, we had to wait in 15 years. We're 75. Dude, the 75-year-olds we know, how many of them, I gotta take blood thinners, you squeeze them too hard, they bleed out. How many? Look, my Achilles tendon is already, like every morning, it's like, you wanna do this again, huh? You gonna push things, huh? You wanna walk down those stairs holding your baby? Because I got young kids now. What? Oh yeah, I got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. You got a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 17-year-old. And you haven't pulled your back out yet. That's why I do like rehab exercises every morning before I work out. That's a good idea because I pull my back out multiple times when my kid's little because you're not used to picking something up and moving it and putting it in a seat. Twisting? Yes. Yeah, but I do that. Reaching back to even yell. I've done this like, hey, oh my God. Guys, UFC 324, Pimlet, KG, Saturday, DraftKings Sportsbook, more sportsbooks for live betting. Once it's over, your shot in on the action is gone. DraftKings Sportsbook live betting, not just pre-fight picks, because in the UFC, one punch, one kick, one takedown, right? So new DraftKings, if you're new to DraftKings, new customers can bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets. If your bet wins with code, let me say that again. If you're new to DraftKings, can bet $5 in bonus bets. If you're bet with code FIGHTER, how about that? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets with your bet. Wins in partnership with DraftKings. The crowd is yours. Gamble, friends, gambler, New York, call 877-8-OPEN-I or text OPEN-Y. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Let me have Louisville, Casino, and Kansas. Tax passthrough may apply. Illinois 21 or in most states. One in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Members to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. No amounts required. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, CPK.
Yeah, what up, Rachel? How are you? Why what?
Good. So today's that's 98. It's actually this doc actually flows. I'm talking to myself. Up from the bottom.
Rachel, how old are you? Okay, Rachel, well, you have to know how old you are to be in this survey.
I'm 16.
All right, girl, well, you've got to be 18 to be in here, so come back in 2 years.
Bye.
Bye.
Just like mincha is only consumed by zikrei kuna and alcohol. So all other carbonos are also only consumed by alcohol. That statement does not appear to be true, right? Because there are many carbonos that are consumed by many others. What's interesting with the Gemara seems to understand over here is that whenever the total cell does not tell you who the carbon consumes by, generally that means it is consumed only by alcohol. In other words, the Torah tells you that it's consumed by population, then good. But if the Torah doesn't say anything, it's only is consumed by alcohol. So the Gemara says, Mikey, what are you talking about here? In other words, what type of are we referring to? If it's a chatas and asham, then the hedjik sibu called Zachar B'Kohanim Yochelu. So again, if it's a Chatas or an Asham, then that's pretty explicit. The Torah explicitly says that it's only eaten by male Kohanim. The Shamei Tzibor, and if we're talking about Shamei Tzibor, maybe Likra Os. They call the Shakadashim Tafranu, called Zachar Yochalo. So we made our Shamei Tzibor. And if it's talking about Shamei Tzibor, right, again, communal Shamim, can also say that's learned out from the Psukim. Right? Learn out from the Psukim. El Gemara says, rather, Tinaiki. Rather, again, I will say it's a machlokes Tanan. And I will say, here's what I want to point out. What's interesting about this machlokes over here is everyone is agreeing on the principle. The principle is that when it does not state who is able to consume a carbon, ultimately the default understanding is it's Zichrei Kuruna. The Shema is what is the source of that halacha. And the Gemara says, Tanahi. The source of that halacha is in Machlokes Tanan, top of Tzadikas 98a. And others are here. So this is
Yo, how are you, Zany? Zany, go fuck yourself. No, I want to talk with you.
Ultimately, again, is the source. But working our way through the pasuk, chatos. So what do we learn from chatos? Ma chatos miskadeshes bebalua, ap miskadeshes bebalua. That's a very interesting halacha. 98a, third line down. Just like a chatos will say, but chatos ultimately again could transfer taste to other things, and therefore convey its properties to other things. Bebalua means through absorption. So just like a chatos has the ability to convey identity through absorption, so too again, all other carbonos also have the ability to convey their respective properties through absorb another item. But Asham, again, just what was working through the process. What is Asham? Ma Asham in Shafir Bishal Yakadosh Bo.
Yo, Rabbi.
What up, Pam? How old are you?
Do not have sanctity. Call each Shafir Yakadosh Bo. So to other carbonos,
I have a question. Can I see like how many monitors you got set up?
Yeah, go to YouTube.
YouTube? Interesting.
Oh, it's
There's a very good reason why by
Yeah, go to.
the fetus and the placenta do not possess kedusha. Why is that? Because again, I will say Asham is a male animal, right? So remember, it's very important. No matter how the Asham identifies, right? Lamaisa, right? Lamaisa, again, it's a male animal, so therefore there's no way. So look at Rashi this moment. It's actually interesting. Rashi says, "Ma Asham in Shafir b'Shaya Kadosh HaZachar." Now, Torah says only brought in male animals. The Elo Loma, the Elo which is fine. So the Elo says, now, be more aware of this. Watch this judgment. It's quite interesting. So just like an Asham, obviously, again, the fetus and the placenta are not going to be covered. So too by other artificial animals, if you know that is a sacrificial that is pregnant, ultimately, again, the fetus and the placenta are not kaddish. Kasavar, Vlados Kachim Bhadyat Masu, Vlada Kachim Bhadyasa Kachim, in Kedoshim. So this is very interesting. What do we learn from here? We learn from here that Halacha L'Maisa, the offspring of, now this is very important, offspring of Kabbalah, in fact, have sacrificial sanctity. When do they have sacrificial sanctity? Only when they're birthed, not when they're in utero. If you take a quick look at Rashi, Rashi says, "Those famous kachim ba'das kachim." It's in the short lines. It's in the short lines, like the 8 lines up before it becomes wide. Those famous ba'das kachim kedoshim. It's actually quite interesting. So when a sacrificial animal gives birth, the offspring, in fact, is kaddish. But that kedusha only vests upon the offspring once it is birthed, not while he is in the row. Quite fascinating. Furthermore, it done in afshar, mishe'i afshar, and literally darshan out possible from the impossible. If you want to remember again, where is this entire halacha being learned out from? Because where is it being learned out from? Asham. Asham is a case of i'afshar, impossible. Why is it impossible? Because it's a male animal. So obviously, again, there's no placenta, there's no fetus by a male animal. Yet, we're dashing all of the other cases ultimately again from Asham. Incredible. So goes back to. So we'll say, so by the way, so just so you understand, we are really like accumulating some fascinating, just like carbonic facts along this journey. Right? So we established some facts that when the Torah does not state, when the Torah does not tell us who eats a carbon, the default is male kohan. Shum ultimately again. I'm sorry, that was from Mincha. Sorry, that's from Mincha. Mincha, plus we're learning again. Kabbalah's the ability to go and convey identity through absorption. Hashem, we're learning out the idea that a placenta and a fetus in utero do not possess sacrificial sanctity only once it's birthed. Doesn't have sacrificial sanctity. Good, let's go back to it. Miluim. So we'll say, what are we from Miluim? So the Gemara says, Manim, Mutharin Disray. Ve'im Ba'alei Chayim, sorry. Mamiluim, Mosehen Disray. So okay, so now this is interesting. Now remember, Miluim over both sides, this is talking about the Kabbalos that offered up when the Mishkan was consecrated. So listen to this. By Miluim, Mosrei in this way. You know, what is Mosrei? Mosrei literally means they're left over. Got a reference to Nosar. Good old Nosar. So Nosar, remember again, is any carbon left past, it's permitted to window of consumption. So just like by Miluim, Mosrei and Dreifa, which means that what? That halacha l'maisa, that halacha again, anything that is left over is burnt. Now, we'll say, now this is very interesting. But living animals do not have a of nosa. What does that mean? This is really interesting. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, it's Rashi actually in the first white line. Mami lo mos chemis reifa. V'lo hayu ba'ali chaim mos reim b'migdal. Shari carbon sibor hayu v'lo hushu shaim nachrais. So okay, so don't say, so actually leave that. According to that Rashi, I've called kachim mos reim b'sreim b'migdal chaim mos reim. Shim hayu ba'ali chaim mos reim. Keep going. Actually, I didn't read the rest of the Gemara. Let's go back for a second. Sorry. It's just very exciting. All right, so remember again, when you do the Kabbalah on the base of Mikdash, if you have leftover sacrificial matter, what is that called? What is that called? No, sir. What do you do with no? You burn it. Now, both sides. But let's say you have no sir of living animals. Now, how would you ever have no sir of living animals? So I can be very simple. I am a cautious person by nature. Sure. So I'm going ahead and detonating the carbon. And I also want to be prepared in the event that my gun gets lost. I want to have a backup carbon. But it turns out that my carbon never gets lost. So let's say, so now that carbon, so to speak, isn't the carbon. But we don't treat that like no sir in going ahead and burning it. That's essentially what the Gemara means when it says in Ba'alei Chaim. So let's go back to that Gemara for just one moment. So the Gemara says, Miluim, Mamiluim, just like by Miluim, any leftover sacrificial matter is no burnt. The aim Ba'alei Chaim the Moshe. Rabbi said, let's say in the base on the Mikdash, let's say by Miluim, which is a carbon seaboard, they went ahead and they designated the backup carbon. That backup carbon would not have.
Yo, Rachel, you gotta be.
And therefore, you would not dispose additional living animal in any other way. I've called, so the Gemara says, I've called, most strain the straight far, the aim bali kind the most strain. So too by all other carbonos, if you have no sar is burnt. But if you have a leftover living animal, ultimately again, that is not treated like no sar. Now, take a look at Rashi. Rashi is in the line lines, fourth line in. Listen to this case. Keep going. On Hifrish carbon, but there's a shady no cellophane. Say a very simple case. I have to bring a carbon katos. You have to bring many carbon katos, right? Many katos off offerings. But when I say again, so what do? And I designate us, and I also designate back up. And it ends off for the first one. Or about say another case could be is I designated a carbon. I went ahead and I lost my carbon, designated a second one, then found the first one and offered up the first one. What do I do with the lower carbon? So Rashi, the aim Hashemi knows. That's Hashemi knows. Sir, aim that the straight back in knows Hashemi knows. So also we don't say, oh, second carbon, that's like no sir. That's like no sir. And therefore, what do you do with it? Versus no. The din of no sir ultimately only applies to what? Only to sacrificial matter, right? Actual living animals. Where do we learn that out from? That out from ultimately Miluos. And just to point out what's interesting about this, the Miluos were communal offerings. Pointed out beforehand, ultimately again, communal offerings, there's no such thing as designated backup carbon. In other words, like individual offerings, if you want to actually designate a backup, you can do that. But communal offerings, you can't do that. So just by communal offerings, the din of nosa only applies to the actual residual leftover of blood and not to any living animals. So from Milu, we learn that out for all konos, the halacha is that the din of nosa only applies to sacrificial matter and does not apply to any back. Incredible, man. Was it in the Bashlomin? Mashlom with Baglin, Spaglin, the outcome of Baglin, Spaglin. Just like by Shlomim, I will say, a Shlomim itself, the carbon can become piggled. Not only that, anything that is brought together with Shlomim also can become piggled, right? Anything with something or else, so too by all else, not only could the carbon become piggled, but anything brought along with the carbon. The Masnisa Tam showed Rabbi Akiba, Minchas Bibalu. I suppose I again in the Mishnah, they quoted this in the name of Mincha. Man Mincha is Kadesh's Bibalu. Mincha ultimately again has the ability to convey identity through absorption. Kadesh's Bibalu. So again, Allah Lamaisa, any ability to convey identity through absorption. But all we're just pointing is that before we quoted this drush from Chatos. That from Chatos meant that you could convey identity through absorption. We're not just quoting ultimate source in the name of Rabbi Akiva. He said malacha, but instead of saying it by us, he said it by mincha. So the Gemara says, okay. It's just the myth of mincha. It's just the myth of Chatos. You actually need both of these things. So the DJ does mincha and by Chatos. Why? Shmoin on mincha. Even when they just said by mincha, then mincha conveys identity through absorption. But Gemara says the idea to kicha midla, because since a mincha is remembering what is a mincha, right? It's flour. So because it's soft midla, it has the ability to absorb. About chatos in one, made by chatos ultimately again because it's tougher. It's meat. So maybe absorption is not possible. We actually in the chatos, where it just said chatos is interesting. We shouldn't be courier. The both say since chatos has fat, has meat, has juices, that's what penetrates. A mincha imolo, perhaps mincha not. Therefore, it's kifa. Therefore, it's just interestingly enough, sources for the same halacha that carbonos convey identity absorption. Okay. First opinion said we learn that from chatos. Keep it so we learn it from mincha, and both are necessary. Incredible. Let's go back to this. Good. Thank you. Chatos. Chatos in a by what are from Chatos? Ma Chatos plus it's must be going to be a key, right? The learn what from Mincha. What's learned from Chatos? So Ma Chatos in a by Elamina Chulin. Dome will be the higher months, right? So this is the pattern from Chatos. Just like it only comes, right? Number on Chulin, right? As an unconsecrated animal, by Yom, it can only be offered up by day. Will be the other higher months, and the other is done with right hand. Pulse, all carbonos in a ball, elamina chulin, the yom by day will be other higher months. It's a very important drush. So just like chatos, again, has to come from chulin, it has to be a consecrated animal that is then consecrated, it has to be offered up by day, and has to be done with the right. So in words, say, by the way, being a left-handed is a move. So you can't say. I hope a Mashiach comes. If he's out in genealogies, it turns out I'm going to find out like on the coin, still have left-handed issues. So the deck is, I'm sorry? You know, hide my right hand behind my back or something like that. Yeah, that gets stacked against me. Anyway, you want to see this possible. So therefore, this is now about all Kabbalos. So this must, by the way, the Chatas is on the board. This is actually very interesting because this is a lot interesting halachas. So by Chatas, I know these halachas. I'm going to please stomach rock. So what's this? So now remember, Chatas 3 halachas. Number 1, Chulin. Number 2, Yom by day. And number 3, right hand. So now we're going to go through how do you know each of these things by Chatas. The Chatas, or how do you know it's by Chatas? I'm going to please stomach rock. The Hikir Aaron is Parachatos Asher Lo. It's very interesting. So the Pasuk says Aaron will offer up the Parachatos Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? It's his. It's from his. It's his animal. What do you mean it's his animal? What does that mean? When Aaron offers up his chatos ultimately again is going to be from consecrated animal. Mishalo, Mishal. So Shalom means it's his animal. Meaning again, it's not from communal. Again, not from nicer. But how do I know ultimately again that it has to be done today? So let's say, it's interesting that way. The Gemara says, so look what's happening over here. The Gemara makes it sound like that the source that karbanos have to be done by day is ultimately learned out from chatas. The Gemara says, no, it's not. Yom is actually learned out, I will say, from an explicit pasuk that says, Biyom Savaso. Asher Tziva Hashem es Moshe v'Har Sinai Biyom Savaso. That's really not that about stuff like that. The Gemara says, you're right, Kedei Nasba. We'll say Kedei Nasba means is an interesting phrase that literally, I guess the way translated is like, in passing. What does that mean? Sometimes the Gemara will just say stuff in passing, right? Gemara doesn't mean it's like to be explicit, rather just. So what does that mean? Gemara said we learn out from Chatas 3 things. What are the 3 things? Number 1, that a Chatas has to come. Right? That the center or less center. Good. So Gemara says I line it up with the crown of God. But that might not be centered. It's not centered. Everything is okay. So, by the way, Muslim, right? When a Muslim, when you try to center things, like in accordance with it, when you try to center yourself, the results are not centered. It throws off everything. All right, there you go. So, Gemara said this follows. The Gemara said like this. So what's interesting is the Gemara made it sound like they were learning the din of Yom from the Chatos. The Gemara just says, by the way, that's not true. That's a source. Chatos is not just like a bonus or a by day. There's a phrase, Biyom Sabaso, by Moshe. On the day, so by Yom Sabaso, by day, the most Yom by Chatos, Kedei Nasma, in passes of Kabanos, that again has to come from Fulin, be right-handed. It also mentioned that Chatos is not actually Yom. Okay? The other, how do you know that it has to be done with the hand? In the Rabbi, that's not Rabbi, not Shlakish. Komakum Shene'emar Etzba, Ukuna, Eino Ele Yomin. So let's hear the problem. The Gemara says, by the way, we don't learn out within a right hand from Chatas either. Right? Where is that learned out from? That's from that Rabbi Rachana. Rabbi Rachana, Shlakish says, Komakum Shene'emar Etzba, Ukuna. Whenever it says Ukuna, then Halach Lamaisa, that means it's what? Right hand. So it turns out that the din of right hand is also not learned out from Chatos. The Gemara says, you're right, Kedei Nasba. It's just mentioning it in passing. So it's interestingly enough, the Gemara starts out by saying that there are 3 halachas we learn from Chatos. Number 1, that the animals that come from. Number 2, it has to be done by the karbanos, and number 3, they have to be done with the right hand. It turns out that the only one that's actually learned out Chatos itself is the first. That has to be chulun. Learned from other sources, but the Gemara just kind of groups them in passing. Levi said, the other years, some are coming. So how can we say the Amar Etzba Labaya Kuna Baya Etzba? Who's that term? So Mishima says, whenever you see the bar, Etzba always means the word right, always means right. It's not need to be modified by people. But whenever you find Kuna Etzba in order to mean right hand. Okay? Asham, what I learn by Asham. So the Masima Asham Atzmosav Mutarin, Akol Atzmosav Mutarin. So this is incredible. So what does asham mean? So just like by asham, what is the halacha? The bones of an asham are mutter. Now I will say, if you look at Rashi, it's actually very interesting. 4 lines at the bottom of Rashi, ma asham aspos of mutarin, la asos mehen kelim. So let's say if you, for example, want to fashion utensils out of the bones of an asham, ultimately, again, that is mutter. So just interesting. So just like the bones of an asham are mutter, akol atzmosa mutter. So to the bones of any carbon are going to be mutter. Rashi says akol ta'ilu ola. Now let's say what's the chiddush of this? Even in ola, which obviously is fully consumed in the mizbeah. So just like asham, the bones are permitted, so to the bones of any carbon ultimately are permitted. So Rabbi says as follows. Pshitali. We'll say, it's actually a little bit of a throwback sugya. We're actually now going back to kibbutz. Right, today was a quick review. The halacha of kibbutz applies to what? Dam chatas, only chatas. Interestingly enough, and what area do you have to learn? Only the area of the actual stain itself. You need not learn the entire garment. So now back to kibbutz for a little bit. I'm going to have a pshitali. It's like this is fascinating. Dam chatas lemata, the dam ola lemata kibbutz. We'll say now watch this. So it's like this. Rabbi says it's obvious to you that if you have, let's say, we'll say 2 stains, the first stain comes on the garment is dam chatos. The second stain that comes on the garment, ultimately again, is dam ola. It says it's pashat that you're laundry. Now, what's going on up here? Look at Rashi. It's actually quite interesting. Rashi says, dam chatos matan dam ola. Order of the stains is very important. First, the chatas blood on the garment, and then the ola blood falls. Can I remember again? What's the status of ola blood on a garment? What's the status? Nothing. There's no din kibbutz. So look at Rashi. He says, because when he does dam ola halos, if he does tongue kibbutz, dam chatas no geya lebeget balu alo. Okay, so let's say now watch this. When the dam chatas is the first thing that falls on the baguette, there's 2 things that happen. Number 1, it's touching the garment, and number 2, it's absorbed in the garment. So it's obvious if there's contact and absorption, then of course there's a din of kibbutz. Watch this. It's the follow-up question. That's really the question. Why Rabba? 98, the second line. Why Rabba? Dam ola lemata. This is very interesting. The dam ola fell on first, the spider on the baguette first. What is the halacha in this case? Now, what's the shaila? Now, what is the Gemara is operating under the following assumption? We say this outside the way. Here's the assumption: whatever touches the garment first, that's the blood that gets absorbed. Any subsequent blood is going to touch the garment, but will not be absorbed. So therefore, again, in the first case, where was the which was the first blood on the garment? And again, contact and absorption. When the dam ola comes on top, there's contact but no absorption. So that's out of kibbutz. In case 2, dam ola is the first, which means dam ola is absorbed in contact. Dam chatas comes along, and what happens with dam chatas? Here's what? There's contact, but no absorption. No absorption. So what I say is, what's that? I'm trying to point out how fascinating this is. Like that, I'm looking to understand by a garment, there's a limited amount of absorptive ability. Whatever is there first gets absorbed. Anything that has contact but no absorption. Let's say, just want to point out it is than a garment. Right? A garment has limited absorption. Human beings, we have unlimited absorption. This goes both in the positive and the negative. Let's start with the negative. Right, so let's start with the negative. Right? So the negative, I will say, is that unfortunately we absorb everything around us, including most of all the negative. And unfortunately, there's no limit to the amount of negativity that ultimately we could absorb. Firstly, no matter how much negativity one has absorbed, no matter how much schmutz one has absorbed, there is still an unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as you want. So look at ourselves when we say, I'm a person that absorbed so much schmutz. How could someone like me ever become tar and kaddish? And it's very simple. It's very simple. Because I'm not a beggar. Because I'm not a beggar. That's it. That's a bumper sticker. I am not a beggar. Beggar has limited absorptive capacity. And once it absorbs the wrong, quote unquote, the wrong thing, that's it. I have unlimited ability. And therefore, no matter how much schmutz I've absorbed in my life, I still have unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as possible. It's such a tremendous and profound lesson of hope. And I will say it's even more, because sometimes now, obviously, so I can get the schmutz because whatever, I can cash in myself. But even before I get the schmutz out, I still have the ability to allow so much kedusha in it. Because sometimes getting schmutz out is a little bit different. And even before I'm able to go through the kashering process of extinction, the negativity within, I'm still able to go ahead and really absorb as much kedusha as possible. Incredible. So let's say, back to the shayla. So now this absorbed it, and then the dam chatas came on top of it. So does the beged require kibus or not? So here's the shayla. The marsmau, you should know gehu, so do we say that it's contact? Ultimately, again, that creates the obligation. Ultimately, again, for kibus. And therefore, again, there is contact in this case. Let me know. The din of kibus is only by where? By absorption. And I will say over here, in this case, there's no absorption. Why is there no absorption? Because the dam Ula came first. And he was operating under the assumption of over here, the baguette only absorbs the blood which spattered upon it first. And therefore, Allah said the dam Ula is there first. Then, although the dam kakos touches it, there is no absorptive ability. So the most ultimate, or maybe ultimately again it's because of absorption. And therefore, again, and in this case over here, the absorption ultimately again does not occur. So we'll say, so that's our shayla. So again, so once again, everyone agrees in the case when the dam chatos is there first, and then the dam almost comes afterwards.
I'm in Twitter Spaces.
There's both contact.
Rabbi, you're a big fan.
And
Rabbi, I love your YouTube.
The shayla
Super
is
inspired.
It should be.
Sorry, the dam Ula is there first.
I like every night I just like lay in my bed.
So in this case over here, the dam chatos is not absorbed. But it is
I hope that's not weird or anything.
Right, Doug. You gotta grow in.
I can't grow up.
So apparently, again,
You gotta leave.
Rabbi, you're telling me to grow up. You haven't washed your ass in 4 weeks. Rabbi, look at my chart.
Or essentially, they say absorption. There's obviously one.
Rabbi.
Says absorption. There's obviously contact as well. So only if there's absorption, ultimately, again, is there going to be a thing of kibus. Incredible. Rabbi said, cheaply, down. It's a very interesting about it. Now, the parak is actually ending off with a totally unrelated discussion about, in general, halachos of chatzitza. So look, you have a baguette, you have a garment that became kamis. So we're not really used to these halachos because, again, for us, the only thing we really use a mikvah for is personal tara. Like if a person or again a person goes to mikvah. So halachos, so we don't today contemporarily have the regular halachos of kuman. We don't immerse us. But in times of days, with a garment that became tar, you have to immerse it. Sorry, tell me you have to. So I will say so again. Hilchos, mikvah is that we have a chatzitza. What's a chatzitza? So chatzitza is anything that interposes between the and the garden. Okay, so now watch this. I'm going to have a pshitali dam bigdo chotzes. If you have blood on your garment and you put that into the mikvah, ultimately chatzitza. That's a chatzitza. So watch this. Listen to this. What happens if I'm a butcher? I'm a butcher. So if I'm a butcher and there's blood on my garment, that's not a chatzitza. What's the shot? That's very interesting. Din of chatzitza says as follows: if something covers the majority of a garment, then it's a chatzitza. If something covers a majority, then it's chatzitza. Right? However, again, I will say, if you're makbid means I don't want the object there, the stain there. Makbid, then it's a chatzitza. So for a regular person, blood on an ultimately again is a chatzitza there. But if I'm a butcher, so apparently butchers are not makbid if there's blood on their garments, which I guess makes sense, and you're a butcher. It's what you do. It's what you do. Like Bahab, that's kind of like, like this. A stomach person shows up in the morning wearing scrubs and he's wearing your pajamas, right? A doctor shows up in the morning and means he's going to work, right? So Lamaisa. So again, there are certain things which are, if it's malacha, then it's not a chatzitza. So for a stomach person, blood on my girl on that there, but for a butcher, that's kind of his uniform. That's again, that's what he wears. So of course, well, let's just finish the parak. Listen to this. Similarly again, if there's grease schmaltz on your garment, that is a chatzitza. What I am a schmaltz salesman. Right? I know it must be a better thing. Right, but I'm about salesman, then ultimately ain't no chatzitza. Then when I say again, that's not a chatzitza. It's not a chatzitza. Again, I say, by the way, you have to understand also for some of these industries, like kind of wear garment also is a reminder people have a time a little bit of schmaltz. That's I use the scrub example for just a moment. But anyway, for a doctor to walk around in pajamas, the mice again, it's fine because that's the way they dress. Fashion, right? Again, anyone else would be strange. But so we simply also for these individuals, if you had blood on your garment and you were a butcher, that was part of like your identity. You had schmaltz and you were a schmaltz salesman. That was your identity. Okay, so by Rabbi. So listen to this. Any person that chatzitza, Rabbi, listen to this. Down about a big damahu. This is interesting. What if blood and schmaltz on your clothes? So you're a slob, right? That's number one, right? Yeah, you have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. I feel like, I don't know, it's like Shabbos lunch, like you have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. So what halacha? So listen to this. The Gemara says, in tabachu, so if he's a butcher, so apparently for a butcher, blood would be fine, but butcher wouldn't normally have schmaltz on his clothing. Both are about food. Ultimately, again, if he's a schmaltz salesman, take up when you should be done. Then again, the schmaltz is fun, but the blood is problematic. Listen to this. So listen to this. But let's say, in seriousness, you have a guy who both is a butcher and sells schmaltz. So he does both. It's good to diversify. Everybody has to have a plan B. Okay, so Lamais again, he's a butcher and he sells schmaltz. So let's say, so technically both of these things are normal to have on his clothing. But here's the interesting part. The Gemara says, that's the shaila. So do this, right? So in other words, let's say the butcher who sells schmaltz. So for one stain, he's not makbid. Who stains is not right or not. So you know that Lamais again, because both of these things are his industry, ultimately again he's not makbid. To which the Gemara says, Teku. Gemara says we're not sure. Which I will say, by the way, this Gemara is such a profound idea. What's the shaila here? What's like? The reality is, all of us walk around with stains on our clothes, right? Metaphorically so, right? We all have faults, we all have shortcomings. But the Gemara is trying to figure out over here is like, and everyone has that kind of. I'm going to walk around with a certain number of stains, but once the stains become too many, too numerous, then the might say again there is a certain point where I say, no, this can't go on. This can't go on. Something fundamental needs change or not? Are people just okay walking around with many different bike stains on the foot? Which the Gemara says, okay, good. The Gemara kind of leaves it a little bit open-ended without answering that particular question. Okay, I wasn't fasting, but again, but Allah, what you do see is that certainly, again, what we'll call like an industry standard, the thing that is part of my profession, a person is not to the same blood on a kohen for a person who's not a butcher, ultimately a chatzitza, and would invalidate tzvila. For the butcher would not be chatzitza, would not invalidate the tzvila. What about if a poor person is a butcher and a schmaltz salesman, and he has blood and schmaltz? Is that chatzitza? You want to be say, Hydro Dam Chatos, she's going to stop it today. Mazel Tov, Perek, incredible, incredible. All right, have a great day, everyone. I'll say just for the 9 o'clock minion in here. All right. Days are going right. All right, everyone say good morning, a good Chodesh, Hanukkah, beautiful beginning to the week in Eretz Hashem. I'm beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. Thank our Kamatoda sponsors for the month of Teves, Hava Alina Oshi and Mindy Schreiber, Sosor Fushi Rafa Eliyahu Fael Ben Miriam, and Matin Hanalei Margalit, Memory of Marty's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel. Thank you to sleep. Israel is on Chaftal Teves. And the American Talmud Torah, all the families in the Kamo, all those who need Rosh Hashanah together, Kol Chol Yisrael. That film today is sponsored by the friends of Gideon and Dana Rosenblum in honor of the Chasana of their son Gadi today. Baruch Hashem, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Should be Zokan Yeretz Hashem to the Chasana down to the Chuppah. And Tova Umetlafas. See both the vineyard and the ad with his Kalo and never Essen Shani Tovos. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. So with that, let us begin. So we are starting. I apologize, also we're going to have to end 3 minutes early, but again, not a problem. I never problem getting through all we need to get. That's me a lot of time. So we're fine. No need to laugh at that. But so today's that's 98. That's actually close. So we're picking up 5 lines up from the bottom by the word mincha, middle of that line, mincha. So I'll say, so remember again now, the Gemara is kind of going through the psukim, actually the psukim a little bit. For the greater judges, mincha. Not mincha, fellas, so what do we learn from the word mincha? Just like mincha is only consumed by zikrei kuna, by mel kohanim, so too, all other karbanos are also only consumed by mel kohanim. That statement does not appear to be true, right? Because there are many karbanos that are consumed by many others other than zikrei kuna. So what's interesting with the Gemara seems to understand over here is that whenever the Torah itself does not tell you who the carbon is consumed by, that means it is consumed only by alcohol. In other words, if the Torah tells you it's consumed by a greater population, good. But if the Torah doesn't say anything, it's almost like the default assumption is that the carbon is consumed by alcohol. So the Gemara says, Mahi, what are you talking about over here? In other words, what type of carbon are we referring to? If it's a chatas asham, then the hedjik sibahu calls zachar b'kahanim yochelu. So again, if it's a chatas or an asham, then that's pretty explicit. The Torah explicitly says that it's being eaten by male kohanim. If shamei tzibor, and if we're talking about shamei tzibor, maybe we give the kra'ah takadashim taflanu calls zachar yochalo. So we made our shamei tzibor. And if it's talking about Shamei Tzibor, right, again, communal Shamim, then I'm also that's learned out from the Psukim, right? When from the Psukim, El Gemara says, rather, Tinaihi, Rather, again, I will say it's a machlokes tonight. I will say, here's what I want to point out. What's interesting about this machlokes over here is everyone is agreeing on the principle. The principle is that when it does not state who is able to consume a carbon, ultimately the default understanding is it's zichrei kehuna, mel kohanim. The shaila is what is the source of that halacha. So the Gemara says Tanaihi. The source of that halacha is in machlokes tonight. Top of tzad b'chas 98a. Ikad menafkele mehacha. Starting from here. And I'll learn it out from here. Of course, so this is one of the beautiful machlokes.
You're sitting back, you can't go work out.
Everyone agrees
They can't do a lot of things.
So ultimately, again, is the source. But working out which is a pasuk.
I know you hear that anger next door. We're in pretty much like a, I don't know what would you call it? It's like a garage, sort of. Yeah, we're in a garage. No race cars next door. Race cars? Anger next door. We're in pretty much like do a lot of things. So many things. Yeah, you got it. Just sit back.
So to again, all other farmers also have the ability to convey their respective property.
Connecticut, call 888-7777 or visit ccpg.org on behalf of in Kansas. Your tax pass may apply in Illinois 21 and over in most states. Ontario restrictions apply and must wait to receive benefits which expire in 7 days. Laws required for additional terms of responsible gaming resources. See pkng.gov/audio limited time offer.
So to other carbonos,
they're sexual animals, right away. Sit back, now you can't go work out, now you can't do a lot of things. So
this is a very good reason why
anything you want to do. Now you hear that airplane finger next to it. We're pretty much like a, I don't know, what would you call this? It's like a garage, sort of. We're in a garage. Saturday, race cars next door. Yeah, like the other day they were declaring that they were putting, there's $1.8 million. I said, where can you work? It's only on a racetrack. I hope this is he just gets together with real cool. So he's got that. Anyway, I start wishing like tapping on a guy like that. Go, listen, give me 5% of your money, okay? And I'm gonna set you up with really fun things to do with your money. Besides what you do. Or I can say, give me 5% of your money so I can pay my alimony, and I can. I can stop like that. It would be nice too. How about that? I was supposed to get rich right now, but it's not happening. So yeah, that would be fun too. But yeah, I think you gave me $30 million to the bank. There's a good chance I would I'd be living in Malibu on a farm, and I'd be raising my own vegetables and animals, and I would cook. And I would hang out with my kids. I think I may never do anything again. I might not. I have a love hate relationship with everything. I am 100% into it because that's my end goal. The vision was always farm. I'm not running the farm. Gentleman farming. Yeah, I'm a gentleman farming too. I might be smoking pipe. You go check on the cows. Yes. You go check on the pig. Yes. Let me know if something's going down. Let me know what we gotta do about it. Yeah, if I'm farming, yes. And again, tons of land. Build some cabins on there so maybe when kids grow up and they come stay here when they want. We got gardens. They're gonna help the yards. My one yard's doing culinary now. That was very low because it should be 21, 24, 26. Yeah. And even comedy. Now, they're all hilarious. Hilarious. The middle one.
So just so you understand, we are really accumulating some fascinating just like carbonic facts along this journey. Right? So we've established in Kakos that when the Torah does not state, when the Torah does not tell us who eats
wherever she was, she reenacts every character she ran into, every scenario. Totally animates it. Don't do this in front of anyone except for us. We sit there.
Kabbalah's have the ability to go into their identity.
But she won't.
We're learning out the idea that it's essential
My 14-year-old will do shit like, I'm in this restaurant outdoor area where I'm waiting for my food. He goes, where are you? I go, I'm in a restaurant. He goes, outside. Well, I'm waiting for my food. You know, there's other people around. And I go, yeah, we're showing everybody's kind of quietly waiting for the food. He goes, this guy touches minors. I'm like, you motherfucker. Like, that's the kind of stuff he does all my life. That's my youngest daughter. My youngest daughter will be in the car. I go, I don't know him. I don't know him. Glorious enough. Funny, man. Like, this we're looking the grocery all my life. We've walked from the grocery store. Walking out of Publix, and she'll go, please following me. Please stop following people. They're storing. That's so it's not funny. It's not funny in this day and age. I look terrible. Yeah, that's my youngest one. She's hilarious. She's funny. So you have I'm on a farm. And I've interrupted flow. No, I'm all into that. Right. There are two sides to it. One is farm, gentleman farmer. Yeah. I'll wear a tweed jacket. I'll read hard covers. And I will smoke cigars. Now, two is, if I didn't have kids, my fantasy is to be a pig, a piano tear in Florence. And I would live as an Italian gentleman. I would take the way I dress very seriously. I would wear yes, I would wear smoking English or Italian shoes. Never see me come to work. Ever. I would wear only suits. If I wasn't in a tie and one button personally during those days of summer, of course, I spent money on myself as a young Marriage, etc. And I would take coffee very seriously. I went to lunch. I would lunch and I would get around the contour. I would immerse myself in the story. And I would watch a great cinema in a straight back chair. In a straight back chair. Not be comfortable enough now. I would have lunches. I would take a step. I would and I would plan my dinners in a very serious fashion. I would also probably have lovers, and I would cook with them, and we would have our guests. It's occasions later to the night. That the most part of my friend. And I have to take you aside by the elbow and say, Jen, I love you so much. We won't be dressing that way here. And I would have you meet with my clothier, slash tailor, and we would have you fitted for some fine summer suits. Linen, please. And I would with open arms greet comfort and joy in the lives that I know you would. Because we would have a salon. Have a salon. At least one twice a month. Bi-monthly salon. Where we would talk about things like Proust. And if we didn't understand Proust, which none of us would, I would probably invite a professor from Florence University to come and speak to us about Proust and the significance of Chopin, or even Dostoevsky in his Italian accent. Swell glorious wine, and all of the wine would be made just there. We drink provincially. If a French and myself. Absolutely. Don't listen to our shit. My tobacco would be aged. I would take my cigars very seriously as well. She says that's how it's worth it. Two questions. One is my desires to live in countries where the one that yes, just to immerse into the natural culture. The other thing is, do you go on those rants often here? Not enough because I don't have an earphone when you're there. Because I want to see that whole rant animated just the way you explained it. See that guy in animation or film version of everything in the voiceover you just did. Yes.
has designated
just
the
film that in the studio.
If you want to actually designate
that's because I love
community
time.
sensitive.
I
This is
love
by
to give
legal
my time.
offerings.
There is a
It also
you
only
drink
applies to the
out of both
individual,
giant
not to couple, and not to any living animal that are for
just
all
so.
couples.
Why is
That means
Asa
that the
golden
deed of no
tints?
shall only
Because
apply
I
to
know the
sacrificial
difference. So
matter
that's
and
why.
does not apply to any
You can have your
backup.
lip tint, which is actually an affront to my eyes. But if we want to get serious about our tea and our coffee, so when you take your time with these things, it's so much fun. I don't like being
Not
too
only that,
coffee. I don't do
anything
that.
that
I
is
don't
brought
like it at all.
together with schlumming
And you know right
also can
away,
become paper, right? And
they
this,
usually
and
oversell themselves
already.
like
So
this
too by
brand
all other
new
carbonos, not only the
coffee
carbon
place
itself
will
become
most
paper, but
likely,
anything brought
once you
along
see
with the
it,
carbon
feel
should
that
also become paper. Incredible.
taste
And
that
that's
you
this
go to shite. Of course,
something
the actual
mean call. Now,
actual
from this Kardashian's
the
good
actual
we'll say again, in the Mishnah,
if you will, is to get your coffee to
taste,
taste. Yes, it smells.
not
Yes.
from this Kardashian's good
Always.
luck.
It's really your research to what is it good for the taking, isn't it? I mean, one has to have the courage to toss a shot.
From this Kardashian's good luck.
If you pull a shot, it's not your liking. That's
And
the way I say it is, if you have two shots of espresso, only way you know it's really
from Kratos.
authentic,
Kratos word is to convey identity through absorption. You might not just put
you are shitting yourself.
he said the same halacha, but instead of saying it by Kratos, he said it by Mincha. The Gemara says, okay,
It's not even meaningful.
this is not government,
Just like my book of proofs, songs of proofs.
because he did that by Mincha and by
Songs
Kratos.
is
Why?
French.
Here, Shmuel,
I used to
Mincha,
actually do.
even
I
though they
used
just
to.
said by Mincha,
I don't know if that's good espresso or not. Yeah.
through absorption.
If I go to a restaurant
Gemara
at
says,
night,
I
yeah,
do
espresso.
Since a Mincha is
Usually,
soft, it goes by its
you
flour.
gotta go
Because it's
this,
soft
gotta go
milk,
that.
as we
And
go
I go,
to
wow,
absorb
that must be
about
real
Kratos in one, made by
espresso.
Kratos,
When do you drink espresso for most Europeans? It's taken very seriously. And they do it during the day, though. Yeah. Well, the morning, you'll see if you're in Naples. In the morning, you see when you go to work. What's great is in Naples, you'll see lines of people, and they'll take an espresso in a tiny glass, and it's about that much espresso. It doesn't cover your entire first knuckle of your index finger, and they might put a little sugar in it, just, and they will have a little conversation, have some words with the barista, and they'll take their coffee, and it's just their coffee. And they might, if they're feeling spicy, they might have a small piece of bread, but chances of it going, they're just going espresso. And then they're off to work. And there is about that. Now, their lunch is going to be something. My uncle, who was 100% Italian, who lived there, he was not entirely legally, he was probably gay. Did not deal with the Brooklyn macho Italians, and went to, never came back, was an actor, a teacher, handsome man. And, mornings were for your espresso. He lived above the Piazza in a penthouse that was owned by the Vatican, so it was rented. Like, always dressed to the nines, in great shape, and the local theater in Rome, played bridge with gay buddies. The lunch was taken with legal seriousness. You had a spread. And by the way, if you're just walking in or driving out, walking in Trattoria in somewhere, they give you the pasta and sauce that they serve the locals. They're going to give you that because you don't know the difference. You don't know the difference, right? But if you do know the difference, everything is considered. That's what I love. The tomatoes are ripe without the vine. My grandfather would never buy tomatoes that were ripe in what's called Sicilian chamber. Fucking what? I want to be able to smell the milk of my potatoes. All that stuff is, there's a whole process. Usually,
think my youngest daughter just said, if she's doing a little like that, I think I'm gonna go live with her. I was kidding. Probably won't come back and let me know I'll buy land. If I'm allowed to buy land, I'll buy land. I won't go to the second. You could write a working offer for what you could get a 4-bedroom house in the freaked me out with the multi-family service. They freaked me out with the so the lockdowns happened the way they did in Italy because so the problem was the first. So remember, in Italy, you never put your elders in a home. You live with your elder, correct? So what we used to here, yes, do the same thing. What happened? Because the Italians are so nonchalant, and they were like, and they had a lot of places where a lot of Chinese, a lot of Russians came, and they were so nonchalant, they were carrying the food back to the first grade was pretty intimidating to oversee. So you had your 90-year-old grandfather. So it is true that the death toll for the elders was, they didn't recover from it because it was the first strand and they were intubating people way too quickly. So so you had that's why you mayors, have you ever seen those mayors of those towns, how they talk to bring up mayors of Italian towns during COVID and how they talk to people about coming on the street because they had to get serious because they just couldn't have that many people die. And this is coming from somebody who's probably way overreacted. You know, but this is interesting because the Italians are known to watch this. This is how someone maybe this is how they tell it. So, by the way, what a Muslim, right? What a Muslim. When you try to center your things, you try to center yourself in the poetry things.
Because they were taking so much. This is not it. This is not it. These guys were literally like, I'll come to your house and punch you. The Italians are so nice. I'll bust your face. But by the way, then you break, yeah, there you go. Italian rich people. It's the festo del popolo. Abbiamo avuto a Napoli dei ponti che vendevano per strada le zeppole di San Giuseppe. Che portavano in omaggio al papà. C'era una zeppole condito adesso se ne sono andati lì da e mandano in ospedale i loro morirono dicevano anche sempre quando si sono venuti quando sono caduto la nave capite ora la forza decisionale sorry guys that's alright I can't even read it. So guys, let's take a break. This ad is about signals. What is signals? Signals is a way for you. It's basically an AI technology that allows you to measure your glucose levels. When you talk about insulin resistance, when you talk about diabetes, when you talk about health, it's all about your glucose levels. When you eat wrong, eat the wrong carbs, your blood sugar rises, leads to a whole host of metabolic problems. But how do you know what works and what doesn't? Well, you don't. You have no idea what is food to their blood sugar. But you'll have no idea like when you eat, what time, and how it makes a difference. Signals is where you actually can monitor your glucose monitor. With AI, how your body responds to foods, you can build habits and help you keep it on and feel what you're doing. It tracks you. It basically signals tracks with nature data and it provides feedback to help you live a longer, healthier life. And everybody's different. Everybody's different. That's why it's so good. It also incorporates exercise, sleepiness, and step tracking. In addition to tracking your glucose, so you get a sense of exactly what's going on and how your body is dealing with it all. And you're not going to be able to do that unless you have something that can monitor it. That's what technology is doing. So get your start fresh. Start with Signos, S-I-G-N-O-S, Signos.nos.com. Get 25% off code FIRE. That's Signos.com. Yeah, Signos.com, code FIRE for 25% off. Start the new year, start with a new routine. And I'm telling you, if you try to put on rest, you'll feel better. And it's easier to stay motivated when you've got something like this to show you how you're keeping your glucose levels down and how your body's responding to the exercise, to the sleep, to the rest you're giving yourself. Signals.
And what area do you have for longer? Only the actual experience of you need not longer the entire body. In other words, if you have that for a little bit, I'm not a super fascinating.
You're welcome.
But anyway,
what were you saying? What were they? They were like, I'll come in your house, I'll punch you in the face, I'll machine cut everybody. Well, they were so mad because Italians don't listen. You're not telling Italians. Like, when I went there, so when you had to have a COVID card to go to Italy, I had to go to Italy during your COVID, and I had to go to Europe. You're not getting in England without the COVID. Italy, check. France is the same. Yeah, whatever. You know, they just don't. There's something about the laugh that goes where they're just like, yeah, it's fine. It's why the Italians in any culture that has to do with paying the fig, they get along. They were great. Any tribal culture that is they did that in Somalia's clans. Italians and Ethiopians, Somalis, well, they built Polynesian. You can't go to Somalia without understanding clan politics. You cannot do it. What they would do is without military, they would pay the big guy out, they pay out this grand, and be like, hey, we got everybody make money, relax. As well, but also what makes us great. It's all about food. It is all about food.
98B second line.
I think the guy was insulted. I was standing Tuscany.
He's very interesting.
Does that make sense? Small city,
And then
that big wall around. Lived there for like 2 weeks. Go in there prepping for the tour of the movie. And I went to college there. Come in. Yes, I'll never forget the first day how crazy the guy thought it was. Because I'm so used to American coffee.
In the first
I
case,
went,
which was the first floor
cappuccino, 4 shots.
Absorption. And then we
Anyway. Quattro. 4 shots.
there's contact but no absorption. So
no,
all these are the in case two,
Quattro.
Ava is there first, which means
Go sleepy.
Ava is
Quattro.
absorbed and contact.
He ended up getting me, but like by the fourth day, I walk in and like, Quattro. And I was ready. If my wife was ready to back it in and stay there, you the rest of my life. No. I already live with you. If I can live in Tanzania, I would. Yeah. What do you like about Tanzania? I love the people. I love the people and I love nature. Yeah. See now,
first gets absorbed.
I thought about this too. Am I going to live in a village?
Let's say you want to point out.
So I got to remember each time I go, I am there on everything. Unlike Italy, I can live in a small town. Even parts of Germany. Like Germany, spent no time in Germany. I've never been to Germany. It's like going to a Hummel. You ever see a little Hummel? Yeah, it's like the Rothschild, real lifestyle Shire, yes. It's much like that. Yeah, cozy as fuck. Yeah, yes, cozy, orderly, very orderly. Yes, you know,
no matter how much sugar one has
we're in a
absorbed,
mess. Well, Americans, I think we're searching for like culture slash. Well, American culture is a pioneer culture. American culture is the culture of what's over there. We're alwaes moving. American culture is relentlessly innovative.
it's very simple.
We are interested, way more interested in abundance and efficiency.
That's a
Whereas there's something about the European mindset that says, hey, things take time and it's worth the time. They might score one in an hour and a half, right? But we need to score it. I need to score.
how much schmutz I've absorbed in my
That's
life.
the chunky mentality, but that's been forced to us. So now we're addicted to it. It's being forced by TikTok, everything's television, 50 channels, 50 channels, social media. And it keeps growing and growing and growing. Everything you can fit on television. Kardashian, she had a thing, and everyone's a billionaire. We gotta show her boobs and her ass. I remember being freaking. I think I was in.
I still have the ability to allow so much.
One of those, either Norway or whatever.
Even before the capturing process,
There was a expansion down the street. Very provocative, and the guy speaks American. So how do you know that? Because they dress like the exact words, like woman of my. Because we don't. If you go to those European, they don't that. Like I was a friend of mine, we were young men, and there was this beautiful Italian gal he was talking to. And he's trying to, he's like, I can't get her to, I'm trying to get her home. I said, hey, bro, you're dealing with that type. Let me explain to you how it works. The courtship ritual. You do not meet a girl in Italy and just take her home. That's not how that shit goes. You want her, you gotta get to know her. You hang out with her friends, your friends. We all spend time together. There is a process. Mexican and Italian, it's all the same. There is a process by which courtship happens. She's not home with you, dude. She just met you. That's definitely not doing it in front of her friend or like their culture. Maybe when she's traveling, I don't know, but for the most part, that's not how dating happens in France. It's not how dating happens in Italy. It's not. There is a process. Things take time. These are settled. Not pioneers, they've settled. It's also a respect for yourself. Look, because you're not, because you're representing your family, you're representing yourself, your talent, you're an extension. Right. You know, it does take. And the more people that go to the places that you're talking about, they always come back and go, wow, they have it right over. Unless you're going on a cruise ship and going on 7 days, get off the bus and go by the jewelry and all that, those tours don't count. You immerse yourself in a different way of living. Which people are they lazy? Well, why do you think people, when you go to Florence in the summer, because everyone's there from all over the world. You can't, literally, it's like being in a crowded nightclub on the street. Isn't it interesting, though, that tiny town is a magnet for everyone, and I'll tell you why. Because it was designed by a king and pope who were pro-human. They were good people. This king and this pope who took into consideration crazy things like how wide should the streets be, wide enough for me to not crowd somebody, but also be able to say hi to somebody I know. Wide enough so that there's everything should move at the pace of how human beings move. They took into consideration human connection. A lot of cities nowadays are scaled for flow and for the automobile. It's not how we live. We love this idea of a community where I know the mailman. I go, what's up, buddy? How you doing? How's everything? You think you can put a price on that? You can't, no. So the architecture, the amount of time it takes to carve those statues out of wait a minute, why was that done? Oh, I know why. Because it's just for no reason. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. What happened? Where's he stop? What happened? That's these big designs, these beautiful buildings. How they go from that to, because Sears Tower, I know how, because also remember that architecture now, somebody builds a house, you know who the architect is. When somebody builds those cathedrals, those chapels, those buildings, they didn't put their name on it because they were building for something else. There was something bigger than you.
cover on the job.
And it's probably something like that.
Right?
It's probably something
again,
that
both sides, just a massive being, again, saying that it's a massive, and it's a patricia. So for regular person, having blood on a garment, ultimately again, it's a patricia. Why? Because I don't want it there. But if I'm a butcher, so apparently butchers are not for the blood on their garment. That doesn't make sense. Well, again, you're a butcher.
because you're trying to get pussy.
You know, up the hot box, kind of like, like this.
Or you want to eat out a lot in a restaurant.
My
problem with acting
shows
for the
up in
longest
the
time for
morning,
me. I
wearing
love stand-up
gloves,
because
and
I just
usually
love the
pajamas.
artistry of it. I love the
Doctor shows
process
up
of
morning,
coming up
and
with
usually
things.
going to work.
The problem with acting is that I go on an audition for a sitcom
So again, there
or
are certain
something.
things
In
which
my
are,
mind,
if
I
it's
wasn't doing it for the art of it because it wasn't inspiring material. I was like, if I get this, yes, I can eat out a lot
but for a
and date
butcher,
really good
that's
looking
kind of
girls
his uniform.
and take
You
a
know,
break.
that's
Kind of like
ultimately,
be
again, that's
relaxed
what he wears.
get some attention. It was like, it was all the wrong reasons. That's all the wrong reasons. So I go in there and I'd be like, of course I was going to get the part. Because I was like, I'm here because I'm here for the wrong reason. I'm here because it's all apathetic. I'm here because I want the spoil support. Honestly, dude, I find I love acting so much, and I work so hard at it. And I had so fun and so much fun. So that was awesome acting. But
for some of these industries,
part of it
that's
is like the process
wearing it on your garment also
is
reminds the people
a page a day. You're sitting around. I have a very hard time with that. I'm missing my kids. I'm in a weekend of 5:30 in the morning. I find it to be, and I hate saying that. It's just tough. It's a long day. It's feeling this. This is the first time in my life in probably 30 years since the 90s where I go, you know what? If it was a really chasing, no. Yeah, now my kids are older. Yeah. Let's sit here and really take care of them. You know, do it. But for the longest time, for the right reasons you talked about, my kids are young. They were really little. They were like, you need to move to LA. I was going to raise my kids in LA. Well, you need to do this. Well, like, I'm not doing it. I'll tell you. Parents got older. That life stuff is your wants. That's it. You know, your one shot. You feel me like that. So, but this is the first time. If something comes along, because grandkids are around, like, you know, if it's something that I feel is strong inside for right now, this one, you have a good idea for me. What's up?
You have a guy
who wrote it. You want me to tell you what I did? This is kind of sounds true. Again, this is some people. Your listeners are gonna be like,
so again, he's a butcher and he sells
we wrote it.
so
Script's done.
technically speaking, both of these things on normal tab on his book.
Now there was an instinct the whole time.
Says,
Do I want
copy,
to stir up these nests? And
so what's the
some of the children too are still very close with us. Okay, very close. Yeah. Including, got it. Okay. So my wife was the first one. Goes, I want to read this. And do you think this is a smart idea? Out of all the things you could put to this, is this a smart idea? So, yeah, but maybe I won't read it, and this will be you. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. You've been
such a
monster. Yeah, that you so. I can play with it. You know what? I should call the director about that because maybe I just don't be in it. Because I don't have to be in it. I can it's a story of me. Yeah. Because I know you said all my life, all my kids' lives, I went. There was a time I closed that off. Pull that. I take your face. Your eyes lock into a character. Like, I can do all this. I've had a couple of directors say, you need to play bad guys. Bad guys need to play. But this is a bad guy, but also has funny traits. Bad guys don't think they're bad. That's why he's so damn bad. Tony Montana. You play somebody trying to get into the bad guy. You play a couple ways of one. If you're playing a bad guy. If you're playing
person
if you're
is
playing
not
somebody,
the same blood,
a guy who interrogates you and tortures you, the play 1984,
and when it validates
where
Tima,
he's
so the
got to get
butcher
the
would
answer
not
right.
be
Otherwise, I have to put the rat cage on your head.
one person is
Now,
a
the
butcher
reason I
and
get
a
that
salesman,
is
and he has blood and is that chatzitza? You know, these are the take of us.
I'm right.
Dan Campos, was a stop
And
today.
I don't want to do this.
Mazel tov,
I don't. But I don't. And so I'm hoping you go.
I don't
want to get my hands dirty. This is, and you play it almost like you play it like a doctor with good bedside manner. Everyone wins here. And I know you have good excuses, and I know there's a reason you don't want to talk. And I'd be the same way. Yeah, without a doubt. But here we are. Here we are. So you play it like that, or you play it like a guy like Tony Montana, who says to himself, I'm not a bad guy. I'm just a realist in a bad world. Right. And so the difference between me and a good man is I take shortcuts the good man doesn't have the balls to take. Hey, everybody's a piece of shit. It's just good people don't have the balls. You fuck with me, and I'm going to teach you the laws of nature, because I live in the laws of nature. I live in the jungle. That's the other way to justify it.
No, that's a good one. The reason why I know there was when I was talking to my daughter about this. It's also because you encountered emotions that you may not have experienced physically, but you have put yourself there. I have too. You gotta be able to think like that. You know what? You ever think like that? I'll give you for instance. There was one scene in there where I insisted I have to. I want to show how they brought this good moral guy to the stage where he's willing to go as far and dark as possible. And I wanted an imaginary scene of him tormenting people. Because I did it multiple times in my head. I captured him, and this was not a fun time for him. But now he's going to pay for what he put me through. Years ago, she was very angry with my wife's teenager. I'm like, Dad, you want to hear the music that I listen to when I'm angry? Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know where she got it. Because also, I'm not so kids going out there. So she played up, oh, you want to hear my music? When I think of how I want and what I want to do to so-and-so, never forget it. I play the song. I think it's like 5 finger death punch. It's like, click, click, boom. Low, low. It's the whole, it's so dark. And I just remember my daughter going, oh my God, Daddy's dark.
Is that considered ultimately
That's great to bring into a film. That's great to bring into we look at the lyrics. A lot of times you're on the fiercest warriors. I know I think drummer of Five Finger Death Punch, or guitarist, great guy. But it's a difference. A lot of times the best warriors are the ones that can love the hardest. They're the people I know who are the scariest, are the ones that love hard. And when somebody can love hard, and they really love hard, they hate just as hard. So you take a guy who loves his family a lot, and if there's a threat to that family, my favorite is bring up Tim Kennedy on Joe Rogan. I'll wear your skin. Damn, yeah, Tim Kennedy, Green Beret.
but also like a high-level MMA fighter, and just so good at violence, and did a lot of stuff after that. Did a lot of stuff which I can't talk about, but just listen to him. Yeah.
That at the end of the day, the official below the law, which means again, cooking without any absorption. If you think that's halacha l'maisa, that is not problematic, but ultimately the other shacharas. You should make the oven of the base and the dish. Now the first thing because again, the most like the purpose, the assumption is that the food is created in that oven, sacrificial meat. Sacrificial meat will not be seen on the level of the stick. In which case, the official below the law, cooking without absorption, and if that's not a problem, then you have everything that Christians is really up.
There are men out there that are so good at violence. I've tried to do jiu-jitsu with him and stuff like that, and it's so embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Like there are men that can do anything they want to.
What's the part that's offered up on the
that is true, but it's also
everything else belongs
probably
so
what they came from. It's where they saw something. It's also that they're physically like, I'm a bonobo, and they're a fucking silverback. I'm a bonobo who wants to swill wine, eat good food, and love. And there are some people who know that there's nothing wrong with it. But then you've got the chimps. You've got those chimps that understand the world as a thing. They're in the mix. Like when barbarians are in the game, the Spartans are active. The Spartans are like kill at distance. No, I want to smell it. You know, there's those to the men, they just go. They're built for just, you know, those guys are, and they just run into the fray. Not me. I'm the one on the wall with a long gun. Just I'll pick them off from here.
When was the last time you lost your cool? The reason I say that is because I feel like I'm very balanced. God, I know that. When I thought it was gone, it happened. Yes. I lost my clothes recently. It was about a year ago, maybe 6 months. A friend of mine for a long time telling me he can't be friends anymore because I support Trump. And I called him and I said, don't say I support. You know anything about my politics. And also, there are some things that I support, and there are other things I don't. And I'm a complicated person. Don't paint me as far right like I does all that shit. Don't tell me I'm this Jake Wayne. No, I'm not. I'm an amalgam of things. Ask me what subject. What subject? You know, I'm pretty damn in the middle. And probably left over here, right? For reasons that overall I want the world to be a better place. So no, I'm not a loyalist to any team. I'm not all in over here at all. But boy, when you say something like, I don't think children should be allowed to transition. Because they're brain developed, or you say you're far right. Yes, there's always most well-designed stuff. Yeah, so I got really mad at him for questioning that I wasn't turning my best to be a fair person. And you just want to take literally a 40 and throw it out the window. Because you think because I posted some things or you saw me saying something that more conservative. The Old Breakfast Podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose to implant this podcast, a smart choice, Progressive helps. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices by offering a tool, auto-loan exclusion, that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies so you save time on the research. Because you're saving when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available for all states or situations. Prices vary on how you buy. If you guys want auto parts, O'Reilly Auto Parts is the place to go. They're in the business of keeping your car on the road. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need second to none for the maintenance and repair of your car. Alright? They've got thousands of parts and accessories in stock either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're at a jam.
The team in O'Reilly Auto Parts can test your battery for free in or out of your car if you even need to replace it to be replaced. They'll help you find just the right battery for your vehicle. You need your windshield wipers replaced, a brake pipe fix, or a quick service. They'll help you find the right part and point you to the nearest local repair shop to help with your car aficionado or auto novice. You'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, and mental friendly. Professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. 5 store, laundry, shop, comfort, O'Reilly Auto Parts. I consider those casualties of these, casualties of the war that world vehicle mind control or spiritual, that's how I define it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of casualties. And listen, I was one of them too. I was trying to figure everything out. I'm not I don't believe in any government. I'm at that point. I was there. And then the first time Trump came around, a lot of my friends were like, oh, he's different. Definitely got my attention. Then came the next madness that made me foam at the mouth, hungry, tell me to get vaccinated, you need me to get vaccinated, you're condemning me for not on every front, you're whatever, it was censored, it was gender, there's a lot of things going on. And until recently, now I got in my opinion, like, okay, it is all one team. We really, it's all just, okay, get them, here's over here, do the ice first and no ice. Because the ice team will think they're the good guys, and the non-ice team will think they're the good guys. And this fight will continue on. We'll continue. So true. That is, here comes the list. Show for me, it's just I like anything. You're talking about the beginning with the commercial. This is no different. Like, what should we get them running around in circles for? Well, we could headphones. Well, I'll take all this. You look over there. Digital ID. They're running everything. Those people over there. Those half-nots are running everything. What do you mean I can't system? Yeah, I like it too. Like I spit about, I want to be a big guy, shower water. I can put my friends on my shoulders against the bucket. That's how you just assert your dominance. You go on my shoulders. I don't want you to be doing it. And you come on your shoulders. It's like, you know how you're on a big guy's shoulders and he's got your ankles and you can't get off. It's like, then he makes you fight another man on a big guy's shoulders. Like in the pool. It's like you're fighting that guy's like, I don't want to, you're doing it. You're doing it now. And you're like, oh, sorry, I gotta do this. It's like, as Americans, I feel like we're both on teams. We're both on some bigger guy's shoulders. And you have to fight the other guy. I can't sit in the wall with nuance. I gotta be like, you believe in global warming? You think it's a hoax? Guns are for fucking, guns are the best. Guns are for not spite. And I can't be a little, can we have a discussion? Can we talk about like being kind of in the sense of a little, no. Well, I get clicks that way, fucker. And I think that's a well-designed infiltrated plan. I mean, are you kidding? Yeah, just well, find conflict, just 100%. Yeah, it has to be divided. We're the country that has to be divided. The unfortunate part is that everyone trusts all the leaders. You trust the leader no matter what. They sound amazing. They certainly told us the things we wanted to
So
hear.
oven, and then earthenware oven,
Like I live in
where is
Florida.
the utensil? The
And
fire
I came out with this
inside.
whole,
There'll
there'll be no
no
more spraying chemicals in the sky, and when it's federal offense, and you'll be arrested, and come on, everything. It's just
Legalize and turn into a haze, and then it's good area,
Says
and
that you
they
can't
give
go
people
ahead and
their
touch the
contrails, you moron. That's why your careers are the good.
utensil.
And
Which
okay,
is the fire gonna go?
whatever,
Outside
they're
of the
all
fleet,
just
that's your
showmen.
thing. So much about this before we go.
They're showmen.
What a
We're
ridiculously
all
amazing
con.
results.
We're all con.
Right?
Think of how much
It's
tax
pretty
we
much
pay.
capture
Did we fight to not pay
as long as
tax?
it's as long as
It's
the fire
all con job. And we fall.
the
You
fire
know
is
what blew
on
my
the
mind?
You can
Going to
even
places
go
like
out and wear defense,
where
right?
you hear the
Remember,
guy go,
everything
well, you
absorbs
know, we have issues with China because they're buying everything up and they don't use our people. How $1 million?
fire is on the inside.
Then you see, then I was in
right?
Belize.
But the fire is something
My friends in
external. Fire
Belize.
is not something
I
that's a
love
part of you.
Belize.
Then the
My
truth
friends
is,
were
there
there,
are fewer
and
things that you have the
where
ability
they
to touch.
lived,
And if you really put
the roads only went about.
work
They
on
live on a
yourself on it.
peninsula,
So
so the
even
roads
not just
only
to
went
make
maybe
external
10 miles, and it
cosmetic changes in
was.
your life,
Yeah,
you
you need
really
four
do
wheel.
that.
I just went back recently,
Inside yourself,
and they
and
built the
make
roads
that
for miles and
fire
miles and miles
inside
into the jungles and everything, and they started this whole infrastructure.
pressure absolutely
And they were building
incredible.
sidewalks where he lives. America sent whatever
Now they have separation.
but they had to spend.
Why not go ahead? Why not go ahead? Why not go ahead and then even
That's when I
put
started
pencils on FaceTime? Why
realizing,
not go ahead and ignite the fire on the
are we the ones working for the whole world? These guys keep us
concerned
conning and fighting each other while they contact the paycheck, and they're investing and hiding money everywhere. Even doing it in Belize, they're doing Lukuch in Africa, and sending it to whatever, my country or whoever's fighting. How much?
we're concerned that if you put that
Well, a lot of
fire on
times,
the inside,
time and money, so
you're not going to
like by the time it's all bullshit, it's also going to hire American companies to politicians like insurances or that's all we do. You're going to get one of the American companies build those weapons. Like, so it's like, hey, we'll make all money that goes back in the economy. That's why it's fun. But that sort of drives me nuts again. I took clip out this week. I get why they made George to kill Barbara Lisa said,
right? But so they
and people can't wrap their head. They need government.
So now I don't understand. At the end of the day, it was actually pretty dramatic. Why? Because halacha l'maisa,
And it's a tough thing to really think about.
is that you
But you
can
talk
touch your
about
earthenware.
Somalia,
You can touch your earthenware.
come
Like,
from villages,
how do you touch your
tribes.
earthenware as long as the fire is on
When we
the
were growing
inside?
up, you had neighborhoods, you
So
could
if
never
that's the
look
case,
after
this
each other.
entire time, remember, what
This
have we been
is-
dealing with? So we've been
This has
discussing
turned
this
into
that
something
when we
completely
do
different.
utensil,
It's an
what do
empowerment
you have to do?
control, and it's an
Break it, right? Because
overpowering
you can have
theft.
objections. So now the
They're
Gemara says, I don't
taking,
understand.
they're
Why
taking
you
you
have to break
while
it?
they're still
Why not
entertaining
go
you.
ahead?
Why
Why
you
not
think
go ahead
Muslims
and
take
instead
over?
just
Why
put it
you
back
think
in a kill, right? Fire
transitioning
it back up
going
there
on
again.
here
Okay,
and the
touch your
ISIS?
earthenware, number
It's
one.
all,
And
in my
as long as
opinion,
the fire is on the
well
inside, we're good to go.
designed.
So if that's the case,
Sometimes now, ideas can develop. Ideas can become a part of virus. Like ideas can get into the minds of people, and they somehow figure you can create a simplicity with the right packaging. Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I mean, all that money, like the, like, oh, we're gonna go bomb Iran, whatever they're yelling about, whoever the boogeymen are.
to go ahead and take care of it. Right?
Think if we spend that much time
and essentially requires us to learn us
television, through media, through
create just like
how
the
to
way
take care of one another,
like in Yerushalayim, you see a piece
and
of
how to
garbage
build
on
things for the
the
better
ground.
rather than defense. Not a sexy. Look, Joe, I'll tell you.
You never had a chance. You're right, but I don't have a chance. Since I think the owners of all that are the demons. If you want to make it that sexy moral, listen, the enemy's never that sexy. The enemy's usually the enemy. Like if you really wanted to save lives, you'd spend a whole lot of your time not on stopping racism, but actually on combating diabetes. Now that's not sexy. Tackling heavy-set Americans and shrinking their pancreas. But if you had a horror movie where your favorite character was instead of killing Nazis, was like, this insulin resistance in America and Canada, these people are eating too much. Why are you watching that movie? So some of it's just not as sexy. Some of it's like, it's like what Tom Ford was talking about the civil rights movement. Yeah, Martin Luther King and he was an amazing speaker, and we cite him a lot. But the difference is, the actual difference is, when you look at difference on the ground for average people or people of color, it wasn't the speeches, it was the shit behind the scenes, like it's
Well, look who the fuck just decides to stroll in. Well, first and foremost, how's Yellow?
Good. We're chilling.
Fucking, you're really pissing me off. You documentary with me last week. Jay, you're during that. I'm in 10 minutes, warn you about your project, and here you are, TF dog.
Yeah,
all right, well, shit. All right, so this is what I wanted to tell you. And we foresaw this, but we've discussed, okay, you're going to have a cryptocurrency. Are you going to have an NFT project with it? And you have said, no, I don't want to do that. And I understand that. I kind of felt the same way. But I just, I know about a project that had the opposite thing happen. They're an NFT project. And basically, they're going for a world record, actually 7 world records, and they have all this art. And they do murals, actually, 5,000 square foot mural. They're trying to do like the largest mural in the world. At least like.
Yeah, I've heard about that on Thursday.
All right. Well, they're doing what they can to get these NFTs together, and somebody just took all of their IP and just kept creating cryptocurrencies with it and being the project. And it gave that mural project a really bad reputation. And now its founder has to go into all kinds of spaces and like basically say, this isn't our project. So don't think this is a bad reflection on what we're doing. And in the same way for you, if you have the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, which is great, and somebody just is like, hey, we're going to just make NFTs on your behalf, then you're going to basically run into the same issue. So what I'm saying to you is you should perhaps do both, just to be able to control it. All right, now you ready for the funniest dirty joke you've ever heard?
Sure.
Are you sure you're ready for it?
Oh, yeah, all right.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, Riser, this is the funniest dirty joke you've ever heard in your entire life. You ready?
Okay.
I was eating out my grandma and then tasted horse cum. Then I thought, must have died.
That was it.
No, how is that the funniest fucking dirty joke you've ever heard?
Line sucks.
No. The punchline is amazing. The punchline is amazing. I was eating out my grandma, which is disgusting. It's incestuous, disgusting. Then tasted horse, which is like, it's sick that you horse cum, but also why is that horse cum in your grandma's vagina? Then I thought that's how she must have died, which realized that a horse fucked her to death and you eating her dead body. How is that not a fucking hilarious punchline?
We'll see what happens a lot of times. A lot of times in life, my grades.
Dog, it's five jokes. It's 5 jokes. It's
I don't know how.
lines. I mean, it just doesn't get any more packed with jokes than that.
Who says, just bring it to me.
We'll go.
What are all 5 jokes?
Okay, I was eating out my grandma. That is a joke. Like, who? That's disgusting. Then tasted horse cum. That's a second joke because you just ate cum. But then also, a third joke in that is that there's horse cum in your grandma's vagina. So that's 3 jokes thus far. Do we agree on that?
Don't worry. I'll swallow them up. I'll take care of your shards. Like, just put your shard down.
Okay.
Then I thought, that's how she must have died, which is yet another 2 jokes. The fact that the horse killed the grandma is one of the jokes, and then so that's 4 jokes. And the 5th joke is that you are eating out a dead woman. That's the 5th joke. It's fucking hilarious.
But I'm ready to start again.
What up, Pam? Zoot, did you know that you have, is it 2 days until Raw Comedy? Okay, and what's your stand-up routine gonna be? Let's hear it. All right, I've got time, baby. Why not?
So the Gemara says. So what about that? So
okay, what if I think it's really funny? That's because I think shit is funny. I eat, breathe, and shit comedy. So let's hear what you got. Dog, I'm watching two comedians. I'm watching 2 comedians. I'm watching 2 comedians right now.
Serious question.
Go for it, baby.
That oven was made out of.
How do you get rid of illegal content? It's good that people are going after like people doing it, but how do you just get rid of it altogether? Like,
At least in
how do you
the
get rid of people being
at least in the United States, usually if something's illegal, then there is going to be some kind of legal case regarding it. And then what you do is you have a court order sent to whatever website is hosting it, saying that they need to remove this from their servers.
the issue right now is like there's 2 issues. You got encrypted out. So people can't do that. You got stuff that people are uploading. How do you get rid of that?
I mean, they can take down the dark web stuff if it's hosted in the country where the court orders.
You can't make a service utensil out of earthenware. So isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
So we got started the city.
Why?
Like,
You asked me the most
Functional utensil.
fucked up questions. I mean, what is it on the internet that is so disturbing to you that you want to take down?
And because it's a cliche, so you can't
I don't want people. I don't want women and children and people to be abused anymore. Surely you can use artificial intelligence to get rid of that before someone even posts it.
All right, but I mean, what's abuse? What if it's a National Geographic of a woman and child, and that's posted on the internet, it doesn't have sexual connotations to it. Should that be on the internet?
And therefore, again, the oven itself has to be. Whereas Rabbi Yitzchak, probably leave the oven like this, maybe
Basically, what I'm asking you is National Geographic a pornographic publication? Well, they put in there naked children and naked ladies and naked men.
If people are getting gratification from watching that, they should be watching. So yeah, they should probably, if people are getting gratification from that, they should get rid of it.
So you don't think they should have National Geographic anymore?
They can have National Geographic, so that's avoiding.
They can have National Geographic. How is it exploiting them? They're like in a village in remote Amazonia, and some photographer comes and takes pictures of them.
They can blur out those images.
But that goes against the idea that it's like people in the in their natural state.
Yeah, but they can blur out those images.
I mean, do you think they should Michelangelo's statue of
He's an adult, so not.
No, he's not.
How old is he?
Well, I mean, the version of Michelangelo's David looks to be adult, but in the biblical story, his age differ depending on what tradition you have. So there's, if you're talking about when he saved Goliath, he's many times spoke as a boy. And so anywhere between 13 and 19 years old. So the Bible doesn't specifically say, but it does say that he is a boy.
But it's different when you have fictional characters.
I mean, within my religion, we don't see as a fictional character.
This is often like a metaphor.
He's not a fictional character.
He was a king of Israel. He was the second. Well, it's one of, if not our greatest patriarch king.
And he slayed a giant.
That's correct. That's a great question as well.
I'll tell you why I left your share, right? Running by Kama's share.
I can say something.
What happens when you answer with logic?
I can say something actually being that's honest. I'm nice, so I don't think that story. Maybe that story is true. Maybe that Goliath is true.
Nothing more to talk about. That she says, keep
Okay.
Maybe there are some elements that are exaggerated, like every historic story.
Ultimately, again, with the statement of Atana. And therefore,
Sure. But I mean, according to
Do you think there's anything within your opinion that it was just like exaggerated by the people who are writing it?
oh yeah, most certainly. So at least within Goliath's type might be exaggerated perhaps he might have been argued that he's 9 feet 9 inches tall. However, he's if I recall correctly, 4 cubits tall, which is something like 6'9". So, there's an argument to be made that he was very tall for the time. But yeah, a lot of things are over exaggerated, or just people who wrote it did not have a way to really describe things, so they did their best. That's just part of any ancient text, so just the Bible. But with that being said, getting back to you, Zoo, give us your 5-minute pitch, dog.
Means kashering, shtif means washing. So let's listen to this.
Zoo, you're not going to want to hear it. My biggest critique to you is real. It's the fact that you're enough. If you look at any comedian, they rehearse constantly. They work on their economy. You think you can go up there and be funny, and you and you stumble, and that's impressive audience.
Do you just say that Marika and Shtipa has to be done in the part of
Have you
because Marika and Shtipa has to be done in the entire. So we'll say
have you watched Deli Boy?
You go ahead.
Deli Boy?
Using the clear angle.
You want to watch Deli Boy?
Is it about an Indian guy?
On the bottom is being used
Yeah.
for the carbonic
Isn't it? It's an Indian guy that lives in Australia that went on more comedy and is fucking funny as fucking. I've seen him live multiple times. He comes in. He comes into
So now
he's probably one of the funniest comedians there. But the time I saw him, and kind of the next time I saw him, it was funny.
Yeah, perhaps. Did you know that there was a woman from Australia on Kill Tony yesterday?
What city?
Alice Springs.
That's a show.
And her mom's a very famous comedian as well.
So, I
don't know, but she's a pretty famous comedian, according to what they were saying. But yeah. Yeah. They have more people who are on Kill Tony know it because you don't want to confuse your own comedy with Kill Tony, and Reiser doesn't watch it because Reiser's not a true William Montgomery fan. True William Montgomery fans watch his art. Reiser, why don't you watch William Montgomery anymore on Kill Tony?
So here it is, right? I think utensil should be no different.
Yeah, but on Deli
Zoo, put it on.
In the same way,
But wait, Zoo, why aren't you, before you put on Deli Boy, and we'll watch that, why don't you do your 5 minutes? Okay, well, you get Deli Boy go. Don't leave, either of you. I have to update my device because Google sucks. It'll take 1 minute for me to update my device. and I don't want either of you to leave.
There's no,
Raj, are you excited for Deli Boy?
That means like expand, right? Where it lands
Is it on?
and that's it.
Can't
On the
wait.
other hand, when you cook any utensil, the whole cup of utensils that what?
Did you say?
There's
Are
absorption.
you
And what
spinning it?
with absorptions in the utensil, what happens?
Did you?
They spread. They spread.
You don't have
it's
to
a
bring it in
cute
the
comparison, but it's not really a good comparison. Furthermore, the old
Is it streaming right now?
You have to share your screen, Doug.
It was.
There's a brace. What does the
Yeah.
brace? There's a chumrah. There's a stringency that has a means the halachas of when the garment gets stained official blood. There's a chumrah that has over Marika.
Okay. Is it streaming now?
So, what are you referring to as well?
No.
What are you referring
No,
to?
did you share your screen?
Right? Because again, we were suggesting
Go.
what kibbutz is
Oh, there you go.
clothing. Ultimately, again,
Right, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, again, is to kelim. So therefore, the Gemara says there's a chumrah that has a mukifa, and a chumrah that Marika has over Hazah.
Is this a movie or TV show? What is it?
The chumrah of Hazah is shazah yeshna the yeshna with Mizrika. So the chumrah of Hazah of kibbutz is also again. What does kibbutz apply to? Kibbutz only applies to chatos. Doesn't apply to anything else. So the chumrah number one that has over. That has over. Kibbutz has over is that it applies to both inner chatos and outer chatos, and ultimately again only applies before zrika, right? Before zrika, because the post zrika blood gets on clothing. We saw yesterday there's no din of zrika.
Like, not that well. Can you turn it up?
That gets mixed in, ultimately again is going to be subject to Marika Shtipa. The whole Shtipa, what's called Shtipa? Shamrika Shtipa, no, I guess, Bain the Kachik, and Bain the Kachin Kavan. Shtipa applies to all Kabbalah. Kachin Kadashin, Kachin, doesn't matter. On the other hand, it will say, remember, so it only applies to what? To Chatas. To Chatas, truly inner Chatas, outer Chatas, because only Kachin Kadashin. You should the mix us exactly. Furthermore, if you cooked in part of a kli. Something Gemara says, "Tal Marika Shtifa Polakli, Masha Ekin Daza." Furthermore, here it is. That's it. Right. Furthermore, again, when it comes to Marika Shtifa, even if only cooked in part of a kli, which part of the kli requires Marika Shtifa? Which part of the kli? The whole kli. And we'll say, ultimately, again, which is not the same thing as kibbutz. Because by kibbutz, where you have a stance, what part of the garment do you wonder? Only the garment with the stain.
Did it freeze? It froze for me too. That first joke was funny though.
It turns out the bottom line of the Gemara is halacha l'maisa. Kibbutz, you only have to wander the part of the kli ultimately again that has the stain. But by Marika Shtifa, even if for argument's sake only has sacrificial matter on part of the right, you're holding the kli at an angle, so it's clear. The carbonic matter only touched one part of the kli. Halacha l'maisa, you require Marika Shtifa on the entire kli. So the Gemara says,
can you hear us?
What's the logic behind that? In the clean of Hushas Hushala, because also the pasuk says, and if you will cook carbonic matter in a clean of Hushas, right, in a copy utensil,
Can you hear us?
It doesn't say the whole utensil. If any act of bishul occurs in the utensil, and by the way, when we say bishul, what does it include? Bishul could include either actual cooking or pouring something hot into it. You have to actually do that. I will say that is halacha l'maisa. Anytime you have sacrificial matter in a particular utensil, halacha l'maisa again even if it only comes in contact with part of the utensil, you must do Marik and Shkifa on the entire bit.
Riser, can you hear me?
As opposed
Riser.
to when it is a step
Riser. Riser. Riser.
Yeah.
Wait, so are you going to do an yeah, what else? Are you going to do an NFT?
We'll get this in our session tomorrow. So just a short idea. So as the parsha begins with
We can probably absorb other people's ideas.
We're familiar with the story.
Okay, how could you do that?
To one pasuk. The power has the first dream.
Same way we absorb their they can migrate.
Yeah, but we're going to do if I just, not me personally, but like just anybody out there, like, hey, we're the official goat coin NFT. Our NFT. And then a bunch of people buy it, and then they rug that project. It's going to look badly on you. So the way you beat a punch.
Why are they just going to shill it from their own Twitter?
That's what people do.
Why would anyone buy it? It's not from the
Well, I mean, they just
I
put.
mean, that one, it sounds like they're stealing that mural.
No, they weren't stealing the mural. What they did was they just took their, like, all the stuff off of their social media and made alternate social media with it, and then rugged a coin, and then rugged it again, and then rugged it again. And they rugged it like 7 times.
Wow.
Yeah, and
after the first 2 times, they didn't make an announcement.
Well, no, the coin did, but it's like on Pump Fund, like Pump Fund is disjointed from Twitter. So people just hop in on Pump Fund and they're like, oh, this sounds like a really cool project. And then they get rubbed. The guy did make a post on Twitter, but that doesn't go to Pump Fund necessarily.
Yeah, and you can probably add like the official Twitter link and voting verification, I'd assume.
Hold on. No, there is no verification. No, all you have to do is just create an X account that has all their fan shit on it, like what their account looks like, and then put that handle in there. You don't even have to do that though. You can put any link in there. The thing is, when you
like you could link their official Twitter account as well.
Oh yeah, you definitely. Oh yeah, but if they did that and there's the pinned post that says "Do not buy this coin; it's not associated with the project," that might throw people off. So what they do instead is they just create alternate, like they could, if they wanted to, just create another website that has all that, the rules and all that other shit on it, and then people will go to it and look at the project and say, wow, this is really cool, doing all kinds of neat stuff, and then they get rugged. That's how they rug 7 different coins.
Like 2 minutes later,
Did I cut out?
Oh,
look, cut out.
5 minutes.
But that would be the wrong.
I just watched
Well, we were yelling for you, but you left.
And our entire and use them as a fuel.
All right, I mean, he's pretty funny, but what I want to hear is your 5-minute set.
Those allow the dramatic and beautiful
How do you know Deli Boy's funny?
I saw the first joke he had, and it was funny. He said, "Getting on a train is something like getting on a train in India is unlike anywhere else in the world. Usually, you choose what train you're going to get on in other countries, but in India, the platform chooses what train you're going to get on." That's a funny joke. He said it's the most democratic way of transportation in the world, or something like that. And at least for me, then it's
Here, Zood, how about you do Jelly Boy's material for us?
just don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. I'll time you, but I have to use the restroom. Yeah.
Yeah.
You like
Good morning. Let us begin to give thanks all of our
As a brand, yeah.
Would you play something like that? Would you rather play Sonic the Hedgehog for eternity with God, with an autistic God, or would you rather play basketball with a God with Down syndrome and a grilled cheese all day for eternity?
Oh, I get grilled cheese, but I don't get grilled cheese in the other one.
You like literally have to like sit down with God for eternity and play Sonic the Hedgehog.
Basketball also for me.
Basketball is not eternity. No, yeah, the Bible is not eternity. You get to play basketball and you hug every time you beat the guy syndrome. And yeah, you beat him, which is going to be pretty regularly because he has that syndrome. And eat grilled cheese every day, all day, every day. Which one are you choosing?
Wouldn't you get better at basketball eventually? Playing like every day, constantly, 24 hours a day.
No, but he had Down syndrome.
Yeah, he could still get pretty good.
Like he has like really bad Down syndrome, like severe Down syndrome.
As opposed to good Down syndrome.
95B, and we talked yesterday.
Just the spectrum to Down syndrome.
What is the status of what we call?
That never has crossed my mind.
What's the status of?
Doesn't never cross your mind, but there's some people.
Absorption in that.
Like even there's a hierarchy in that world as well.
Do we consider that that's problematic, or do we assume that's some type of
There's rulers.
Again, remember the charismatic case that you was using law.
Yeah, I take the grilled cheese option. Option doesn't have grilled cheese.
all right. So I'm ready.
Do I get to ask God like any question or like answer?
But there's no Birua, there's no absorption.
Or just playing on it? Focused on Sonic and answer my question.
It's really autistic. He's just like he knows the answers to everything because he created the universe. He knows every answer, but he's like really autistic. He just doesn't answer your question.
All right, so we're ready to hear your 5-minute set. Are you ready for me to time you?
No.
Okay, well, when you let us know when you're ready. So come on, man. You've got to practice this.
You gotta critique my shit. That's not funny.
Zoo,
When it actually,
Zoo, what if I tell you this? I will critique it. I'll just time it. I just want to hear it.
okay.
But let me say this before you start. If it is funny, you got to let me tell you that it's funny. Okay.
Probably not.
Okay. That's why you got to practice. That's why we're here. But we're an audience for you. Okay, Zoot, I'm going to start when you start speaking. So go.
So, let me just do this last bit. Right, this is my opening.
Go ahead.
So, RFK Jr. said that RFK Jr. autism would be able to play, go on dates, play basketball, assisted or unassisted, or write a poem. That just sounds like a politician exists as mind as his uncle when he finds out he's got it.
To the oven, when I say have to use metal, because if you were to use
Rabbi, that's
Yeah.
my first bit.
That's a good joke, man.
where then you would go and then again you have
You get it?
oven.
Yeah, dude, is mine blown? Jonathan?
Okay, I'll give it some of that.
Let's not open up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I just can't, Rabbi. I can't fucking present you to an audience the other night. It was fucking rough. Like the smaller your audience is, the harder the shit gets.
That's true. As a comedian, they do say that. But Zoot,
Nah, you gotta just stand. Just doesn't matter the size.
no, it does. It does. A big one's easier.
You're gonna expect that there's not gonna be as many laughs. It's like
There's 130 people turn on.
So Zoot, if I had to give you any advice, you just have to practice it. You need to have your words down. That material is
don't stumble the words like just do it like 5 times.
exactly.
It's like fucking bad. Yeah.
But Zoot, it's not a bad joke, and there's some creativity to it. I would almost have you have your set down without messing it up. Then it'd be exceptionally funny. Like they're hand in hand. You can't up. You have to have your words correct. You can't say fucking it, and you have to material. You did say fuck. You did say fuck. You said.
Yeah, you're allowed to say fuck. You're allowed to say fuck 3 times.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, you didn't like part of a line. You said it like you messed up, and they're already gonna like basically not like that.
Okay. And then I got,
because we're talking about
I think I'm gonna end up,
this is not
like,
like
I think I'm gonna end up, like,
they were smearing it on. Except you turn this on a not just
yeah, I'm gonna kill it.
No, you're not. Not if you don't practice it.
Why? Because you want to say interestingly enough. Well, actually,
Zoot, I'm telling you, if you just told that joke just now, just like you did, even though it may be funny, it doesn't sound like it's rehearsed. It also doesn't sound like it's coming naturally from you. It to me sounds like somebody who isn't trying that and that takes away my focus from your actual material, which is somewhat funny, to thinking that this person is just an amateur.
Inflation bread. You can't make inflation bread.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back.
Zoot,
I'm gonna go.
Zoot, here to hear it. Do it again. Here to listen. Let's hear it.
So, okay.
Let me do a little thing. Don't fuck it up.
The RFK Jr. said that children with autism will never be able to play baseball, write a poem, use the toilet unassisted. Sorry, I gotta start again. So RFK Jr. said that kids with autism will never be able to play baseball, use the toilet unassisted, or write a poem, or graduate high school. To be honest, that sounds like every politician. He's gonna be as mind-blowing as his uncle when he's got it.
So it can work. But again, in a general sense, you can't make bread milk.
Okay.
So therefore, watch this
Not bad. And it was better after you got out all the ums and got to restart and stuff. But the punchline isn't that strong because you say that finds out that he has it. It is. So I think if you reinvest that, his mind is going to be blown when he finds that he is diagnosed with autism. Then I know what you're talking. What it is. Does that make sense, Dude?
Yeah, his mind is going to be more blind. His uncle finds out he's got it. My phone's on my
Zoot, you don't have to go. You and I both know that you know how to use a charger at this point in our relationship, and you just want to run away, and that's fine. Zoot, what I'm saying to you is this: we're here to help you. We would work through this material with you all night. You're not. I'm just telling you that right now. If you don't rehearse it, you're not. There are people who are your competition who have been rehearsing their sets for months, and they've got it down. They've got their word economy really tight. You're going to try to wing it. And Zoot, I would be fine with that if you had other chances at this. You told me, I'll never forget, in August, you said, Rabbi, I'm very motivated. I am going to be on Raw Comedy. And January is my last chance. And I said, okay. And we with the plan. You said every 2 weeks from now until January, I'm going to go on stage and I'm going to work on my sets. I said, okay, great. And you have worked through them. I'm proud of you for that. What you need to really down tightly, though, is your presentation of it. Riser and I are here, and literally, I'm going to sit here and critique you. I just want the words to be. So instead of being on the phrase, when he finds out he has it, you want to say, when he finds out that he has autism. Let's hear your joke again, with that punchline.
Okay, it's going. So RFK Jr. said kids will never be able to play baseball, graduate high school, use the toilet unassisted, or write a poem. To be honest, that sounds like every politician. Yeah, he's going to be mind blown he's going to be as mind blown as his uncle when he finds out he has autism.
Okay, you got the last part there, good, but you got to get. Zoot. Okay, Zoot. I know, but you have to understand that you've got to do this in like 48 hours, and we're here to help you. One thing I would recommend to you is you keep picking random events that RFK Jr. says that autistic children won't be able to do. just pick 3 events and stick with them. So is it going to be play baseball or basketball? Which one do you want?
So RFK Jr. said kids with autism never be able to graduate high school. Sorry, I guess I can. So RFK Jr. said kids with autism will never be able to play baseball. Ride a pole or use the toilet unassisted or go on a date. That sounds like every politician. Now, I think he is going to be as mind-blown as his uncle when he finds out that he has it.
No, he has autism. Yes. I have a question. You're okay. You're getting better. The part that you about and you've got to get this down. Don't do things. The flow of it. You want it to be. All right, Riser. You want to hear another joke? All right. So Zoo. He's back.
Let me just say, put it all down on a piece of or computer or whatever,
There.
so that the words are all in order.
Exactly.
And then do fucking
He left.
interpreting of it.
He left. You want to hear me do it? You do.
He joined back.
He didn't join. I know, and then he left again. He can't take criticism. And I'm not saying that taking criticism is easy, but as a comedian, you have to be able to take some criticism. That's okay.
That's not even credit. We're not criticizing the joke. You're just saying, which I agree with. It's like a fucking piano player going up, like, I'm gonna wing it, and then the song, like, you fuck up notes, and it sounds like shit. Well, maybe I should have.
Exactly. That's an excellent analogy. And I know how impassioned he was this summer. He talked about it routinely every day. That raw comedy, this was his time to be on. He wanted to be on television.
And this thing going on television?
If he does well enough, it does. But it's like an Australian Star Search kind of a deal. The thing is, though, with his material is not television friendly. With that being said, not even that big of a deal. You have to go up and you not be using can't stumble, and you can't say sorry. You got to have it down. And he's just going to go there. I mean, he couldn't do I'm here all the way properly. And you gave him better advice than I even gave him. I write it down. Have it down, have it tight. And he'll really will. Okay, with that being said, what are your thoughts on launching a collaboration with your cryptocurrency?
So the idea is supposed to say, "Wow, this is incredible." Again,
I mean,
at the end of the day, it's actually pretty dramatic. Why?
It's like, I feel like
that you can cash your earth. You can cash your earth.
it's different than a lot of coins out there where it's trying to amalgamate all these coins.
So we've been discussing this idea that when you
get them to basically join the same team.
Break it, right? Because it's going to
And
have
I feel like
at the end of the day, you have to break it.
like an analogy is kind of like we're like Amazon in a way that like bringing all the otherwise competitors together. They're just using Amazon for the marketplace and the infrastructure to allow them to sell goods more efficiently. Same with Spotify. And so Spotify does not, I mean, it does inject Spotify in some way, like all over the site and billboards and stuff. So I guess that is the thing, but yeah, like it's kind of like double-edged sword, a little bit of like pushing. I mean, or whatever, probably say like brand is like identity and the economy or something, or but yeah, I kind of have this like because it's about coins together, and the big thing in crypto is people don't want to give up their like force them to shift their identities to something else and cause resistance is my only hesitation there a little.
Okay, I mean, why wouldn't you just have a not marketed? Well, I don't want to say that. You could say, for those of you